Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more interesting parts. Chapter 1. The world will end in 10 days. As a time traveler, Chu Yuan is still completely bewildered. Others transmigrate and become superior beings, invincible throughout the world. But the system just told me that a biohazard crisis is about to break out in this world in 10 days. Doomsday countdown, 9 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 50 seconds. Do you want to simulate your survival rate immediately? Simulating my survival rate? It seems the system isn't giving me a guaranteed death situation. Chu Yuan felt slightly relieved. Having grown accustomed to time travel novels, he felt that since he couldn't change anything in the present, he was in a position to change things. It's better to place your hopes on the cheat code that appears. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Simulate my survival rate. What should I do? The next moment, as Chu Yuan felt a jolt, a transparent technology panel lit up in front of him. Apocalypse Simulation Survival Rate System now available. 10 talent options are being randomly sent to you, please choose freely. Current talents: Shuffler, Sprinter, Fearless against Infected. You can choose 3 options and start simulating survival rates. Chu Yuan immediately remembered that he had played several games like this before, where you could start simulating by selecting 3 talents. Could it be because I played those games? Take a moment to think. Chu Yuan immediately identified 3 out of the 10 talents. The Breath Holder, white, you can minimize your breathing to the extreme, reducing the chance of being detected by zombies. Sprinter, purple, your speed will surpass that of Usain Bolt. Even when encountering zombies, you can easily leave them hundreds of meters behind, greatly increasing your survival rate. Fearless against Infected, purple, you will not become a zombie due to infected wounds. There are 4 tiers of talent, with white being the lowest, followed by blue, purple, and gold. This is consistent with some pay-to-win games in Chu Yuan's previous life. Successful choice. Survival simulation officially begins. Day 1, the Cataclysm has struck, and hordes of zombies have appeared in the city. Countless living people have become food for the zombies. Because you have stored up a large amount of supplies, you have no worries about food and drink, and you are enjoying a drink in a hot pot at home. The next day, you continue your hedonistic lifestyle, drinking and eating hot pot. Occasionally, a few zombies pass by outside, but thanks to your breath-holding ability, they don't sense you. Day 3, the army appears. You draw back the curtains and watch them. You're considering whether to go down and join them, but in your hesitation, you're shot in the head by someone downstairs. You're dead. This simulation is now complete. You can retain 1 talent and integrate it into the real world. The simulation is now in its cooldown period. This simulation will last for 3 days, with a cooldown time of 1 minute. Given away for free in just 3 days. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. He thought that his 3 talents would be enough to help him live longer, but he didn't expect that he would not die in the mouth of a zombie. Instead, he died at the hands of someone else. However, Chu Yuan was overjoyed when he heard that a talent could be brought into the real world. Then can't I bring the simulation capabilities into the real world? You can bring any talent into the real world during each daily simulation, and that talent can be carried over to the next simulation. Special note, you can enter the simulation an unlimited number of times each day, but you can only bring 1 talent into reality each day. Special note, once the apocalypse officially begins, you can continue the simulation, but the simulator will be upgraded to an enhanced version, and you will no longer be able to bring out any talents. Chu Yuan pondered carefully, his face revealing undisguised joy. 1 talent per day. In other words, in 10 days, he will begin his apocalyptic journey with 10 days of special abilities. Chu Yuan said calmly, if I choose a talent and then encounter a better talent later today, can I not choose another one? Note, you can freely change your daily talent selection until you find one that satisfies you. Your talent simulation time is 12 o'clock noon. This means you must choose a fixed talent before 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, otherwise this reward will automatically expire. Upon hearing this news, Chu Yuan frowned, he wouldn't let such a thing happen. After understanding the system's capabilities, he became more confident about surviving. If all 10 talents were gold level, my survival rate would increase dramatically. Keep the fearless infected, purple. Chu Yuan decided to choose this. The end of the world has come. It is very important not to get infected by zombies, otherwise it would be a waste if you were caught and became a zombie. Choosing this option will actually be more beneficial for your long-term survival. As for other talents, the later simulations will allow you to better manage resources. Talent being saved, save successful. Chu Yuan blinked, a wave of warmth washing over him, then vanished in an instant. He checked his body but didn't feel anything. The emulator has finished cooling down. Do you want to continue using it? Open. Doomsday Simulator launched successfully. Currently available talents: Fullness, Far Vision, Double Hearing, Courage. Chu Yuan shook his head. This time, there were no purple talents. He randomly selected a few. Selection complete. Your talents are as follows. Fearless against infected, purple, you will not become a zombie due to infected wounds. Fullness, blue, your appetite will be 3 times smaller than that of a normal human, you will feel full after eating only a small amount. Double Hearing, blue, your hearing is greatly enhanced, even in a bar, you can clearly hear the sound of a needle falling to the ground. Farsighted, white, you will be able to see distant objects more clearly, at the cost of becoming nearsighted. Chu Yuan decided to finish this quickly, since he was only giving out garbage, he might as well have given it away for free beforehand. Simulation started. On the first day, disaster strikes, hordes of zombies appear, and you're at home drinking and eating hot pot. The next day, you were still enjoying your drinks and hot pot. On the third day, the army appeared. You shouted for help to attract their attention and rushed downstairs. When you reached them, they saw the blood on you, mistook you for a zombie, and shot you dead. You were killed again. This simulation is now complete. You can randomly retain 1 talent, it will be fixed when the simulation refreshes the next day. This simulation lasts 3 days, with a 1-minute cooldown. Chu Yuan lowered his eyelids. Damn it, so I guess I can't even get through 3 days in my life. After 2 simulations, Chu Yuan became more proficient and started the simulation again after the cooldown period. Emulator cooldown complete, restart now. Activation successful. Currently available talents include mimicking a girl's speech, shamelessness, and catching a blade barehanded. Chu Yuan frowned. What's the point of imitating a girl's voice? Etc. He looked at the panel and saw that a golden talent had appeared. Golden talent. Chapter 2. Heart of Slaughter, Gold, your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart. It can evolve, but the specific form it will take is unknown. At least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Chu Yuan gasped. Can it evolve? The relative importance is now clear. It seems we don't need to continue the simulation today. This golden task is complete. He then randomly selected 2 more talents. Fearless against infected, purple, you will not become a zombie due to infected wounds. Heart of Slaughter, Gold, your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Imitating a girl's voice, Blue, although you are a man, you can already imitate a girl's voice, which may come in handy in some special situations. Thick-skinned, White, you've become thick-skinned and started to enjoy getting things for free. Whenever you see someone with something good, you're always the first to reach out and say, "Give it to me." Chu Yuan's expression turned solemn. This time, I have the golden talent Heart of Slaughter and won't be infected by zombies. I shouldn't be going to die in 3 days, right? He looked at the interface in front of him, and the letters began to scroll. On the first day, a zombie outbreak occurs, causing global catastrophe. You stay at home, observing the situation outside and watching other humans fight against the zombies, which stirs your emotions. The next day, you enjoyed a few drinks and hotpot, having safely passed the day. Now, there were no surviving humans to be seen on the streets. On the third day, the army appeared. You easily fought your way out, and the enemy leader, impressed by your martial arts skills, took a liking to you. On the fourth day, you followed Absolute to a shelter, where you obtained bread and milk. But now you long to return to your own home, to drink some wine and eat hot pot. On the fifth day, the military instructors began teaching everyone self-defense techniques, and you memorized their fighting skills. On the sixth day, the army went out to search for supplies, but returned with heavy casualties. On the sixth day, all the refugees were scratched and infected. Fortunately, you and the others worked together to eliminate the infected humans, earning the army leaders even greater admiration for you. On the sixth day, the leader appointed you as a squad leader, tasking you with leading a group to search for medical supplies at the former hospital. You successfully completed the mission with only one casualty. On the seventh day, the leader was infected and died while out. You became the new leader, but because you didn't understand people's hearts, you were betrayed, and others began to build their own power base. On the eighth day, the shelter split into 3 factions. The others had guns, but they didn't dare mess with you, which caused you a lot of headaches. Furthermore, there was looting of supplies that night. On the 9th day, went out on a mission and brought back some food. On the 10th day, the supplies were stolen by someone unknown. Unable to face the past few days and disgusted by these people, you chose to leave. On the 11th day, you hadn't found a suitable place to stay and were preparing to return when you saw that zombies had attacked the shelter. Everyone except a few soldiers survived. The soldiers invited you to come with them, but after thinking about it, you decided not to go with them. On the 12th day, you decide to stay in the city to seek opportunities. On the 13th day, you returned home, only to encounter a zombie that emitted a piercing metallic scream. Its cries quickly attracted many other zombies. You grabbed a knife and began fighting them, but the number of zombies kept increasing. On the 14th day, you fought your way through a horde of zombies for a full day and night. The zombie that emitted the piercing noise kept its eyes fixed on you from a distance, but because you were surrounded by countless zombies, you couldn't go out and kill it. This frustrated you greatly, and you realized the problem lay with that mutated zombie. Day 15, you're still fighting, but your strength is failing. On the 16th day, due to prolonged lack of food and inability to rest, you collapsed to the ground. All the zombies swarmed you, and you died. The emulator is entering cooldown mode. This cooldown will last for 10 minutes. Chu Yuan's eyes were serious. This time, I survived for 16 days. The golden talent must have played a huge role in this, but it only lasted 16 days. He died after only 16 days. This happened even though he possessed the golden talent and was not infected. This disaster is more difficult than I imagined. Chu Yuan knew that if it weren't for his fearlessness of the infected, he might have died long ago. Only one item can be solidified per day. He didn't hesitate. It was indeed good not to be infected, but only if his role was stronger than this bloodlust. Chu Yuan comforted himself, it's only the first day. I'm sure I can find something else to replace it in the next 9 days. System, just fix this murderous intent directly for now. Converting, please wait. Conversion successful. The next moment, another warm current surged into her body. His body changed again. But I can't quite put my finger on what exactly has changed, I just feel like I've become a bit more ruthless. 9 heavens! I believe I can find a better talent than the fearless infected. Chu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Most importantly, the version of himself in the simulator doesn't seem to have inherited his memories, because he had previously decided not to follow the army. But the version of myself in the simulator still went. I don't want to think about it too much. When the time comes, I will have 10 talents and I can still roam the apocalypse. As long as I simulate enough, I will be able to memorize some dead ends. By avoiding these dead ends, my success rate will greatly increase. Chu Yuan discovered that if the simulated scenarios were accurate, he would be better able to grasp the information that was in his favor. Chu Yuan took out a notebook and wrote a sentence in it, "Don't join the army." To prevent his memory from becoming confused, he decided to memorize every single detail. The next few minutes, Chu Yuan entered the kitchen and gripped the kitchen knife for the first time, a murderous intent welling up within him. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the feeling, it can evolve? Could it be evolution through killing? That would actually make things more difficult. The end of the world hasn't come yet, but if he dares to kill, he might have to face the end of the world in prison. This is absolutely impossible. Based on the principle that things will work themselves out, Chu Yuan restarted the simulation after the cooling off period. Emulator cooldown successful. Chu Yuan quickly said, "Start the simulation." Now that he has the talent for martial arts, he also needs a talent similar to the one that makes him fearless against infected beings. Naturally, he will not replace any of his talents today. Chu Yuan had a vague feeling that if the heart of killing continued to evolve, it would generate unimaginable power. Emulator is now running. Chapter 3. Currently available talents: Night Vision Goggles, Rock Climbing Expert, Fearless of Pain. Heart of Slaughter, Gold. Your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart. It can evolve, but the specific form it will take is unknown. At least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Night Vision Goggles, Blue, allows you to see clearly in the dark. Rock Climbing Expert, Purple. You possess abilities similar to Spider-Man, although you can't shoot webs, you can climb walls. Fearless of Pain, Purple. You will not feel any pain, even if your head falls off. On the first day, a zombie outbreak occurs, causing global catastrophe. You stay at home, observing the outside world and watching other humans fight the zombies. You calmly accept everything. The next day, you enjoyed a few drinks and hotpot, and the day passed peacefully. On the third day, the army appeared. You easily fought your way out, and the enemy leader, impressed by your martial arts skills, took a liking to you. On the fourth day, you followed them to a shelter, where you obtained bread and milk, but at this moment you longed for your previous home more. On the fifth day, the military instructors began teaching everyone self-defense techniques, and you memorized their fighting skills. On the sixth day, your ability to withstand pain was discovered, and the army sent you out to search for supplies. The casualties were heavy, and you didn't want to go back, so you left. Day 7, you returned home, continuing to enjoy your drinks and hotpot. A woman fled to your building, and you rescued her. After talking to her, you learned her name was Shen Liking. Day 8, you discover that Shen Liking not only looks like Joey Wang, but is also incredibly skilled in martial arts. You ask her what happened to her, and she, without any suspicion, tells you the truth. During the Cataclysm, her body suddenly mutated, granting her powers far exceeding those of ordinary people. Day 9, you two exchanged many experiences. Shen Liking was very grateful for what you had done, and decided to repay you with her body. You hesitated. Chu Yuan chuckled lightly, "Ha! Could I be that kind of person?" Day 10, after hesitating, you decide to accept, and the two of you spend the whole day together. What the hell? Am I the kind of person who lacks self-control? Chu Yuan was startled. But then I thought again, ahem, after all, I do look a lot like Joey Wang, it's unavoidable. I definitely won't do it again next time. Day 11, you continued your exercise routine, and we had S*X again that night. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. On the 12th day, you got up and practiced martial arts for 5 minutes, only to find that Shen Liking had also woken up. You immediately decided to play for another 2 hours. Chu Yuan touched the tip of his nose, still stubbornly insisting, after all, I've been single for so long, it's okay to indulge myself a little, but I'm not a teddy bear, I definitely won't do that again. On the 13th day, you feel that cultivation is meaningless, so you might as well sleep and dance with Ching'er in bed again. Chu Yuan believed he was definitely not the kind of person who couldn't resist women. He was of above-average looks, and even beautiful women wouldn't give him a second glance when he walked down the street. But this Shen Liking is too strange, they have S*X every day? 7 times a night? Am I that physically strong? Then how beautiful must Shen Liking be? He really wanted to see for himself just how amazing Shen Liking was. Day 14, you and Shen Liking had S*X early in the morning. That day, Shen Liking begged you to save her younger brother because she received a phone call informing her that her brother was still alive. That afternoon, you went and rescued her brother. Shen Liking's brother is named Shen Ping, and he sleeps next door. You and Shen Liking had S*X again that night. Day 15, Shen Ping suddenly catches a cold, but there are no medicines at home. You don't recognize the medicine, and Shen Ping is a doctor, so you take him to the hospital, fight your way through, and get the medicine. Unfortunately, Shen Ping is forcibly taken to a hospital by a man named Long Xingtian and has S*X with him. You can't rescue Shen Ping because they are hiding in a bomb shelter in the hospital, but you see them. You have to go back first. Shen Liking cries her heart out upon hearing the news, and you comfort her. That night, you have S*X with her again. Chu Yuan's expression changed drastically, male. He could only mourn for Shen Ping for 1 minute, which was too difficult. Day 16, you left Shen Liking at home because you didn't want her to continue being sad. You went back to the hospital alone and watched Shen Ping and Long Xingtian from the outside. They had just finished having S*X, and you were a little afraid of getting a sty. You then tricked Long Xingtian out, subdued him, and took Shen Ping home. However, he seemed to have suffered a severe shock and cried as soon as he got home. Day 17, zombies breached your dwelling. You escaped with Shen Liking and her brother. Shen Ping was unfortunately infected. After finally finding a new place to live, you comforted Shen Liking, and the two of you had S*X again. Chu Yuan frowns every time he sees this sentence. Day 18, you discover a zombie with skin resembling a block of iron lurking downstairs. You prepare to approach and kill it, but the iron-like zombie immediately lets out a piercing scream, attracting a horde of other zombies. You and Shen Liking flee, forced to engage in combat. Day 19, the tin-clad zombie continues to control other zombies to attack the two of you. You fight your way through, but the number of zombies is increasing. Your bloodlust begins to evolve, and you become more and more courageous in battle. Day 20, the number of zombies is increasing, and Shen Lei is exhausted. However, you don't even have time to stop and catch your breath. The tin-skin zombie keeps summoning more zombies to attack you. Day 21, you feel exhausted and see Shen Liking about to collapse. You fight your way through with all your might and reach the tin-skin zombie. Just as you are about to attack, you are killed. In the instant of death, you see Shen Liking rushing towards you, only to find her body enveloped in black mist. You die in Shen Liking's arms. This simulation is now complete. You can retain one talent and integrate it into the real world. This simulation has ended. The simulation lasted for 21 days, with a 1-minute cooldown. Compared to the previous time, the situation was much clearer this time, at least the appearance of the zombie was understood. However, being killed by the opponent in one move still surprised Chu Yuan. It seems that even zombies shouldn't be underestimated. This must be a very strong mutated zombie. He took out his notebook and added, avoid the metal-clad mutated zombies. After thinking for a moment, he added, be very careful of a man named Long Xingtian, he's a brutal gay man. Chu Yuan felt deeply saddened by the plight of Shen Liking's younger brother, Shen Ping. Fortunately, at least it wasn't me who was being anally penetrated. The gold attribute has been solidified, so Chu Yuan doesn't plan to continue simulating it, there are other things to deal with right now. That's money. He's penniless. If he doesn't make some money now, even if he knows what will happen after the catastrophe, he won't have a penny, and much of his dreams will just be wishful thinking. First and foremost, supplies are the most important thing right now. How can you enjoy drinks and hot pot without money? Money. Having money can help you get through some of the initial troubles. Chu Yuan pondered for a moment, then grinned, easy, if I don't have money, I can just borrow it, right? It's still early, I need to go out and make some money. He immediately searched online for the contact numbers of several local big shots and then called them. Chapter 4. The gold attribute is fixed for today, so Chu Yuan does not intend to continue simulating it. Because in addition to simulation, the real world must also be taken into account. If you don't prepare in advance, you can't just go out and explore after the apocalypse with only 10 talents, right? Of course, the first thing to do is to make money. Spring Moon Pavilion. Inside a private room, Chu Yuan looked at a fierce-looking man in front of him. He's known in the underworld as Brother Biao. After sizing up Chu Yuan and confirming all the contact information, Brother Biao sneered at Chu Yuan, kid. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'm asking you one last time, are you sure you want to lend me this money? Chu Yuan cupped his hands and said, confirmed, 300,000. Bring the box. Brother Biao beckoned to his underling, who then handed Chu Yuan a box filled with 300,000 yuan. Brother Biao sneered, kid, remember this, no one in this city dares to owe me, Brother Biao. You have 1 month. If you don't see the money after 1 month, I'll exchange your organs for it. Chu Yuan said seriously, don't worry, I guarantee I'll pay you back with interest in a month. I can't just run away. After signing the contract, Chu Yuan couldn't help but think to himself how shady it was. He borrowed 300,000 yuan and had to repay 500,000 yuan a month later. Fortunately, when the zombie outbreak occurs, it's still uncertain whether this guy called Brother Biao will survive. As for this money, even if he wanted to pay it back, it would be impossible. After Brother Biao left, Chu Yuan followed the same method at the next restaurant. This time, sitting in front of him was a fat woman, known as Sister Zhang. Just like before, but Sister Zhang seemed even stingier than Brother Biao, only willing to give 150,000. Chu Yuan accepted all offers and signed contracts without hesitation. But this sister is even darker. 150,000 yuan, and 400,000 yuan to be repaid a month later. Chu Yuan sighed, it feels like they're robbing us. After dealing with Sister Zhang's matter, Chu Yuan headed to the next restaurant, but when he saw the name of the next person, he had a bad feeling. Surprisingly, his surname is Long. This inevitably reminded him of what happened during the previous simulation when that unlucky guy, Shen Ping, was captured and taken to a room by a man named Long Xingtian. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. It can't be that much of a coincidence. There probably aren't many people with the surname Long in this city. Regardless, he still planned to ask that brother Long in person when he met him. We entered the private room. A shirtless man with a blue dragon tattoo was sitting inside, with several men standing behind him. Chu Yuan smiled and said, greetings, Brother Long. Chu Yuan had kept him waiting for a long time, and just as he was about to get angry, he suddenly saw a handsome guy walk in, and his anger immediately subsided. Come. Sit down. Brother Long immediately invited Chu Yuan to sit down. Seeing the lewd smile on Brother Long's face, Chu Yuan shuddered. But I still sat down. Chu Yuan said calmly, Brother Long, I'd like to borrow some money this time. Brother Long laughed and said, money is no problem. How much do you want, considering how handsome you are? Chu Yuan nodded, that depends on how much I can borrow. How about this, I'll lend you 800,000. Chu Yuan was startled. Okay, thank you. Brother Long suddenly said seriously, however, in the world of martial arts, there is a principle of reciprocity. I lent you 800,000, brother, you can't just leave without any thanks, can you? Chu Yuan asked, I wonder if there's anything Brother Long needs me to do. Brother Long's lips curled slightly. I'm planning to go out and get a hotel room to sleep tonight, but I have a lot of enemies, so I need someone to keep watch in the room all night. Are you willing? Damn! What a pervert! That was Chu Yuan's only thought, but he couldn't show it directly because there were too many people around. Chu Yuan felt that this person might really be Long Xingtian. Chu Yuan tentatively asked, is your real name Long Xingtian? Right. It was impossible for Chu Yuan not to be surprised when he heard the other party admit it. He never expected that the pervert was right in front of him. Chu Yuan has his own bottom line, he could never be gay. Chu Yuan said seriously, I've thought about it, and I can't agree to your request. After being rejected, Long Xingtian suddenly roared, Kid, why don't you go ask around in this city? There's no man I, Long Xingtian, can't get if I want him. Stop him. Several men around Long Xingtian immediately blocked the door. Chu Yuan frowned, not expecting this guy to dare to be so forceful. Considering that one man can't fight against many, Chu Yuan came up with a plan, Mr. Long Xingtian, it's not impossible to agree to your request, but you have to give me some time to prepare. Give me 15 days, how about that? Long Xingtian felt that Chu Yuan was compromising with him, so he didn't press him any further. Okay. I'll give you 15 days to prepare yourself mentally. After all, you can't force a relationship. Long Tianxing took out a bank card directly. Seeing how sensible you are, here's 1 million. The password is 5 zeros. In exchange for his contact information and address, Chu Yuan left immediately and then left. Walking onto the street, Chu Yuan was still filled with lingering fear, as he had almost died there. If I hadn't wanted to delay, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Yuan's eyelids were lowered. Chu Yuan had already made up his mind that he had to find a way to get rid of this guy. Long Xingtian is truly an unknown quantity. Chu Yuan got a headache just thinking about what Shenping had gone through in the simulator. But after considering how much money he had borrowed, he instantly forgot about what had just happened. Use this money. Chu Yuan rented a presidential suite on the top floor of a 5-star hotel for 10 days. Then they hired someone to go to the mall and buy a large amount of supplies. After doing all this, Chu Yuan settled down here. The food was enough for him to solve his food problem for a period of time after the disaster. All kinds of hot pot, canned goods, vegetables, and meats are available. Even the doors were made of reinforced metal, so he wasn't afraid at all that the monsters would be able to break in after the zombie outbreak. It was still early, so Chu Yuan turned on the TV, wanting to watch a drama and see if he could get his bloodlust going. He still doesn't know the specific function of this thing. Although I had thought about going out to kill something, that would undoubtedly leave me in prison dealing with the danger of a zombie outbreak. Chu Yuan would never do anything that puts himself in danger. I turned on the TV and chose an old martial arts action movie. Then select to play Rikyo, the story of Ricky. For Chu Yuan, watching this type of movie should allow him to experience the feeling of killing more deeply. When the first battle scene appeared, the sight of blood splattering instantly stimulated Chu Yuan. An uncontrollable killing intent suddenly erupted within him. It felt as if I were the male protagonist in a movie, enjoying the thrill of revenge. Every time a scene of killing appears, Chu Yuan feels as if he has grasped something. But I just can't quite put my finger on it. Even after watching it, I couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed, I just felt like I'd become a bit bloodthirsty. Chu Yuan said calmly, "Forget it, let's see how this talent is used in the simulation." Chapter 5. However, Chu Yuan herself did not give up immediately. Perhaps it's because watching movies is all fake, and that's affecting me. He immediately switched to the fighting channel, where the program was the most popular variety show at the moment, a martial arts themed show. He had heard that there were many traditional martial arts masters on the show. Of course, Chu Yuan had never seen it before. At the beginning of the program, an elderly man in his 60s wearing a white long gown stood opposite a middle-aged man in his early 40s. Chu Yuan glanced at the old man, who was over 60 years old, and saw that his traditional martial arts move was called Pine Cone Shaking Lightning Whip. Chu Yuan nodded, "Just from the name, you can tell this skill is extraordinary, martial arts culture is profound and extensive." This made Chu Yuan sigh with emotion. Although he had never practiced martial arts, he knew the principle that the older one gets, the better one's skills become. Although Master Ma looked frail, he stood there like an ancient pine tree, his face exuding an imposing aura. Then look at the middle-aged man in his 40s across from me. He's all muscle, clearly the result of regular gym workouts and protein powder. It's dead muscle, this kind of muscle can't be beaten up. Although Chu Yuan hadn't read these, almost everyone understands these principles. He was already standing in front of the television, raising his hand to learn Master Ma's Pine Cone Flicking Lightning Whip. On the television, Master Ma looked righteously at the middle-aged man opposite him and said, "Young man, go ahead and try. Today, Master Ma will tell you how to break his magic." Seeing Master Ma's confident demeanor, Chu Yuan felt he had found the right person. If he could learn the Pine Cone Flicking Lightning Whip, his own fighting skills might improve significantly. The premise is that he didn't guess wrong how to use this talent. The middle-aged man looked at him with disdain and immediately knocked him out with a powerful punch. Bang! Chu Yuan had already begun to cheer for Master Ma in his heart. Just as Chu Yuan was wondering how Master Ma would deflect this powerful punch, something unexpected happened next. He did take the punch, but Master Ma took it with his face. He was hit hard and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chu Yuan was greatly shocked, his mouth agape. Master Ma immediately got up from the ground and angrily said, "Young man, you have no sportsmanship. You're bullying an old man like me who's over 60. Chu Yuan frowned deeply. "Pa, what the hell is this?" He immediately changed the channel, this Master Ma seemed like a fraud. This time he was prepared and went directly to watch the army's combat skills training. Soon, he has almost mastered grappling techniques and close quarters combat. In a fight, he already possesses 10 times the skill shown on TV, and is even more powerful than what is taught on television. Although Chu Yuan did not use this ability in actual combat at this time, he was very confident. He has now learned 3 combat techniques. Let's stop here for now. That Master Ma was really misleading people. In the following period, Chu Yuan continued to learn military combat skills, and his understanding of them became stronger and stronger. Chu Yuan waited until noon the next day, and gained profound insights. He now possessed at least 20 levels of skill, and could easily kill even the instructor. Of course, the emulator has also been updated. A new day has begun. You can now solidify a new talent. Would you like to start the simulation? Chu Yuan nodded, "Let's begin." Emulator is now running. Currently available talents: Heart of Slaughter, Voice of the Heart, Believe It, Fullness, Strength Boost. To be honest, this was a bit of a surprise, there were actually 2 pretty good purple talents. And they are all very useful. Although it can't compare to the gold version, some of the purple features are still top-notch. Chu Yuan immediately selected his talent and began the simulation. Heart of slaughter, gold, your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner voice, purple, you will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Believed, purple, everything you say, even lies, will be believed by others without question. Fullness, blue, your appetite will be easily satisfied, while others eat 3 meals a day, you only need to eat 1. Power boost, white, your power will be slightly boosted, depending on your base power level. Day 1, you are staying in the top floor of the presidential suite, witnessing the apocalypse, the unleashing of zombies, and global catastrophe. You are currently enjoying hotpot in your room, seemingly unaffected by any of this. Chu Yuan thought to himself, so things change every other day because of what I do. Does that mean if I live here, I'll never be able to meet Shen Liking? Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a little lost. The next day, you see military helicopters arrive. There seems to be a high-ranking person inside the star-rated hotel. You don't call for help because you don't plan to leave. On the third day, the army had already broken into the hotel to search. You heard knocking at the door, but ignored it. Unexpectedly, they broke in, found you, and invited you to join them. You could only agree temporarily, taking the food with you. The army successfully found the important figure. Day 4, you stay in a temporary settlement, where you receive plenty of food and begin practicing martial arts with the instructors. They are all defeated in a single move, immediately attracting admiring glances from many. Day 5, the person in charge here greatly admires you and appoints you as team leader, sending you out to find supplies. Day 6, this is your first time going out to collect supplies. You lead more than 30 people to a supermarket, fight your way through, and return with the supplies, but only 5 people survive. The person in charge is furious when they find out, so you tell a white lie, which they believe. Day 7, a man named Shen Ping appears. The person in charge asks him to become your follower, but you ignore him and continue practicing martial arts. Chu Yuan grinned, Shen Liking's younger brother actually came. It seems that Shen Liking and I are destined to be together. I just don't know if he was, well, you know. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan felt very sorry for Shen Ping, especially after seeing Long Xingtian yesterday, which made Chu Yuan very angry. Day 8, with continued enlightenment, you become certain that you possess the ability to memorize combat techniques at a glance, and many combat skills can be learned in a single reading. Therefore, you train even more diligently. At this moment, Chu Yuan finally understood why he had such profound insights from watching a video. The idea of becoming stronger immediately came to mind. Chapter 6. Day 9, you practiced your skills late into the night, exhausted from a day's work, and were sleeping when you were suddenly awakened by a roar. Opening your eyes, you saw zombies rushing into the room. You easily killed one, and only after leaving did you learn that a zombie attack had occurred at the camp, and many people had died. You immediately took Shen Ping with you. Day 10, after finally finding a shelter, Shen Ping suddenly received a phone call, then left alone without telling you. Day 11, Shen Ping suddenly returns, bringing a woman with him. He tells you this is her older sister, Shen Liking, but she died from excessive blood loss. Chu Yuan thought to himself, it seems that Shen Liking and I have quite a deep connection. It's a pity about Shen Ping, but at least he wasn't defiled by that beast Long Xingtian this time. Day 12, because of Shen Liking's younger brother's death, you haven't spoken to each other all day, and you're still practicing martial arts. Day 13, Shen Liking says she wants to leave, and you agree. However, you are curious as to why Shen Ping died after returning, since it's impossible for him to come back alive if he were infected by zombies. Shen Liking doesn't want to tell you, but she thinks to herself that her younger brother seems immune to zombie infection. You are very surprised and believe that her brother must be a mutant. You ask Shen Liking to stay and leave tomorrow, and Shen Liking agrees. Chu Yuan pondered, this must be similar to the fearless infected I drew before. I never thought that humans could mutate and develop such powerful abilities. However, Chu Yuan knew in his heart that Shen Liking's abilities seemed to be even more powerful. Day 14, you were worried about Shen Liking, so you covered her escape. She was wary of you, but you overheard her thoughts she wanted to join the army. Along the way, you encountered a zombie horde attack. You fought bravely to defeat the zombies, and she began to admire you. You also learned that she didn't want to leave anymore, so you took her back with you. Day 15, Shen Lei's feelings for you have deepened. The image of you practicing martial arts during the day lingers in her mind. That night, the two of you have S*X. Day 16, you practice martial arts during the day and have S*X at night. Chu Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the message displayed on the screen. Ah! It's all fate. If I could, I really would like to meet this woman. Is she truly that stunningly beautiful? To be honest, since we've already seen Long Xingtian, why can't we see Shen Liking? Day 17, continue martial arts practice, and relax with Shen Liking again in the evening. Day 18, suddenly, a large number of zombies gather downstairs. You sense something is wrong and see an army passing by. Shen Lei asks you if you want to go with her, and after some hesitation, you agree. Day 19, you continue your martial arts training and travel with the army to another city, where the military is even stronger. Day 20, a horde of zombies attacked your group. You began to actively attack the zombies, and your combat skills have improved significantly. You fought your way through them, and they admired you even more. Day 21, you arrive in another city, and others learn of your deeds, taking you as a role model. You become famous throughout the new city. Day 22, having attracted many fans, you begin instructing some people in martial arts, knowing deep down that they have no chance of learning it. Day 23, you have never stopped striving. You feel like you're about to explode with power, and your martial arts skills are becoming increasingly formidable. You are living with Shen Liking. Day 24, someone confesses their feelings to Shen Liking. You learn the truth and beat them up. The other person, jealous of you, opens the iron gate and lets zombies in, causing many people to be eaten and the camp to fall into chaos. You immediately drive away with Shen Liking. Day 25, you return to Shen Liking's home, cleared the zombies from the Shen family compound, and then temporarily stayed here with Shen Liking. Chu Yuan pondered, the Shen family compound. It seems that Shen Liking must have been born into a wealthy family. Perhaps this clue will lead me to Shen Liking. After deciding to fix one more talent, Chu Yuan immediately went to find Shen Liking. Of course, he was just curious about this woman. Day 26, you didn't stop practicing martial arts, and you had S*X with Shen Liking again that night. Day 27, early in the morning, while practicing martial arts, you find an injured white cat in the yard. You take it home and name it Leal. Leal is white except for some black marks on its head. Day 28, you are surprised to find that the wounds on the white cat Leal have miraculously healed, even though they were very serious yesterday. Remembering that the wounds seem to have been inflicted by a zombie, you suspect that Leal might possess healing abilities. You begin to observe it, but the cat remains asleep on Shen Liking's lap. Day 29, while practicing martial arts, you suddenly discover a mutated zombie appearing. It seems to have accidentally jumped into the yard from outside. You kill it and return to your room. When you come out, you find Leal eating the zombie. You are shocked and immediately bring Leal back home. You discover that Leal is not infected, and you realize that it may have developed some kind of powerful mutation. Chu Yuan was certain that this white cat was a mutation, otherwise, it wouldn't have such abilities. I must get this cat. Chu Yuan immediately wrote it down in his notebook. Day 30, a flock of geese flew overhead. Since they weren't far away, you observed them and noticed bloodstains on their bodies. However, you didn't think much of it, as it was too far away and you might have been mistaken. Day 31, you clearly smell blood in the air, and dogs are barking wildly outside the walls. Day 32, the dogs barking had been going on for a day. Out of curiosity, you went to the top of the wall to look down and were shocked to find that the dogs had turned into zombies. You killed all of the dozen or so zombie dogs, but began to worry, since even animals were starting to turn into zombies. Day 33, you discover that the white cat Lil seems to prefer eating zombie meat. Day 34, you are still practicing martial arts, but feel you have hit a bottleneck, so you decide to go out and train alone. You find it easier to fight among the zombie hordes. Soon you encounter a metal-skinned zombie, which makes noise and attracts an even larger horde of zombies. At this moment, you feel you have the strength to fight back and engage in a fierce battle with the zombie horde. Day 35, you have been fighting for a day, but you do not feel any fatigue. Your power is still increasing, and you can vaguely sense that your bloodlust is about to rise. Chapter 7. Day 36, the number of zombies shows no signs of decreasing, and you're starting to get worried. Day 37, the tin-skinned zombie that was initially watching you from a distance has begun to approach you, while the ordinary zombies are slowly moving away. The tin-skinned zombie charges at you, and without hesitation, you immediately attack it. However, its body acts like a magnet, pulling you directly towards it. You are powerless against the tin-skinned zombie, and you are dead. This simulation is now complete. You can retain one talent and integrate it into the real world. The simulation has entered its cooldown period. This simulation lasts for 37 days, with a cooldown time of 3 minutes. Chu Yuan was somewhat surprised. After all, he was already so powerful, yet he still died at the hands of that tin-skinned zombie. Just how powerful was that mutated zombie? He immediately took out his diary and wrote a sentence on it. The iron-clad zombie's body is like a magnet. Chu Yuan observed the attributes on the panel. The next step was to fix one of the two options, heartfelt sentiment and believing it to be true. To be honest, he was also having a hard time choosing, since both of these talents were top-notch and in no way inferior to the gold-level talents. Imagine being able to hear the thoughts of others when the end of the world comes, or having everyone unconditionally believe what you say. Having these two talents undoubtedly makes one even more powerful. System. How am I supposed to choose? After much hesitation, Chu Yuan finally decided to choose the voice of the heart, because at least he could know what other people were thinking. While the talent of believing things can make others believe what you say, it ultimately prevents you from observing what others are thinking. Chu Yuan said calmly, solidify your inner voice. Curing. Please wait. Cure successful. A moment later, an unbearable stinging pain assaulted Chu Yuan's body, and it took several minutes for the stinging sensation to slowly subside. Afterwards, Chu Yuan was drenched in sweat. Strange, why was it so painful this time? Now I should be able to hear what other people are thinking. Chu Yuan does not intend to continue the simulation. Instead, he left to hone his killing intent, having already learned how to use this talent through simulation. That means learning from experts. Once on the street, Chu Yuan immediately grabbed a passerby to test his telepathic abilities, asking the man in front of him, "Brother, do you think I'm handsome?" The man paused for a moment, then exclaimed, "Handsome." However, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I've never seen anyone with such thick skin. Can being handsome put food on the table?" Chu Yuan smiled but said nothing, since he was now able to know what others were thinking. Keep going. Many girls around looked over. Although they didn't say anything, Chu Yuan could hear what they were thinking. What a handsome man! Come and woo me. Ugh, should I go up and ask him for his contact information? I'm so conflicted. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, realizing that he was so popular every time he walked on the street. He didn't pay attention to the women, but went directly to a well-known martial arts school in the city. He found this online. He heard that the registration fee for classes here was 100,000 yuan per month. Chu Yuan felt that since the fees were so high, there must be some experts here, so he decided to come here to find an expert to have a match with. Is anyone here? Chu Yuan walked into the martial arts hall, and immediately dozens of eyes were focused on him. A young man of about 25 years old walked straight over, looked Chu Yuan up and down, and asked, "Want to apply for a membership card?" However, for a young person like you who has no talent for martial arts, the monthly registration fee would be at least 200,000. Chu Yuan shook his head. I'd like to ask, who is the owner of this place? He came here to challenge the dojo, so his words were rather forceful. Besides, with his current skills, only the dojo master could match him. The young man said in a deep voice, "My name is Huoji, and I am the owner of this place." Chu Yuan was somewhat surprised. After all, this guy was so young, how could he be the master of the hall? A person around 25 years old is considered an expert? That's hilarious. Seeing that he was being looked down upon, Huoji sneered, "Kid, you're here to cause trouble." Chu Yuan said coldly, "Summon your patron to see me." Huoji retorted angrily, "I told you, I am the master of this martial arts school. It seems you really are here to challenge us. Good, let your guild master come out and take a beating. Court death." Huoji's muscles were indeed well developed, but in Chu Yuan's eyes at this moment, they were like trash. The onlookers were almost all middle-aged people, who looked like big bosses of some company. Oh, someone actually dares to fight with Huoji. What an unlucky guy. I gave Master Huoji 1,000,000 last month, and he finally agreed to teach me how to hit a cow across a mountain. After practicing for a month, I feel like I'm 10 years younger. It's been so long since we've seen Master Huo beat someone up. These members were all middle-aged men with large bellies. Huoji threw a punch at Chu Yuan, but Chu Yuan didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used a set of grappling techniques to lock Chu Yuan in place and threw him out. Huoji crashed into the iron leg of the octagon, fracturing his back. It's likely he won't recover for at least a month. Chu Yuan sneered, "Is this the most powerful curator here?" Seeing this, many members were furious, because Huoji hadn't even been dealt a single blow by Chu Yuan before being thrown out like trash. Immediately, many people ran to the front desk to get their money back. Inside the office, an elderly man in his 60s came out after hearing the commotion outside. He was Huoji's father, Huo Wuliang. This martial arts school was jointly established by him and his son, although he himself only knows a little bit of fancy footwork. But in this city, it was enough to convince those big bosses who had never seen the world. Upon seeing a large group of members gathered at the front desk, Huo Wuliang immediately asked, "What are you all doing?" "Huo Wuliang, you've come at the perfect time." A portly boss looked at him and said, "You fraudulent charlatans, just like your name, your martial arts school is utterly unscrupulous. What kind of bullshit martial arts do you teach?" Huo Wuliang immediately became displeased upon hearing this. "What do you mean? Are you looking for a fight? Dad! Save me!" Huoji's voice came. Upon seeing the severely injured Huoji on the ground, Huo Wuliang immediately roared, "You're asking for death. Who did this?" Chu Yuan stepped forward and said, "I did it. I came here today to challenge your sect, but I didn't expect your sect leader to be such a useless piece of trash. He couldn't even take a single move from me. This is outrageous." Huo Wuliang rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight Chu Yuan. Seeing this, Chu Yuan shook his head and said coldly, "Looks like you and your son are equally bad." Huoji suddenly said, "Dad! Cripple him. He embarrassed me just now, and now all the members are demanding refunds, calling us trash. Pa! Huo Wuliang sneered, boy, you'll have to lose one of your hands before you can leave today. Chu Yuan said coldly, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Chapter 8. Huo Wuliang immediately attacked Chu Yuan. The members stared at Huo Wuliang, all wanting to see how this old guy would regain some face. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chu Yuan grabbed Huo Wuliang, beat him until his head was swollen, and threw him away. At this moment, even Zhu Beiji, Pigsy, looked 10 times more handsome than Huo Wuliang. Some members who were hesitant about cancelling their cards have now made up their minds to complete the process. Chu Yuan said coldly, with your mediocre skills, you think you can even make a living? I'm very disappointed. Chu Yuan walked down the street and realized that the most famous martial arts school in the city was nothing special. So where could he find a master to learn from? Chu Yuan didn't think too much about it and directly hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to the strongest martial arts school in the city. The strongest? The driver said calmly, the Huo family martial arts school over there is the strongest. Chu Yuan sneered, a bunch of useless trash. Do you know of any very strong but unknown figures? There really is one. You can try your luck at the Shen family. I heard that one of their elders is an old man who practices martial arts. He seems to have reached some kind of beginner level. But you know, we ordinary folks don't really know much about these things. The Shen family, could it be Shen Liking's family? Chu Yuan lowered his eyes. It's not impossible, after all, judging from the simulation, the Shen family must be a wealthy family. Then let's go to the Shen family. Soon Chu Yuan arrived outside a large courtyard. He carefully checked the scene in the simulator and found that it matched perfectly. Chu Yuan grinned, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it come to you effortlessly. I never thought I would actually find it. Chu Yuan knocked on the door. A young man stepped out, sized up Chu Yuan, and then angrily said, Who are you? The Shen family is not a place for lowly people like you. Chu Yuan's face instantly darkened, and he sneered, Actually, there's a long history between us, you might have forgotten. The man asked suspiciously, What, do you know me? Chu Yuan nodded. Listen carefully. More than 20 years ago, on a certain night, I had more than 3 billion offspring, and they all entered your mother's body that time. The man didn't understand the hidden meaning in Chu Yuan's words when he heard about 3 billion descendants, but he did understand the second half of the sentence. You. Chu Yuan said solemnly, That's right, I am your father. Damn it, you dare to act arrogantly in our Shen family? I'll teach you a lesson you won't be arrogant about. The man threw a punch at Chu Yuan, but Chu Yuan immediately locked him in a waist and throat lock. This was thanks to him memorizing all the moves of the 3 sets of military boxing. It might take an average person several years to learn 3 sets of military boxing, and decades to become proficient, but for Chu Yuan, he learned them after just one look. The man tried to struggle, but his body couldn't move an inch. Chu Yuan demanded, Tell me, what is your relationship to the Shen family? I'm not from the Shen family, I'm a bodyguard. Bodyguard? Chu Yuan sneered, How dare you, a mere bodyguard, be so arrogant? Can't you even speak to me properly? Big brother, I didn't know you were so powerful. Please, be magnanimous and let me go. Chu Yuan let go. Anyway, after the zombie outbreak in a few days, this guy will still die in the mouths of those monsters. Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, Does your Shen family have a woman named Shen Liking? So you were looking for Miss Shen? The man laughed and said, Our young lady is the most beautiful woman in the city. Many talented young men come to visit her. It seems that you are also a loyal fan of our Miss Shen. Wait here, I'll go get my lady to come and sign your autograph. Wait. Chu Yuan said coldly, Bullshit. Do you think I, Chu Yuan, am the kind of person who would be bewitched by beauty? Go and call Shen Liking out. Tell her I need to talk to her. The guard immediately went in to report, and at that moment a woman was reading in the study. She is Shen Liking, whom Chu Yuan saw in the simulator, and she looks remarkably like a Hong Kong actress named Joey Wong. Miss, a man is here to see you. Shen Liking frowned slightly. I won't see him. Tell him to get lost. These people have been getting increasingly tactless lately. Do they really think I'm easy to talk to? Shen Liking was also quite helpless. She had been staying at home every day, but she never expected that someone would post a set of her photos online last year. This sudden surge in popularity led netizens to call her a little Joey Wong, and she now boasts millions of fans online. Shen Liking did not begin planning any of that. She just wanted to be quiet. As soon as Shen Liking became famous, she attracted many lecherous men to bother her. Fortunately, her grandfather was one of the city's hidden masters. Moreover, with such a powerful bodyguard, any thugs who try to break in will definitely be beaten to a pulp. The man was in a dilemma. If he didn't call Miss Shen out, wouldn't he be beaten to death by that guy? Miss, please go out and take a look. That guy is very skilled in martial arts. Shen Liking was somewhat surprised. Mei Zhong, even you are no match for him. Mei Zhong was a bodyguard carefully selected by his grandfather, with an annual salary of 15 million. In such a small city, how could he possibly encounter an opponent he couldn't beat? Mei Zhong nodded. Yes, miss. He said he needs to talk to you. Could it be your friend? Let's go take a look. I'll call my uncles and aunts too, but unfortunately my grandfather and father are out running errands and won't be home until tonight. Soon, Shen Liking and her family, along with Mei Zhong, arrived outside the door. Chu Yuan frowned when he saw so many people. He had initially thought of talking to Shen Liking alone. What's your name? I don't know you. Shen Liking looked at Chu Yuan, who was somewhat handsome, but she had never seen him before. Chu Yuan. Shen Liking said angrily, Chu Yuan, what do you mean by injuring my family's bodyguard, Mei Zhong, out of the blue? No guts. Shen Liking pointed to Mei Zhong beside her and said, this is Mei Zhong, the bodyguard my grandfather hired with an annual salary of 15 million. I heard you beat him up. Chu Yuan sneered, as expected of a spineless man. If you can't beat someone, you go find others. Shen Liking's uncles and aunts behind her were already furious about Chu Yuan's actions. Chu Yuan, I think you're just bragging. How could Mei Zhong possibly lose to you? Yet. Chu Yuan looked at Mei Zhong and shouted, Mei Zhong, come out here and fight me. I promise I won't kill you. Mei Zhong shuddered and unconsciously lowered his head, taking a few steps back. It seems his name was made for this moment. Chu Yuan said calmly, everyone, I came here to ask for your guidance because I heard there is a master of traditional martial arts here. However, this Plum clan member mocked me as soon as he saw me. Should I be polite to him? Shen Liking said softly, what, you didn't come here to see me? Chu Yuan quickly said, Miss Shen, please don't say such things to every man you meet, otherwise I'll think you're very narcissistic. Shen Liking was so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a villa out of the ground with her feet. If Chu Yuan hadn't come to see her, then what she said was indeed very narcissistic. Chapter 9. The most powerful person in the Shen family was her grandfather. For some reason, when Shen Liking heard that Chu Yuan had come specifically to see her grandfather, she felt a little disappointed. What's going on? I usually get very angry when other people come to see me, but the more I look at Chu Yuan, the more I like him. Chu Yuan looked at the Shen family members and said, everyone, I've come to learn the Shen family's martial arts and hope to meet that master of traditional martial arts. At this point, Chu Yuan looked Shen Liking up and down. She was indeed an absolute beauty. I never expected her to be so beautiful. I really am a lucky man, Chu Yuan thought to himself. You're late. My grandfather won't be back until tonight. But you can wait. I advise you to be prepared. My grandfather might not accept you as his apprentice. He likes geniuses like me. Chu Yuan was a little surprised. Shen Liking said she was a genius, so she must also know martial arts, but why didn't she show it in the simulator? Wait. It's possible that it's being displayed, but the emulator is ignoring it. This is very likely. Chu Yuan laughed and said, Really? I think I'm a peerless genius too. I can learn any move as soon as I see it. Shen Liking snorted coldly, how narcissistic. The elders of the Shen family had never thought highly of Chu Yuan, so they immediately said, No need, you can go. However, Shen Liking kept Chu Yuan behind. Uncles and aunts, it wouldn't hurt for me to test Chu Yuan's abilities. Mei Zhong's actions just now were indeed wrong. Grandpa also said that he wanted to find a successor. This is his wish. The elders knew about this, so although they were dissatisfied, they could only leave. Shen Liking looked at Chu Yuan and said calmly, Come with me, let me see how strong you are. Good. Shen Liking led Chu Yuan to a separate boxing room in the family's backyard. In the past, the Shen family members all practiced martial arts here, but now there are fewer and fewer people practicing martial arts. Because in this era, everything needs a gimmick, and the Shen family never does anything fake, so naturally they don't have much fame. Survival requires money, and martial arts training is arduous. Since you can earn money just by talking, why work so hard? That's why there are no disciples learning martial arts anymore. Otherwise, why would we need someone like Mei Zhong as a bodyguard? Although I'm the only one practicing martial arts here every day, I manage it very well. Chu Yuan praised her highly, Not bad, she is indeed a good girl, but let's begin. Although Shen Liking was his romantic encounter, Chu Yuan did not forget that his real goal in coming here was to become stronger. Shen Liking nodded. What is your current strength? Have no idea. Alright, you fight me, and I'll analyze your strength. Go get a weapon from the box over there. Chu Yuan walked to the box where the weapons were kept and found a sword with bloodstains on its surface, and the bloodstains had not been there for long. What is this? Shen Liking looked at the sword Chu Yuan was holding and felt very embarrassed. This is blood from when I accidentally cut my grandfather this morning. You injured your grandfather? Chu Yuan asked, somewhat surprised. Shen Liking said calmly, Swords have no eyes. My grandfather was teaching me swordsmanship this morning, but I accidentally cut his hand, so he went to the hospital. Otherwise, he should be at home now. So that's why you only came back at night? Wait a minute. Why won't the police come if you keep doing this? If we don't talk about it, who will know? We usually wouldn't. Chu Yuan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He knew without a doubt that Shen Liking's grandfather must have doted on his granddaughter, and that's why he was accidentally slashed. Let's not use weapons for now. I want to know what kind of martial arts your family teaches. 7-star sword technique. Shen Liking didn't hide anything from Chu Yuan. My grandfather is the true successor of the 7-star sword technique. The 7-star sword technique is divided into fist techniques and sword techniques, but it doesn't emphasize fist techniques. His fist techniques are only so-so, but his swordsmanship is the most exquisite, with a total of 7 moves. It gets harder and harder as you go on. My grandfather has already practiced the 5th move. As she said this, Shen Liking's face revealed an undisguised sense of pride. Chu Yuan nodded. So, which move have you practiced up to? Shen Liking, eager to impress Chu Yuan, immediately smiled and said, I'm only 20 years old this year, but I've already mastered the 2nd move of the 7-star sword technique. I hope to master the 5th move when I'm 60. At that time, I will surpass my grandfather, who was already 68 years old when he mastered the 5th move. Chu Yuan lowered his eyelids. By then, it'll be too late, won't it? Okay, then teach me. Shen Liking shook her head, you're not suitable. You have to start learning the 7-star sword technique from a young age. You're already in your early 20s, it's too late. And even if you learn it, you probably won't be able to master the 4th move in your lifetime. Martial arts is all about talent. Just as Chu Yuan was about to get angry, Shen Liking sighed and said, but if you want to see it, I'll demonstrate this first move for you. Shen Liking picked up a sword and immediately demonstrated a sword technique in front of Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan found it simple, just swing the sword. Shen Liking smiled gently, this first move is called the sword swing technique. I spent 7 years building my foundation in it, starting when I was 5 years old. Chu Yuan didn't speak, but instead pulled a sword out of the box and swung it using the same move Shen Liking had just used. Laugh. As he swung his sword, a powerful aura suddenly formed around him, even more powerful than the moves Shen Liking had demonstrated. It's very simple, I don't think it's difficult at all. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. You've been learning this move for 7 years? Don't lie to me. Shen Lei looked at Chu Yuan in disbelief. Only she herself knew how difficult this move was. It took him 7 years to master it, while Chu Yuan only watched it once. She immediately changed her tune, I was just joking with you. When I learned my first move, I watched my grandfather demonstrate it once and I knew it by myself. However, this second move, the upward slash, is very difficult. I didn't learn it until last year. Shen Liking demonstrated the second move, the upward slash, to Chu Yuan again. After reading it, Chu Yuan became somewhat dissatisfied, I think you definitely don't really want to teach me. Shen Lei asked in a low voice, what? Do you really want to learn my family's 7-star sword technique? Chu Yuan immediately said, of course I want to learn, but the 2 moves you demonstrated are so easy that I think any kindergarten kid could learn them. Do you really think you're teaching me sincerely? Shen Liking immediately became dissatisfied, I think you're just showing off. If you're so good, why don't you try it yourself? Seeing that Shen Liking was still unconvinced, Chu Yuan immediately demonstrated the upward slash again, just like she had done before. She still exuded even more power than before. Shen Liking was at a loss for words. She had been practicing the 7-star sword technique since she was 5 years old, and was now 20. It took me more than 10 years to learn the second move. I used to want to be arrogant in front of Chu Yuan, but now I feel like my face has been slapped in the face. Chapter 10. Chu Yuan looked at Shen Liking and said, it's all right, it's not your fault. Let's wait for your grandfather to come back. I don't believe it. I don't believe you're that talented. You just wait. Shen Liking entered the room and quickly came out with the 7-star sword technique manual. She opened the manual and showed the third move to Chu Yuan, saying, if you really have the skill, then try this third move. Shen Liking said solemnly, this third move is called 7-star consecutive slashes, first slash, second thrust, third swing. If you can learn this, I'll acknowledge you as my bro on the spot. As she said this, Shen Liking gritted her teeth, seemingly unwilling, yet she was extremely resentful of Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, Shen Liking. I want to be your man, and you want to be my sister. My sister doesn't need it. Chu Yuan watched for a minute, then easily unleashed a combo attack, which was indeed much more powerful than the previous 2 moves. Chu Yuan asked, how does it feel? Is this right? At this moment, Shen Liking was unable to express her feelings in words. Could there really be such a genius man in the world? Let me take another look. Shen Liking frowned slightly. No, this belongs to my Shen family. If you still want to see it, wait until my grandfather comes back. She put the manual away, unsure if showing it to Chu Yuan was a good thing. Chu Yuan nodded, then we'll wait. Where are you from? Chu Yuan casually replied, from this city. Upon hearing that Chu Yuan was from the city, Shen Lei immediately switched to speaking to him in the local dialect. Chu Yuan naturally didn't understand, what are you saying? You're not from our city? Who are you? If you were from our city, you wouldn't be unable to understand our dialect. Chu Yuan, being a time traveler, genuinely didn't understand these dialects. Alright, Miss Shen, it's only natural for me to be cautious since I'm unfamiliar with this place. I apologize to you. Shen Liking nodded, then where are you from? I live in Bikini Bottom. Chu Yuan said calmly, it's a very far place. The town I live in is called Bikini Bottom, and my house is a pineapple-shaped building. That's amazing. Just as Shen Liking was about to ask Chu Yuan more questions, her phone rang. It was her grandfather, Shen Shui, calling. Grandpa. When are you coming back? Haha, came the voice of Shen Liking's grandfather, Shen Shui, from the other end of the line. My good granddaughter, Grandpa has found you a suitable son-in-law this time. Shen Liking frowned slightly. How many times have I said I want free love? Can you stop with that nonsense? You adults always expect men to have a car, a house, and a stable, promising, and high-paying job when it comes to marriage. But I'm different, Grandpa. I've said I want to marry for love. As long as my future husband loves me, I'll marry him even if he's a beggar. Shen Shui suddenly shouted angrily, nonsense. Grandpa is introducing you to Gao Yun, the eldest son of the Long group in this city. Gao Yun. Listening to their conversation and observing Shen Liking's expression, Chu Yuan realized that she seemed to recognize this man. Shen Shui said softly, my dear granddaughter, although Gao Yun is ugly, he is honest and kind-hearted. Shen Liking snorted coldly, he is clearly the number one of the 10 ugliest men in the country. Grandpa, how could you let me marry such a person? I feel disgusted and want to vomit just looking at his face. Shen Shui's voice suddenly lowered, you rascal, even Grandpa feels he can't bring himself to eat him when he sees his mouth. But as the saying goes, a coarse willow winnowing basket and a fine willow sieve, who in the world dislikes an ugly man? Wait at home, he'll be here in a few minutes. I've brought him over for you. You can meet him in person. This time, Grandpa isn't interested in his family background, but rather in his martial arts skills. If Grandpa is not mistaken, if he passes on our family's 7-star sword technique to Gao Yun, he may be able to learn the 6th move when he is over 80 years old. Grandpa, no. Shen Lei pouted. The call ended, and as Shen Liking uttered that last coquettish remark, she glanced at Chu Yuan and was startled to find that his eyes were fixed on her. Chu Yuan. You. Chu Yuan chuckled softly, I heard everything. Ugh. You've made such an embarrassing mistake, you need to forget about it. Chu Yuan said calmly, don't be afraid. Actually, I'm also curious about just how ugly the number one of the 10 ugliest men is. The two people went to the lobby to wait. A few minutes later, an elderly man led in a man in his early 20s, followed by more than a dozen bodyguards wearing sunglasses. Chu Yuan focused his gaze on the man, whose face was covered in a dense rash, and whose features seemed to have conspired to grow crooked together. Even a crooked tree looked more handsome than him. Chu Yuan thought of the guy whose head he had beaten into a pig's head before, and compared to him, the guy was actually quite handsome. Shen Liking looked at Gao Yun with obvious disgust, saying, Gao Yun, I will not marry you. Gao Yun chuckled, beautiful. She really is beautiful, even more beautiful than the photos online. Uncle Shen, why don't you let me consummate our marriage here tonight? To be honest, I've never even held a girl's hand in my entire life. Since Shen Shui intended to bring Gao Yun and Shen Liking together, he was naturally very willing. Okay. Chu Yuan's face darkened, and he walked out to look at Gao Yun. Which stinking ditch crawled out of, you toad? Don't you even spit in your reflection? You're not worthy. Damn it, are you looking for death? Gao Yun looked at Chu Yuan, never having seen anyone dare to be so arrogant in front of him. Do you know who I am? Chu Yuan said coldly, would you voluntarily tell a dog your name? Won't. Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, that's right. I can't. Gao Yun suddenly realized, fine. You're asking for it. Cripple him. Gao Yun waved his hand, and two bodyguards stepped out from behind him and rushed towards Chu Yuan. However, in Chu Yuan's view, they were all useless. He grabbed the two bodyguards and threw them out. Gao Yun sneered, not bad. Let's all go at him and cripple one of his legs. The other bodyguards immediately locked onto Chu Yuan, but Chu Yuan was specially trained, how could these people possibly be a match for him? Chu Yuan knocked one of them down with a single punch, and half a minute later, all the bodyguards were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Seeing all this, Shen Shui was very surprised. Who is this guy? What's he doing with my granddaughter? Chu Yuan stared blankly at Gao Yun, Toad, it's your turn. Gao Yun panicked immediately. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. He immediately knelt down before Chu Yuan, pleading, it was all my fault today, please forgive me. Chu Yuan said coldly, then tell me, what are you doing here? Gao Yun quickly said, I heard that the Shen family is short of servants recently, and I feel bad about it, so I came to take a look. Gao Yun was at a loss for words and blurted out these words haphazardly. Chu Yuan nodded, it's rare that you have this kind thought. See that broom over there? Go clean up the outhouse in the backyard. I don't want to see any poop around here, otherwise I wouldn't mind feeding you something warm. The outhouse, isn't that the restroom? Chu Yuan retorted angrily, you think you can go to the bathroom? Sending you to the back outhouse is a favor, do you expect me to have someone open it for you? No need, I'll go right now. Gao Yun grabbed a broom and a toilet and rushed toward the outhouse in the backyard. Shen Shui immediately asked Shen Liking, who is this person? Shen Liking looked at Chu Yuan and couldn't help but chuckle. She walked up to Shen Shui and said, Grandpa, this is Chu Yuan. He's already mastered the third move of our family's 7-star sword technique. Chapter 11. Shen Shui exclaimed in surprise, impossible. Brother Chu Yuan, have you really mastered the 7-star sword to the third level? Chu Yuan nodded, exactly. Several people entered the boxing room, and Chu Yuan used the first 3 moves in front of Shen Shui, which indeed surprised Shen Shui greatly. He seemed to have thought of something and snapped at Shen Liking, how could you teach your family's swordsmanship to an outsider? Grandpa, I'm sorry. Shen Liking felt a little wronged. She originally thought that even if she taught it to Chu Yuan, he definitely wouldn't be able to learn it. But I never expected it to turn out like this. Shen Shui then turned to Chu Yuan and said, young man, since you have a talent for martial arts, why are you doing it secretly? I suppose you and my granddaughter must have grown up together. If you want to learn the 7-star sword, you could have become my disciple when you were around 5 years old. Shen Shui did not expect that this was Chu Yuan's first time here. He subconsciously assumed that his granddaughter had secretly taught Chu Yuan the 7-star sword technique since she was a child. However, to have mastered the third move at such a young age already makes him a martial arts prodigy, 1 in a million. Upon hearing this, Shen Liking felt even more ashamed. Chu Yuan laughed and said, Grandpa Shen, you've misunderstood. Your granddaughter and I haven't known each other since we were little. In fact, we only met today. But you. Chu Yuan said solemnly, I heard that you are a master of traditional martial arts, so I came here out of admiration. Your granddaughter gave me some guidance, and I didn't expect that I was so good. I learned those moves at a glance. I hope you don't mind. Ah! Shen Shui was shocked. He knew how difficult it was to master the 7-star sword. You'll understand after watching it once. Chu Yuan nodded, Shen Shui immediately asked, then why didn't you continue practicing? It's because Miss Shen Liking didn't continue showing me. Foolish. As if he had just thought of something, Shen Shui immediately went back to his room and took out another copy of the manual. In this day and age, it was really too easy to make a copy of the manual. Come on. Try continuing the practice. Let's see how many moves you can master. Chu Yuan nodded and immediately began to look at the little figure on the manual. The fourth move is called, Spring Returns. The fifth move is called, Ultimate Killing Intent. Chu Yuan first spent 5 minutes meditating, then opened his eyes. Shen Shui quickly asked, how was it? Was this fourth move extremely difficult? Chu Yuan shook his head, I've already learned the fourth and fifth moves. No way. Chu Yuan didn't speak, but instead used his fourth move, Spring Return, which was incredibly powerful. This move was like a counter-attack sword, taking advantage of the enemy's inattention to suddenly strike back. This fifth move, Ultimate Killing Intent, is not a sword technique, but rather something akin to enlightenment. Therefore, Chu Yuan did not provide a demonstration. What is this ultimate killing intent? Shen Shui clapped his hands repeatedly, genius, truly a genius. It seems you are the destined one for the 7-star sword technique. I never expected this. I've been searching my whole life, and I've finally found it today. Ultimate killing intent is not a sword technique, but something that can only be improved through killing. You can never comprehend it in your entire life, because to comprehend it you must kill. As he finished speaking, a tear rolled down Shen Shui's cheek, his eyes filled with resentment. Times have changed. If I had been born in ancient times, perhaps I could have tried the sixth move, one sword to annihilate all things. Chu Yuan said calmly, Grandpa Shen, if you need to kill to improve your skills, why don't you go after animals? It's no use. I went to a slaughterhouse when I was young. Killing animals doesn't improve your skills. When I approached Gao Yun before, it was just a gamble. But I didn't expect your talent to be even greater. How much you can learn depends on your fate. If you are willing to learn, how about calling me master? Chu Yuan was naturally very willing and immediately became his disciple, saying, Master, please accept my bow. He glanced at Shen Liking, whose face was already as red as an apple. Shen Shui quickly helped Chu Yuan up, all right. From now on, you must treat my granddaughter Lei Qing like your own sister. Your talent is higher than hers, and you will need to guide Lei Qing as she grows up. Chu Yuan said it was good, but he certainly didn't take it to heart. What a joke, being a younger sister. Shen Liking will be Chu Yuan's wife sooner or later. Disciple, continue practicing the sixth move. Chu Yuan opened the manual again. Chu Yuan initially thought that learning the sixth and seventh moves would be very simple, but after half an hour, he still hadn't grasped the essence of the sixth move, one sword to settle all things. What's going on? Didn't I get the chance to comprehend the heart of slaughter? Shen Shui and Shen Liking did not disturb Chu Yuan, but simply watched him quietly from the side. Another hour has passed. It was already evening, and Chu Yuan couldn't waste any more time, so he immediately wrote down the secrets of the sixth and seventh moves. It's time to leave. We have to continue the simulation tomorrow, so I need to prepare properly tonight. Master, I have some things to attend to, but I'll come to see you tomorrow. After leaving his phone number, Chu Yuan returned home. Chu Yuan was unaware that Shen Lei felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the news of his departure. What's going on? Why is this sixth move so difficult? Although the fifth move, the ultimate killing intent, might be incredibly difficult for Shen Shui to execute, Chu Yuan understood that after the zombie outbreak, there would be countless hordes of zombies to deal with. It will definitely be easier to understand then. However, he had no way to deal with the sixth and seventh moves. Or perhaps he hadn't considered that there were things the system couldn't handle. Chu Yuan hadn't considered that this secret manual shouldn't have appeared in this small city in the first place. At 10 p.m., Chu Yuan had already begun arranging the simulator's progress for tomorrow. He had already figured it out during the day. If you change your post-disaster thoughts before going to sleep the night before, the simulator will also make a series of modifications. Chu Yuan immediately figured out everything he needed to do next. First, go directly to the Shen family. Second, never join forces with any organization. Third, if you see a metal-clad zombie, just walk away. Fourth, find Leal the white cat. Fifth, go out and fight every day to improve your strength. After these simulations, Chu Yuan had a general understanding of the strength of the tin-skin zombie, and realized that his current talent was insufficient to kill it. If that's the case, why go and die? Chu Yuan isn't a masochist. The white cat Leal has a big secret, so we definitely have to find it. But Chu Yuan isn't worried about that, since Leal appeared on its own in the last simulator. Going to the Shen family was partly to keep Shen Shui there, since he had already mastered the 7-star sword technique to the 5th move, making him a formidable fighter. Having thought all this through, Chu Yuan went to sleep. When I woke up, it was already noon the next day. Emulator start time has expired, do you want to start? Chu Yuan said solemnly, activate. Emulator is now running. Chapter 12. Currently available talents, Heart of Slaughter, Mind's Voice, One Glance, Master of Leap, Danger Sense, Immunity to Fatigue. Chu Yuan immediately selected several talents. Heart of Slaughter, Gold, your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner Voice, Purple, you will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Identify the real from the fake, Blue, you will gain the ability to distinguish the authenticity of any item, you never know when this might come in handy. Jumping Master, White, your jumping ability has greatly improved, perhaps you could be a kangaroo. Sense Danger, Purple, you will be able to sense approaching danger, greatly increasing your chances of survival. Immune Fatigue, Blue, you no longer feel tired, even without sleeping. Day 1, you stay at the Shen family's house and tell them about the impending zombie outbreak, but they don't believe you. The zombies do break out, but luckily you locked the door beforehand. However, Shen Liking's grandfather, Shen Shui, becomes a mutated zombie due to his advanced age and weakened immunity. Fortunately, you are stronger than him and manage to kill the zombie Shen Shui. Chu Yuan was stunned. He really hadn't expected this outcome. He had just found a mentor, but the mentor was about to give him away for free. The next day, because you killed Shen Liking's grandfather, she's ignoring you, so you decide to let her calm down for a few days. Day 3, Shen Ping returns home, and you notice he looks extremely pained. He tells you he met a man named Long Xingtian. You seem thoughtful. That night, you hear sobbing coming from Shen Ping's room. Day 4, you continue to train your strength and leave the Shen family to kill zombies. The ordinary zombies are quickly eliminated by you. Day 5, you feel that while continuously killing zombies, your perception of the ultimate killing intent has become stronger, and you are very happy. Day 6, Shen Liking has accepted the fact that her grandfather was killed and tells you that she doesn't blame you. Day 7, a white cat suddenly appears. You name him Leal, and you start feeding Leal zombie meat. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, it seems I have quite a connection with this white cat, Leal. Day 8, you continue to go out and kill zombies, while feeling a strange sensation all over your body, as if you are about to break through. The next few days were spent hunting zombies. Day 30, through continuous killing, you're starting to feel like you're just one step away from mastering the 6th move, one sword to annihilate all things. You believe that if you give yourself more time, you'll definitely be able to break through. Day 31, the army discovers your presence and invites you to leave with them, but you refuse. You plan to travel alone with Shen Liking and the others. At this moment, you sense that Shen Liking seems to have something to say to you. Day 32, Shen Liking found you early this morning and told you that her body had been undergoing a strange change since the day the zombie outbreak began, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. You told her not to worry. Day 33, you prepare to leave alone to train at a hospital, but Shen Ping, upon hearing that you are going there, immediately offers to go with you. On the way, he tells you he wants to kill Long Xingtian himself, and painfully recounts what happened between him and Long Xingtian. You feel sorry for him. Along the way, you encounter a horde of zombies. Day 34, due to a change in circumstances, you arrived at the hospital where Long Xingtian was a day late. You originally said you would help Shen Ping avenge himself, but Shen Ping insisted on going in person, and you agreed. You arranged for Shen Ping to wait for you in the room after he had taken his revenge. However, when you returned 3 hours later, you found Shen Ping being violated by Long Xingtian inside the glass room. This time, he was violated for a full 3 hours. You killed Long Xingtian and rescued Shen Ping, but he went insane after you got home. Day 35, you feel that Shen Ping has suffered at least 2 blows, and he has become mentally unstable. Shen Liking is very worried about her younger brother, but she also knows that he cannot fully recover. You will continue to go out and gain experience. Day 36, after a day of training, your abilities have greatly improved. However, you are surprised to find that the Shen family's gate has been breached, and zombies are roaming inside. You immediately rush in to clear out the zombie horde. Seeing Shen Ping turned into a zombie, you assume that Shen Liking is dead and are extremely distressed. However, you soon discover that she escaped by hiding in the underground storage room. Seeing your bravery, Shen Liking wants to be your girlfriend, and the two spend an indescribable night together. 10,000 words omitted here. Day 37, continue practicing martial arts. At this moment, only you and Shen Liking survive in the Shen family, along with the white cat Liel. Day 38, you have a feeling of unease, the zombie dog outside has been barking for days. Day 39, the kitten Liel keeps scratching at the door, seemingly wanting to leave the Shen family. You try to stop it, but you feel uneasy, and that unease intensifies. You feel that something must be wrong. Day 40, a leaping zombie broke into the yard. You easily killed it. Just as Liel was about to eat the zombie meat, your eye-catching ability activated, and you were shocked to discover that the zombie was covered in deadly poison. You threw the corpse out. That night, while sleeping, you heard the hissing of rats coming from the sewers. Day 41, at 2 a.m., Shen Liking's scream woke you up. You discovered a swarm of zombie rats crawling out of the bathroom drain, their flesh and bones reduced to skeletons. You immediately attacked the zombie rats, and in the process, you successfully mastered the 6th move, one sword to annihilate all things, temporarily gaining safety. However, you became careless and immediately blocked the drain. Day 42, you sense danger and are shocked to find that the birds in the sky have begun to mutate. Those damned rats have reappeared, and you feel that many animals in the world have turned into zombies, except for the white cat Liel, who is happily eating small rats one after another. You leave this place with Shen Liking because those animals have taken over the Shen family home. Day 43, you escape with Shen Liking and Liel, deciding to return to the presidential suite hotel you rented earlier, as it has more supplies. On the way, you encounter a man with 3 eyes who demands that you hand over Shen Liking. This is the first time you've encountered a mutant who has successfully awakened their abilities. You refuse, and an attack ensues. Fortunately, his awakening is not complete, and you successfully kill him. It seems that these 40 days are a turning point. Animals are turning into zombies. Shen Liking should also be a mutant. Why hasn't she awakened yet? Looking at the panel, Chu Yuan fell into deep thought. Chapter 13. Day 44, you encountered 3 waves of zombie attacks, including a speed-type mutated zombie. You sensed it was stronger than the zombies you had encountered before, and you realized that zombies could level up, as this speed-type zombie was far more powerful than those you had faced previously. That night, you arrived at the Presidential Hotel and relaxed with Shen Liking. Day 45, standing on the top floor of the hotel, a dense horde of zombies came into view. Tens of thousands of them, like black sesame seeds, roamed the streets. Shen Liking held you helplessly. Day 46, Liel keeps scratching at the door, wanting to go out. You prepare some zombie meat for it to eat, but it's too lazy to continue. So you leave alone to try feeding it the meat of a mutated zombie. It eats it contentedly, and you notice that its fur is softer and its eyes are more determined. You feel that it can continue to grow stronger. Day 47, a pair of survivors somehow discovered that you and Shen Liking were staying here. You had already sensed danger, but Shen Liking softened when she saw the other party begging you to open the door and opened it. Unexpectedly, several people outside pointed guns at your heads and were about to kill you, but you immediately swung your sword and killed them. Before the others could react, you killed them as well. Day 48, a mutated, metal-clad zombie appears, emitting a piercing metallic sound. It quickly attracts many other zombies to attack you, and you immediately begin fighting them, growing stronger with each battle. Seeing this scene on the panel, Chu Yuan felt helpless, as it seemed there was no way to escape this mutated zombie. Day 49, as you continue to kill zombies, your understanding of the 6th move becomes even stronger. You manage to attack a tin-skinned zombie during a gap in the zombie horde, only to be instantly killed by that mutated zombie. This simulation is now complete. You can retain one talent and integrate it into the real world. The simulation has entered its cooldown period. This simulation lasts for 49 days, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. No need for curing. Chu Yuan didn't care about any of those skills. What mattered most to him right now was that tin-skinned zombie, which was like an unkillable cockroach. It's more like an elite monster. In his previous life, Chu Yuan's favorite games were relaxing and casual Souls-like games, such as the Dark Souls series, Sekiro, Nioh, Salt, and Sanctuary. It's all very relaxing and casual, but there are many elite monsters inside, and this iron-skinned zombie is just like those elite monsters. Chu Yuan thought to himself, I think I'm thinking wrong. I should treat this like a Souls-like game. That metal zombie is the elite monster. Right now, I shouldn't be thinking about escaping that zombie, but about getting through this level first. With this in mind, Chu Yuan was no longer so resistant to the zombie, but was thinking about how to defeat it. Just as he was about to continue waiting for the simulation, his phone rang. He saw that it was Shen Liking's grandfather, Shen Shui, calling. Chu Yuan said calmly, Master. Is there something you need from me? Shen Shui laughed and said, My good disciple, I have something good to tell you. Are you free now? I'll send you an address and you can come over. Chu Yuan initially wanted to refuse, since they were currently in a simulation, but Shen Shui was, after all, his mentor, so maybe there really was something good coming up. I'm coming right away. He soon arrived at a hotel following the address given by Shen Shui. Shen Shui was having a meal on the top floor. Sitting in front of him was a man in his 50s named Zhang Zeifei. Shen Shui came here this time to introduce Chu Yuan to him. He knew that Zhang Zeifei had a good boxing manual, so he wanted to show it to Chu Yuan. Of course, he wouldn't openly tell Zhang Zeifei his inner thoughts, because the other party might not agree if he did, so he was rather reserved. He invited Zhang Zeifei here, saying he wanted to let their 2 disciples spar, and then find an opportunity to see if Chu Yuan could learn anything. Shen Liking had told him yesterday that Chu Yuan could learn those martial arts techniques just by watching someone demonstrate them once. Brother Zhang, I've always admired your family's Hung Kun style. When our disciples arrive, let's have the younger generation have a match. Zhang Zeifei had already inquired and knew that Shen Shui no longer had any disciples, so he mocked, I remember you didn't have any disciples anymore? Are you trying to find your granddaughter? Then I advise you not to waste your energy. Your granddaughter is no match for my disciple. Won't we just find out by fighting a match then? As Chu Yuan walked towards the elevator to go upstairs, a dark-skinned man approached. He was wearing a straw hat, a white t-shirt, and yellow shorts. As he walked in, the man in the straw hat glanced at Chu Yuan, his eyes filled with disdain. TCH. Does anyone think they can just come here? Chu Yuan's gaze fell on the pair of shoes on his feet, worth over 10,000 yuan. Adding to that disdainful look and those words, as Chu Yuan stepped into the elevator, he laughed and said, some people really like to show off. There were only 2 people in the elevator, so the man in the straw hat immediately knew he was being addressed and angrily retorted, what are you saying, kid? I said someone's showing off. Looking for a beating? Ever heard of Hung Kun? I'm Zhang Lian, Zhang Zeifei's disciple. Looks like I'll teach you a lesson, you little brat, you don't know your place. Zhang Lian threw a punch, and the moment the wind swept past, Chu Yuan was startled, hey! This fist technique actually has some merits. Chu Yuan immediately dodged the punch, then kicked Zhang Lian hard in the lower body. He didn't want to kick that spot either, but Zhang Lian spread her legs wide, so where else could he kick if not there? Zhang Lian's expression changed drastically. He suddenly squatted down, clutching his genitals and wailing, my genitals. You're so despicable. You're too weak. Chu Yuan ignored Zhang Lian and went to Shen Shui instead, saying, Master. Zhang Zeifei sized up Chu Yuan and laughed, I didn't expect you old geezer to find such a handsome disciple. What a pity. Handsome but useless. Why hasn't Zhang Lian arrived yet? Chu Yuan smiled after hearing Zhang Zeifei's words, realizing that Zhang Lian probably wouldn't be able to arrive within 10 minutes. Master Kai immediately told Chu Yuan his intentions, and Chu Yuan did not refuse. However, he wanted to see Zhang Zeifei personally demonstrate the Hung Kun style. A dozen minutes later, Zhang Lian had recovered and arrived. When he saw Chu Yuan, he immediately became agitated. It's you. Chu Yuan laughed and said, what, can't I be here? Shen Shui looked at the two of them with suspicion. What, you know each other? Zhang Lian angrily said, Master, this guy just hit me in the elevator, you must stand up for me. Chapter 14. What? How did he hit you? Zhang Zeifei's first reaction wasn't to avenge Zhang Lian, but rather to feel that his old face had been swollen from Shen Shui's beating. Doesn't this mean that his own apprentice is no match for Shen Shui's apprentice? Indirectly speaking, I'm not even as good as Shen Shui. What martial artist could tolerate all this? However, Shen Shui was very pleased with himself. He thought to himself, you've been fighting me for decades, and now my apprentice is even stronger than your disciple. Let's see what you have to say now. Of course, Shen Shui's words changed completely as he spoke, oh dear. Young people become friends through conflict. It seems you still need to properly instruct your disciple. Humph. Zhang Zeifei frowned slightly, already quite dissatisfied. He pointed at Zhang Lian and angrily said, you little piece of trash, you can't even handle one of Shen Shui's disciples. It must have been because the space was too small just now, Master. If I were to fight this guy again, I definitely wouldn't lose. Shen Shui looked at Chu Yuan, disciple, it seems someone is not convinced. Why don't you teach them a lesson again? Chu Yuan nodded, since it's a friendly spar, let's get started. At this moment, Chu Yuan just wanted to end all of this as soon as possible and go home to continue simulating the next part of the story. Start! With a loud shout of dissatisfaction from Zhang Zeifei, Zhang Lian threw a punch at Chu Yuan, the punch carrying a strong force. Chu Yuan was startled. After all, this guy didn't seem to be very smart. Chu Yuan struck Zhang Lian's elbow with a palm strike, causing the opponent to instantly release his grip on the fist, and then kicked him away. He said coldly, "What, you can't even clench your fist? You?" Zhang Zeifei helped Zhang Lian up and angrily said to Shen Shui, "What kind of disciple did you train? He has no martial ethics at all. That's how young people are." Shen Shui chuckled. "Forget it, it's a waste of my time." Chu Yuan turned to leave without even glancing at the master and disciple. "Master, I have some urgent business to attend to. The competition is over now, that guy was no match for me. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Shen Shui was in a great mood, "Go. Etc. You've bullied my disciple, and now you want to leave." Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Otherwise what? Are you going to stand up for your apprentice if he's incompetent?" "That's right." Chu Yuan said coldly, "How shameless. Precious time shouldn't be wasted here," so Chu Yuan immediately took the elevator and left. Seeing that Chu Yuan was being so disrespectful to him, Zhang Zeifei immediately chased after him. "Stop!" Chu Yuan ignored him completely, not taking the guy seriously at all. "Go downstairs." A white cat wandered into Chu Yuan's line of sight across the street, but Chu Yuan didn't pay any attention to it at first. But when he glanced at the white cat, he noticed a small tuft of black fur on the top of its head. This? Chu Yuan felt somewhat incredulous. This was exactly like Liel, the white cat in the simulator. Could this white cat be Liel? Actually, this possibility is very high. Judging from its appearance, it weighs about 10 pounds. It has very wise eyes, and the white cat is carrying a palm-sized fish in its mouth. The white cat looked up at Chu Yuan, as if it recognized him, and ran over to hide behind him. Just then, a fishmonger caught up, shouting, "You damn cat, give me back my fish!" Chu Yuan raised his hand. "Wait!" The fishmonger looked Chu Yuan up and down. "Is this cat yours?" Chu Yuan asked, "What's wrong with him? This cat has been coming to my fish stand every day to steal fish. If it's not yours, I'm going to kill it. I paid for him." "How much?" Chu Yuan immediately took out 300 yuan bills, saying, "Consider this money as payment for the fish it ate here." Upon seeing the money, the fishmonger's eyes lit up, but he immediately shook his head. "No way! This cat has been coming to my place a lot lately, and it's already eaten at least 500 yuan worth of fish. How can 300 yuan be enough? You really are a greedy person." But Chu Yuan didn't argue with this guy. Anyway, he didn't need the money to do anything right now, as the zombie outbreak was just around the corner. Most of these people will die in the gaping maws of zombies. The butcher took the money and left immediately. At this moment, Chu Yuan looked at the white cat. It didn't seem afraid. Chu Yuan squatted down and stroked its little head. The kitten purred happily. "If you're willing, how about coming with me?" The white cat actually nodded. Chu Yuan smiled and said, "In that case, I'll give you a name. I'll call you Liel." Liel seemed to really like the name, and excitedly circled around Chu Yuan. Zhang Zeifei had already arrived downstairs and, upon seeing Chu Yuan, immediately roared, "Kid, if you've got the guts, fight me." Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Since you've come all this way? Fine, then let's finish this quickly." Zhang Zeifei was very displeased to hear Chu Yuan speak to him in that tone. "I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of your master about what it means to respect your elders." He charged towards Chu Yuan in a flash, and struck Chu Yuan with a powerful palm strike, as swift as a strong blade of grass. Boom! Chu Yuan frowned deeply, such a powerful punch. Good to know. Zhang Zefei did not stop his attack, but instead used his most powerful moves on Chu Yuan one after another. Chu Yuan observed this and seemed to have some kind of realization. So that's how it is. This Hung Kun style is indeed quite good. Chu Yuan himself felt that it had many commendable aspects. As Chu Yuan retreated, he memorized the moves of Hung Kun. Throughout the entire process, all of Zhang Zefei's attacks missed their mark. Kid, if you've got guts, don't try to hide. Chu Yuan stopped in his tracks. The two of them had unknowingly walked deep into the alley, where there was a wall behind them. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? The white cat Liel followed, and suddenly bit Zhang Zefei's leg before running away. Zhang Zefei's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly roared, "You dead cat!" Chu Yuan laughed and said, "Your Hung Kun style is good, but it's mine now." Hey? What do you mean? Chu Yuan smiled without saying a word, and immediately threw a punch, which was the Hung Gar style used by Zhang Zefei, but it was more powerful than the latter. This punch sent Zhang Zefei flying several meters away, where he fell to the ground in a spread eagle position. Chu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. All right, there's no need for us to compete. You're the elder after all, and since Liel bit you, you should hurry up and get a rabies shot. At that very moment, a scene that utterly horrified Chu Yuan suddenly unfolded. Zhang Zefei, who had fallen to the ground, began to shake violently all over his body as if he were having a seizure. His limbs flailing in agony, while a constant roaring sound came from his throat. Senior! Chu Yuan was shocked. What's wrong, Senior? Oh my god, could my jinx have come true? Rabies? But rabies can't develop this quickly. The next moment, Zhang Zefei leaped up from the ground, roaring, his face covered with bulging black veins, and spitting out blood. The black pupils turned white in the next moment. Chu Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Impossible! The zombie outbreak couldn't have happened today. Chapter 15. Zhang Zefei, now a zombie, roared and charged at Chu Yuan. Roar! Damn it, could it be that Liel bit him and that's why he turned into a zombie? Chu Yuan looked at the spot where Zhang Zefei had been bitten by Liel, and noticed that the wound had already scabbed over. The scab was slightly raised, and there seemed to be a bug about the size of a cockroach jumping around inside. What is that? An insect? Seeing the zombies charging towards him, Chu Yuan frowned, took a few steps back, picked up a steel pipe from the ground, and slammed it hard against Zhang Zefei, who had turned into a zombie. This was their first battle, but with the power of killing intent in his heart, Chu Yuan didn't feel much of a burden. A muffled thud. Zhang Zefei, now a zombie, paused for a moment, but Chu Yuan seized the opportunity and struck again with his staff. Regardless of what happens next, Chu Yuan will never let this zombie escape. If it infects others, controlling it will be even more difficult. Die. Fortunately, he wasn't a mutated zombie. In the simulator, someone like Zhang Zefei is just a regular low-level zombie. With the third swing of his staff, he smashed Zhang Zefei's head, and the headless corpse fell straight down. Oh no! This is the last thing I want to see. If I'm locked up in prison when the zombies come, then, oh dear! Chu Yuan could only hope that no one else saw it. He covered Zhang Zefei's body with a large cardboard box next to him and was about to deal with the shattered brain matter when he turned his head and saw Liel enjoying a brain feast. Sigh. Chu Yuan felt helpless and could only let Liel continue eating. In the end, all that was left was a small piece of the head. Speaking of this, Chu Yuan also felt a little guilty. After all, it was because Liel bit him that Zhang Zefei turned into a zombie. He remembered that there seemed to be a jumping insect inside the wound. He removed the cardboard box, and the thing under his skin was still struggling, as if trying to get away. Chu Yuan quickly used the small barbs on the steel pipe to cut a gash in the wound. When the wound was cut open, something resembling a cockroach crawled out. The reason it is described as similar is, it's because, compared to a cockroach, that thing has 2 pairs of antennae. Moreover, its body resembles a 1 yuan coin. Just as Chu Yuan was about to stomp it to death, the strange insect actually burrowed into the cement ground and disappeared completely right under his nose. How is that possible? Chu Yuan was still worried because he hadn't managed to kill the strange insect, but there was really nothing he could do about it right now. Liel walked over, looked up, and meowed at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan rubbed the kitten's head and said with a serious expression, I don't know if bringing you along was the right thing to do or the wrong thing. Don't bite anyone. If you bite someone, that person will turn into a zombie. What if you bite Shen liking too? Wouldn't I be all alone? Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, the kitten seemed to be protesting incessantly, as if it was saying that it wasn't the one who caused Zhang Zeifei to turn into a zombie. However, it wasn't Liel who did it. The bug was attached to Zhang Zeifei's leg, and when Liel saw it, she couldn't help but run to bite it. Unfortunately, Chu Yuan doesn't understand cat language, so naturally she doesn't know these things. After covering the body again, Chu Yuan quickly left. He figured that if Shen Shui and Zhang Lian questioned him later, he could just insist that he knew nothing. Half an hour later, police officers set up a cordon around the area. This area is off limits. No unauthorized personnel allowed near. The alley was crowded with onlookers, but they were kept inside the cordon and couldn't enter. A hot female police officer walked over. She looked to be in her early 20s and was extremely beautiful and sexy. Tang Xianyu, the most beautiful policewoman in the city. Have the deceased's identities been confirmed? Not yet. The officer who had spoken said to Tang Qianyu seriously, Captain Tang, we found some human head tissue in the corner, but there are signs that it has been eaten by wild animals. The forensic examination of the bloody steel pipe we saw earlier determined that the deceased was killed by being blown in the head by the steel pipe, and then the head was eaten by an animal. Tang Qianyu quickly asked, have any clues been found on the nearby surveillance cameras? Surveillance isn't widespread here yet, so... Wait, what animal did the forensic doctor say? It looks like a cat. A cat? Tang Qianyu glared at the police officer. In such a short time, your cat could eat your whole head. Tang Xianyu approached the forensic doctor who was conducting the investigation. What's going on? The situation at the scene is not objective. The deceased's time of death was an hour ago, but after examination, it was found that he had limb movements at the time of death. Tang Xianyu asked suspiciously, what do you mean? The forensic doctor said softly, he's dead, but not completely dead. After his heart stopped beating, his body showed signs of spontaneous movement. The deceased also had a wound on his leg, which was found to be a cat bite. We found a reptile's foot tissue inside. The forensic doctor took out the evidence bag, and inside was a small animal foot. Perhaps women are naturally averse to these things. Tang Qianyu could not hide the disgust in her eyes. I find it hard to believe anything you're saying. You're saying a cat ate the dead man's head? The forensic doctor nodded. This is the result of the on-site investigation. Okay, let me know if there are any other results later. Tang Xianyu immediately called the Major Crimes Unit, saying, a heinous murder has occurred in the city today. Assemble the Major Crimes Unit to investigate. The perpetrator must be apprehended within a week. Tang Xianyu looked at the corpse on the ground, her gaze icy. No matter who it is, I will give you justice. No one can commit murder in this city and still get away with it. I, Tang Xianyu, stake my entire career on this guarantee that the case will be completely solved within a week. In this information age, Tang Xianyu was absolutely confident that she could catch the murderer within a week. As the most beautiful policewoman, Tang Qianyu's speed in solving cases is also outstanding. Her decisive and efficient personality led her to be promoted to the position of captain of the city's police station in just 3 years. In another place, Chu Yuan was unaware that he had been targeted by a woman. Instead, he focused all his attention on the simulation panel and said, "System, start the simulation." Liel, who was standing to the side, had been fitted with a pink Elizabethan collar by Chu Yuan. He was also afraid that Liel would suddenly bite him and turn him into a zombie. Emulator is now running. Currently available talents: Heart of Slaughter, Voice of the Heart, Beast Language, Riding Skill, Swimming Champion, Breath Stillness. A dazzling golden light flashed across the screen, and another brand new golden talent appeared. Beast Language, Golden, gain the ability to communicate with animals, and this ability can be continuously improved. The specific methods of improvement need to be researched by the host. Chapter 16. When Chu Yuan saw the golden talent Beast Language, his eyes lit up. Can understand animal speech? That's amazing! Chu Yuan was overjoyed. After choosing this talent, Liel, who had been meowing all the time, suddenly started speaking human language. It seemed like a protest. "You misunderstood me. That man with poor martial arts skills wasn't infected by me. I found a worm inside his body and wanted to catch it and eat it." Lele's voice sounded like that of a young boy in his teens. While Chu Yuan was still marveling at the cat speaking human language, a faint voice came from beneath his feet, "Giant, please move your foot, don't step on me to death. My uncles, aunts, and other relatives were all stepped on and killed by you yesterday." Chu Yuan quickly looked down and saw an ant walking under his feet. "I can really understand what animals are saying now." Liel stared at Chu Yuan like an idiot, looking as if she had never seen the world before. After taking a moment to process it all, Chu Yuan said to Liel, "You mean, you found that strange worm and wanted to eat it?" Liel nodded, "Yes, but for some reason, that human turned into a monster." Chu Yuan seemed to be deep in thought, but this actually relieved him of any burden, since Zhang Zefei hadn't died at Lele's hands. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Xianyu was conducting interviews near the crime scene. Suddenly a phone call came in. "Captain, something terrible has happened. One of our team members, Chen Qiang, has suddenly gone mad." Tang Xianyu asked doubtfully, "Gone mad? Come and take a look quickly." Tang Xianyu quickly arrived at the cordon of the place where Zhang Zefei died. When she entered the alley, she saw a man lying on the ground convulsing, with blood streaming from his heels. Two police officers were supporting the back of Chen Qiang's head. Insect. Tang Xianyu noticed a cockroach-like insect burrowing into the police officer's flesh, with its rear half sticking out. "Is that a cockroach?" Tang Xianyu wondered. "Did you call 120? They're already on their way here, they should be here soon." Tang Xianyu asked in a deep voice, "What's that cockroach-like worm? Pull it out quickly." Before, none of the others had noticed, but after Tang Xianyu reminded them, a police officer reached out to pull them. But as soon as he touched it, the insect successfully burrowed into Chen Qiang's skin. Chen Qiang's body stopped convulsing. A police officer checked his breathing and found that Chen Qiang was already dead. "Captain! Chen Qiang is dead." "What?" Tang Xianyu was utterly horrified. A perfectly healthy person had died so inexplicably right in front of her. "Put his body down and wait for the forensic doctor to arrive." Just as the two were about to put him down, Chen Qiang, who had just died, suddenly opened his eyes and launched an attack, grabbing one of the men. He forcefully pressed down on the man's neck and bit down on the unfortunate man's neck. Then it ripped off a large chunk of flesh. "Ah!" The bitten man desperately tried to cover the crazed man's face, but to no avail. Everyone thought this guy had gone mad. As he bit off a piece of flesh, Chen Qiang tore at it again, this time pinning the man beneath him. Seeing this bizarre scene, Tang Xianyu pulled out a gun, pointed it at Chen Qiang's head, and shouted, "Chen Qiang, let him go." In just over 10 seconds, blood splattered from the bite. Without further hesitation, Tang Yunyu pulled the trigger on Chen Qiang and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Bang bang bang! Just as Tang Yunyu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Chen Qiang, who had not died, turned around and looked at Tang Yunyu. Those eyes were covered in white. Blood gushed from his mouth, and a large piece of skin tissue could be seen remaining on his teeth. The colleague who was attacked by Chen Qiang has died. Damn it, what's going on? Can't we kill him? Tang Yunyu narrowed her eyes and said sharply, shoot him all at once. Without further hesitation, the other colleagues opened fire on Chen Qiang. Every bullet hit Chen Qiang precisely. But Chen Qiang seemed unfazed by the pain, slowly walking towards them with a twisting motion. One of the men immediately said, Captain, something's not right. This is just like in those horror movies I've seen, like The Walking Dead and Out of the World. Isn't this the same situation? Could it be that Chen Qiang has already turned into a zombie? Tang Xianyu was startled. But this isn't a movie or a novel, how could this be? Captain, if it's really like in the movie, smash his skull. A police officer took out a baton. After all, he was a soldier and his physical fitness was extremely good. With one blow, he smashed Chen Qiang's head, which had turned into a zombie, in 2. At that moment, the headless corpse fell straight down. The police officer who had just been bitten stood up, and the man with the baton smashed the zombie's head open again. Tang Xianyu looked at him and asked, what's your name? At first glance, the man is 1.9 meters tall, with a rugged appearance and resolute eyes, giving the impression that he disregards life and death. The man said seriously, Liu Ming, I used to be a special forces soldier. I carried out hundreds of dangerous missions in the northern battlefield. I was discharged not long ago. No wonder I've never seen you before. Tang Yunyu felt her face burning. Who wouldn't like such an outstanding man? Liu Ming said softly, Captain, the danger here is over, let's go. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Ah. Okay. Tang Xianyu smiled. But deep down she thought, I could never find a better man than Liu Ming in my entire life, even if I searched with a lantern. She never imagined that he would actually be the ace special forces soldier on the northern battlefield. Instantly, the gloom from before was swept away. But before that, Tang Xianyu still had to do her job well. Back to Chu Yuan's side. The simulator did not start immediately, the system issued a cold, impersonal instruction. This simulation is more difficult. The host can complete it by choosing side quests. Choosing side quests will take the host back to the era of the first zombie outbreak 1,000 years ago. Note, all memories are generated through simulation. The host's consciousness merely returns to the past, so dying within this world will not result in actual death. To return to reality, one can simply commit suicide. Note, side quests are designed to help the host better prepare for impending disaster and will provide some rewards, but the rewards won't be very good. After the system finished explaining everything, a stone materialized from the panel and appeared in front of Chu Yuan. The panel describes this stone as a memory stone. It is very easy to use, hold the memory stone for 10 seconds to enter the memory stone scene. Chu Yuan ignored him and started the simulation first. Day 1, you are imprisoned by Tang Xianyu. A zombie outbreak occurs, and you die. Finally, the outcome that Chu Yuan least wanted to see has arrived. Disaster broke out in the prison. However, Chu Yuan was somewhat puzzled, who is this Tang Yunyu? Chapter 17. Chu Yuan didn't pay much attention. After solidifying the beast language talent, he was about to continue simulating when the system gave him another prompt. Note, it is recommended that the host choose to travel to the era of the memory stone to complete the side quests, otherwise, the beast language talent cannot be solidified. What does it matter to you whether I go or not? Chu Yuan complained. If you don't go, you won't be able to solidify this talent. The current solidification is temporary, it won't be able to be inherited after today. Note, All currently equipped talents can be used within the memory stone. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yuan agreed, but then asked, when you say the zombie outbreak 1,000 years ago, do you mean that a zombie disaster occurred in this world in ancient times? Yes, but everything happened 1,000 years ago. What you see then will be a scene from 1,000 years ago. Entering the memory stone will randomly assign you an identity. You can return to the real world by completing the task or committing suicide. Alright. Chu Yuan grasped the memory stone that had solidified in front of him, and 10 seconds later, a beam of white light enveloped it. When Chu Yuan woke up, he found himself standing naked in front of a sandalwood bed. He immediately looked around, as if he were in an ancient costume drama. On the bed in front of them, a woman in her 20s covered her body with the blanket and sobbed incessantly, "Zhou, you beast!" Chu Yuan frowned slightly. The system said I would randomly receive an identity. Could it be that in this memory stone, my identity is a flower thief? He looked around at everything and found it hard to believe that he was inside the memory stone. Everything seemed so real. The system's cold voice rang out in his mind once again. A zombie apocalypse will occur in 5 hours. Your mission is to kill a Tier 1 mutated zombie during this process. Only members of the royal palace are allowed to hunt mutated zombies. Completing the mission will directly solidify your beast language talent. Successfully killing a Tier 1 mutated zombie will grant you a small reward. I accept. Well, Chu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to the woman. Although he hadn't seen what happened, his male intuition told him what had just occurred. Don't look at me like that, I didn't do it. Chu Yuan finished putting on her clothes. The woman's eyes were filled with resentment. You've done such a beastly thing, and you still dare to try and deny it? You heartless BD, I'm your cousin, how could you treat me like this? Chu Yuan shrugged. Perhaps a long time ago, this man named Zhou had already succeeded. What a beast! Chu Yuan ignored him and prepared to leave. He didn't have much time left, judging from the sun outside that it was morning. The zombie outbreak will begin in 5 hours. I don't have much time left. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as they were about to leave, a man in white entered with a sword. Upon seeing what was happening inside, he suddenly flew into a rage, shouting, "Zhou, you beast! Shenji is your cousin." The man drew his sword and slashed, but Chu Yuan kicked him away. Then he said coldly, I don't know how to explain it, but I didn't do any of this. He quickly left the room. In reality, Zhou must have died at the hands of that man in white. Walking down the street, Chu Yuan had a very unreal feeling. If the system hadn't told him, he would have thought he was acting in some kind of reality show. For ordinary people, entering the palace was already an extremely difficult task. Chu Yuan could only call out to a guard in armor on the roadside, "Friend, please wait." The guard stopped when he heard Chu Yuan's voice, glanced at Chu Yuan, and asked, "Do we know each other?" "Now that we know each other, don't we?" Chu Yuan said calmly, "I'd like to ask, if I want to work in the palace, is there any way to do that? Like, perhaps as a guard like you." The guard sized up Chu Yuan. "I don't need the guards anymore, but I do need a few dozen eunuchs. We're destined to meet, so how about I introduce you?" Chu Yuan asked, "What is a eunuch?" Because he spoke loudly, many people on the street looked at Chu Yuan with mocking smiles on their faces. The guard patted Chu Yuan on the shoulder heartily, "Don't worry about what eunuchs do. The only thing you need to remember is that you are going to work in the palace. How about I take you to become a eunuch?" "Okay. But why are the people on the street looking at me differently?" The guard said solemnly, "Being able to work in the palace is a great honor for your family. Those people are just envious of you." The guards led Chu Yuan to the outside of an old house, where a long line of people were waiting, each with an expression of utter grief. "Brother, you wait here. When it's your turn in line, just walk in." Once you become a eunuch, you can go into the palace to work. Chu Yuan said calmly, thank you. I'll be going now. Soon, people went in one after another, but Chu Yuan only saw people going in, not coming out. Although it felt strange, it didn't matter as long as I could get into the palace. Soon it was Chu Yuan's turn. Next, a voice came from inside the room. They're here. As Chu Yuan entered the house, he heard a wail. He had heard it outside earlier, but hadn't paid it any attention. In addition, there is a small path leading into the courtyard. A slightly effeminate man led Chu Yuan along the way. The reason why the man in front of her was called effeminate was because he walked with his legs tucked together. It was incredibly awkward to see a grown man wiggling his buttocks right in front of Chu Yuan. You stand here first. The effeminate man made Chu Yuan stop, and then two burly men came out of the house and tied Chu Yuan's hands with rope. Chu Yuan didn't think much of it, maybe that's just how it is when you apply for a job here. He was then pushed into the room, where the air was filled with the smell of blood and something resembling heather. Those who don't know what that smell is can look it up online. A lean old man dressed in white cloth held two curved short knives in his hands. It was held in its hand and scraped. The old man smiled kindly and said, "Come, lie down." Chu Yuan stood before the old man and asked, "May I ask what you intend to do? And what does eunuch mean?" The old man's expression changed. "You don't know what a eunuch is?" Chu Yuan shook his head, "I don't know. I just asked someone how to get a job in the palace, and he said I could become a eunuch." "That's right, eunuchs can also work in the palace," the old man chuckled. "It's just that your manhood is cut off, a eunuch is a eunuch." Holy crap! Chu Yuan would never do such a thing, he wasn't even married yet. Chu Yuan shouted, "Quick! Let me go! I won't be a eunuch." The old man suddenly grinned maliciously, "Better to castrate the wrong person than let one go. There's a severe shortage of eunuchs in the palace right now. You two hold him down, and I'll castrate him clean." Chapter 18. Two burly men immediately pinned Chu Yuan down. Chu Yuan said coldly, "I'll give you a chance. Release me now." "Hee, kid, don't worry, you won't feel anything for long. Many people start out like you, this is a process that everyone who wants to become a eunuch must go through." The old man laughed and said, "Yes, once you're castrated, you'll enjoy endless wealth and honor. Isn't that wonderful? Many people would kill for a spot." FKU. Chu Yuan kicked one of the burly men away, then used a nearby wood-chopping knife to cut the ropes binding him. The advantage instantly shifted back to Chu Yuan. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be such a good fighter. Get lost." Chu Yuan threw the knife without thinking, and it grazed the man's skull, scaring the burly man so much that his face turned ashen. Chu Yuan glared at the old man who was cutting off someone's genitals. "Old man, it seems you've done this kind of thing quite a few times before, since you just said better to castrate the wrong person than let one go." The old man quickly took a few steps back, saying in a panic, "No. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Chu Yuan sneered, "If I hadn't been able to resist just now, I don't think you would have told me it was a misunderstanding, would you?" In order to teach this old man a lesson, Chu Yuan, with the mentality of better to castrate the wrong person than let the wrong one go, castrated the old man and the two strong men. Another series of wails came from inside the cabin. When Chu Yuan pushed open the door, his hands were already covered in blood. He's not exactly a professional, after all. After cutting off those three guys' things, I didn't bother to stop their bleeding or anything else. Walking down the street, Chu Yuan felt incredibly depressed. Should I just barge in now? As luck would have it, Chu Yuan walked up to a notice and saw that a concubine was seeking veterinary treatment for her beloved dog. There were many notices, but Chu Yuan still felt that this one suited her best. He can understand animal language, so he can just go in and buy time. As for whether he can cure the disease himself, that's none of his business. Anyway, a zombie apocalypse is about to break out. Chu Yuan walked straight to the notice board and tore down the notice about the concubine treating her beloved dog. Several guards immediately stepped in front of him. Can you heal our princess's beloved dog? Chu Yuan smiled inwardly, of course. Let me make this clear first, more than a dozen veterinarians have already been killed. If you don't have the skills, I advise you not to go. Take me there. Seeing that Chu Yuan looked so confident, the guards led him into the palace and to a small garden courtyard. A guard went in to report. She quickly came out and said to Chu Yuan, "The Empress has ordered that you may enter." Chu Yuan followed the guard into the courtyard and saw a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm, squatting by the fence. A greyhound lay on the ground, whimpering incessantly, looking very distressed. The imperial concubine stood up, looked at Chu Yang, and asked, "Are you the veterinarian who tore down the imperial edict?" Chu Yuan nodded, "Exactly." The imperial concubine said coldly, "I'll give you 1 hour. If my beloved dog doesn't improve by then." Speaking of which, the imperial concubine's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. "Then die." Chu Yuan smiled helplessly, "I understand, Your Majesty, please rest assured." Chu Yuan squatted down in front of the greyhound, and at that moment he could hear very clearly that the dog was crying incessantly. "Why are you crying?" The greyhound seemed to understand Chu Yuan's words, and sobbed, "My childhood sweetheart and wife have been given away by the Empress to be another Empress's dog's wife. How can I not cry?" Chu Yuan was speechless for a moment, never expecting that Xiu Gogo's world also had so much love and hate. He gently stroked the greyhound's head. "Cooperate, and I'll help you find your wife. You'd better behave, or your master might kill me. If those people had found my wife sooner, I wouldn't be lovesick. Only you can understand what I'm saying." Goodness, they even understand lovesickness. Chu Yuan stood up, cupped his hands in greeting to the imperial concubine, and said, "Your Majesty, I have diagnosed the illness in your beloved dog." "Really?" The princess clearly didn't believe it. After all, in her view, Chu Yuan had only patted the greyhound's head. The imperial concubine said in a deep voice, "Then tell me, what's wrong with my beloved dog?" "He's not unwell anywhere, he's just lovesick," Chu Yuan said seriously. "Nonsense!" The imperial concubine turned to the guards and roared, "Drag him out and behead him." Chu Yuan smiled helplessly, "Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Let me ask you, did this dog have a wife that you gave away to another imperial concubine? It's because you gave his wife away that he's been listless all day, like he's sick." Chu Yuan's words seemed to have a wake-up call for her, and a few days ago she actually gave away her greyhound's childhood playmate. "That's right. However, the dog I gave away was its sister, not my wife." Chu Yuan nodded, "That's right. Your Majesty, you treat that dog as your beloved dog's sister, but to your beloved dog, they have already consummated their relationship. This is equivalent to separating the two dogs. As long as you bring back the dog that was given away, Your Majesty's beloved dog will be cured." Seeing the Empress's thoughtful expression, Chu Yuan added, "If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, go and bring that dog back now. I'll stay here and not go anywhere else." Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, the greyhound at his feet immediately stood up and wagged its tail happily. Seeing the state of her beloved dog, the imperial concubine was now somewhat skeptical. He immediately ordered a guard to retrieve the dog, and Chu Yuan waited there. Soon, a small black dog was brought back, and the greyhound immediately rushed over excitedly. The two dogs shared a sweet moment. The Empress was overjoyed to see the greyhound fully recovered and immediately ordered her servants, "Someone, I want to reward this divine physician handsomely." Chu Yuan stepped forward and said softly, "Your Majesty, there's no need. If you really want to bestow a reward, could you please have someone show me around the palace?" I'm unfamiliar with the world and would like to see what it's like here. The guard beside him shouted sternly, how dare you? The palace is not a place where you can just walk around at will. The imperial concubine suddenly said angrily, shut up. The divine physician is an honored guest. Why can't he leave? Take him for a walk. If you have any business, come to me. After saying that, the imperial concubine slowly said to Chu Yuan, in the palace, even the emperor dotes on me. You are the benefactor of my beloved dog. Let my guards take you for a walk. Thank you, your majesty. The guard had no choice but to comply, but as Chu Yuan went out, he overheard the conversation between the greyhound and the black dog. You haven't done anything to betray me these past few days, have you? That big yellow dog isn't exactly a good dog, you haven't cheated on me, have you? The black dog hurriedly explained, how could that be? I was your dog in life and I'll be your dead dog in death. I could never do anything to betray you. The greyhound nodded, that's good. Chu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He had seen plenty of these shady characters on the street, and only this greyhound was so honest and loyal that it believed such nonsense. Chapter 19. Chu Yuan no longer wanted to concern himself with the feuds between the Xiugogo people, he focused his attention on the palace. There was one thing that bothered him a lot, since the first zombie apocalypse had occurred 1,000 years ago, why did everything return to calm afterward? Chu Yuan remembered seeing that the city was surrounded by walls when he was on the street, so it's possible that all the zombies were trapped inside the city. This prevented the zombie apocalypse from spreading. It's been so long that even though it's recorded in historical books, no one believes it. The guard led Chu Yuan along the way, and seeing that Chu Yuan remained silent, he asked, where would you like to go? Chu Yuan said calmly, wherever you can take me, that's where I'll go. Although the guards were very resentful, they could not disobey the Empress's orders, so they could only continue wandering aimlessly with Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan discovered that apart from the occasional passing eunuchs and palace maids, and patrolling guards, there was indeed no one else in the palace. As expected, everything on TV is fake. Everyone looked lifeless, which is normal, how many people are happy at work? Moreover, this is within the imperial palace. Outside a mansion in the distance, a man in his 20s caught Chu Yuan's attention. He was neither dressed as a eunuch nor in the uniform of a guard. Chu Yuan immediately asked, who is he, and why can he come and go freely? The guard said coldly, he's the eldest prince. Are you a prince? Chu Yuan looked disdainful. A bunch of people who have been dead for thousands of years, why would I envy you? The eldest prince seemed to have something urgent and quickly ran inside. When Chu Yuan and the guards entered the mansion, the eldest prince reappeared. Clutching a list of medicinal herbs tightly in his hand, he looked extremely anxious, his gaze fixed on his feet. As he rushed out, he was about to turn a corner, and Chu Yuan was caught off guard, which resulted in the eldest prince colliding directly with Chu Yuan. However, Chu Yuan was only bumped. The eldest prince was knocked to the ground, clearly indicating that he was not as strong as Chu Yuan. The guard's expression changed drastically, and he immediately knelt down, pleading, Your Highness, please calm your anger. Chu Yuan didn't say anything, not cursing him for bumping into him was already a great favor to him. But the eldest prince didn't seem to care about any of this, and got up and ran out again. Chu Yuan noticed that the eldest prince's face was covered in sweat. Chu Yuan asked doubtfully, Has your eldest prince always been like this? The guard, still shaken, said, Kid, you really have no idea how lucky you are. Recently, the crown prince's concubine died, and he's become a bit crazy, talking all the time about resurrecting the dead. He's completely insane now. Let's hurry up and leave. Chu Yuan looked at the crown prince's retreating figure, who kept muttering, For you, what does it matter if I become a demon? Could you elaborate? There must be some reason for the zombie outbreak. Since the system sent me to the palace, Doesn't that mean the zombie outbreak is related to the palace? Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the eldest prince really resurrected his concubine's corpse, only that the resurrected concubine turned into a zombie? The guard nodded. It's not a secret in the palace. A month ago, our crown prince's only concubine suddenly fell ill and died. Our crown prince couldn't accept it. I heard that he found some hermit who prescribed some medicine for him. He said that if these medicines were properly prepared, his concubine could be resurrected. But this is definitely a scam by a charlatan. That's why our prince goes crazy every day and personally searches for materials. Chu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This eldest prince was also a devoted lover, but this devotion might cause a huge disaster. Certainly. It is still uncertain whether the zombie outbreak of this era is related to this prince. Chu Yuan no longer wanted to go any further. Instead, she decided to stay and check on the crown prince's condition. According to the stipulated time, there were less than 2 hours left before the zombie outbreak. We're staying here, let's not go anywhere else. The guard said sternly, didn't you say you wanted to look around? Chu Yuan nodded, but I was moved by the spirit of your eldest prince, so I'll stay here and take a look. Suit yourself. If it weren't for Her Majesty's orders, you would have been killed long ago. The two waited for an hour before the eldest prince reappeared, this time with many more things in his hands and a look of excitement on his face. Just as the eldest prince was about to go inside, Chu Yuan hesitated for a moment but still stepped forward and said in a low voice, Your Highness, may we go in and see your resurrection ceremony? I have heard of the secret methods of resurrecting the dead, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. The eldest prince stopped and turned to look at Chu Yuan. Who are you? The guards nearby immediately began to explain Chu Yuan's background. The eldest prince originally did not want outsiders to disturb him, but when he heard that Chu Yuan was a divine physician, he still invited Chu Yuan in. Since he is a miracle doctor, then let's take a look, but you can only watch from the sidelines and can't cause any trouble. Chu Yuan nodded. He felt extremely embarrassed. He could only understand what animals said, so what kind of miracle doctor was he? The eldest prince led Chu Yuan and his guards to the innermost room, where an ice coffin was placed, and a woman lay inside, her body already beginning to decompose slightly. It's summer now, and the fact that the crown prince could find so much ice really surprised Chu Yuan. However, since the other party is a member of the royal family, it shouldn't be too difficult. The entire room was filled with the strong smell of Huxia medicine, and several palace maids were constantly boiling a pot of thick, paste-like substance. It's like flour with a little water added. The eldest prince placed the remaining medicinal herbs on the ground, overjoyed, after so long, I have finally prepared all the medicinal herbs. He stood excitedly in front of the ice coffin, stroking it with his hand, his face full of doting affection, my beloved consort, I will revive you soon. You must be getting impatient, right? How much longer will it take after pouring in the remaining herbs? The palace maid immediately replied, Your Highness, at most half an hour. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan realized that it coincided with the timing of the zombie outbreak, indicating that the cause of the incident was indeed the eldest prince. Given this, Chu Yuan felt that he might be able to stop this catastrophe. However, upon further reflection, it was all pointless, since all of this had happened 1,000 years ago, and he was merely a passerby, everything before him was just a scene conjured up by the memory stone. Chu Yuan let out a helpless sigh. Stay here and wait. Soon the pot of thick medicine was ready, and a palace maid ladled out a bowl and handed it to the eldest prince. Several palace maids then opened the ice coffin. The eldest prince's eyes were fixed on the corpse before him, his love was indeed profound. Watching the eldest prince force-feed the medicine into the corpse's mouth, Chu Yuan felt a complex mix of emotions. What a devoted and good man! Chapter 20. Chu Yuan felt extremely regretful. Although he could be resurrected, he had already become a zombie. What was the point of it all? Fine. Chu Yuan smiled bitterly, since it's fake, I'll get rid of this woman after the attack. After all, this disaster was caused by her. This girl will definitely become a mutated zombie. Killing her is equivalent to completing the task assigned by the system. He had already decided to help the eldest prince, even if none of this was real. The eldest prince poured the medicine into the corpse's mouth, then slowly lowered the body down again. He then glanced at a group of palace maids and said in a low voice, "You should drink it too. There are many medicinal herbs in it that can strengthen your bodies and will be helpful to you." The palace maids bowed slightly, "Thank you, Your Highness." Then they happily filled their porcelain cups with medicine and drank it. Seeing this, Chu Yuan was worried, but he couldn't stop them. The eldest prince turned to Chu Yuan and the guards, "You should have some too." The guards nearby quickly thanked them and walked straight over. Chu Yuan shook his head, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but I am unwell, and the doctor said it is not suitable for me to drink these things." Upon hearing this, the guard immediately retorted angrily, "You ungrateful wretch, don't you even give the first prince any face?" Chu Yuan snorted coldly and said nothing. Chu Yuan refused to drink, and the eldest prince did not force Chu Yuan. Instead, he stood in front of his lover's body and gently stroked the deceased's face. Looking at those people drinking the medicine, Chu Yuan felt extremely frustrated. If drinking the medicine turned them into zombies, all of these guys would die. They'll drink any medicine they want, they're truly fearless because they're ignorant. It is precisely because the ancients kept trying that later generations were able to avoid many detours. After finishing his drink, the guard turned to Chu Yuan and said, "It's getting late, it's my turn to patrol and change shifts now, we should go." Chu Yuan frowned slightly. "Wait a little longer." The eldest prince said solemnly, "It's all right, I'll have someone escort him later." The guard nodded. "Damn it, if we let him leave now, and he turns into a zombie after taking the drug, wouldn't he be a fish that slipped through the net when the zombie virus breaks out?" Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes, not wanting the guard to leave so quickly. So he quickly said, "Why don't you wait for me for a moment, just a short while? Are you crazy? If you don't patrol during the designated time, you'll be severely punished." After saying that, the guard glared at Chu Yuan and turned to leave. Chu Yuan sighed, hoping only that the person who drank the medicine would be all right. Just then, the system's voice sounded in my mind again. "Attention, host, a zombie apocalypse will occur in 5 minutes. Please complete the mission to kill the Tier 1 mutated zombies as soon as possible." Chu Yuan seemed lost in thought, staring intently at the corpse in the ice coffin. The eldest prince seemed unwilling to be disturbed, and said to all the palace maids and Chu Yuan, "You may all leave now. I wish to accompany my beloved concubine as she awakens alone." After the palace maids withdrew, Chu Yuan naturally had to wait outside as well, but during this time he noted down the number of palace maids in the room. There are 15 people in total. Including the guards who left, a total of 16 people drank the drug. Chu Yuan only hoped that these people would not turn into zombies because of the drug. After the palace maids dispersed, Chu Yuan did not go far, but instead went to a window to observe. You can see everything happening inside from here. Everything that happens can be taken in at a glance. 5 minutes later, the hands of the eldest prince's beloved concubine inside the coffin trembled slightly. Upon seeing this, the eldest prince excitedly grabbed his beloved concubine's hand, his body trembling slightly. "My beloved concubine, you're awake." Chu Yuan frowned. The next moment, the concubine sat up abruptly from the ice coffin. Without any hesitation, Chu Yuan got up and rushed in. But when he opened the door, he saw the first prince and the resurrected dead man embracing each other tightly, crying their eyes out. "What's going on?" Chu Yuan was horrified, his eyes constantly scanning the woman, who showed no signs of being zombified. It is a living, breathing person. The woman also noticed Chu Yuan's appearance, her eyes filled with vigilance. Who are you? Chu Yuan suddenly understood everything. If the ones who turned into zombies were not the crown prince's beloved concubine, then they must have been the palace maids and guards who had taken the medicine. The system's voice sounded again, "Attention, a zombie apocalypse has begun." Chu Yuan exclaimed in alarm, "This is terrible." In a small path, the guard who had previously led Chu Yuan on a tour of the palace was now patrolling with several other guards. They kept saying bad things about Chu Yuan. "You have no idea how annoying that kid is. If it weren't for the Empress's request, I would have killed him with one stroke long ago." "Anyone can talk big, you haven't killed him yet, have you?" A murderous glint flashed in the guard's eyes. "Who said I wouldn't dare? Now is the time to strike, isn't it? Once that guy leaves the palace, that will be the time of his demise. I'll chop his head off with one stroke." Upon hearing this, the other guards also began to laugh. But as he walked, he started to feel hot all over. He lifted his shirt and asked, "Guys, what's going on? Why do I feel so hot today? Actually, I had a feeling of heat all over my body earlier, but it wasn't as obvious as it is now. No, it's not hot at all. Wait a minute, it's so hot. I want to take my clothes off." Sweat began to pour from the guard's face, and he became increasingly agitated. "Damn it, what's going on?" He didn't care about anything else and took off his shirt directly. The guard roared, "Damn it! It feels like there's a fire burning inside me." At the same time, the guard's face began to darken, and the veins on his body could be clearly seen turning red at a visible speed. The others then realized something was wrong. "Brother, are you all right? Should I go find you a doctor?" The guard suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing and curling up, startling everyone else. Could it be that he's having an attack? A guard nearby immediately crouched down to check on him, but unexpectedly, the guard let out a roar and turned his face. All that could be seen in the pupils was white. Then, roaring, he pinned the guard down and began to bite him viciously. The guard kept letting out shrill screams. Flesh and blood were being devoured. An older guard realized something was wrong, immediately drew his sword and rushed over, stabbing the guard in the back, near the heart. After the guard thought he had killed him, he drew his sword. Unexpectedly, the zombie turned around and pounced on him, grabbing his head and tearing at him frantically. Upon witnessing this scene, the others were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, their legs trembling. "Monster! A monster! Run!" The surviving guards ran frantically outside, shouting as they ran, "Help! There's a monster! Help!" These people completely forgot that they were the guards. On the other side, Chu Yuan picked up the first prince's sword and said in a deep voice, "First prince, I cannot answer any of your questions right now. Please lend me your sword." After saying that, he rushed out of the house. A palace maid who had just drunk the medicine was lying on the ground convulsing, surrounded by other palace maids. Chu Yuan shouted, "Get out of the way." The other palace maids looked at Chu Yuan and asked, "Who are you? Get out of the way." Chu Yuan swung his sword down on the head of the crazed palace maid. He had seen this scene before, so it was familiar to him. If he didn't kill her now, she would immediately turn into a zombie. Laugh! The palace maid's head was instantly severed from her neck. But in the eyes of those palace maids, Chu Yuan was a murderer. "You! Help! Murder!" The palace maids hurriedly ran out, but Chu Yuan did not chase after them, because he had already memorized the appearances of the previous 15 palace maids and the guard, and they were not the ones who had escaped. Damn it! I should have kept those people here. Chu Yuan sighed. Chapter 21. Now one palace maid has been killed, and there are still 14 left. The guard has also disappeared. Chu Yuan was unaware of this. At this moment, the bodies of the palace maids who had taken the medicine were undergoing mutations. And immediately after mutating, it began to frantically bite the living people around it. Chu Yuan returned to his room and glanced helplessly at the eldest prince. I think this time you've probably stirred up a huge disaster. The eldest prince asked coldly, who exactly are you? Chu Yuan said calmly, who I am doesn't matter right now. You just need to understand that because of you, many people will die here now. You'd better run. Chu Yuan continued, if you're too late, you'll all be eaten. Although Chu Yuan knew in his heart that these people had probably become food for zombies many years ago when he said this. The woman shouted angrily, how dare you? Who are you, spouting nonsense here? Guards! Seize him! However, everyone had already fled, and there were no servants left. Chu Yuan rolled her eyes at the concubine, suit yourself, but I advise you to run now, or you'll definitely become food for those zombies. Chu Yuan finished speaking and left immediately. The eldest prince and his concubine looked at each other in bewilderment. The concubine pouted, where did this lunatic come from? Aren't you going to do anything about it? The eldest prince pulled his beloved concubine into his arms. You've been gone for so long, and now that you're back to life, I'm overjoyed. Besides, he didn't do it on purpose. He's probably just some crazy person who came out of nowhere. The concubine nestled sweetly into the eldest prince's arms, then slowly removed her clothes. The rest of the process will not be described in detail. The two corpses that the guards were eating in the alley were also infected and turned into zombies. They stood up again, but they were different from ordinary zombies. These zombies run extremely fast. It's like an adult running at their fastest speed, not leisurely like in the movies, like in World War Z, where everyone is a professional long-distance runner. The first infected guard rushed into the emperor's harem, where all the emperor's women lived. There are as many as several thousand. Of course, there is only one emperor, and the number of women he can favor is limited. These mutated guards were like lecherous wolves raiding a widow's village at night. Many inexperienced concubines were overjoyed when they saw a guard running towards them from afar. The man was coming. A woman in her 30s, seeing the guards running towards them through the window, immediately beamed with joy. Grabbing her sister's hand excitedly, she exclaimed, Sister! A man! It's a man! I never expected a man to come here. That's wonderful! The younger sister next to her was also very excited. It's understandable. Living deep in the palace for more than 10 or even decades, how could any woman not be excited? Apart from eunuchs, the only men in the palace were the guards, and the ministers went home immediately after court. So when these women saw a man appear, their eyes would light up, and they wished they could devour the approaching guard whole. This move instantly attracted the attention of many concubines. Some of the concubines had already made up their minds to hide this guard in their rooms. A woman, her face flushed with lust, exclaimed, I've waited over 30 years for the emperor to summon me, but he's never summoned me. I will never let this man go. As the guards approached, many women, unable to contain themselves, stepped forward. Even if they couldn't sleep with the guards, touching their hands would be nice, wouldn't it? His Majesty is now a decrepit old man who is almost 60 years old. I heard that when Lin Daiyu went to serve His Majesty last time, she came back in 3 seconds. Don't try to take this guard from me. Okay, I've heard that the guards are in good health. As the zombie-turned guards ran closer, some of the concubines frowned. Strange, why is this man covered in blood? Yet. Did you just come back from killing someone? How disgusting! Why is there blood all over your mouth? As they drew closer, the zombie guards let out a series of roars, which startled all the concubines. The concubines retreated hastily, then shouted sternly, How dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass into the inner palace? The guard roared repeatedly, then leaped up and pounced on the woman, tearing her apart. The women standing nearby were terrified. Let her go. Women who were further away or in the attic felt nothing but envy when they saw this scene. I never expected there to be such a bold guard, not even going to the room. I'm so shy. Why wasn't it me? Soon, the zombie guard turned its head and continued to pounce on another woman. The woman who had twitched a few times got back up. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Sisters, hurry! Don't let this man get away!" It was this one sentence that made a group of women rush off to their deaths. In the blink of an eye, the entire harem had been infected and turned into a living hell, with severed limbs and blood splattering everywhere. Inside the main hall, the emperor was discussing state affairs with his ministers in the main hall when a zombie rushed in, its body twisted in a bizarre arc. His head was bent all the way down to his knees. The emperor was sitting in the main hall, so he saw the zombie run in at first glance. Next came the ministers. A guard drew his sword and roared, "How dare you! Unauthorized trespassing in the main hall is a capital offense," so the guard drew his sword to kill the zombie, but just as he was about to strike, the emperor stopped him. "Wait! I will kill this man myself." For some time now, the emperor has been practicing archery and horsemanship. He wants to personally shoot and kill the person who broke into the palace to see how well he has learned. The guard nodded. The bow and arrow were right beside the emperor, so he simply picked them up, drew the bow, and knocked the arrow in one smooth motion. The emperor aimed at the zombie's head and shot an arrow. The smaller the target, the better it demonstrated his superb archery skills. "Call out!" The arrow hit its mark, and the zombie fell to the ground, struck in the head. The ministers watching fawned and praised the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty's archery skills are superb. Given time, you will surely surpass the ancient master archer Yang Yuji." Another senior official sneered, "How can Yang Yuji, a mere nobody, be compared to His Majesty?" The ministers argued vehemently, but the emperor, who enjoyed hearing such flattery, said with a smile, "All right, gentlemen. Let's leave it at that. Men, drag the corpse away and feed it to the pigs." The emperor looked up and his gaze swept across the outside of the hall. He suddenly saw many palace maids and eunuchs running towards the hall. The emperor's expression turned grave. "What's going on? Are these servants planning a rebellion?" The head guard became alert and shouted sternly, "Quickly! Protect the emperor!" Chapter 22. Hundreds of guards outside the main hall instantly drew their swords and rushed forward. The head guard roared angrily, "Fools, are you trying to rebel?" The palace maids and eunuchs, covered in blood, roared like wild beasts as they charged at the guards. One unlucky fellow who was standing too close was tackled to the ground by a zombie and had his face bitten off. Before the others could react, the horde of zombies pounced on them, tearing at the guards with ferocious bites. The head guard slashed at a charging zombie, hitting it squarely in the stomach, but the zombie in front of him had its gaping maw wide open and was unaffected. "What kind of monster is this?" The captain of the guard stared wide-eyed in disbelief. In the instant he lost his focus, a zombie pounced from the left. The zombies quickly surrounded the guard captain and tore him apart. Nearly half of the guards became zombie food, and those who survived had faces covered in terror. "Is this a monster?" Faced with this terrifying scene, the guards lost all will to fight and ran towards the palace. Inside the main hall, the emperor stared wide-eyed at the frenzied crowd outside. As for the ministers, they were all horrified, and some even began to vomit after seeing the dismembered limbs on the ground. "Ugh! What happened? Are those monsters? Let's run! Even the guards are no match for those monsters. Let the emperor go first." A eunuch stepped forward to protect the emperor and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, please leave quickly. This old minister will guard this place, even if it costs me my old life." The emperor was so frightened that his legs went weak, and the monsters were already running towards the palace. "Quick! Block them!" As the emperor, he naturally had many secret passages set up in the palace. He immediately ran to the screen behind and pressed down. Then a hidden door appeared before the emperor. The emperor quickly ran into the secret passage, and some ministers followed him with quick reflexes, but only a dozen or so people managed to get in. Because when those monsters rushed into the hall, the emperor immediately ordered the door to be closed. If zombies got in, the consequences would be unimaginable. The door to the secret room was closed, but the ministers outside were in a terrible predicament. They had absolutely no way to escape. He had just rushed out. Then, the zombies that rushed in kept tearing at it, and the entire hall was completely overrun. In just half a minute, there wasn't a single living person left. Inside the secret chamber, the emperor listened to the mournful cries outside and felt a wave of fear wash over him. At the same time, I am very grateful that this secret passage was dug back then, otherwise I would have died outside. The other ministers were also filled with lingering fear. Your Majesty, what do we do now? What happened to those people? The emperor shook his head. I don't know what happened either. Let's move forward first. This passage leads us out of this hall. Let's just hope that the other places won't be overrun by these monsters. Now that things have come to this, they can only take it one step at a time. The door to the secret room behind them is being pounded on repeatedly, and everyone's heart is in their throat. Everyone held their breath in suspense. On the crown prince's side, his beloved concubine was resurrected, and the two ended their longing for each other in a minute, dressed themselves, and left the room. Chu Yuan hasn't left yet. Seeing the two of them, Chu Yuan asked doubtfully, you two didn't have much time to catch up. The eldest prince frowned. He didn't want others to know about this topic, and immediately asked, where are the others? Why are all the servants gone? Chu Yuan shook his head and smiled wryly, didn't you hear anything? The two listened carefully and, sure enough, screams came from all directions. The eldest prince and his beloved concubine were both utterly shocked. What? What's going on? Chu Yuan said seriously, to put it simply, a group of man-eating monsters have appeared. Why don't we introduce ourselves? My name is Chu Yuan, and what are your names? The crown prince's beloved concubine suddenly snapped, how dare you speak to the crown prince like that? The eldest prince, however, appeared rather solemn, and the screams were quite chilling. My name is Zhou Ping, and her name is Dingazi. Chu Yuan nodded, okay. His gaze fell on Dingazi. I want to ask you, are you experiencing any strange sensations in your body right now? Chu Yuan originally wanted to know why Dingazi didn't turn into a zombie after eating it, but Dingazi misunderstood. She thought Chu Yuan was referring to what had happened between her and the first Prince Zhou Ping in the room earlier. She immediately replied shyly, 1 minute? I'm already used to it. Chu Yuan paused for a moment, then said seriously, be serious, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking if you felt anything different in your body after being resurrected. Upon hearing this, Dingazi's face flushed even more, and she said in a low voice, no. Anyway, I don't feel any discomfort at all. Okay. You two should come with me. I don't think you'll be able to leave the palace if you try to leave on your own. The eldest prince looked at Chu Yuan, you seem to have known all this would happen? Did you see those monsters? How did they appear? Chu Yuan glanced at the corpse on the ground and said coldly, you'll understand when you look at the corpse over there. Zhou Ping and Dingazi then noticed the corpse of a palace maid on the ground in the distance. Chu Yuan said coldly, she just turned into a man-eating monster, but I've already killed her. The eldest prince frowned slightly. But why did all this suddenly happen? Chu Yuan said solemnly, because of the medicine you brewed, although I don't understand why your concubine was fine after drinking it, all the other people who drank the medicine must have turned into monsters. Ah! Zhou Ping sighed, I never knew all this would happen. The most pressing matter isn't regret, Chu Yuan asked, who gave you that prescription? Did the person who gave it to you say anything? Have. After pondering for a long time, the eldest prince slowly said, "My prescription was given to me by a wandering sorcerer. When he gave it to me, he said that this prescription was also very dangerous. If I fail to use it, I may turn into a demon." I asked the fortune teller what would happen if he failed, but he couldn't say for sure. He had obtained the prescription by chance from some ruins. There was a sentence on it that he wrote down and then told me about it. Each prescription above is extremely valuable, including snow lotus from Tian Shan Mountain and deep sea shell powder. Obtaining these requires a lot of silver, so even if an ordinary person has the prescription, it is impossible to gather all these things. Chu Yuan nodded, "I see. What a pity." The eldest prince asked gravely, "What do we do now?" Chu Yuan thought to himself, "How do I know what you'll do? Anyway, you must all be dead 1,000 years ago, and I only need to kill one mutated zombie to leave this place." Dingazi suddenly shouted, "Look! A eunuch covered in blood is running over here." Chapter 23. The eunuch who ran over was covered in blood, and half of his left arm had been eaten away, making him look extremely horrific. Chu Yuan stood in front of the two men, gripping his sword tightly, and said coldly, "Stand behind me, and don't stray too far, or I won't be able to protect you." The zombie roared and charged toward the three people. Chu Yuan remained calm, having encountered far worse situations in the simulator before, and he had long been mentally prepared for everything. Besides, this is the world of memory stones. I am merely a consciousness existing here. Dying at the hands of these zombies doesn't mean I'm truly dead. What's there to be afraid of? This is simply a great place for the system to train itself or bolster its courage. At least it will prevent me from panicking when zombies arrive. Chu Yuan wasn't afraid at all because he wouldn't die. Zhou Ping and Dingazi were deeply moved, never expecting that Chu Yuan would stand in front of them and face danger at this moment. Zhou Ping secretly resolved to befriend this person. The will to kill must grow stronger through constant killing, and the same applies to the 7-star sword technique. Chu Yuan gripped his sword tightly, and the moment the zombie pounced, he slashed at its head. Laugh! The zombie's head flew off instantly, splattering blood everywhere. One sword. Zhou Ping was the most shocked. As a swordsman, he knew very well that it was extremely difficult to decapitate someone with a single sword strike. Even after studying swordsmanship for over 20 years, he still couldn't achieve what Chu Yuan did. In Zhou Ping's and Chu Yuan's hearts, Chu Yuan's figure grew even taller. The eldest prince clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute, then "Thank you, brother Chu Yuan." At this moment, in his heart, Chu Yuan's identity had surpassed his own. "Come with me." All Chu Yuan could do at that moment was kill a mutated zombie and leave the place, everything else was irrelevant to him. After taking only a few steps, 3 more zombies ran out from an alley, but Chu Yuan killed them instantly. "Your palace shouldn't be able to contain those zombies, right?" Chu Yuan sheathed his sword. He remembered that when he entered, the palace gates were open and guards were on duty, but in the face of zombies, no guards could do anything. The zombies will escape in the blink of an eye, and if I'm not mistaken, the entire city will be turned into a hellish inferno. The eldest prince, Zhou Ping, shook his head helplessly. There are 5 exits from the palace, so if those monsters wanted to get out, they would probably have left by now. Wouldn't that mean we could leave this city? The eldest prince said solemnly, "We can't leave. To be honest, this is just a small city. My father's palace is in this city. The whole city is sealed off, so if those monsters can't fly or climb ladders, they can't leave here." Chu Yuan instantly understood why the disaster hadn't spread outwards. It seemed that the city lockdown had trapped the zombies here, and over time, they starved to death. However, this is just speculation. Perhaps zombies will starve to death if they don't eat? Chu Yuan hunts mutated zombies inside the palace, so it's impossible for him to leave. "Brother Chu, there's an exit from the palace ahead. Why don't you come with us?" "Need not. Chu Yuan's main reason was to kill a Tier 1 mutated zombie here. As for the eldest prince Zhou Ping and Ding Gazi, they were already dead, so he didn't care much about them. Everything I do is based on my own interests. However, since we encountered zombies along the way, we took them with us. Chu Yuan is now fairly certain that those people were first-tier mutated zombies. However, when they occasionally encountered lone zombies, they did not find any of the palace maids or guards from before. Chu Yuan fought his way through and led the two men to the door. He then said, "Then I'll send you here. Now go. Staying in this city will only lead to your death. You are the eldest prince, so leaving shouldn't be difficult for you. Perhaps because of the distance, no zombies have escaped from here, and there is only one guard at the gate, so people outside are unaware of the terrible changes happening inside the palace." Zhou Ping gave Chu Yuan a slight bow, "Thank you." After saying that, he quickly left with Ding Gazi, and also took the gatekeeper with them. Chu Yuan turned and walked into the palace, then closed the door leading out. Looking ahead, a dozen zombies charged at him with their gaping maws. Chu Yuan was filled with overwhelming fighting spirit and roared, "Come on, all of you!" The exit of the eastern city became the first point of attack for the zombies inside the palace. From inside the palace, one could see a bustling crowd outside. They are still doing their own thing. Many of them were street vendors, and the number of people was even greater. At this moment, the guards at the gate saw dozens of people rushing out of the palace, which seemed very unusual. He immediately called to the other guards at the gate to stop. "What are those people doing? Why are so many people running outside? Wait a minute, something's not right. Why are those people covered in blood? Hurry up!" The guard immediately shouted, "Stop!" But the zombies couldn't understand human speech and charged forward madly. By the time the guards saw their strangeness and tried to attack, it was too late. Several guards were instantly pounced on by the zombies and knocked to the ground. Then more zombies ran outside, biting anyone they saw. The civilians fled in terror, but they were no match for the zombies. Whenever the zombies caught up with them, a tragic end awaited them. Those corpses that had been bitten a few times turned into new zombies, and the zombie horde quickly spread. Inside the palace, Chu Yuan pulled his sword from the head of a zombie, and amidst the splattering blood, Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Did those mutated zombies just vanish into thin air? Why haven't I seen a single one? He was in the harem at that moment, where all the women had turned into zombies. Chu Yuan had forgotten exactly how many he had killed, but he hadn't seen a single mutated one. Fortunately, the killing heart and 7-star sword technique were noticeably enhanced, which somewhat made up for the disappointment. Chu Yuan walked slowly forward. A roar came from the room on the left, and a zombie ran out with its arms outstretched. Chu Yuan did not hesitate at all. He stabbed the zombie in the face with his sword, smashing its head to pieces. The ground was littered with wreckage. With no place to walk, Chu Yuan had to step on pieces of corpses with every step he took. Every few steps, he would swing his knife and kill a zombie, and the sound would attract zombies from other rooms to come over. I killed zombies for 20 minutes. Chu Yuan himself felt a bit powerless, so he opened a heavy door, ran inside, and immediately locked the door from the inside. That's why I chose to come here. It's because the decorations at the entrance of this room look very luxurious, like the residence of some imperial concubine. But would an imperial concubine live in such an inner place? The room was simply decorated, with only a bed. Chu Yuan sat on the bed for a short rest, but his mind remained highly tense, as the horde of zombies was still roaming outside. Just then, he felt a force pushing the bed frame from under the bed he was leaning against. Chu Yuan quietly got up, stared at the area under the bed, and then gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 24. The bedboard was moved, revealing an opening large enough for a person to walk through. An old man dressed in a yellow dragon robe crawled out from inside. He was the emperor who had been in the secret passage earlier. When he saw Chu Yuan, he was initially very wary. However, they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Chu Yuan was not a monster. The other dozen or so ministers who had come with the emperor also climbed out. Chu Yuan remained silent, instead looking at the group of people. The emperor glanced at Chu Yuan and asked calmly, "What is your name?" He subconsciously regarded Chu Yuan as a bodyguard. Chu Yuan Danse Deo, Chu Yuan. Just as the emperor was about to continue speaking, the last minister cried out in alarm, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. That madman has caught up with us." The madman the minister was referring to was actually a zombie. Upon hearing the minister's words, the emperor immediately reached out to move the bed back to its original position, an action witnessed by Chu Yuan. He immediately stopped him, "Wait. Let me handle this." Chu Yuan wasn't specifically trying to save that minister, since those people had been dead for over 1,000 years. He just wanted to see if the thing below was a mutated zombie so he could complete the mission sooner. The emperor asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you can do it?" "Certainly." Chu Yuan jumped down, and the minister stood there motionless like an idiot. Chu Yuan immediately pushed him behind him. When the zombie pounced, Chu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't a mutated zombie. To be honest, he was getting a little annoyed. There were plenty of mutated zombies in the simulator, but he hadn't seen a single one here after searching for so long. He slashed at the zombie's head with his sword. Laugh. The zombie's head was chopped off by Chu Yuan, just like a watermelon that had been split open. It was all done in one smooth motion, the whole movement was clean and efficient. The entire process, from drawing the sword to sheathing it, takes no more than 5 seconds. Looking down from above, the emperor witnessed Chu Yuan's actions and couldn't help but laugh. "I never imagined there was such a powerful guard in the palace." Chu Yuan offered no explanation and followed the minister back to his room. "Your Majesty, where do you plan to go next?" Chu Yuan had no intention of leaving, but the emperor and his entourage would definitely have to go, perhaps they knew of many secret passages. The emperor immediately replied, "Of course we'll leave through the secret passage. However, there are some zombies in the passage now, otherwise we wouldn't have escaped here." At this point, the emperor turned his gaze to Chu Yuan. Recalling Chu Yuan's incredible swordsmanship, he commanded, "Follow me down and clear out the monsters that appear ahead." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan immediately became dissatisfied, inwardly grumbling, "You old hag, whether I want to or not is my business, how dare you try to force me?" However, since he was the emperor, Chu Yuan had to be given some face. He shook his head and refused, "I'm sorry, I have someone else to search for, so I cannot accompany your Majesty." The emperor was instantly enraged as he spoke, and suddenly roared, "You are nothing but a servant. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that?" As the ruler of the country, the emperor had already suppressed his anger when Chu Yuan failed to bow to him. "I never expected that Chu Yuan would refuse me in front of the ministers. Where is my authority as emperor?" Chu Yuan wasn't going to back down either, and snorted coldly, "Emperor, my foot. I wonder if you go out and tell those monsters you're the emperor and they'll eat you up." Chu Yuan's eyes turned cold. "Those of you who want to go down the secret passage, hurry up and go down. I'm opening the door and leaving." "Madman!" The prince was furious at Chu Yuan, but he was surrounded by civil officials, and no one present could rival Chu Yuan. "There's really nothing we can do about him." The emperor secretly vowed, "Chu Yuan, once all this is over, I will exterminate your entire clan." After the emperor and his ministers left, Chu Yuan picked up his sword, opened the door, and once again fought against the horde of zombies. The narrow corridor was filled with zombies. As he continued to get kills, Chu Yuan could clearly feel the sensation described in the simulator, which was indeed quite amazing. The more they fight, the stronger their killing intent becomes. The ordinary zombies in front of him gradually ceased to exert any suffocating pressure on Chu Yuan. A bloody path was quickly cleared. He left the inner palace along the path and walked forward, unaware of his location, so Chu Yuan was like a headless fly at this moment. However, his goal was very clear, to find and kill the mutated zombies. The path was littered with severed limbs. Behind him, zombies roared and charged from the surrounding rooms, but in Chu Yuan's hands, they were no different from killing chickens. This made him increasingly eager to see a Tier 1 mutated zombie. Only by personally fighting against the mutated zombies can one know their true strength. Chu Yuan killed another zombie, looked up and found himself outside the courtyard of the concubine he had seen before, where the greyhound was howling beside his dog wife whom he had just found. Chu Yuan looked and saw that the greyhound's wife was seriously injured. In the simulator, Chu Yuan did not see any cases of zombies attacking animals. The greyhound's wife had no bite marks either. The greyhound kept sobbing, crying, "My dog wife, please don't leave me. We've only just returned to each other." The greyhound's wife kept comforting it, saying, "Don't cry, you'll find an even better dog wife." Chu Yuan was speechless for a moment. Was it a mistake for me to try to solidify animal language? The greyhound wiped away its tears. "Then tell me, did anything happen between you and that big yellow dog?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You know we're locked in a cage and have no choice." After saying this, the greyhound's wife breathed her last. The greyhound cried bitterly, howling, "Ha! It turns out it was all just wishful thinking on my part. Damn it!" Chu Yuan was so angry that he kicked the greyhound. "You're just a dog, can you stop making such a fuss? Zombies don't eat animals like you." "What happened?" The greyhound, about to erupt in anger after being kicked, immediately barked out upon seeing Chu Yuan, "What are you doing here?" Chu Yuan asked in a deep voice, "How did your old flame die?" The greyhound snorted, "This guy and Big Yellow cheated on me, they're not my lovers. Our master was bitten by a madman and turned into a monster. This wretched dog chased after my master and was then stomped on by other madmen. He died from being stomped on in the stomach." Chu Yuan nodded, "I knew zombies wouldn't eat animals. You should leave quickly. Although the zombies won't eat you, this is still a dangerous place." As the greyhound turned to leave, Chu Yuan called out to it, "Wait, dogs have a very keen sense of smell. Could you take me to the guard who led me away earlier?" "Sure." The greyhound sniffed. "Even if he's dead, I'll still be able to find his body." Chapter 25. The greyhound led the way, with Chu Yuan following behind. "You know what? When you came over just now, I noticed you were covered in dried blood. My first thought was that you had gone out for a big meal." Chu Yuan frowned slightly. "What does the dried blood on my body have to do with eating a big meal?" The greyhound chuckled, "You don't know, I love to have a feast in the outhouse. The blood on you looks like the most delicious food in the world. I don't know what you humans are thinking. There is such delicious food in this world, but you don't want to try it. I go to the outhouse to eat until I'm stuffed before I come back." Thinking of those delicious foods, the greyhound reminisced, "But the latrine was a bit high up, so I had to lie on the ground and duck down to get into it to eat." Chu Yuan almost vomited from disgust, then suddenly shouted angrily, "Shut up, or I'll kick you to death." "Shit is shit, what kind of bullshit is this, some kind of delicacy?" Chu Yuan thought to himself, speechless. The greyhound didn't speak, but followed the guards sent to the outside of the harem where they had been before. It then stopped, sniffed, and said to Chu Yuan in a serious tone, "The guard has been here. I was just here, but I didn't see him." The greyhound continued, "You're a bit late. His other scent is even stronger. Follow me." Chu Yuan has already eliminated many of the zombies in the harem, and any lone zombies that came by were also killed by Chu Yuan. One of the zombies was dressed in civilian clothes. Chu Yuan saw it and said calmly, it seems that the zombies have all run away. I wonder how Zhou Ping and his concubine are doing now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Ping and Dingazi were hiding in the kitchen of a family's house. The sounds of zombies gnawing could be heard outside the kitchen. Zhou Ping tightly covered Dingazi's mouth, and neither of them dared to breathe. Not long ago, after saying goodbye to Chu Yuan, they originally intended to leave immediately, but unexpectedly, more than a dozen zombies rushed out midway. After the guards covered their retreat and protected them as they left, they too were bitten to death by the zombies. The brief moment gave the two a chance to escape, and they managed to run into a house's kitchen. However, they did not expect that the zombies outside would spread so quickly. The constant screams and biting terrified Zhou Ping and Dingazi that they dared not leave the kitchen. After a long while, the tearing and biting sounds outside the door gradually stopped. Zhou Ping mustered his courage and looked out the kitchen window. The ground was littered with debris, and the zombies had already run out the front door. Seeing the half-eaten corpse on the ground, Zhou Ping's legs began to tremble. Dingazi asked softly, "What do we do now?" "Wait a minute." At this moment, it seems that they have no better option than to wait here. Right now, they both desperately wish Chu Yuan were still by their side. Things might be much better that way. Inside the palace, Chu Yuan followed closely behind the greyhound. Apart from Chu Yuan, there was no one else alive in the entire palace, except for the emperor and his men. Meanwhile, many of the common people outside the palace turned into zombies and ran into the palace. The greyhound stopped outside a rice granary, turned to Chu Yuan and said seriously, "The scent is inside and hasn't come out." "I can confirm that the guard is inside and hasn't come out." "Good." Chu Yuan drew his sword. As long as he killed the mutated zombie inside, he could end everything in the memory stone. Chu Yuan stepped into the rice granary. At a glance, you can see a zombie dressed in a guard uniform gnawing on a bloody severed arm. Chu Yuan's eyes lit up, "Die!" Upon seeing Chu Yuan appear, the zombies immediately pounced on her. Laugh! With a single swing of the sword, the guard's head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. After killing the zombie guard, Chu Yuan did not hear the system notification sound indicating that the mission was completed. Strange! Why is killing this guard zombie no different from killing the previous zombies? Chu Yuan had been killing other ordinary zombies very smoothly, and killing this guard zombie was just as easy as before. He didn't feel at all that it was a mutated zombie. Could it be that this isn't a mutated zombie? Am I mistaken somewhere? Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh no! If these people who drank the medicine are not mutated zombies, then the most likely candidate to be a mutated zombie is none other than the Crown Prince's beloved concubine, Dingazi. But Dingazi was right in front of me before, and she looked no different. It doesn't look like a zombie at all. Mutant zombie, mutant zombie. Chu Yuan kept muttering to himself. After thinking for a while, he was immediately shocked. That's right. This mutant zombie must have some kind of mutation, just like the powerful metal skin zombie in the simulation. Who dares to say that mutated zombies can't disguise themselves as humans? Could it be that Dingazi is a mutated zombie capable of disguising herself as a human? Chu Yuan immediately left the rice warehouse. The greyhound looked at Chu Yuan. You found it? Chu Yuan immediately asked, can you find the location of the first prince? No, I can't smell the first prince's scent right now unless you take me to the place where the first prince was last seen, and for no more than a short time. Come with me, I'll take you there. We parted ways at a palace exit. In the kitchen, Zhou Ping squatted on the ground, while Dingazi leaned against him. Outside, the sounds of zombies tearing and biting filled the air, creating a tense atmosphere. After a long while, Zhou Ping grasped Dingazi's hand. The kitchen was poorly lit, and Zhou Ping noticed that Dingazi hadn't said a word in a long time, which made him start to worry. My beloved concubine, are you all right? After receiving no response from Dingazi, Zhou Ping heard the sound of teeth grinding in his ears after a long pause. He immediately placed his hand on Ding Gezi's face. I could only touch some sticky substance, and there was a strong smell of blood. Blood. Zhou Ping touched the blood and smelled it, and instantly became fully awake. My beloved concubine, you. In the instant he looked back, Zhou Ping saw a scene he would never forget. Ding Gezi's face was now highly decomposed, and her gums were clearly visible. The exposed gums kept grinding together, which is why the grinding sound was made. Ding Gezi was the mutated first-tier zombie. The next moment, the rotting hands pressed Zhou Ping to the ground, and Zhou Ping let out a heart-wrenching scream. Soon everything returned to calm. Chu Yuan arrived at the gate with his greyhound, then pushed the door open, instantly attracting the attention of many zombies. This is it. See if you can find the first prince and the others by following this scent. The greyhound sniffed around a few times, then ran outside, shouting, "Follow me." There were more zombies outside than inside the palace. Chu Yuan kept wielding his sword to kill them, and finally managed to fight his way out. However, the noise also attracted zombies from other directions. Damn it! I feel like I still don't have enough talent points, which is a bit of a disadvantage for me. I definitely need to choose a few more powerful talents later. Otherwise, there's no way to make up for this weakness. The zombie horde continued to rotate. Every time he killed a group of zombies, another group would come rushing in. The greyhound, standing outside, shouted at Chu Yuan, who was fighting hard, "Are you all right?" Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Do I look like someone who's all right now?" At the same time, Chu Yuan has already mastered a great deal of the 7-star sword technique. If he continues, he feels he will soon reach the 6th move. One sword determines all things. Chapter 26. Kill. Chu Yuan appeared faster and faster, but what good was speed? One sword strike only killed one zombie. He looked up at the end of the road, where countless zombies began to surge in like a tide. A zombie apocalypse is coming. Thousands of zombies roared and howled. Die! Chu Yuan swiftly unleashed the 7-star combo slash, and his strength began to steadily increase. Although there are many zombies. However, Chu Yuan believes that he can kill faster. How strange, why do I feel a strange sense of pleasure right now? As Chu Yuan relentlessly slayed zombies, his killing intent burned ever brighter, and a fierce flame seemed to ignite within him. Laugh. With another strike, Chu Yuan's sword pierced the face of the nearest zombie, killing it instantly. Countless zombies surrounded Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's killing speed was even faster. Gradually, he could no longer see clearly in front of him, and his whole body and face were covered in blood. Chu Yuan was already in a killing frenzy. Another zombie approached, and Chu Yuan thrust out his sword, killing several zombies in succession. Chu Yuan glanced at the greyhound watching and snapped, "Hey! Greyhound, have you looked enough? Lead the way." "Oh! That's right." The greyhound was quite embarrassed. It was so engrossed in watching Chu Yuan fight that it completely forgot what it was supposed to be doing. Chu Yuan shouted, "Don't worry about me, I'll deal with these zombies. You lead the way. I'll kill all the zombies along the way." The greyhound wagged its tail a few times and then ran ahead. Chu Yuan fought his way through and followed. The zombies were still charging forward frantically. Chu Yuan's expression was grave. This is really a waste of time. Even so, Chu Yuan did not want to give up on the mission directly. Here. So what if there are hordes of zombies? I'm immortal. Such a good place would be a complete waste if it weren't used for training. I can't leave. If I get agitated with this number of zombies now, I'll be in even more danger when the zombie outbreak actually occurs in the real world. Right now, it's like a dungeon in a game to me. How could I hate going into a dungeon? Thinking about it this way, Chu Yuan began to feel excited. He was the protagonist in the Dynasty Warriors game, and these zombies were just NPCs for him to mow down the grass. Come! What cannot kill me will only make me stronger. At this moment, Chu Yuan's 7-star sword technique has entered the 6th stage. In fact, just now when he thrust out a sword and killed several zombies, he had already figured out some of the tricks of the trade. Chu Yuan didn't stop. As he followed the greyhound, he thrust out his sword with all his might. One sword can annihilate all things. This is reality, not fiction. An invisible sword aura flew away. Chu Yuan slashed down all the zombies within 10 meters of him with a single sword strike. Certainly. This is definitely different from the power of the moves in fantasy novels. Thinking about this, Chu Yuan couldn't help but think to himself, if I were the protagonist in the novel, things would probably be much better now. He shook his head and smiled wryly, but what kind of novel protagonist would encounter a situation as miserable as mine? Probably none. However, this move has greatly increased the space in front of me. The greyhound looked on with admiration. Honestly, you are the most powerful human I have ever seen. Hurry, I can smell it. The greyhound led Chu Yuan to the outside of a house and said to Chu Yuan in a low voice, "It's inside. I can already smell the first prince's scent. Okay, you wait for me outside." Chu Yuan went in alone and then closed the door, since there were so many zombies outside, which was quite troublesome. As soon as it was closed, the zombies outside the door started ramming against it frantically. There was a zombie inside the house. When it saw Chu Yuan appear, it immediately rushed over. Laugh! With a swift movement, Chu Yuan pierced the head of the zombie before him. There was no one in the hall, so Chu Yuan walked into the house, saying, "Your Highness, are you there?" According to Chu Yuan's thinking, if Dingazi really was a first-order mutated zombie, Zhou Ping would probably be dead by now. No one spoke. Chu Yuan didn't say anything. Anyway, the hounds all said that the eldest prince was here, and they wanted to see him alive or dead. Just then, a familiar voice came from the kitchen, "Brother Chu Yuan." Chu Yuan looked over. Dingazi pushed open the kitchen door and came out, her face filled with terror. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, she began to sob, The eldest prince is dead." Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "How did he die? Where did he die?" Dingazi sobbed, "He was eaten by a monster outside. The first prince died such a tragic death. My condolences." Actually, Chu Yuan wasn't entirely sure before that Dingazi was a mutated zombie. But the fact that she said the eldest prince died outside is enough to show that she was lying. The greyhound has already said so. The eldest prince was in this room, so Chu Yuan was certain that the woman was a mutated zombie. Dingazi wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Chu Yuan, take me away. I don't want to be eaten by those monsters." Chu Yuan nodded. Dingazi walked straight over, her hands behind her back. From an angle that Chu Yuan could not see, there were clearly two severely decaying hands. The moment Dingazi got close, Chu Yuan suddenly slashed at Dingazi's neck with his sword. Laugh! Without any hesitation, Chu Yuan's goal was to kill with a single blow. "You!" Dingazi stared at Chu Yuan in disbelief. "How did you find out?" Dingazi's face began to rot at a visible rate. In the end, that once beautiful face began to look repulsive. Chu Yuan sneered, "I thought those who drank the medicine would be mutated zombies, but I didn't expect that you are the real mutated zombie." Laugh! The next moment, Dingazi's head flew off, splattering blood everywhere. At that moment, the system's voice also rang out in Chu Yuan's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission." A burst of white light enveloped Chu Yuan, and at that moment, time in the entire memory stone stopped. When Chu Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself still in his hotel room. "Small rewards are being distributed, please wait." The host is rewarded with a one-time refuge charm. After the system's voice ended, Chu Yuan had a talisman in his hand, and the panel showed how to use it. One-time refuge charm, it can help you turn bad luck into good in any life or death crisis. You only have one chance to use it, and it will disappear automatically after use. Note, the one-time reward can only be obtained by completing the Memory Stone quest. Your animal language talent can be solidified. Do you want to solidify it? Chu Yuan nodded, let's solidify it. As soon as he finished speaking, his body experienced another strange sensation. This time, the solidification had truly succeeded. Chu Yuan carefully put away the talisman in front of him, checked the time, and realized that although he had been inside the memory stone for so long, only an hour had passed in reality. Tang Xianyu, who was investigating the case, identified Chu Yuan as the suspect after reviewing the video footage. That's why the simulator shows Chu Yuan's first day in prison. Chapter 27. Chu Yuan opened his phone and saw that Shen Shui had called him more than a dozen times but he hadn't answered. He immediately returned the call. Upon seeing that Chu Yuan had finally called back, Shen Shui immediately answered the phone and asked, "Where have you been? Do you know something terrible has happened?" Chu Yuan had already guessed what it was about. It was most likely about Zhang Zifei being killed. Although he was indeed killed by himself, it was because the other party had turned into a zombie. Shen Shui said anxiously, "Zhang Zifei is dead. The police saw in the surveillance video that you were the last person to contact him. They asked you where you were, and I said I didn't know. So they took your phone number." Chu Yuan frowned. "So you told me?" "Yes." "You're so foolish." Chu Yuan sighed. No wonder he faced a zombie outbreak in prison on his first day in the simulator. If this issue isn't resolved, the situation will become very tricky from here on out. The worst case scenario is to run away as soon as possible, which would perfectly avoid facing the end of the world in prison. Shen Shui was shocked to hear Chu Yuan's words. "You really killed him?" "No." Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, "I mean, you gave my phone number to those people, so now they can track my location. If they come looking for me, I'll be in trouble too, right?" Shen Shui also thought it made perfect sense. "I didn't think this through, please don't mind it." Chu Yuan laughed and said, "If I live an upright life, what do I have to fear?" Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chu Yuan immediately said to Shen Shui, "Someone's here, probably a waiter. I'll hang up the phone." Chu Yuan opened the door. "I didn't see any waiters, but I did see a man and a woman standing at the door, both of them wearing police uniforms. The woman in question was very beautiful. However, Chu Yuan felt that the man was just average looking, certainly not as handsome as himself. The woman was Tang Xianyu. "You're Chu Yuan." Tang Qianyu took out her identification and said coldly, "Don't be nervous, I have something I want to talk to you about." Seeing the name above, Chu Yuan was a little displeased. After all, it was this woman who had imprisoned him in the simulator. Chu Yuan remained calm and said, "Okay, go ahead and speak." Tang Xianyu said calmly, "Were you at home all day today?" Tang Qianyu spoke the truth with great calmness, but Chu Yuan knew that this guy was testing him. Both of them found their way here. It's not hard to tell that they already knew his whereabouts, but the fact that they only spoke to him suggests that they weren't sure if he was really the murderer. Tang Qianyu began to wonder, this person doesn't look very old, but he's very calm. He can't possibly be the murderer, right? Most people would be very flustered if the police suddenly appeared. However, Chu Yuan in front of them had a very calm expression, seemingly unconcerned about their arrival. Chu Yuan said softly, "No, I went out to eat today. Is there anything I can help you with? Besides meals, have you seen anyone else?" "Right." Chu Yuan didn't want to hide anything from him. Since the two of them had come to him, it meant they already knew a lot of information. "Just insist that you didn't kill the person. He killed zombies." Tang Xianyu asked in a deep voice, who have you met? There was one named Shen Shui, another named Zhang Zeifei, and his apprentice. It was just the few of us. Later, I had to leave because of something. Zhang Zeifei made things difficult for me. We went outside, and when I insisted on leaving, he left. Tang Xianyu was skeptical. Are there any witnesses? No. Chu Yuan smiled slightly. I believe you must have checked the surveillance footage. Surveillance is so widespread now that nothing can be hidden. If there's nothing else, you two can leave now. I'd like to rest for a bit. Liu Ming, who was standing to the side, was already short-tempered and was very dissatisfied with Chu Yuan's attitude. Kid, just say what I say, understand? Chu Yuan glanced at Liu Ming, that's all I can say. Liu Ming was about to speak when Tang Qianyu stopped him. All right, let's go back first. There's no evidence right now. Then he looked at Chu Yuan and said, the man you met today named Zhang Zeifei is dead. Now you are a suspect. Until the murderer is caught, you must cooperate with our work, understand? Chu Yuan replied solemnly, understood. I will answer any questions you may have. Very good. Tang Xianyu looked at Liu Ming, let's go. Liu suddenly ran out of the room and started meowing at Liu Ming. Liu Ming snorted coldly when he saw Liu appear. Tang Qianyu, being a woman, was instantly in a good mood upon seeing the adorable kitten. She asked Chu Yuan, is this your cat? Can I pet it? Chu Yuan gave an awkward smile, okay. Tang Xianyu immediately squatted down and gently stroked Lele's head. Chu Yuan frowned, because these two people might not understand Lele's words, but Chu Yuan possessed the talent of animal language and could understand what Liu was saying. Liu kept saying to Chu Yuan, Master, that man has that bug on his leg from last time. Will he turn into a zombie too? That's why Chu Yuan is so worried. Liu Ming was wearing long pants, so he couldn't be seen. However, Chu Yuan had great faith in Lele's abilities. He tried to speak calmly to Liu Ming, brother, I think it's rare to see a man as tall as you in the world, and with such long legs too. I'm really envious. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, Liu Ming's opinion of Chu Yuan improved somewhat. There aren't many people who can speak so eloquently these days. Liu Ming nodded, that's right. Chu Yuan said seriously, not only that, I can also say that you have a lot of luck with women. However, I can't see your luck with women clearly. Can you pull up your pants leg? I can show you. I know a little bit about it too. Liu Ming's expression changed drastically. Chu Yuan was right, he was indeed quite lucky with women. But his current goal is to pursue Tang Xianyu. This woman is being so blunt in front of him, and Tang Xianyu's impression of him will definitely decline. Chu Yuan said this because Liu Ming does have merits, and there are no shortage of women who like him. Nonsense, all your stuff is fake, but if you're curious, I can satisfy your curiosity. After saying that, Liu Ming walked into the room, sat down on a stool, removed his skin, and then pulled up his pants. Liu Ming said with some anticipation, take a good look and see what you can come up with. But you should know that all of this is fake, understand? Don't believe in these supernatural and bizarre things. Chu Yuan looked them over but didn't see any wounds on either pair of legs. Lele's voice came from behind, it's the heel area where you right-click. Chu Yuan looked at Liu Ming's heel again, but there was still no wound. When Liu Ming noticed Chu Yuan staring intently into his eyes, he assumed Chu Yuan liked men and immediately became a little annoyed. Hey! Have you decided yet? Watch closely. Liu Ming immediately asked, then tell me, how's my luck with romance? Chu Yuan said seriously, don't be angry when I tell you this, your paradise used to be nice, but I just showed you, and you'll never have any more romantic luck in the future. Liu Ming, who had been all smiles, instantly changed his expression upon hearing Chu Yuan's words. Are you sick in the head? Captain Tang, Let's go. After saying that, Lu Ming glared at Chu Yuan and walked out, with Tang Qunyu following him. Only then did Chu Yuan ask Liel, why don't I see any wounds? Master, you can't see it, but I can. Chu Yuan said calmly, but isn't this one of your abilities? What do we do now? Chu Yuan sighed, since we've encountered this, we have to do something about it. If we don't, the disaster will break out sooner than expected. You stay here, I'll go with you to take a look. After locking the door, Chu Yuan took the elevator downstairs. Chapter 28. Lu Ming and Tang Xianyu had already arrived downstairs. Lu Ming was still very concerned about what Chu Yuan had just said. He loves chasing girls. Saying that you'll have no luck in finding a partner in the future is like cursing yourself. Walking beside Tang Xianyu, Lu Ming smelled the perfume emanating from her and couldn't help himself. Then, he said to Tang Xianyu with great affection, Captain Tang, do you have a boyfriend? No. We're so busy with work, where would we find the time to date? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Great. I don't have a boyfriend either. If you don't mind, Captain Tang, how about we become boyfriend and girlfriend? Tang Qunyu was a little disappointed after hearing this, as she had originally had a very good impression of Lu Ming. But to my surprise, the other party immediately asked me to be his girlfriend. This instantly caused Tang Xianyu's feelings for Lu Ming to plummet to rock bottom. Tang Xianyu shook her head, Lu Ming, we just met, it's not appropriate to talk about these things. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Ming immediately said, look at Dongyang and the seventh fairy. They fell in love at first sight. We can do it too. Tang Qunyu said softly, this is different, please don't make things difficult for me, okay? The more Lu Ming acted this way, the more frightened Tang Xianyu felt. What he said makes sense, but Dongyang and the seventh fairy were in love with each other. Tang Qunyu only had a good impression of Lu Ming at the moment, and his direct confession on the first day gave her the feeling that he was just deceiving her. In fact, Tang Xianyu didn't understand because she didn't really like it, which is why she had such a thought. If you really like someone, love at first sight is possible. Captain Tang, I'm very skilled, I'll protect you. Tang Qunyu was very conflicted. How could this happen? Can anyone help me? I'm terrible at dealing with these kinds of things. Lu Ming shamelessly confessed his feelings to Tang Xianyu, acting like a simp. Just as Tang Xianyu was caught in a dilemma, Chu Yuan came down. He walked straight over and asked, Captain Tang, you haven't left yet. When Lu Ming saw Chu Yuan appear, he immediately became a little dissatisfied. Originally, Tang Qunyu might have agreed to be his girlfriend after his offensive. He has used this trick many times, and it has always worked. What are you doing here? Chu Yuan interrupted Lu Ming's pursuit, which greatly displeased him. Chu Yuan laughed and said, they didn't say I couldn't go out for a walk, did they? Tang Qunyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chu Yuan appear, because if Lu Ming kept bothering her, it would really give her a headache. Now Chu Yuan has appeared. He was also able to use work as an excuse to distance himself from the man. So they immediately called Chu Yuan over to continue questioning him. Chu Yuan understood that as long as he told them about what happened before Zhang Zefei became a zombie, he could just say he didn't know anything about the rest. In this way, even if Tang Xianyu wanted to verify it, she would have no other way. When Tang Xianyu and Chu Yuan walked together, Lu Ming felt jealous, as he had already come to regard Tang Xianyu as his woman. At this moment, Chu Yuan looks so offensive. Just as Tang Qunyu accidentally bumped her arm into Chu Yuan, Lu Ming, who had been suppressing his anger, could no longer bear it. Suddenly, he roared at Chu Yuan, "Kid, what are you doing? Don't you need to go back? Why do you have so much to say?" Tang Qunyu stopped and looked at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, you have no right to speak here. Remember your position. We are working now, Understand? I am your captain. When Liu Ming saw Tang Xianyu speaking to him like this, he suddenly became a little irritated. Tang Xianyu would never have spoken to him in this tone before. Captain Tang, I was just worried about you. This guy doesn't look like a good person at all. Chu Yuan said, it seems this gentleman harbors a great deal of hostility towards me because I told you before that you would never have any luck with women again, so you're holding a grudge, right? Sumitaguchi. I just want guys like you to stay away from Captain Tang. Tang Xianyu blushed instantly, feeling extremely embarrassed. Liu Ming, please don't go crazy. I'm working. Liu Ming ignored Tang Xianyu and coldly said to Chu Yuan, Kid, talk like a man. If I win, you'd better go back now, understand? Chu Yuan nodded. What method? Liu Ming clenched his fists and grinned maliciously, a man, of course, speaks with his fists. But you are just an ordinary person. If I fight you with all my might, others will laugh at me. So I'll give you 3 moves. Make your move. Liu Ming looked at Chu Yuan with disdain, completely disregarding him. From childhood to adulthood, he was always the child in other people's eyes. As for not having encountered any opponents yet, Chu Yuan nodded, okay, are you sure? Come on out, I'll give you 3 moves. If I even flinch, I'm not a man. Chu Yuan laughed and said, then I'll grant your wish. That's really satisfying. Tang Qianyu's expression changed upon hearing this. She knew Liu Ming's strength very well, and she was worried about what would happen if he fought Chu Yuan. One palm strike could kill Chu Yuan. In this situation, Liu Ming might not kill Chu Yuan, but he would definitely be hospitalized for several months. The two also have a very large difference in body size. Chu Yuan, you are no match for Liu Ming. Don't fight him, or you'll die. I'm doing this for your own good. Chu Yuan laughed and said, Captain Tang, this man wants me to hit him. If I don't, then he'll probably say I'm not a man. It's all right. Everyone dies eventually, whether they die sooner or later. If this guy kills me, I can only say that I'm not as good as him, and I can't blame him. Tang Xianyu's face darkened, and she immediately stepped to the center. Nonsense! I am now ordering you, as the captain, not to fight. Chu Yuan said seriously, Captain Tang, nothing will happen, don't worry. But in his heart, Chu Yuan was very kind-hearted. Apart from sending him to prison, this woman was still very good-hearted. Liu Ming also retorted sarcastically, Captain Tang, step aside. I know my limits and won't hurt him. Tang Qianyu said in a deep voice, are you sure? Liu Ming nodded, it's just a friendly spar. With you here, I can't do anything reckless, right? Tang Qianyu nodded, all right, but hold back. Chu Yuan is just an ordinary person. Good. Liu Ming sneered inwardly, hold back? I won't kill Chu Yuan, but he'll have to stay in a hospital bed for 3 months. Chu Yuan, come on. Chu Yuan walked towards Liu Ming, clenched his fists, and then threw a punch at Liu Ming's stomach. Bang! Liu Ming instantly took several steps back, his eyes filled with shock. This was the first time in so many years that someone had been able to defeat him. However, given his superior physical abilities, the punch did not cause him any harm. That's the first punch. At this moment, Liu Ming began to take Chu Yuan seriously. He had previously thought that this guy was just an ordinary person. But this punch is definitely not something an ordinary person can use. Liu Ming nodded. If I'm not mistaken, this punch used all your strength, right? But to be able to do this much with all your strength is already very powerful. Chu Yuan shook his head and sneered, you're wrong. I only used 1/10 of my strength in that punch to test how tough you are. But I'm very disappointed. You're not someone who can take a beating. Pa! What a show-off! Who do you think you are? come. Liu Ming pointed to his stomach. Chu Yuan, give me another punch. You talk so big, but you're just a pushover. Keep hitting me. Let me see if you've even used a tenth of your strength. Chu Yuan nodded. Then he aimed a punch at Liu Ming's stomach again. Liu Ming was extremely nervous because the punch looked extremely domineering, and he instantly gathered all his strength into his stomach. Liu Ming felt a little pressure. Bang! Liu Ming was knocked back more than 10 steps, his mouth tasted sweet, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This punch caused Chu Yuan to vomit blood. Chu Yuan said seriously, I only used 20% of my strength in this punch. Do you still want to take my third punch? No. Liu Ming waved his hand in alarm, I admit defeat. This is only the second tenth of his power, if he used his full strength, wouldn't he kill himself? Chu Yuan's hand was also a little numb, he had actually used all his strength in that punch. Fortunately, Liu Ming did not ask to continue. Chapter 29. Otherwise, you'll be the one who suffers. Liu Ming's face darkened. He was the kind of arrogant person who had always lived in the spotlight, but he never expected to suffer such a big loss at Chu Yuan's hands this time. Liu Ming snorted coldly, Captain, I have some things to attend to, so I'll have to take my leave now. After saying that, he glared at Chu Yuan fiercely. Kid, I'm a man of my word. Since you beat me, I'm leaving. Liu Ming turned and left, but Tang Yunyu didn't try to stop him. Instead, she chuckled. I don't know why, but this time I found Chu Yuan much more pleasing to the eye. Chu Yuan, are you that skilled in martial arts? Thinking of this, Tang Yunyu suddenly became wary of Chu Yuan, even someone with Liu Ming's special status was no match for Chu Yuan. It would be incredibly easy for Chu Yuan to kill Zhang Zeifei, which only made Tang Yunyu more suspicious that Chu Yuan was the murderer. Chu Yuan, I have something to ask you. Chu Yuan's attention was entirely on Liu Ming, and he paid no attention to Tang Yunyu. He immediately said in a low voice, Captain Tang, I also thought of something. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, he left immediately. Tang Yunyu frowned slightly, but did not stop Chu Yuan. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Just as Tang Yunyu's tense heart relaxed, the pager clipped to her shoulder beeped. A police officer suddenly asked, Captain Tang, are you currently very close to Bama Park? Yes. What's wrong? Captain Tang, a ruthless bandit has kidnapped a young woman in her 20s in Bama Park. Our men are on their way. Tang Xianyu immediately asked, how many people are on the other side? 1. Tang Yunyu said solemnly, there is only one person, and the hostage's situation is extremely dangerous. I will go to rescue him first. If you think Tang Yunyu rose to power because of her beauty, you'd be sorely mistaken. Her skills are among the best in the team, she's been learning combat sports and ancient martial arts since she was a child. Back then, all the karate and Muay Thai experts in the team were subdued by Tang Yunyu. Therefore, Tang Xianyu herself is also known as the #1 expert in the police station. Hakuba Park itself is not very large, but if you walk further in, there is a secluded path that is usually a popular spot for couples to go on dates in the evening. When Tang Xianyu arrived, she was surprised to find that some police officers had already arrived and set up a cordon outside the perimeter. Captain Tang. Tang Xianyu nodded. How's the situation inside? That ruthless bandit has a gun, reinforcements will be here soon. Tang Yunyu said in a deep voice, every minute we wait now will increase the danger to the girl inside. You all stay here and guard her, I will go in alone. Captain Tang, you. Tang Yunyu was very proud, and this wasn't the first time she had dealt with this situation. Wait here. You are no match for armed thugs. After saying that, Tang Xianyu immediately walked into the park. The ruthless bandit was currently in a grove of trees in the park, next to a young woman who looked 90% like Sister Feng. The ruthless kidnapper who abducted him was a middle-aged man. This man had never found a wife, and had never even held a woman's hand by the time he reached middle age. As a result, he began to develop a perverted mindset, and decided to take a gun and spend his time staking out parks. Just today, he spotted a woman with a beautiful back view walking by. Judging by her figure alone, she was stunning. He immediately ran up to her and pulled her into the park. Because it was dark, and because he had pushed the woman's head down and dragged her into the park, he didn't see her face. When the ruthless bandit finally saw it clearly, his heart sank. The girl, who looked just like Sister Feng, clutched her sleeves tightly with both hands, even though the ruthless bandit was about 5 meters away from her. The girl angrily retorted, "Pervert! Forget about it. I'd rather kill myself than let you humiliate me." The ruthless bandit was already feeling frustrated. He wanted to find a beautiful woman, but instead he ended up with an ugly girl. Indecent assault? Just look at those sausage lips, and I feel like I'd throw up the hot dry noodles I ate that morning. I'd rather insult a dog than you. The thug kicked the girl hard and yelled, "Damn it, can't you just stay at home? Why are you running around at night? If you say another word, I'll kill you." If given another chance, the ruthless bandit would never kidnap this dinosaur girl. "Let go of that girl." Tang Xianyu's voice came from behind the thug, "Hands up and don't move." The thug turned around and saw a beautiful woman standing in front of him. His eyes lit up, and he chuckled, "Wow! Looks like I'm in luck. A beautiful woman has actually come to my door." Tang Qianyu glanced at the woman next to her and was stunned when she saw her face. This bandit is too indiscriminate, how could he even lay a hand on someone like that? Tang Qianyu thought to herself. The thug pulled out his gun, since Tang Qianyu hadn't taken out any weapons. "Quickly! Kneel on the ground, or I'll beat you to death." Tang Qianyu's expression hardened as she realized that she had come without a gun, and she felt extremely annoyed. The ruthless bandit suddenly grinned maliciously, "I've never seen such a beautiful woman as you before. Dinosaur girl, hurry up and tie her up, then get out of here." The young woman was filled with mixed feelings of joy and anger. She was happy that she would soon regain her freedom, but she was angry that this man had belittled her in such a way. In the heart of the bustling city, Chu Yuan followed Liu Ming all the way and didn't notice any signs that he was about to mutate. Instead, she watched as Liu Ming received a phone call and immediately hung up. Chu Yuan was too far away to hear clearly, so he moved a little closer and heard Liu Ming's thoughts. "Tch. There's a ruthless bandit in White Horse Park. He dares to go in alone? Isn't that just suicide? Tang Xianyu, I pursued you, but you rejected me. Now, heaven is punishing you so quickly. Don't you regret it? Let me go save them?" "I won't." Hearing Liu Ming's thoughts, Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Captain Tang is in danger? She's a good person, so I'll take the trouble to go and rescue her." Chu Yuan didn't continue following Liu Ming. It's actually not a good thing to follow someone in this situation. He didn't know if there was only one of those insects, nor did he know when Liu Ming would mutate. Soon Chu Yuan arrived at Baima Park. After seeing that the entrance was cordoned off, Chu Yuan climbed over another wall to get inside. As I continued walking forward, I saw an ordinary-looking girl walking towards me while crying. Chu Yuan heard the girl's innermost thoughts. "You pervert! How dare you say I'm ugly? I wish you'll stay single for the rest of your life. No. I wish you'd be picked up by soap every day in prison." Chu Yuan immediately approached the girl. "Miss, have you seen a policewoman? Who are you?" The girl looked up and sized up Chu Yuan a few times. When she saw that he was a handsome guy, her eyes lit up. "Yes. He's being held hostage by a kidnapper. He's up ahead. You absolutely mustn't go and get yourself killed. That guy has a gun." "Thanks." Chu Yuan immediately walked forward, and the girl chased after him. Wait. What's up? The girl seemed a little shy and lowered her head. Can I add you on WeChat? Chu Yuan shook his head and said softly, no need. We've only just met, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Chu Yuan sighed inwardly, I'm sorry, miss, I'm not into your style. There are only 3 reasons why many people are refused when they ask for contact information on the street. First, the other person is in a relationship. The second possibility is that they simply don't like you and have no feelings for you. The third is that they are aloof and prefer to be alone. In his past life, Chu Yuan was asked for the contact information of more than 10 girls, and he gave it all to them, but he would immediately delete them afterwards, just to save the girls some face. The most he ever had was 5 girls lining up in a park to add him on social media. At that moment, Chu Yuan didn't have time to keep the girl's WeChat and then delete her. He walked away quickly. The ruthless bandit grinned as he looked at Tang Qunyu, who was tied to the ground. Oh! I'm so excited right now. Just thinking about how such a beautiful woman is about to belong to me. Tang Qunyu's heart sank when she saw the ruthless bandits. Please. Can someone come and save me? God, I've never believed in your existence, but can you send a hero to save me right now? If someone really comes, I, Tang Xianyu, am willing to give myself to them for the rest of my life. Chapter 30. The kidnapper took off his coat and was about to unbuckle his belt when a rock about half the size of a fist suddenly flew towards him. The blow landed on the thug's lower body, and he let out a wail as excruciating pain spread throughout his body. Who is it? Chu Yuan slowly walked over and stomped hard on the crotch of his pants. Like stepping on an egg. The ruthless bandit let out a scream and then immediately fainted. He had never had a woman in the first half of his life, and he would never have one in the second half. Chu Yuan smiled wryly, Captain Tang. Isn't this a bit too embarrassing? He untied the ropes binding Tang Xianyu. Tang Xianyu looked at Chu Yuan with complicated thoughts, not expecting this at such a crucial moment. It was Chu Yuan who came to rescue him alone. Originally, she thought Liu Ming was the most likely to come, because he also had a pager on him, and his teammate had contacted her earlier. The ruthless bandit immediately turned off the pager. Tang Qunyu was deeply moved when Chu Yuan came alone instead of Liu Ming's help. Tang Xianyu stood up, looked at Chu Yuan's face, and wondered what she was thinking. Tang Qunyu had not forgotten the vow she had just made. Over the years, she had been devoted to her work and had never had a boyfriend. I'm not young anymore, I really should find a man and have a passionate romance. The more Tang Qunyu looked at Chu Yuan, the more she felt that he was incredibly handsome, and that he seemed even more towering in her eyes, making her completely infatuated with him. Chu Yuan noticed something was wrong and said calmly, Captain Tang, did you get sand in your eyes? Why aren't you blinking? Tang Qunyu blushed and snorted, mind your own business. Now that the crisis here has been resolved, I'll take my leave. Chu Yuan cupped his hands in a slight smile, then immediately turned to leave. Tang Qunyu quickly called out to Chu Yuan, wait a minute. Captain Tang, what's wrong? Tang Xianyu actually wanted to tell Chu Yuan about the vow she had just made, but then she thought that doing so would be too abrupt. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't say them. Chu Yuan said solemnly, Captain Tang, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. All right. For some reason, Tang Qunyu felt a little lost. Sigh. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. When Chu Yuan left Bama Park and returned, she found Liu Ming still sitting in the same spot with coffee. Chu Yuan's lips curled slightly. You really have a leisurely and refined taste. Drinking coffee at this hour. It was already quite late. Chu Yuan had nothing else to do, so he decided to stay and wait. If we can wait until Liu Ming mutates into a zombie, that would be the best outcome. If we can't wait, it doesn't matter, since there's no way to avoid this disaster anyway. Only if you and your loved one can live comfortably in the apocalypse, everything else is meaningless. Half an hour later, Liu Ming walked out of the coffee shop, and Chu Yuan followed him. Since they were in a busy area, he wasn't worried that Liu Ming would notice him. Gradually, Chu Yuan noticed that Liu Ming's pace was slowing down. Liu Ming's legs began to tremble slightly as he walked, and he grabbed a lamppost for support. What's wrong? Why do I feel so tired today? It must be because I was rejected by Tang Xianyu after confessing my feelings to her. I'm in a bad mood now, and even my health is suffering. Damn it, I wonder if Tang Xianyu is dead or not. It's such a pity that such a beautiful woman is dead. Vomit. The next moment, Liu Ming's stomach began to churn, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Could it be that I have some kind of terminal illness? Liu Ming's face darkened. Is he going to turn into a zombie? Chu Yuan was standing behind him, so he could see all the abnormalities that were happening to Liu Ming. I'm sorry. Chu Yuan's eyes turned cold as he took out a steel rod he had prepared from behind his back. If Liu Ming mutated, he would kill Liu Ming without hesitation. At the same time, he saw a worm crawling inside Liu Ming's skin, seemingly about to burst out at any moment. Luckily there aren't many people here, otherwise it would be difficult to make a move if too many people saw me. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Liu Ming's breathing became rapid. Damn it, how could this happen? It feels so bad. Am I going to die? Liu Ming reached out his hand for help, but no one had ever passed by on this stretch of path. At that moment, he didn't even have the strength to take out his phone to make a call, or even to lift his hand to press the intercom button. Finally, Liu Ming's body collapsed, convulsing continuously. Chu Yuan was filled with mixed emotions, but he was powerless to save Liu Ming. With continuous spasms, Liu Ming's consciousness was completely erased, turning him into a zombie who let out a violent roar. Chu Yuan has already fought against zombies in the world of the Memory Stone. Without any hesitation. With a single blow, Yang Tian killed Liu Ming, who had turned into a zombie. At the same time, insects crawled out of his skin. Yang Tian quickly stomped on the insects and killed them. Last time, these insects escaped, but this time they weren't so lucky. After doing all this, Chu Yuan left the scene immediately, not wanting to cause himself any unnecessary trouble. Although there was no one around, there were many surveillance cameras. Reality isn't like Detective Conan, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. It's time for me to run away. Chu Yuan sighed. Even before he made his move, he had already planned his escape route. Going back is impossible, as can be seen from the results of my own simulation. After leaving the scene, Chu Yuan conducted another simulation, which, like before, depicted a zombie outbreak occurring within a prison. This means that if he doesn't leave and run away, he will surely die. Unless you acquire a very powerful golden talent. Back home, Liel the white cat saw Chu Yuan and immediately asked, "How is that person? Has he turned into a zombie?" Chu Yuan nodded, yes, and the situation was somewhat dangerous at the time. Fortunately, the location where he turned into a zombie was very remote, so it was impossible for anyone to see it. But we definitely can't stay here any longer, let's go. Liel looked reluctant to leave. I thought the sofa in this room felt really nice to hold, I didn't expect to leave so soon. Chu Yuan looked at the sofa, which was covered with scratches, and the cotton inside was showing. Well, Chu Yuan said seriously, we should leave as soon as possible, otherwise those people will definitely find us. Chu Yuan felt a strong sense of unease. If he didn't leave now, he might never be able to. This feeling isn't a talent, but rather an awareness of crisis. Inside the police station, the murderer who killed Liu Ming has been found. Tang Qunyu looked solemn as she watched Chu Yuan walk out from the end of the road in the surveillance footage, unwilling to believe it. The officer said calmly, "Captain, although there are no surveillance cameras at the place where Liu Ming was killed, this guy is the only person who went in and came out. I understand. Tang Yunyu felt bitter, but now that the evidence was conclusive, she couldn't say anything. Tang Xianyu wiped the sadness from her eyes and immediately said, "Let's go. Capture Chu Yuan." Chapter 31. After Tang Xianyu led everyone to the top floor of the hotel where Chu Yuan was staying, they knocked on the door but no one answered. Tang Xianyu was extremely nervous throughout the entire process. He kept repeating to himself, "Chu Yuan, why are you this kind of person? I don't believe it. Everything that happened in the park not long ago is still vivid in my mind, but in the blink of an eye, I discovered that Chu Yuan was actually the murderer." You can imagine the sense of shock I felt. If possible, Tang Xianyu hoped that she would not meet Chu Yuan under these circumstances. A few minutes later, a police officer said to Tang Xianyu seriously, "Captain, the guy inside still hasn't opened the door. I'll go ask the hotel staff for the key." Tang Xianyu said helplessly, "Go." Soon, a waiter came up with a key and saw so many police officers there. The service was a bit tight, and he had seen Chu Yuan before. He didn't look like a wealthy person at all, yet he was able to stay here. Seeing so many police officers here now confirms that Chu Yuan is a criminal. I knew it, that man didn't seem like a good person. After opening the door, several guns were pointed inside, but when Tang Xianyu and her group walked in, there was no one left inside. "Where is he?" Tang Yunyu frowned slightly, but breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't know why." When Tang Xianyu discovered that Chu Yuan was not in the room, she actually felt a sense of relief. Perhaps she didn't want to see Chu Yuan arrested. The group checked the surveillance footage and discovered that Chu Yuan had left the hotel an hour earlier. Tang Xianyu left a group of people to guard this place. The others began investigating Chu Yuan's route of departure. After leaving the hotel, Chu Yuan went to Shen Liking's house. Regardless, Chu Yuan feels a sense of belonging here. It might be because Shen Liking is her partner in the simulator. When Shen Liking saw Chu Yuan, she was very excited. She realized that since what happened last time, their attitude toward Chu Yuan became a bit strange. "I always want to see Chu Yuan, I feel that only then can I feel much more at ease." Upon learning of Chu Yuan's arrival, Shen Shui quickly came to the lobby and immediately asked, "Chu Yuan, are you all right? Did those police officers give you any trouble?" Whether Chu Yuan is the murderer or not, Shen Shui himself is not sure. However, he knew very well that if Chu Yuan wanted to kill Zhang Zeifei, it wouldn't be difficult. Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Master, I've run into a little trouble, and I might need your help." "You say?" Looking at the apprentice he had taken on, Shen Shui didn't know whether he had made the right decision or a mistake. Chu Yuan said seriously, "The police might come looking for me next. If they ask me, can you just say I'm not here? There's no problem with that, but someone must have seen you when you came in. I didn't come in through the main gate." Actually, Chu Yuan had observed beforehand that no one was around, so he slipped in through another fence. "All right." Shen Shui asked doubtfully, "But why did you do that?" "It's a long story." Chu Yuan glanced at Shen Liking, who nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, we definitely won't tell anyone about what happened to you." "Thanks." It was getting late, so Shen Shui led Chu Yuan to a secluded room in the backyard and let Chu Yuan rest there. The next day, as soon as it was noon, Chu Yuan began to continue the simulation. "Today is the 4th day. God must bless me so that I may obtain a great talent." Chu Yuan said calmly, "System, begin simulation." Emulator is now running. Currently available talents: Heart of Slaughter, Voice of the Heart, Beast Language, Affinity, Lumberjack, Parkour Master, Swimming Champion. Chu Yuan selected several talents and then conducted a simulation. Heart of Slaughter, Gold, your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner voice, purple, you will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Beast language, golden, gain the ability to communicate with animals, and this ability can be continuously improved. The specific methods of improvement need to be researched by the host. Affinity, blue, no matter what you do, you can make people feel close to you and want to be near you, allowing you to handle interpersonal relationships very well. Lumberjack, white, you've mastered the essence of logging, you can easily cut down any kind of tree, but it's not very helpful. Parkour master, purple, grants powerful parkour abilities, transforming you into a parkour pro on the spot. In a world overrun by zombies, this talent might be quite necessary. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This is indeed a good talent. If there are no better talents today, it would be good to solidify it. Of course, this is on the premise that there is no better talent. The swimming champion attribute, blue, allows you to move freely underwater, but this talent isn't very useful, you're not a fish that spends all day in the water. Day 1, you are imprisoned when a zombie outbreak occurs. Your girlfriend, Tang Yunyu, opens the door, and you fight your way out, then drive to Shen Liking's house. You find that Shen Shui, now a zombie, has killed all the members of the Shen family, almost everyone has turned into a zombie. After killing Shen Shui and clearing out all the zombies in the Shen family's house, you find Shen Liking, who is heartbroken upon hearing the news of your relationship. Hey! What's going on? How did Tang Xianyu become my girlfriend? Chu Yuan was full of questions, mainly because this happened too suddenly. He barely spoke a few words to Tang Xianyu, the most he did was rescue her at Bama Park last night. To be honest, the two women are equally beautiful. Although Chu Yuan had some doubts, he continued reading anyway. The next day, the three of you have been keeping watch here. Because you purchased a lot of supplies beforehand, there is plenty of food at home. Day 3, Shen Liking's younger brother, Shen Ping, returns home. You sense his deep pain and learn from his inner voice that he was humiliated by Long Xingtian. You ponder this. That night, you hear sobbing coming from Shen Ping's room. Day 4, you begin to take the initiative and find that while continuously killing zombies, your perception of extreme killing intent has become stronger, which makes you very happy. Day 5, you've been communicating with Leal these past few days, and it says it can sense a special change in its body, but it's unclear what that change is. Day 6, you feel you've mastered the 6th move of the 7-star sword technique, one sword to annihilate all things. Chu Yuan wasn't surprised by this, he had already been able to use some of it back when he was in the Memory Stone. Chapter 32. After entering the Memory Stone, his killing intent and 7-star sword technique improved significantly, making him even stronger in the simulator. Day 7, you no longer intend to stay here and wait to die, and decide to go out and gain experience alone. When you return that night, you are covered in blood. This time, compared to the last time, the training trip was even started much earlier. Day 8, Shen Liking finds you and confesses her feelings. You are very hesitant, unsure who to choose between the two of you, and say you need to think about it. Day 9, you prepare to leave alone to go to the hospital for training, but Shen Ping hears that you are going to the hospital and immediately says he wants to leave with you. On the way, he tells you that he wants to kill Long Xingtian with his own hands. He painfully tells you about what happened between him and Long Xingtian before, which you already knew and were willing to help him. Chu Yuan said calmly, "It seems the timeline here has been moved forward quite a bit. Has my strength already affected all of this?" Upon arriving at the hospital where Long Xingtian was, you initially agreed to avenge Shen Ping. Shen Ping insisted on going in person, and you agreed. You arranged for Shen Ping to wait for you in the room after his revenge. However, when you returned 3 hours later, you found Shen Ping being violated by Long Xingtian behind a glass partition. This time, he was violated for a full 3 hours. You killed Long Xingtian and rescued Shen Ping. After returning home, he suffered a mental breakdown and went insane. Day 10, after Shen Ping went mad, he ran away alone and was killed by zombies. Shen Liking was plunged into grief, and you comforted her. Day 11, you're about to enter a university for training when a group of men approach you. They tell you they're a team and want you to join. You initially want to refuse, but then you overhear their inner monologue, anyone who refuses will be killed. So you temporarily agree and drive with them to a remote village camp. You stay there are many other people there, and you start talking to them. Day 12, with the added advantage of your charisma, others begin to feel an innate affinity for you, believing that whatever you say is right. Thus, you win over this group of people in just half a day. Chu Yuan's lips curled slightly. It seems this talent isn't so bad after all. Should I solidify my affinity? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Chu Yuan immediately dismissed it. His friendliness is indeed good, but in a world overrun by zombies, what good is it? If there isn't a zombie apocalypse, having this ability would indeed be very good. In a life or death crisis, the first priority is to save one's own life, everything else is illusory. What's the point of having affinity when people are dead? 13th day, a mutated zombie attacked the camp. It was an invisible zombie. When the invisible zombie attacked the humans, you splashed muddy water on it, immediately locking onto and killing it. Only 5 people, including yourself, survived. You thought it was all over, but suddenly a powerful mutated zombie appeared, over 3 meters tall. Even more unbelievable, a man stood next to this powerful zombie, and the powerful zombie was being controlled by this man. The man was a mutated human, and the invisible zombie had also been controlled by him. Because you killed the man's invisible zombie, he commanded his strength-type zombies to kill you, and you were powerless to fight back. This simulation is now complete. You can retain one talent and integrate it into the real world. The simulation has entered its cooldown period. This simulation will last for 13 days, with a cooldown time of 2 minutes. Another mutant, and one that can control zombies. To be honest, this ability made Chu Yuan a little envious. If he had this ability, he would greatly increase his survival rate in the apocalypse. He immediately took out his diary and wrote, "Beware of a mutant who can control zombies." He has at least one invisible zombie and one very strong zombie under his control. The simulator didn't mention the strength of that powerful zombie, but judging from what I've seen before, that powerful zombie was probably even stronger than I am now. Sigh, why don't I have this talent? If Chu Yuan possessed this talent, he would not hesitate to solidify it directly. Chu Yuan said calmly, "System, solidify the Parkour Master status first." The Parkour Master skill has been successfully solidified. For now, we can leave it like this and replace it with better talents later. Just as the cooldown ended and Chu Yuan was about to continue the simulation, there was a knock on the door. "Chu Yuan, aren't you up yet?" It was Shen Liking's voice. Chu Yuan was so busy yesterday that she slept until just now and hasn't even washed her face or brushed her teeth yet. Chu Yuan opened the door. Then he smiled slightly at Shen Liking and said, "Miss Shen Liking." When Shen Liking saw Chu Yuan standing in front of her, she actually felt a little shy. "Chu Yuan, you just got up." Chu Yuan nodded. "Is there something you need?" Shen Liking said calmly, "My brother is back. I was thinking of having you meet him, but considering your current condition, it's not appropriate for you to meet anyone. You should continue sleeping." "Your brother?" Chu Yuan's expression changed slightly. Mentioning Shen Ping. Chu Yuan felt that this guy was a very tragic person. He was a man, yet he was violated by another man. "Let's take a look then." "You don't mind?" Shen Liking asked, somewhat surprised. What are you afraid of, your brother? Shen Liking followed Chu Yuan outside, complaining to him about her useless younger brother, who always asked for money from the family as soon as he came back. The two entered the living room and saw a thin, fair-skinned man sitting on the sofa. Shen Shui was also there, but he looked furious. Shen Liking looked at Shen Ping and said, "Let me introduce you. This is our distinguished guest." She did not directly mention Chu Yuan's name. Shen Ping glanced at Chu Yuan, nodded, and showed no interest in getting to know Chu Yuan. Instead, he complained to Shen Shui, "Grandpa, I'm your only grandson. Do you want me to be beaten to death by those people? They're all involved in shady dealings. If I were to lose an arm or a leg, you'd regret it for the rest of your life." "Shut up!" Shen Shui roared in anger. "How could your father have given birth to such a scoundrel like you?" Shen Shui suddenly shouted angrily, "Tell me yourself, how many times has this happened? I've told you before not to gamble, but you always come back with a mountain of debt. You're such a good-for-nothing." Shen Ping acted completely nonchalant, saying, "No matter how bad I am, I'm still your son's son. If you're so capable, why don't you tell him not to have me? I'm not going to waste my breath on you, Grandpa. If you want me to die, then it means God wants me to die too." Long Xingtian said that if he comes over and doesn't produce 500,000, he'll kill me. Chapter 33. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. Shen Shui saw this scene and his expression was very complicated. After all, this matter could be considered a family scandal. Shen Shui didn't want to act like this in front of outsiders. Shen Shui said calmly, "Disciple, I'm sorry to have let you see that I have such a good-for-nothing grandson." Chu Yuan said solemnly, "This is my master's family matter, so I won't interfere. Farewell." Just about to leave. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the door, "Shen Ping, get out here. If I don't see you out in 1 minute, I'll chop off your hands." Upon hearing this, Shen Ping's face turned ashen with fright. She suddenly collapsed onto Shen Shui's lap, repeatedly crying out, "Grandpa! Please save me! If Long Xingtian doesn't see the money, he'll definitely kill me." At this point, Shen Ping was in tears. Even Chu Yuan, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He had met Long Xingtian before. Unexpectedly, Long Xingtian already had dealings with Shen Ping at this moment. Chu Yuan said calmly to Shen Ping, "The more afraid you are, the more likely the other party will let you go." Shen Shui glanced at Shen Ping and said seriously, "Next, I'll tell him, you good for nothing, don't talk." As the group walked out of the hall, they found Long Xingtian already waiting outside, accompanied by more than 20 thugs. Long Xingtian spotted Chu Yuan in the crowd at a glance. His angry face instantly twisted into a smile as he chuckled, "Chu Yuan, didn't expect to see you here. I told you to have 15 days to think about it. Although it hasn't been 15 days yet, I still want to ask if you've made up your mind." Seeing Long Xingtian's lewd appearance, Chu Yuan felt nothing but disgust, but he didn't say anything directly. Chu Yuan said calmly, "I think I'll be able to see things clearly by the time I've had 15 days. "Very good." Long Xingtian wasn't afraid that Chu Yuan would be unwilling, because even if she was unwilling, he would have to be firm. Then, his gaze fell on Shen Ping. Long Xingtian suddenly roared, "Boy, have you prepared the 100,000 yuan I asked you to prepare?" 100,000? Shen Shui frowned deeply. 100,000? Wasn't it 500,000? At this moment, Shen Ping looked very nervous. In fact, he did not owe Long Xingtian 500,000 yuan, but only 100,000 yuan. The reason I said I owed 500,000 was because I hoped my grandfather could give me more so I could continue to live a carefree life outside. Long Xingtian sneered, "Only 100,000. This kid lost 100,000 playing cards at my place and told me to come here today to collect the money. You're the grandfather Shen Ping mentioned, right? Since he's your grandson, then you should pay for it. Shen Shui glared at Shen Ping, then turned around and went home to write a check. He came out with the check and handed it to Long Xingtian, saying, "This check has 100,000 yuan on it." Long Xingtian nodded. "That's better. Shen Ping, bring enough money next time, understand?" Shen Shui said solemnly, "If he goes again next time, I hope your people will stop him." Long Xingtian said calmly, "If I don't let him come, how will I make money? And you too?" Long Xingtian's gaze locked onto Chu Yuan. "I'm waiting for your good news." After Long Xingtian left, Shen Shui led everyone back to the living room. Chu Yuan looked at Shen Ping and also felt that this guy deserved it. But there's not much I can say. Today's events are just the beginning, but he really is an incredibly unlucky person. Chu Yuan gave Shen Shui a slight bow. "Master, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Go." Shortly after Chu Yuan left, police officers led by Tang Xianyu arrived at the Shen family's residence. Tang Xianyu opened the car door and got out. Looking at the Shen family in front of him, Tang Qianyu felt extremely helpless. As the captain, he had to seek justice for Lu Ming and Zhang Zeifei. Deep down, she didn't want to believe that the two people had been killed by Chu Yuan. But there was one thing she couldn't understand: if the two people weren't killed by Chu Yuan, then why was Chu Yuan hiding and refusing to come out? The police officers on guard didn't see anyone return all night yesterday. "Chu Yuan, where did you go? Could it be that you really killed those two people?" Tang Qianyu fell into deep thought. Police officers knocked on the Shen family's door. The bodyguard Mei Zhong from last time has left, and a new bodyguard has taken his place. A group of police officers appeared. The bodyguard's heart skipped a beat. "Is there something you need?" Tang Qianyu stepped forward and looked at the bodyguard in front of her. "Does Commander Shen live here?" Let him come out here, we need to ask him questions, and we need him to come out as soon as possible." The bodyguard nodded. "I'll go and report it right away." They then immediately went to their residence. "Sir, a group of police officers have arrived outside." "Police officer?" Shen Shui turned his head to the side. "Did you come because of Chu Yuan?" Shen Shui came to the door and was slightly surprised to see Tang Qianyu, who was about the same age as his granddaughter. "Who are you?" Tang Qianyu said calmly, "I am Tang Qianyu. I spoke with you on the phone regarding Zhang Zeifei's case before." Shen Shui said seriously, "I think I've already made myself clear about what happened before. I don't know anything." Tang Qianyu said in a deep voice, "This time we're not discussing Zhang Zeifei. Do you know where Chu Yuan went? We're looking for him, but this guy has disappeared. We suspect he's connected to another murder case." "Impossible." Shen Shui was shocked. He had originally thought that Chu Yuan was hiding because of Zhang Zeifei's matter. But no one expected that Chu Yuan would commit another crime. "Certainly. We can't be too sure if it was Chu Yuan who did it. Shen Shui feels that Chu Yuan shouldn't be that kind of person." Shen Shui said softly, "I think there might be some misunderstanding. Chu Yuan doesn't seem like that kind of person." Shen Shui's current thoughts are actually the same as Tang Qianyu's. She doesn't believe that someone like Chu Yuan could be a murderer. But with everything laid out before us, if Chu Yuan wasn't feeling guilty, why would he run away? Chapter 34. Tang Xianyu asked seriously, "Has Chu Yuan been here?" "No. I've been at home the whole time. To be honest, I'm trying to find Chu Yuan, but I don't know where he is." Tang Qianyu nodded and glanced inside. It was her duty to go in and search, but she didn't. After exchanging a few words with Shen Shui, he left with the police officers he was with. On the way back, a police officer walked up to Tang Qianyu and whispered to her, "Captain, why didn't you let our men go in and take a look?" Tang Qianyu blinked. Chu Yuan probably wouldn't dare come here. The main reason was that Tang Xianyu felt very uneasy when she arrived here. Although she didn't go inside, she believed that Chu Yuan might be inside. That's why she didn't go in. Shen Shui rushed to Chu Yuan's room. Something's wrong. A group of police officers just arrived. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. Looking for me? Yes. Shen Shui looked at Chu Yuan earnestly. Disciple, there's no one else here. Why don't you have a good talk with your master? Chu Yuan paused for a moment, then slowly said, Master, do you believe me? Of course. Shen Shui quickly said, as your master, I naturally believe what you say. Tell me quickly what happened. Did you kill Zhang Zeifei? Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, I didn't kill him. Shen Shui clearly didn't believe him. Why is there no one here? Why aren't you telling me the truth? Chu Yuan felt a chill in his heart, never expecting that his master wouldn't believe him. Master! You just said you believed in me. Fine. Chu Yuan knew that no matter who he told these things, almost no one would believe him, but if he hadn't done them, then he hadn't done them. As long as you have a clear conscience, that's enough. Chu Yuan killed zombies, not people. Shen Shui said softly, anyway, I'm only doing this for your own good. Is there anything I can help you with today? I'll stay here. Oh well. After Shen Shui left, Chu Yuan still felt a little uncomfortable, but he understood that it didn't matter who was there at that moment. They would all believe they were the murderer. As for telling others that Zhang Zeifei and Liu Ming had turned into zombies, those people definitely wouldn't believe it. Chu Yuan was unaware that Tang Qunyu had already witnessed the zombies. In fact, if he had told her directly, Tang Qunyu would at least have believed him. Chu Yuan said nothing and continued the simulation. System, begin the simulation. Emulator is now running. Currently available talents, Heart of Slaughter, Voice of the Heart, Beast Language, Parkour Master, The Mute, Dance Trainee, Crisis Sense. Heart of Slaughter, Gold, your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner Voice, Purple, you will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Beast Language, Golden, gain the ability to communicate with animals, and this ability can be continuously improved. The specific methods of improvement need to be researched by the host. Parkour Master, Purple, grants powerful parkour abilities, transforming you into a parkour pro on the spot. In a world overrun by zombies, this talent might be quite necessary. The Aphasia Person, Blue. You can temporarily stop breathing, its effects await your discovery. Dance Trainee, White. You've been a dance trainee for 3.5 years, which probably isn't very useful. Crisis Sense, Purple. You can sense danger approaching in advance. Chapter 35. This time, a decent talent actually emerged. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Crisis Perception, that's quite a talent. If there aren't any better options today, let's solidify this one. Day 1, a zombie outbreak has struck, and disaster has struck. You are imprisoned. Your cellmate, now a zombie, attacks you, but you easily defeat him. You watch the carnage unfold outside your cell as numerous zombies rush towards you, only to be kept at bay by the iron bars. The entire prison has become a living hell. You spend your first day here. Strange, why didn't Tang Qunyu come to save me this time? Could it be that she encountered danger and was bitten to death by zombies? Chu Yuan felt uneasy. Actually, he had a strong liking for this woman and didn't want to see Tang Xianyu die in the mouth of zombies. There is another very important matter at hand. If no one comes to open the door for me, then with my current abilities, there is absolutely no way I can get out of the cell. Of course, encountering a powerful zombie and breaking into the cell is also an option. The next day, you see that all the other cells are empty, and you still can't get out, so you start to panic, and you haven't eaten for a long time. Day 3, you begin to feel intense hunger, have not eaten or drunk anything, and are being stared at by zombies who are constantly howling. Day 4, your eyes are lifeless, and you lean against a corner. In the horde of zombies, you spot a familiar figure. Tang Qunyu has turned into a zombie, and you feel a deep pang of heartache. Upon seeing this line of text, Chu Yuan's idea was once again validated. As expected, Tang Xianyu is in danger. Day 5, due to prolonged and severe lack of water and food, you died. This simulation is now complete. You can retain one talent and integrate it into the real world. The simulation is now in cooldown. This simulation will last for 5 days, with a cooldown time of 1 minute. After careful consideration for a moment, Chu Yuan directly chose to replace today's solidification with crisis sensing. This talent is more helpful to him at this moment. Curing complete. Chu Yuan left his room. He felt very sad after seeing Tang Xianyu turn into a zombie in the simulator. Chu Yuan said calmly, "Sigh. Tang Xianyu is a good girl, she shouldn't have acted like this." However, if Chu Yuan were to go find Tang Xianyu now, he would absolutely not go, since those people are looking for him right now. If I go, wouldn't that be like handing myself a free kill? The only thing that really bothered Chu Yuan was that Tang Xianyu had become his girlfriend. Logically speaking, since the two people have no connection whatsoever, how did they become a couple? And this was even with the emulator locked inside. At this moment, Chu Yuan had a hypothesis in his mind: had he met Tang Xianyu before this? And then something happened? This is the most likely outcome. As Chu Yuan was thinking, his cell phone rang inside his clothes. He saw that it was Tang Qunyu calling. Chu Yuan did not answer. After all, the current situation is too awkward, and accepting the offer would not do me any good. On the other side, Tang Xianyu looked at her phone, and calling Chu Yuan was her own idea. She wanted to ask him personally whether Chu Yuan was the one who killed the person. After several unanswered calls, Tang Qunyu sent Chu Yuan a text message. "Chu Yuan, can we talk? I believe you didn't kill him." Chapter 36. Chu Yuan frowned slightly as he looked at the message Tang Qunyu had sent on his phone. He immediately replied, "How can I believe what you say?" Hearing the phone ring, Tang Qunyu typed another message, "I don't know how to prove what I said, but I hope you can believe me, okay?" Chu Yuan sat on the stool, hesitated for a moment, and then decided to agree to Tang Xianyu's request to meet. For no other reason than he saw in the simulator that Tang Xianyu was his girlfriend, and for that reason, he was willing to go and see her. Besides, Tang Xianyu is a good woman. It would be such a pity to let her be killed by zombies like this. "Let's meet at a certain place, but you can only come alone." "Good. Chu Yuan, shall we meet at the tea bar next to where you used to live?" "I'll be right there." "Can." Chu Yuan walked out of the room and saw Shen Liking watering flowers in the yard. He turned his head and saw Chu Yuan appear. Shen Liking smiled gently, "Chu Yuan." Chu Yuan nodded, "I have something to do, I'll be back later." Shen Liking said softly, "Do you want me to go with you? After all, given your current condition, if you go around alone, it might be." Shen Liking's grandfather had just come to see her and specifically warned her to be careful of Chu Yuan, saying that Chu Yuan was a very dangerous person and that even the police were looking for him. However, Shen Liking firmly believes that Chu Yuan is a good person. Chu Yuan looked at Shen Liking and shook his head, saying, "No need, I'm just going out for a bit, I'll be back soon." Shen Lei felt a sense of loss for some reason after hearing Chu Yuan's words. After leaving the Shen family, Chu Yuan quickly arrived at the agreed-upon tea house by car. He observed for a while to make sure that only Tang Xianyu was sitting in a corner before he felt comfortable going in. Tang Qunyu had been nervously watching the doorway, but her eyes lit up when Chu Yuan walked in. Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan said calmly, Captain Tang, hello. Chu Yuan sat down, looked at Tang Xianyu in front of him, and asked, speak, what exactly do you want from me? Tang Qunyu sized up Chu Yuan, then immediately said, I think you didn't kill Zhang Zafei and Liu Ming, did you? Are you willing to believe me? Chu Yuan asked. Tang Qunyu said seriously, I knew you weren't a bad person from the moment you saved me that night. But I don't know how they both died, I only know that you were there when they died. Tang Xianyu said in a deep voice, Chu Yuan, can you tell me what exactly happened? Chu Yuan sighed. All right, I can tell you, but what I'm about to say might be a bit unbelievable, but I don't expect you to believe what I'm saying. Tang Xianyu nodded, go ahead and say it. When I saw the two of them, they had both turned into zombies, and then I killed them. Upon hearing this, Tang Xianyu fell into deep thought. Chu Yuan smiled wryly and said, how about it? Isn't this reason absurd? After all, this is a plot that only happens in movies. You're saying they turned into zombies? Right. Chu Yuan, you may not know this, but I have actually seen zombies before, so I completely believe what you are saying now. Have you ever seen a zombie? Yes, I saw a team member suddenly turn into a zombie before, and it was Liu Ming who killed him. Chu Yuan nodded, it seems that's when the insects burrowed into his skin and caused the infection. Chapter 37. Tang Qunyu frowned. Is that really a zombie from a movie? Chu Yuan looked at Tang Qunyu with a solemn expression and said, next, there will probably be a major catastrophe. I hope you can survive. The reason I didn't tell Tang Xianyu the truth was that I didn't want to scare her. Chu Yuan continued, Captain Tang, since you believe what I'm saying, what do you plan to do with me next? Tang Xianyu was speechless for a moment. After all, she herself believed that Chu Yuan's words had no effect, and she needed to convince others as well. Tang Qunyu sighed, Chu Yuan, although I know in my heart that what you said is true, others won't believe it. I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. Chu Yuan said slowly, I didn't expect Captain Tang to be able to help me, but thank you for believing in me. Where have you been hiding lately? Chu Yuan said calmly, the Shen family. You really were there? Tang Qunyu had a feeling about this before, and now it was confirmed. Tang Qunyu said in a deep voice, you should leave as soon as possible. I will keep what's going on here a secret for you for a while, but there's not much time left. Chu Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Thank you. Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan asked calmly, what's wrong? After careful consideration, Tang Xianyu decided to confess her feelings to Chu Yuan now, as she worried that if she didn't say it now, she might never have another chance. Tang Qunyu quickly asked, Chu Yuan, do you have a boyfriend? Without. Why are you asking this? Strange, could it be that Tang Xianyu confessed to me, which is why I can see her as my girlfriend in the simulator? Chu Yuan wondered to himself. Tang Xianyu seemed a little excited upon hearing this, then do you want to find one? I mean, what do you think of me? Chu Yuan looked Tang Xianyu up and down, she was indeed a very beautiful woman. But being a beautiful woman is of no use. The most pressing matter was figuring out how to survive in the apocalypse. Chu Yuan hadn't really thought about romantic relationships. Chu Yuan couldn't possibly watch Tang Xianyu get infected by zombies in prison. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, Captain Tang, of course you are a beauty. I bet you have many suitors. Good. Tang Qunyu was very confident in her looks, and because of this, she believed that if she confessed her feelings to Chu Yuan, he would never refuse her. After all, Chu Yuan's looks are above average, and she is more than a match for him. Tang Yunyu took a deep breath and quickly said, Chu Yuan, I'm not young anymore. I've recently thought it through, and I think I should start thinking about the future and start dating now. Chu Yuan nodded. What does this have to do with me? Captain Tang, do you perhaps want to date me? Tang Xianyu's expression remained calm as she continued, I think you're a good person. If you're willing, how about being my boyfriend? What a direct woman. She just confessed to me like that, even though we don't know each other at all. Chu Yuan thought to himself. No. Chu Yuan did not accept her advances, he had no romantic feelings for Tang Xianyu. Besides, she still had Shen liking, if she chose to be with Tang Xianyu at this time. Wouldn't that be like having your cake and eating it too? Chu Yuan told himself that he absolutely could not become that kind of person. Chapter 38. Why? Tang Xianyu's face darkened. She never expected that her confession to Chu Yuan would be rejected. In Tang Xianyu's view, Chu Yuan had absolutely no reason to refuse her. Am I really that bad? Chu Yuan shook his head and said calmly, Captain Tang, it's not that you're not good enough, but I really don't have many thoughts about romantic relationships right now. How about we become friends? Chu Yuan continued, as the saying goes, in the end, most couples lose a friend when they're in a relationship. Instead of dating you, let's just be good friends. You. Tang Xianyu's face flushed red. Chu Yuan, you are so ungrateful. Do you know how many people have pursued me, and I have not agreed to any of them? Looks like I'm the first one. Captain Tang, you don't need to say anything more about this. My mind is made up. Farewell. Chu Yuan didn't continue arguing with Tang Yunyu, leaving a disappointed Tang Yunyu sitting in her seat. Chu Yuan, how could you do this to me? Tang Yunyu's eyes were a little red. Chu Yuan walked out of the tea bar, glanced back, and said softly, I think Tang Xianyu in the simulator shouldn't be in such a bad situation now. I'm sorry, Captain Tang, but I really don't have much interest in you. Back at the Shen family home, Shen Liking had been waiting for Chu Yuan to return. Upon seeing him, she immediately chased after him. Chu Yuan, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. Worried about me? Shen Liking blushed, isn't it because I was worried you might encounter some danger? Seeing this scene from not far away, Shen Shui shook his head helplessly. Although he had reminded his granddaughter to be careful of Chu Yuan, Shen Liking did not seem to have taken his words to heart. Chu Yuan smiled gently, thank you for your concern. How about we go practice our swordsmanship? Okay. Chu Yuan began to instruct Shen Liking in sword practice, and under Chu Yuan's guidance, Shen Liking made rapid progress. Chu Yuan continued to instruct Shen Liking without simulating anything further, and Tang Yunyu did not contact him. Chu Yuan couldn't wait to start a new round of simulations as soon as the simulation refreshed the next day. Today is the 5th day, and Chu Yuan's time is becoming increasingly tight. Start the emulator. Emulator is now running. Currently available talents, Heart of Slaughter, Mind's Voice, Beast Language, Crisis Sense, Lightning Strike, and Control, No Need to Drink Water, Temporary Blindness. Heart of Slaughter, Gold, your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner Voice, Purple, you will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Beast Language, Golden, gain the ability to communicate with animals, and this ability can be continuously improved. The specific methods of improvement need to be researched by the host. Crisis Sense, Purple, you can sense danger approaching in advance. Lightning Attack, Purple, can unleash a 380-volt lightning attack, which will be of great help to you. Control Ants, Blue, gives you the ability to control ants walking on the ground. No water needed. Blue, you will no longer need to drink water. Temporary blindness. White, you can blind someone for a brief moment, the effect lasts only 1 second. Day 1, you are imprisoned. Tang Yunyu comes to see you. You ask her to bring the key beforehand. Then the apocalypse arrives. You watch as people outside turn into zombies. Except for some people in the cells who haven't come into contact with the zombies, everyone in the prison is quickly infected. Tang Yunyu is terrified, and you comfort her. Chu Yuan's expression turns serious. No, if I'm always in prison, I'll starve to death before I even get out. How am I supposed to get stronger then? Yesterday was the same, someone starved to death in prison. Even if you have talent, it's useless. If you possess a talent but cannot use it, then collecting it becomes difficult. What should I do to get out of prison? Could it be that I did something wrong? Chu Yuan thought about it carefully. When he met Tang Yunyu yesterday, Tang Yunyu believed him and would not come to arrest him. If that's the case, then how did I end up in prison? The most likely explanation is that someone reported him. If the person who filed the complaint is the defendant, then who is it? The possibility of Shen liking saying that is very small is slim, and it is unlikely that I would go out and make a scene. Shen Ping still didn't know who he was. If we eliminate them in this way, the one most likely to betray him is actually Shen Shui. He had already developed a rift with Chu Yuan before, and Chu Yuan was well aware of this. Is he really my master? Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, this possibility was quite high. Chapter 39. If it really is Shen Shui, Chu Yuan will only feel heartbroken. Day 2, you are stuck in your cells and cannot get out. Day 3, you are stuck in the cell with no way out, and Tang Xianyu's mental state is slowly deteriorating. Day 4, you are unable to leave, Tang Xianyu fainted from hunger. On the morning of the 5th day, you were barely clinging to life. You watched Tang Xianyu die before your very eyes, powerless to stop it. Soon after, you too perished. Simulation complete. This simulation lasted 5 days. Is one talent per player fixed? Chu Yuan immediately said, no need for now. Damn it! Why does it have to be like this? Chu Yuan was deeply conflicted and angrily said, I must find out why I was locked up in prison. If this matter isn't resolved, things will get even more complicated. Could it really have been Master who made it? Chu Yuan closed his eyes, immediately stepped out of the room, intending to see what his master was doing. On the other side, Shen Shui sat in the room, with Shen Liking in front of him. The reason I brought Shen Liking here was to give her a talking to. You must listen to your grandfather this time. Chu Yuan is not a good person, do you understand? It's best to stay away from him. Shen Lei looked at Shen Shui and asked, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Didn't you like Chu Yuan a lot before? Why are you like this now? And I think Chu Yuan is a really good person. You can only know a person's face, not their heart. I've been through this before, how could I lie to you? The reason I didn't tell you the specifics is to protect you. Shen Liking didn't want to hear her grandfather continue, and said calmly, all right, Grandpa, I'm an adult now. I have my own judgment. I know what's good and what's bad. You don't need to say anything more. Shen Liking shook her head helplessly. That was just her grandfather's temper. She could only leave first. Seeing his granddaughter's attitude like this, Shen Shui was heartbroken. Chu Yuan, I don't know what kind of bewitching potion you gave my daughter, although you've bewitched my granddaughter. But this old man knows very well what's going on in his heart. No, I can't just watch my granddaughter make this mistake. Otherwise, I'll just call the police. Besides, the police officers are looking for Chu Yuan too. With that thought, Shen Shui took out his phone. Just as he was about to press the number, Shen Shui hesitated again. But Shen Shui said in a deep voice, if we just send Chu Yuan in like this, it would be such a waste of his talent. If we let him stay, he'll definitely achieve great things in the future. I'm so unwilling to accept this. But preventing him from leaving is even more impossible. Now it's really impossible to do anything right. Fine. After thinking for a moment, Shen Shui put his phone away for the time being. Let's see what this kid does first. If he has any intention of hurting us, we'll just call the police. Shen Shui spoke very loudly, and that was precisely the reason. He had no idea that Chu Yuan had already overheard everything happening inside. Chu Yuan glanced into the room and couldn't help but think to himself, it seems that master did this. He has a deep grudge against me. Chapter 40. Chu Yuan was especially disappointed when he saw his master take out his phone. Master. You don't have to believe me, but why do you have to do this? We're not enemies. Chu Yuan didn't go in to say anything to Shen Shui. He sighed and immediately left Shen Shui's room. Indoor. After thinking it over, Shen Shui still felt very uneasy about Chu Yuan. After returning to his room and thinking for a long time, Chu Yuan decided to leave. Because if Shen Shui were to report him, then it would be impossible for him to continue the simulation here. No matter how many times he comes, the simulation always starts inside the prison, which is not the result Chu Yuan wants. I need to leave here. Chu Yuan glanced at Liel, who was eating dried fish, and said calmly, Liel, let's go. Walk. Liel squinted, hugged the small dried fish that was a third of her body, and shook her leg. I'm not leaving. The food and drinks here are good, why would I leave? I'll stay here. Chu Yuan patted Lela's head, if you stay here, I guarantee you'll soon run out of food. No way. Liel was skeptical. How did you know? Chu Yuan sighed, now that people are suspicious of me, staying here would only cause more trouble. Come with me. Chu Yuan didn't care whether Liel wanted to or not, and simply put Liel inside the bag as well. Then he quickly opened the door and went out. Liel quickly said, aren't you going to say hello to those people? I'm not fighting anymore. It's really not right for them to just leave like this. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to leave at all. Chu Yuan still felt lingering fear when he thought of Shen Shui's words, even though he hadn't betrayed him yet. It's hard to guarantee that things won't change in the future, since emulators don't lie. Shen Liking had been waiting outside Chu Yuan's room for a long time. She originally wanted to go in and talk to Chu Yuan, but for some reason she felt very embarrassed. Every time she wanted to go up, her heart would race. When she saw Chu Yuan come out with a bag, Shen Liking immediately chased after her. Shen Liking immediately asked, Chu Yuan, where are you going? Why are you in such a hurry? Chu Yuan stopped and turned to look at Shen Liking, Miss Shen. You. Where are you going, Chu Yuan? Chu Yuan looked at Shen Liking, in the simulator, this was his girlfriend. A biohazard is about to break out in a few days. I can't watch Shen Liking die. Since I can't stay here, why not take Shen Liking away? Chu Yuan thought to himself. Miss Shen. Chu Yuan paused for a moment, then slowly said, if I wanted to take you out for a few days, would you be willing? Take me on a trip for a few days. Shen Liking seemed to have misunderstood Chu Yuan's words, her face flushed red. Everything takes time, why are you in such a hurry? Why not start with a bouquet of flowers? Chu Yuan rolled her eyes at Shen Liking, Miss Shen, you've misunderstood. Chu Yuan said seriously, I just wanted to invite you to go out and have fun for a few days as a friend. Please don't overthink it, really. Shen Lei was relieved after hearing this, that works too. Chu Yuan nodded, but can you not let your grandfather know? Just send a message saying you're going out to play for 10 days. You can't go see your grandfather now, you're coming with me. Shen Liking said calmly, Can't you even say hello to my grandfather? Cannot. Chapter 41. Shen Lei was very puzzled. Why, Chu Yuan? My grandfather has always loved me the most since I was a child. Why do I feel like you have some prejudice against my grandfather? Don't forget that you are his apprentice now. Chu Yuan said calmly, sorry, I can't tell you right now. Are you leaving or not? Shen Liking paused for a moment before slowly saying, okay. But I can only go away for a few days, otherwise my family will worry about me. Chu Yuan nodded, don't worry. We'll leave now. Half an hour after Chu Yuan waited for Shen Liking to leave, Shen Shui walked out of the room. He gradually let go of his prejudice against Chu Yuan, but he did not intend to continue to have contact with Chu Yuan. Shen Shui arrived at Shen Liking's room and knocked on the door. Open the door, my dear granddaughter. Grandpa's here. After waiting for a while, Shen Shui narrowed his eyes and pushed the door open when no one opened it. But where is anyone in the room right now? Granddaughter. Where are they? Has this guy gone to see Chu Yuan again? Shen Shui stormed into Chu Yuan's room, kicked open the door, and went inside, ready to confront him. At first glance, the room was empty again, and even the white cat that Chu Yuan had brought had disappeared. Oh no! Shen Shui immediately began checking the security cameras in his home and was shocked to discover that Chu Yuan had left the Shen family home with his granddaughter half an hour earlier. Upon witnessing all this, Shen Shui suddenly flew into a rage, clenching his fists tightly. Chu Yuan, I treated you kindly, taking refuge in my home when you were in trouble. I never expected you to be such an ungrateful person. Fine. Since you're heartless, then don't blame me for being indifferent. At this moment, Shen Shui was extremely anxious as his granddaughter was taken away by Chu Yuan. His first thought was to have the police arrest Chu Yuan. He took out his phone and dialed the number Tang Qunyu had left behind. Hello, is this Officer Tang? Tang Xianyu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Who are you? Shen Shui. Tang Qunyu quickly asked, what do you need me for? Shen Shui said seriously, Captain Tang, didn't you ask me before if I had any clues about Chu Yuan? I didn't know before, but now I have some clues, so I'll tell you. Tang Qunyu's heart skipped a beat, and she said softly, tell me slowly. Chu Yuan just left with my granddaughter. Go check the surveillance footage around here, I think we can definitely find Chu Yuan. Captain Tang, you absolutely must bring my granddaughter out. Tang Xianyu said in a deep voice, okay. I understand. Shen Shui wanted to continue speaking, but Tang Qunyu hurriedly hung up the phone. Strange, why are all the police officers these days so eccentric? Shen Shui put down his phone and waited for news of Chu Yuan's arrest. Chu Yuan, just you wait. On the other side. Tang Qunyu muttered to herself, Chu Yuan, aren't you at the Shen family's house? Why would Marshal Shen say that? Did something happen between you two? Tang Xianyu immediately called Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan recognized Tang Xianyu's number and immediately answered, Captain Tang, what's the matter? Tang Xianyu said calmly, Chu Yuan, are you at the Shen family's place right now? No. Chu Yuan glanced at Shen Liking, who was driving, and said, I'm planning to stay somewhere else for a while. Shen Shui just called me. Chu Yuan said seriously, I know even if you don't say it, so don't worry about it. Chapter 42. Tang Xianyu said calmly, did something unpleasant happen between you two? Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, yes, but there are some things that I can't explain to you clearly in a short time. I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Chu Yuan, you. Tang Qunyu had something she wanted to say to Chu Yuan, but she didn't know what to say. She really wanted to tell Chu Yuan how much she missed him. Well, why am I such a shy person? Tang Qunyu sighed inwardly. Chu Yuan asked softly, are you free? Yes, I have. How about I treat you to dinner in a few days? Okay. Hearing what Chu Yuan said, Tang Yunya was very happy. Then it's settled. I think you should also keep an eye on Shen Shui's side. Ignore him. After Chu Yuan hung up the phone, Shen Liking snorted, Chu Yuan, who is that woman you were talking to on the phone? And you even invited her to dinner. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, it's nothing, just an ordinary friend. Just friends. Shen Liking rolled her eyes at Chu Yuan, I'm telling you men, why do you like being friends with women so much? Don't you know there's a saying that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Chu Yuan smiled and said, I didn't expect you to know that saying. Not bad. Chu Yuan, I don't know why, but I always feel like you're a pervert. Shen Liking frowned. Chu Yuan chuckled and said, isn't being lustful a good thing? It's not like I'm a pervert. I've never thought there's anything wrong with being lustful. There are many kinds of lust. One kind is only for one's lover. Another kind is for all members of the opposite S***X. I'm only shy with my lover. What's wrong with that? Shen Liking nodded slightly, what you said makes some sense. Wait a minute. Shen Lei turned her head to look at Chu Yuan. So you really are a pervert? Chu Yuan shook her head. Am I that kind of person in your heart? Chu Yuan closed his eyes and imagined the scenes in the simulator again. Although there were only words, he could fill in the blanks in his mind. No matter what, Shen Liking should be his girlfriend, so what am I afraid of? So Chu Yuan decided to ask directly, Ms. Shen, aren't you planning to find a boyfriend? Just call me Shen Liking, or Liking. Shen Liking continued, my grandfather is also worried about this. He introduced me to some people, but I don't like any of them. I believe that fate is something you have to actively pursue, it doesn't need someone else to introduce you to someone. That makes sense. Chu Yuan paused for a moment, then slowly said, to be honest, I share the same view as you. There's no such thing as a relationship arranged by fate. In a relationship, one of you has to be thick-skinned. Just confess first. Whether you get rejected or not doesn't matter. At least you tried. Chu Yuan remembered that in his previous life, he met a woman he admired, and that woman also liked him. However, the two were too shy to say a word to each other, so they gazed at each other across the stream for half a year. For the past 6 months, Chu Yuan and the girl have just been looking at each other, neither of them saying a word. But all good things must come to an end. 6 months later, Chu Yuan was leaving that place to work in another city. From then on, this became a thorn in Chu Yuan's side. As time went by, he had long forgotten the girl, but he loathed the shyness he felt back then. Damn it, what's a man supposed to be shy about? Chu Yuan looked Shen Liking straight in the eye and said, I think you should be my girlfriend. Chapter 43. Ah! Shen Liking didn't expect Chu Yuan to be so bold as to confess his feelings to her directly. Shen Liking's face flushed red instantly. You? How could you be so direct? We're not familiar with each other yet. Although she said that, Shen Liking was secretly overjoyed. He actually confessed to me. Chu Yuan said seriously, I think it's okay for me to be a little thick-skinned since I'm a man. Think about it carefully. You don't have to tell me right now. I can wait a few days for your reply. But Shen Liking said shyly, okay, you have to do something for me in this kind of thing. We should at least start as boyfriend and girlfriend. Chu Yuan shook his head, what's the point? If it goes on for too long, we'll be no different from family. It's better to be together now and talk about the rest later. Shen Liking said calmly, I think this is the difference between you men and women. There aren't that many differences. Shen Liking said softly, I understand. Let me think about it for a few days. The two remained silent the entire way. We've arrived. The car was parked outside a secluded hotel in a tourist area, near the Yangtze River. Nestled against the mountains and beside the water, the scenery is superb. Shen Liking opened the car door, looked at Chu Yuan, and asked, "You just wanted to bring me here to play?" Chu Yuan smiled slightly, "Let's find a place to rest first, we can talk about other things later. I'll take you out to play tomorrow." Shen Liking nodded. The two entered the hotel, and Chu Yuan booked 2 rooms, letting Shen Liking rest in one of them first. "And so I started to simulate it myself." Chu Yuan sat on the bed in the room and said calmly, "Start the simulation. Emulator is now running. Currently selectable talents, Heart of Slaughter, Voice of the Heart, Beast Language, Crisis Sense, Spineless, Catch a Blade Barehanded, Masterful Voice, Lightweight Evasion. Heart of Slaughter, Gold, your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner Voice, Purple, you will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Beast Language, Golden, gain the ability to communicate with animals, and this ability can be continuously improved. The specific methods of improvement need to be researched by the host. Crisis Sense, Purple. You can sense danger approaching in advance. Cartilaginous Bones, White, your bones will gradually soften, similar to bone shrinking magic, allowing you to enter places that are inaccessible to ordinary people. Catch a Blade Barehanded, Blue, guaranteed to catch a blade barehanded. When a sword is slashing at you, you can definitely catch it. Not very useful. Master Level Voice, Blue, makes your voice exceptionally pleasant to listen to, and can be very useful in certain situations. Lightweight Aversion, Purple, your chances of avoiding danger are greatly increased when you encounter trouble or peril. This is a great talent. Chu Yuan lowered his eyelids. What a great talent! It's obviously just for deceiving people. Anyway, please pray that this simulation doesn't start in prison again. Day 1, the apocalypse has arrived. Zombies have been unleashed, and people on the streets have gone mad, biting anyone they see. You, Shen Liking, Tang Yunyu, and the White Cat Leal witness this scene of carnage. Day 2, after observing for a day, you find that there aren't many zombies here, but the supplies in the rooms are plentiful, so there's little need to venture out. You continue to observe. Seeing this, Chu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from the tragedies that had been simulated in prison. Day 3, you told Shen Liking and Tang Yunyu to wait at home. You went in alone with your sword and fought the zombies outside the hotel. You cleared the hotel out of zombies within a day and locked the door, achieving temporary safety. Day 4, a group of soldiers passed by and, after discovering your group, offered to take you with them, but you refused. Day 5, Shen Liking receives a call from her younger brother, Shen Ping. She learns that her grandfather has passed away and turned into a zombie, and she cries uncontrollably. You immediately comfort her. Seeing this, Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, "What's meant to happen will happen. There's nothing we can do about it." Day 6, you go out for further training, and this time you feel much more at ease than before. Day 7, there was a knock at the door. You told everyone to be quiet and went to the door, but couldn't see outside. So you drew your sword and prepared yourself. When you opened the door, you found a girl carrying a laptop. The girl said she lived in a certain apartment on this floor and had come to check after hearing you talking. Since there was no food there, you let the girl stay with you. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuan blinked. This isn't a good idea. Day 8, the girl's name is Yu Qingjun. She's a computer expert, but she doesn't want to tell you about her background. Chapter 44. Day 9, you leave the hotel alone for training. The tourist area is full of zombies, there are almost no living people left. Your bloodlust begins to shift slightly. Day 10, a powerful zombie is lurking downstairs. You must engage in a tough battle to defeat it. Chu Yuan said doubtfully, strange, how come there are still zombies that can only be killed after a hard battle? That doesn't match my current strength. Day 11, you go out to gain experience. Day 12, during your training trip, you notice a significant increase in the number of zombies in the vicinity, but you don't think much of it. Day 13, the number of zombies is several times that of yesterday, and you start to feel something is wrong. Day 14, you are training outside when a severely wounded man runs to your side. You see an agile zombie chasing him, so you immediately kill the agile zombie to save the man. After some conversation, you discover that he has been infected by zombies and doesn't want to die, but you still kill him. Day 15, a group of men in black appear and try to take Yu Qingjun away, but she doesn't want to leave. You help her defeat the men in black, who then leave. You try to ask Yu Qingjun about their origins, but she doesn't answer. Chu Yuan shook his head. What an ungrateful woman! What's the point of saving someone like that? Foolish! Day 16, you are talking in your room when suddenly a bullet strikes you. Thanks to your keen senses and agile evasion, you easily dodge the bullet. It turns out a sniper in the distance is trying to kill you. After the sniper misses, he quickly leaves. You are furious, but he is too far away to give chase. Day 17, you reinforced the room's defenses and suspected that yesterday's snipers were also after Yu Qingjun. You questioned her again, but Yu Qingjun remained silent. Day 18, after a day of training, on your way back in the afternoon, you spot several men in black heading in your direction, armed with weapons. You recognize one of them as one of the men who tried to take Yu Qingjun away earlier. Sensing something is wrong, you immediately give chase. Sure enough, the group is heading towards your residence. As they are about to go upstairs, you appear and stop them. The men in black immediately open fire, attempting to kill you, but they are no match for you and are killed. Day 19, you increasingly feel that Yu Qingjun is a very mysterious person, so you keep watching her. Yu Qingjun notices that your gaze is not right and personally finds you, telling you that you actually met before the disaster broke out, but you have forgotten. Seeing the subtitles on the simulator, Chu Yuan found it very strange, since he did not remember having this name. I've met her before. Could it be because I met this woman once? But I don't know that. I don't think I've had any contact with any women before, Chu Yuan thought to himself. Day 20, a zombie was lingering downstairs. While Shen Liking was tidying the room, something accidentally fell down, attracting the zombie's attention. Hundreds of zombies surrounded the area, howling. Several women were frightened, and you comforted them. Chapter 45. Day 21, a speed-type zombie spotted you from downstairs, leaped up, and pounced on you. You easily dodged, but Tang Qunyi was unfortunately attacked by the speed-type zombie in the process. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This zombie can actually jump up 3 floors? What a pity! The panel continued to scroll rapidly downwards. Although you killed the zombie immediately, Tang Qunyi was severely injured. A large chunk of flesh was torn off the back of her hand. You were heartbroken because this meant she would soon turn into a zombie. Tang Qunyi begged you to kill her immediately, but you couldn't bear to. In the end, after she had completely transformed into a zombie, you killed Tang Qunyi. Sigh, I always want to save more people, but I often find that I can't save anyone myself. If I could, I wouldn't want Tang Qunyi to die. To be honest, Chu Yuan had a very good impression of this woman, it would be a lie to say she didn't like her. Of course, this kind of liking is definitely not the kind that exists between men and women. Day 22, on this day, all of you remain silent, feeling saddened by Tang Qunyi's departure. Day 23, you went out on a solo adventure and came across a camp with a dozen or so survivors. They saw you and wanted you to join their organization, and you agreed. Day 24, you've spent one night in this camp. The people here are mostly elderly people and children. You're not optimistic about their chances of survival in the apocalypse, and you're preparing to leave. However, the others in the camp try to persuade you to stay, but your mind is made up. Day 25, after your training, you passed by the camp again and were shocked to find that all the people from before had been infected and turned into zombies. You were secretly saddened, but didn't dwell on it. You killed the zombies in front of you, then left with some supplies. When you returned home, Shen Liking was very happy and hugged you. Yu Qingjun didn't say anything. Day 26, Shen Liking has a high fever, but there's no medicine at home. You ask Yu Qingjun to take care of Shen Liking while you leave alone to find fever reducers at a nearby clinic. Upon entering, you find the doctors and nurses have turned into hideous zombies. The male doctor has a large, rotting mouth on his stomach. You use your pre-prepared sword to kill the mutated zombies and nurses, successfully obtaining the fever reducers and returning home to give them to Shen Liking. Day 27, Shen Liking's high fever has subsided, but she is still very weak. You tell the two of them to wait at home while you prepare to go out alone. The white cat Leal wants to go out with you because zombies don't attack animals, so you take Leal with you. On the way to kill zombies, Leal is like a starving ghost, eating a piece of meat from every zombie you kill. After eating so much, you notice that Lela's white fur has become much softer. You arrive home safely that night. Chu Yuan said softly, "This time it's much better than before, if Tang Yunyu hadn't died." Day 28, early in the morning, a sound like an earthquake wakes you. You draw back the curtains and see an explosion at a scenic spot on a distant mountaintop, flames shooting into the sky. Intrigued, you immediately rush to the scene. You find the area overrun, with a group of zombies surrounding a pavilion. Inside, a man in blue overalls is being harassed by the zombies. You instantly clear out the low-level zombies with a single attack and rescue the man. He tells you he works there. Curious that he hasn't died yet, he reveals a secret: behind the wooden door behind the pirate ship, there's an underground air raid shelter. When the disaster struck, these people were working there, and because the door was locked, many survivors remained. Due to food shortages, they had to leave. You invite the man to leave, but he feels safer inside the shelter and goes back. Chu Yuan nodded. "I didn't expect there to be an air raid shelter here. It would be better to stay there." "No. How can I think about a comfortable life? I should go where it's dangerous. How long can I survive by just hiding? Zombies can level up. If I don't improve my strength, sooner or later the zombies will level up and I will die at the hands of those powerful mutated zombies. After all, it's a simulator. If it's not used to court death, then it's meaningless. I want to court death, not think about how to survive." After thinking about all this, Chu Yuan suddenly understood. Yes. The system gave me a simulator, but not to play it safe. Playing it safe can greatly increase your survival rate, but it may also cause you to miss out on a lot of information. Only when simulations are possible should one venture into dangerous situations to hone their skills. Looks like my perspective was too narrow. Chu Yuan said softly, "System, can I terminate this simulation and start over?" System, yes, you can terminate the program at any time when you want, without waiting for it to finish. Finally, this simulation has ended. The simulation lasted for 28 days. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Just as Chu Yuan was about to continue with the next simulation, there was a knock on the door, followed by Shen Liking's voice from outside, "Chu Yuan, are you in there?" "Okay." Chu Yuan responded, then opened the door to her room. "Lei Qing, don't you want to rest for a bit?" Shen Liking smiled slightly, "Since we're already here, it would be a waste not to take a walk. Why don't you take me for a walk, okay?" When she spoke, Shen Liking's words were very gentle, as if she was taking the initiative to make friends with Chu Yuan. It has to be said that this kind of interlocked sound can really get a few men excited, but Chu Yuan is a straight man. Chu Yuan said calmly, "Sure, but what's wrong with your voice? Is something wrong with you? Your voice wasn't like this before. Do you even understand?" Shen Liking snorted. "Want to go for a walk? If you don't want to, then I'll go by myself." "Okay. It's still very early, so I'll just walk around with this woman. Anyway, Chu Yuan is feeling a bit bored, so we might as well go check out that air raid shelter." Chapter 46. The two arrived at a scenic area in the distance. Chu Yuan asked the staff along the way for directions and quickly found the location of the pirate ship. And indeed, there was a pavilion ahead, much like the one described in the simulator. Inside the pavilion, a woman in her 20s was selling tickets. The woman waved to the crowd and said, "Who else wants to ride the pirate ship? You can come over now, it's 15 yuan per person." Shen Liking immediately became as excited as a child. "Chu Yuan, shall we go ride the pirate ship together? I've loved riding pirate ships since I was little. You want to play?" "Sure." Chu Yuan went over and bought 2 tickets, then sat on the pirate ship with Shen Liking. He had never ridden on this before, or rather, he had always been alone, so he had never played on amusement park rides before. Shen Liking was extremely excited. Chu Yuan turned his head to look at the back of the pirate ship, where there was a large, raised mound with a 2-meter-long door in the middle. The door was closed at the moment. Everything is just like in the simulator. It seems that the group of survivors lived in this place. I wonder if we can go in and take a look later. When the pirate ship started rocking, Shen Liking immediately began to scream. The pirate ship tossed Chu Yuan through the air. He calmly watched Shen Liking and the other excited people, inwardly scoffing, "It's all just child's play. What's there to be afraid of? In any case, these facilities are relatively safe, and if something really happens, it's just bad luck." A few minutes later, the pirate ship slowly came to a stop. Shen Liking was still very excited. That was so much fun. "So exciting." Chu Yuan laughed and said, "Is this exciting? Otherwise what?" Chu Yuan continued, "There are even more exciting things to do. If you want to try them out, I'll take you." "Okay. Wait here for me, I have something I need to take care of." Shen Liking nodded, "Okay, then I'll wait for you here." Chu Yuan arrived at the entrance of the air raid shelter. A staff member was standing next to him. Chu Yuan said seriously to the staff member, "Uncle, can I go in and take a look?" The staff member glanced at Chu Yuan impatiently, then pointed to a sign next to him, "See this? No staff members allowed. Are you a staff member inside? If that's not the case, please leave, sir." Chu Yuan wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "I just wanted to go in and take a look. If that doesn't work, I can come here to look for a job, okay? When I came over, I saw a job posting here. When I came in earlier, there was indeed a job posting outside." The staff member said seriously, "Since it's for work, it's not that you can't go in." The person in front of them entered a password into the keypad next to them, and then led Chu Yuan into the air raid shelter. There were steps leading down in front of me. The door behind me was closed when I came in, and I had to enter a password to get inside. It really is a very safe place. No wonder some people were able to survive there for so long back then. But if you encounter a powerful zombie, you're doomed, Chu Yuan thought to himself. Inside the air raid shelter, the interior is decorated in a high-tech grey style, with even the walls made of stainless steel. To be honest, this place would be a great shelter. Chapter 47. Chu Yuan was led by the waiter to a stainless steel door, then knocked on the door and said calmly, "Manager Yu, someone has come to apply for a job. Please come out and take a look." "I'm here," came a very pleasant female voice from inside. Chu Yuan stared at the door in front of him. When the door opened, a pretty girl with short hair in a bun appeared before him. At first glance, the girl was very playful and cute. Chu Yuan was slightly surprised, as she looked to be only a teenager. Little did I know that I was already the manager of this amusement park. The girl glanced at Chu Yuan and said seriously, "Are you the one who wants to apply for a job here?" Chu Yuan nodded, "Yes." "What kind of jobs do you offer here?" He was just there to take a look, he didn't intend to actually work there. He just wanted to chat for a bit and then find some excuse to leave. "We have enough people for all other positions, but we need a security guard. If you're willing, you can stay and work as a security guard. It's 2,500 yuan a month." The girl continued, "But I see that someone as young as you isn't really suited to be a security guard. There aren't really any other jobs that suit you. You should look for other places." Chu Yuan nodded, "All right then." Chu Yuan casually asked, "May I ask your name?" "My name is Yu Qingjun. People here usually call me Manager Yu. If you need anything, you can come to me. I am the person in charge here." "Oh." Chu Yuan turned to leave, but when he heard this name, he froze. "You just said, what's your name?" Chu Yuan seemed to want to verify. "Yu Qingjun." "What's wrong?" Chu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. "You're Yu Qingjun." Yu Qingjun turned her head to the side and asked suspiciously, "What? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you know me?" "No." Chu Yuan naturally couldn't tell anyone about what happened in the simulator, since that would be too exaggerated and no one would believe it. "I just heard your name and it reminded me of a classmate I used to have. I thought you were my classmate, but my classmate wasn't as cute as you." "Oh." Yu Qingjun replied expressionlessly. Yu Qingjun glanced at the staff member and said seriously, "Take this gentleman away first." After saying that, Yu Qingjun returned to her office. Chu Yuan began to understand. In the simulator, Yu Qingjun said that she had met her before, so they must have met here. Chu Yuan's lips curled slightly. It's getting more and more interesting now. Yu Qingjun. In Chu Yuan's view, he didn't have much interaction with Yu Qingjun, he might care about the lives of Shen Liking and Tang Xianyu. But Yu Qingjun was different, he wasn't familiar with her, so there was no need for him to do anything. Seeing the person is enough, other matters are none of my concern. After Chu Yuan came out, he stood in front of Shen Liking and said, "All right, let's go back first. Aren't you going to play a little longer? There are so many fun things to do here, why don't we just go for a boat trip on the lake? I just picked up a brochure and saw that there's a glass walkway and a wire stunt show by the lake. Shall we go try it?" "Okay, let's go. It's a rare opportunity to have some fun, and if we don't do it now, we won't be able to when the apocalypse comes." Chapter 48. So, Chu Yuan accompanied Shen Liking to buy tickets to the lake area attractions, and they played until after 5 p.m. When she returned, Shen Liking was still telling Chu Yuan how exciting it was to be suspended by wires. However, none of this mattered to Chu Yuan. After all, being suspended by wires is just about hanging people up and floating in the air, and Chu Yuan didn't find it fun at all. Back at his lodgings, he immediately began to reenact the incident again, considering what had just happened as nothing more than a minor episode. System, begin the simulation. Emulator cooldown successful. Emulator is now running. Currently available talents: Heart of Slaughter, Voice of the Heart, Beast Language, Crisis Sense. Chu Yuan stared blankly at his talent panel for a moment. Etc. Something seems off. Since I have the talent of expressing my thoughts, why was I completely unaware of what Yu Qingjun was thinking before? A strange thought immediately flashed through Chu Yuan's mind: could she also be a mutant? It is still quite possible. After all, how could someone not hear what you're thinking when you're in the presence of your own heart? Chu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, wait a minute, when I went to meet Yu Qingjun just now, I didn't hear her thoughts either, what's going on? Chu Yuan no longer had any intention of continuing the simulation. Instead, he immediately left the room and returned to the air raid shelter where he had been before, intending to meet Yu Qingjun. The staff member from earlier in the day was still there. Chu Yuan walked over and said calmly, "Hello, could I see your manager, Manager Yu?" The staff member glanced coldly at Chu Yuan, thinking to himself, "These days, another man is falling for our manager's good looks. But he is indeed much more handsome than the previous suitors." Chu Yuan felt helpless upon hearing this staff member's thoughts. It seemed that he had already been mistaken for Yu Qingjun's suitor, which meant that she had quite a few suitors. Okay. But there are always a lot of people coming to see our manager Yu, so I'm not sure if she'll see you. It's almost time to get off work now, so just wait a few minutes, she'll be out soon. Chu Yuan nodded, okay. A few minutes later, some employees began to come out one after another. Soon, Yu Qingjun also walked straight out from inside, but she was holding a mobile phone in her hand, looking exactly like a girl addicted to the internet. Upon seeing Yu Qingjun appear, Chu Yuan immediately went up to her, "Hello, Miss Yu." Yu Qingjun looked up and saw Chu Yuan. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "It's you again. Is there anything I can help you with? I do have something to say." So far, Chu Yuan has not heard Yu Qingjun's thoughts, but the other employees who were leaving get off work saw Chu Yuan appear. They've already started talking in their heads. They all said, "Why is another man looking for Yu Qingjun? He's quite handsome. I'm so angry that no men come to see me often. Handsome, stop talking to Yu Qingjun and come pursue me. I'll definitely be your girlfriend right away." Chu Yuan ignored these questions and said softly to Qingjun, "I don't know where you live. If you don't mind, can I give you a ride?" The reason I said that was that I wanted to hear what Yu Qingjun was thinking. Generally speaking, if a normal person is asked this question, they will definitely think about something. He wanted to see if the voice of the heart was ineffective against Qingjun from the beginning, or if she became a special mutant later due to the disaster. Chapter 49. But the next moment, Yu Qingjun immediately said, "No need, we don't seem to know each other well, do we?" Chu Yuan smiled slightly, "Wouldn't it be better if we got to know each other now? My name is Chu Yuan." "No need." Throughout the entire process, Chu Yuan did not hear Yu Qingjun's thoughts, which Chu Yuan found incredible. He had previously thought he had misremembered, but he did not expect that he really could not hear them. Strange, does this woman have some kind of superpower? Otherwise, how could I not hear what she's thinking? Chu Yuan smiled rather awkwardly, "It's all right, in that case, just pretend I didn't say anything." Chu Yuan immediately turned and left. Yu Qingjun looked at Chu Yuan when a female colleague walked over and said with a smile, "Manager Yu, is this your new suitor? He's much better looking than the previous men. Don't give up on him. Good men are hard to find these days." "You're joking with me again." Yu Qingjun snorted. The female colleague smiled slightly, "If you don't like him, you can introduce him to me. That guy from earlier was so handsome, give him to me. How about it? Go by yourself if you want, it's not too late." "Good." Not wanting to leave any regrets, the female colleague immediately caught up with Chu Yuan, "Sir, wait a moment." Chu Yuan stopped in his tracks. Turning around, Chu Yuan saw a woman calling out to him. The woman was of above average appearance. Chu Yuan asked calmly, "Is there something you need?" The woman in front of him said softly, Can I add you on WeChat? I asked for it for my friend." After saying that, she took out her phone and brought it close to Chu Yuan's face. Seeing this, Chu Yuan narrowed her eyes slightly, "Are you sure this friend isn't you?" The woman immediately said, "It really is a friend of mine, you have to believe me." Chu Yuan shook his head, forget it. Let your friend come by himself. If your friend doesn't come by himself, then forget it. Do girls these days even need to ask friends for help with things like this? Chu Yuan wondered to herself. Chu Yuan hates women like this the most. They're the ones who have their eyes on a man, but they don't dare to stand up for him. Instead, they have their friends come and ask for his contact information. If you don't even have the most basic confidence, how can you talk about anything else? Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, the woman immediately changed her tune. I'm sorry, actually I just wanted to get your contact information. Could you give it to me? No. Chu Yuan shook his head. I'm not that kind of person. You should find someone more suitable. The woman in front of him complained, why are all you men so fond of you King Jun? I'm not bad looking either. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan became dissatisfied. What did you say? I don't like you King Jun. Don't assume I like her just because you say something. I can't talk to someone like you. I'm leaving now. In short, I have absolutely no intention of dating that woman. Chu Yuan really wanted to curse. How could he say that he had taken a liking to you King Jun? Was he the kind of man who would fall for any woman he saw? That's underestimating him too much. Yu King Jun saw Chu Yuan talking to a female colleague from afar, and the latter looked a little unhappy. So he walked straight over and asked his female colleague, what's wrong? The female colleague snorted, that man just told me that he doesn't like you and has no intention of dating you at all. Yu King Jun snorted coldly, these men just refused to back down. They were asking me where I live just now. I despise men like that the most. And when I asked him for his WeChat, he refused. Yu King Jun couldn't stand the thought of her colleague being rejected by a scumbag, especially one who wanted to date her but lied to others and said he didn't even care about her. She reassured her colleague, come with me, I'll definitely get this little bit of face back for you. Chapter 50. Yu King Jun watched Chu Yuan's retreating figure and thought to herself, I hate men like this the most. He's clearly here to pick me up, but when others ask, he says he's not interested in me. What a hypocrite! I've never seen such a shameless person before. For a long time, Yu King Jun had many suitors. When she saw Chu Yuan, she also thought Chu Yuan was good looking. However, so many men liked her, and she didn't need Chu Yuan. Besides, if a man asks you where you live, it's obvious he wants to pursue you. Yu King Jun is a very proud woman at heart, which is why she looked at Chu Yuan with cold indifference at that time. Hey, wait a minute. Yu King Jun called out to Chu Yuan with a straight face, hey you in front, wait a minute. Chu Yuan turned around again when he heard the voice and found Yu King Jun walking over, along with the woman he had just rejected. Chu Yuan nodded. Is there anything I can help you with? Yu King Jun frowned slightly. What a pretentious person. Even with me right in front of him, he still talks to me with that kind of expression. He clearly likes me and wants to pursue me, how shameless. Of course, she said these words in her heart. Because Chu Yuan has a talent for expressing his innermost thoughts, and I, Chu Yuan, was able to hear them. Hey! It seems I can hear this woman's thoughts, but why didn't it work before? Does she not have any thoughts in her mind? Chu Yuan wondered to himself. Yu King Jun said calmly, didn't you ask me where I live and offer to take me home? Now I'll give you a chance to take me home, how about that? Chu Yuan's lips curled slightly. If it were before, he might have sent Yu King Jun back, but now that he had heard her thoughts, it was a different story. Feel sorry. Chu Yuan said seriously, I have absolutely no interest in you. You seem to have misunderstood me, I wouldn't be interested in a woman like you. You. Being rejected by Chu Yuan directly to her face made Yu King Jun feel very uncomfortable for some reason, since almost all the men her age had liked her since she was a child. She has never been rejected by a man. To be precise, this was the first time she had asked a man to drive her home. Yu Qingjun's face flushed red. I'm telling you, are you even a man? If you like me, you can just say so. Maybe I'll be happy and give you a chance. But why are you being so hypocritical? Because of the loud noise, many people on the street turned their heads to look at the three of them. Chu Yuan heard everyone's thoughts. What a show-off! Such a beautiful woman offered to let him take her home, and he refused? Does he have no brains? If it were me, I would have agreed immediately. Before Chu Yuan could speak, the onlookers were so eager that they all seemed to want to agree on his behalf. Chu Yuan added, you seem to think you are very beautiful, but do you think I, Chu Yuan, am the kind of man who rushes to every pretty woman I see? You're underestimating me. Even if you were the only woman in the world, let alone now, I still wouldn't be able to be attracted to you. Chu Yuan raised his voice, beautiful lady, I hope you can have some self-respect and not be so narcissistic. Seeing a man on the street and saying that he wants to pursue you, aren't you ashamed? I am ashamed. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Chu Yuan snorted. At this moment, everyone looked at Yu Qingjun and began to laugh again, but Yu Qingjun had no idea what they were saying. The only thing we know for sure is that the news has spread among the staff. Chu Yuan returned to his place of residence. Shen Liking immediately opened her door and said to Chu Yuan, Chu Yuan, where have you been? Your phone rang for a long time earlier. Call me. Shen Liking nodded, go and see, it might be an emergency. Okay. Chu Yuan didn't take his phone when he went out. When he opened his phone's call log, it was full of calls from Tang Qunyu. There were more than a dozen missed calls. Chu Yuan quickly called Tang Qunyu back. After the call connected, she anxiously asked, Chu Yuan, are you all right? No. Captain Tang, what can I do for you? Something terrible has happened. Yu Qingjun said in a deep voice, Chu Yuan, you need to leave now, the farther the better, I'm afraid we might not have enough time. Chu Yuan asked suspiciously, Captain Tang, what's going on? Hurry up. Let's leave right now, and I'll talk to you as we go. Chu Yuan sighed helplessly, all right then. Remember, leave where you are now as soon as possible. You can walk alone. Those people are after you. Chu Yuan frowned. You mean your people have already come looking for us? That's right. Tang Qunyu quickly replied, our technical investigators located your position half an hour ago and they're on their way. But I haven't been able to contact you. You should leave now. Seeing how worried Tang Qunyu was about him, Chu Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. No matter what, thank you. Chu Yuan hung up the phone, secretly vowing to help Tang Qunyu survive once the zombie crisis broke out. Chu Yuan will repay those who are good to him tenfold. Half an hour. Although the police officers might not be able to arrive that early, he still had to be prepared to flee. Although he didn't actually kill those two people, the police officers certainly wouldn't believe him. If I told those people the truth, they might think I've gone mad. Chu Yuan held Liel in his arms, then knocked on Shen Liking's door. Liking, open the door. Shen Liking opened the door and saw Chu Yuan holding his cat. She immediately asked softly, Chu Yuan, what's wrong? Someone might come looking for me later, so I'll leave the cat with you for now. I'll be back later. Don't stay here either. Go out for a walk, and don't come back, especially if you see a police car downstairs. Come back later, understand? Shen Liking nodded, okay. Be careful. Yes, I will. Wait for me. Chu Yuan patted Shen Liking on the shoulder, then turned and left. Shortly after Chu Yuan left, Shen Liking also left the guest house. A police car pulled up downstairs, and a group of officers got out. One of the middle-aged men said sternly, listen, seal off this guest house. We can't let Chu Yuan get away. One group, Go up first. The people behind are armed. If Chu Yuan resists, he will be executed on the spot. The others immediately replied, Roger. Chapter 51. When everyone went upstairs and suddenly broke down the door, the room where Chu Yuan was empty. The leading man frowned deeply. What's going on? Is the information wrong? That can't be. What exactly happened? One of the officers immediately said, Captain, did you get some information and that's why the person ran away? Impossible. The man in the lead continued, this is a tourist area, so the people here must have gone out to play. But it will be dark soon, so Chu Yuan should be back soon. You go and drive the car away first. Everyone stay here and wait for Chu Yuan to return. Arrest the suspect Chu Yuan immediately. Not far away. Chu Yuan had already witnessed everything that was happening downstairs in the dormitory building. However, thanks to Tang Xianyu's reminder, he escaped a disaster. I think so. I saw in the simulator that my first day started in prison, so I guess I got arrested today. Tang Xianyu reminded herself, and that changed everything that was about to happen. Thinking about this, Chu Yuan felt much more at ease. He ate something and then went to a secluded alley to begin today's simulation. Chu Yuan lowered his eyelids. Today is my 5th day, and also the 5th time I've solidified my talent. I hope the system will bless me and give me a powerful talent. Chu Yuan sat cross-legged on a straw mat in the alley and said calmly, System, begin simulation. Emulator cooldown successful. Emulator is now running. Currently available talents, Heart of Slaughter, Voice of the Heart, Beast Language, Crisis Sense, Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Colosseum, Draw a Circle on the Ground, Crossing the River and Destroying the Bridge. Heart of Slaughter, Gold, your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner Voice, Purple, you will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Beast Language, Golden, gain the ability to communicate with animals, and this ability can be continuously improved. The specific methods of improvement need to be researched by the host. Crisis Sense, Purple, you can sense danger approaching in advance. Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Purple, food is the most important thing for people. Daxia's 5,000 years of history is filled with all kinds of delicious food. With this talent, you can snap your fingers anytime, anywhere, and a grand feast will appear before you. The feast will be generated according to the food you imagine in your mind at that moment. There's nothing this talent can't conjure up, only things you haven't seen or eaten before. Colosseum, Blue, you can customize which person is pulled into the arena and engaged in a one-on-one combat simulation. This works against both humans and zombies. Draw a circle on the ground, Purple, temporarily locks a person or zombie in place, preventing them from moving. The duration is 5 seconds, giving you 5 seconds to escape. Demolish the bridge after crossing the river, Blue, when you pass a building and someone or zombies are chasing you from behind, you can cause the building or road to collapse. It will collapse wherever you go. When Chu Yuan saw the description of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, his eyes lit up. This talent must be kept. Although it cannot increase one's strength, food is a very important thing in the zombie world. Even if Chu Yuan can stockpile a lot of food now, the food will expire in the long run, so what will he eat then? Even if we take a step back and assume that carrying a lot of food is not easy, it's still difficult to move it. As for finding a base, Chu Yuan hadn't considered that nowhere is safe, and the zombie world's strongholds would inevitably change frequently. Bringing so much food is not an easy thing to do. However, if one possessed this talent, the situation would be entirely different. No matter where Chu Yuan goes, he will no longer have to worry about food or be poisoned. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, today, I'll just solidify this talent directly. Day 1, a zombie outbreak occurs. You, Tang Xianyu, and Shen Liking are all in a guest house. The apocalypse has arrived, zombies are attacking people on the streets, and chaos reigns. The next day, Shen Liking and Tang Xianyu accepted the fact that a zombie outbreak had occurred in the world. Day 3, you told Shen Liking and Tang Xianyu to stay in the inn and not move around, while you took your long sword and left the inn, not returning that night. Day 4, gazing at the slowly rising sun, you stand wearily on the lake shore, having forgotten how many zombies you've killed, you only feel utterly exhausted. Day 5, you rouse yourself and this time sail to another scenic spot on a lake island. Many zombies roar at you from the shore. You see a dozen or so powerful zombies and immediately engage them in battle. The powerful zombies are no match for you and are easily killed. You stay there, as these zombies are all transformed tourists. Clearing the island doesn't take you too long. Day 6, you prepare to leave to check on Shen Liking and Tang Qianyu, and your bloodlust intensifies at this moment. Day 7, you encountered a horde of zombies on the road, so you arrived at the inn in the afternoon. Upon arrival, you found an extra woman named Yu Qingjun. Shen Liking said she was a resident of another room on this floor and would stay with you. You agreed, but Yu Qingjun didn't speak to you, she seemed to dislike you intensely. Chu Yuan gave a wry smile. Interesting. After what happened, it would be a miracle if she didn't hate me. So far, the timeline of this simulation has remained largely accurate. However, Chu Yuan was not happy, because in the next simulation, Tang Xianyu would soon be infected by zombies. Day 8, during your training expedition, you encounter several people dressed in black. They are carrying weapons and sitting in an armored vehicle, moving very slowly, seemingly searching for something. Since they are in an armored vehicle, you ignore them. Chu Yuan said calmly, it seems these people are already looking for Yu Qingjun. But isn't she a staff member at the scenic area? Even if she's a manager, it's not like so many people are looking for her, is it? Day 9, you went out to gain experience and didn't return until evening. Chapter 52. Day 10, you discover a powerful, strength-based zombie lurking downstairs. You engage in a fierce battle with it and defeat it. Day 11, you arrive outside a haunted house and see a man with a unibrow leaning out of a second-floor window, calling for help. He's wearing work clothes. You immediately go upstairs to rescue him, but when you see him, you hear his inner thoughts, he wants to kill you. Furthermore, he possesses the ability to control zombies, as long as the zombies he controls continuously feed on living people, their power will increase. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuan recalled a previous simulation where a guy who attacked the survivor camp was also someone who could control zombies. That's the same ability as this guy. Chu Yuan lowered his eyelids. Could these two people be the same person? However, he was more convinced that they were mutants with the same powers. If it's a mutant with the same power, then this is really troublesome. Chu Yuan thought to himself, then continued to look at the scrolling text on the simulator. Upon hearing the other person's thoughts, you immediately decided to strike first, aiming your sword at the man's head. A sharp clang rang out as the sword struck steel, producing a crisp sound. The man was actually controlling 5 zombies. You, the zombie, had eaten his brain. This simulation is now complete. You can retain one talent and integrate it into the real world. The simulation is now in cooldown. This simulation lasts 11 days, with a cooldown period of 2 minutes. Chu Yuan said calmly, System, solidify the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast has been successfully formalized. In Chu Yuan's opinion, it might not be difficult for him to get food in the zombie world, but what about Shen Liking, Tang Xianyu, and the others? So even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about these 2 women. Chu Yuan took out his notebook and wrote, Mutants who control zombies can make the zombies they control eat living people, thereby achieving the effect of leveling up the zombies. After putting the diary in his bag, Chu Yuan played on his phone for a while, then found an empty room and climbed over the high wall outside. He planned to rest for the night and go check out the haunted house the next morning. If that staff member really exists, we need to think of a way to deal with it beforehand. After a moment's thought, Chu Yuan, lying on the bed, sighed, "Come to think of it, it's because I'm too weak right now. If I were stronger, things wouldn't be like this." When Chu Yuan fell asleep, Shen Liking, who had also found a room to rest, couldn't fall asleep at all. She kept thinking about Chu Yuan in bed, her mind filled with all sorts of random thoughts. Sigh. I wonder what Chu Yuan is doing, whether he's thinking about me or not, what he's doing, and why the police are here. Could what my grandfather said be true? Is Chu Yuan not a good person? The thought flashed through Shen Liking's mind in an instant. I can't doubt Chu Yuan, what am I doing? Chu Yuan can't be that kind of person. The night passed just like that. The next morning, Chu Yuan climbed over the wall again and bought a mask on the street to cover his face. When I returned to the guest house I had stayed at before, several police officers were waiting for me downstairs. Chu Yuan ignored him and went to the location of the haunted house alone. Along the way, Chu Yuan also saw several police officers, but because he was wearing a mask to cover his face, they couldn't recognize him. Upon arriving outside the haunted house, Chu Yuan saw many young couples queuing up. If they wanted to go inside, they also had to queue here. The ticket seller at the entrance was a woman, but according to the simulator's description, he was a man wearing work clothes and with a unibrow. Chu Yuan said seriously, I think it should be very easy to find someone like that. After a long while, it was Chu Yuan's turn. He said calmly to the ticket seller, 1 ticket. The ticket seller handed over a ticket, then smiled at Chu Yuan, hello sir, the ticket is 500 yuan. Cash or card? Chu Yuan frowned slightly. Are these tickets made of gold or silver? Why are they so expensive? The ticket seller said in an awkward rather than polite tone, that's right, sir. We're sure you'll be satisfied with the facilities here. If you feel it's not worth the ticket price while you're inside, we can give you a 50% refund when you leave. Chu Yuan asked doubtfully, is there really such a good thing? The ticket seller nodded, don't worry, our scenic area prioritizes service and focuses on the feedback from repeat customers. If you feel it's not worth the price, we'll refund half of it when you leave. Chu Yuan said calmly, in that case, thank you. Chu Yuan had barely taken a few steps after picking up the ticket when he overheard the ticket seller's thoughts, these people are so easy to fool. They're willing to go in right away. I also think it's expensive. Hearing the woman's thoughts, Chu Yuan could only manage a helpless smile. Arrived at the entrance. A doctor examined Chu Yuan, asked him a few questions, and then let him in. The purpose of this is to prevent anyone from being scared to death inside. Upon entering, the light inside immediately dimmed, emitting a deep, eerie green glow. Accompanied by some eerie music, the journey began. There are 2 passages in front of you, one to the right is the entrance, and the other to the left is the exit. In the simulator, the man with the unibrow is on the 2nd floor. So, if Chu Yuan goes to the 2nd floor, he can see the man with the unibrow. Chu Yuan walked in on the left. The first thing he saw inside was Pigsy carrying his wife, and then there was Flower Fruit Mountain, where Sun Wukong and a group of monkeys were standing. It's all made of wood, and with the lighting, it actually looks a bit eerie. The third one is around a corner. Chu Yuan walks forward, and a black cloth behind him suddenly rises up, followed by a mechanical laugh that isn't scary. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yuan saw that inside the black cloth was a skeleton made of props, which must be the White Bone Demon. Am I in a haunted house or a tourist attraction from Journey to the West? Chu Yuan was a little speechless. He had never been to a haunted house before. If he had known it would be like this, he would have been glad if that man with the unibrow was in Biohazard Mountain. He said there was no way he would come to play. Give me back 500 yuan? What a swindler! Now I finally understand why that ticket seller said those words. Coming to this god-forsaken place, even if he gave half of his leg to Chu Yuan, he would feel like he was losing out terribly. After passing the Bull Demon King and several other monsters, Chu Yuan arrived at the passage leading to the second floor, where there was a closed iron door. There was a piece of white paper with some precautions written on it, among which the 4 large characters were particularly eye-catching. Pay special attention. Chapter 53. The scene on the first floor is just the basic infrastructure. The truly terrifying scenes in the haunted house are all on the second and third floors. If the first floor frightens you, please stop exploring immediately. Chu Yuan scoffed, if I stop now, wouldn't all this money have been wasted? People with heart disease, those who are easily frightened, or those with other underlying health conditions should not go to the second floor. Do not damage the infrastructure inside the haunted house. There was a lock on the iron gate with a key in it. No wonder there wasn't a large group of zombies that could get into the second floor when we were in the simulator. Whether there are zombies or not doesn't matter anymore. One mutant controls 5 mutant zombies, so he can basically go wherever he wants. Chu Yuan slowly turned the lock on the iron gate. I pushed open the door and went upstairs. If I go up there and see that the ticket price isn't worth the money, I'll immediately go out and ask for a refund. But then again, with so many people queuing outside, even though many people have come out, there's no way I could be the only one here. Where did the others go? Although Chu Yuan was puzzled, he didn't think much of it. After arriving on the second floor, he looked around. This is a converted, terrifying hospital. In front of you is a door with the word operating room written on it. There were dried bloodstains on the door. Many chairs were lying haphazardly on the ground, and at first glance, it seemed that no one had been here for many years. The aging effect in this haunted house is quite good. At this time, Chu Yuan noticed a brand new A4 sheet of paper on the table, which seemed so out of place with everything around it. Chu Yuan walked over and picked up the A4 sheet of paper, on which were written the rules for this trip. Mysterious man, your mission this time is to find a strange man with a unibrow in this long-abandoned hospital. Find this strange man and you can end this game. If you can't find him, or if you're scared, shout for help and our staff will come out to get you. When Chu Yuan saw the name man with one straight eyebrow written on it, his face immediately darkened. It seems that the man with one straight eyebrow in the simulator is this guy. Never mind. Let's find this person first. Chu Yuan walked to the end and pushed open the door to the operating room in front of him. According to the plot of a horror movie, he was about to see a very strange scene. Creak. After a slow, drawn-out sound, Chu Yuan looked inside and saw an operating table with a severed human hand on it. However, the quality is poor, it looks a bit fake. For a place like this, it's already quite impressive that it's achieved this much. Chu Yuan walked to the operating table and tried to pick up the severed limb with his hand. At that moment, a withered hand reached out from directly below the operating table and tightly gripped Chu Yuan's ankle. Chu Yuan looked down with a solemn expression. He bent down and pulled the hand off his ankle, much to the surprise of the staff member playing the ghost below. This was the first time he had ever seen such a daring tourist. Nature. After making the arrest once, the staff member did not attempt to make a second arrest. If we keep trying to catch them, it actually diminishes the game's appeal. Chu Yuan ignored it. These people were all employees, and he wasn't afraid. For Chu Yuan, nothing else mattered anymore. Everything is fake now. The zombie outbreak a few days later is the only thing that will truly happen. Chu Yuan put down the severed limb and then walked into another door, which led to an extremely dark passage. There was only one light bulb, less than 5 watts, lit inside. It was so quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat. If a timid girl were here, she might have burst into tears on the spot. Chu Yuan walked inside, and just then, at the end of the corridor, a pale, bloodless hand slowly reached out from behind the cover. When Chu Yuan stretched out his arm, he saw a human head peeking out from inside. The face was expressionless and covered in white powder. Ultimately, these are all fake, they're all staged by staff members. The distance between them was less than 20 meters, but what Chu Yuan cared about most was that the other person had a unibrow. It seems this guy is the one I've been looking for. After all, men with straight eyebrows are rare, especially men with such thick straight eyebrows. Chu Yuan rushed forward in one stride. At this moment, the man with the unibrow turned around and prepared to leave. Normally, he could have left immediately through the dark passage from this distance. The reason for this is to provide tourists with a reminder. But he never expected that Chu Yuan's speed would far exceed his expectations. In an instant, they were in front of the man with the unibrow. Slow. Chu Yuan suddenly grabbed the shoulder of the man with the unibrow. The staff member with the unibrow was startled. What's going on? How come you're so fast? Chu Yuan said seriously, I have a question for you. You say. The man with the unibrow looked displeased and heavy-hearted, seemingly dissatisfied with his job. Chu Yuan also heard what this guy was thinking. Damn it, why do I have to do this every day? Can't I find an easier job? I'm so fed up with dressing up like a clown to please others every day. Chu Yuan was speechless. If he still didn't like this job, why didn't he know to change to another one when there were so many other jobs in the world? This is a tourist area, not close to home. Of course, Chu Yuan did not directly express her thoughts. Chu Yuan nodded. Are you the only man here with slanted eyebrows? How many more do you want? Do you have something to say? The man with the bushy eyebrows seemed very impatient. Seeing this person's personality, Chu Yuan understood why he acted that way in the simulator. If a person accumulates too many negative emotions, they must find a way to release them. So Chu Yuan can understand to some extent, even though this method of creating a straight eyebrow is not very humane. Chu Yuan said calmly, all right, I'm fine now. Now that I've found you, may I leave? Okay, I'll take you away. Chu Yuan followed behind the man with the unibrow, listening intently to the man's negative inner thoughts. I must leave this place. I can't keep working like a slave for others every day. When will this shitty existence ever end? Chapter 54. Throughout the journey, Chu Yuan listened to the man's complaints the whole time. He sounded exactly like a nagging woman, which gave Chu Yuan a terrible headache. Moreover, this person doesn't seem to have even the slightest bit of optimism. Chu Yuan said softly, Brother, I see you're always sighing and complaining. Do you really dislike your current job? The man said coldly, if you had to live like this every day, I'd like to know if you could still be so optimistic. And you're talking to me. Hearing the other person speak to him, Chu Yuan was a little surprised. As long as the other person was willing to talk to him, there was still a great chance for things to turn around. Perhaps I could become a psychologist and give this guy some good advice. Build good relationships now. When the end of the world comes, he might become his right-hand man. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, I can see you're not happy here. If I were you, I would be in great pain every day too. Many people like to be pitied and feel sorry for themselves, and this man with the unibrow in front of me is just like that. Since that's the case, let's say more things to pity him. Really? After Chu Yuan said this, the man's expression softened considerably, and he sighed, you're right. It's really too oppressive to do things in this place. If I could, I would like to leave this awful place immediately. And you don't know, some people might be afraid of me because I work here, and they start attacking me as soon as I show up. How can I not be troubled if this continues for a long time? Chu Yuan nodded, you're right. This is exactly the method Chu Yuan was thinking of to persuade this guy. If he doesn't listen to advice, he might have to resort to some extreme measures. Unless absolutely necessary, Chu Yuan does not want to resort to extreme measures. The man with the unibrow continued, what I'm thinking about right now is to leave this place immediately, but I don't have the courage to leave now. I asked my colleagues to let me leave, but none of them were willing. If someone helps me resign, I'll leave immediately. Are you sure? Yeah. I've wanted to quit working here for ages. It's so boring, and there's so much to do. I don't have that much free time. It feels so stifling. Since you're so eager to leave, how about I talk to your boss for you? Good. Looking at Chu Yuan, Yizame felt a pang of gratitude. He scratched his head sheepishly and said, I'm a man, and I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but I'm a shy and introverted person. Chu Yuan nodded, actually, me too. Let's go. Chu Yuan didn't care about anything else at the moment. He just wanted to get this menace out of there. Where he went was not his concern. Once outside, the man with the unibrow said to Chu Yuan seriously, wait a minute, I'll call the manager and let him know. I'm not good with words, so please tell him for me later. Okay. How can there be such a cowardly person in the world? Chu Yuan thought to himself, sweating bullets. Soon, a familiar figure appeared before him. When Chu Yuan saw the person, he was a little surprised, it's you. The person who arrived was none other than Yu Qingjun. Yu Qingjun was already angry about Chu Yuan yesterday, so seeing Chu Yuan appear now made her temper flare up again. Shameless man, what are you doing here? Chu Yuan frowned. I didn't say anything to you, and you're already calling me shameless? There's no such logic in this world, is there? Mind your own business. Yu Qingjun snorted. After all, she still remembered very clearly how Chu Yuan had made her lose face in front of everyone yesterday. Therefore, it is quite normal for Yu Qingjun not to give Chu Yuan face. Chu Yuan smiled and said, Manager Yu, I think you seem to have a lot of prejudice against me. No. Yu Qingjun turned her face away and looked at the man with the unibrow. What do you want from me? The man with the unibrow began to stammer, I. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't know how to continue. Seeing that the man with the unibrow was unlikely to directly express his desire to resign, Chu Yuan said seriously, let me tell you, this guy wants to resign, but he's too afraid to tell you. Just let him resign. The man with the unibrow nodded. Seeing this, Yu Qingjun said in a deep voice, no. It's peak tourist season now, how can we just leave like that? Besides, it's not easy to recruit people to work, and I can't quit now. Even if you want to leave, you need to find someone to come and work here immediately, otherwise you can only leave at the end of the year. If we make him wait until the end of the year, it'll be too late. I find you to be so insensitive. It was discovered that although Yu Qingjun was very cute, the way she did things was not like what one would expect for someone her age. Mind your own business. Yu Qingjun said sternly to the man with the unibrow, listen, it's not that you can't resign, but you can't leave now. When we're not so busy, or when you can find someone to work here, then you can leave. Chu Yuan sighed and noticed that the man with the unibrow had a surge of anger on his face. This is understandable, considering that the person originally wanted to leave, and yet was treated this way by the manager at this point. Chu Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. If it were Yu Qingjun in the simulator, this man with the unibrow might have taken revenge on her. Chu Yuan quickly said, how can you, a girl, do this? This person has had a hard life too. Just let him leave. I can work for you, how about that? That should be enough to replace him, right? Yu Qingjun looked Chu Yuan up and down, then nodded. You have a good physique. If you'd like to work here, it's not out of the question. Good. Chu Yuan smiled and said, then it's settled, okay. Can come with me to sign the labor contract. After you sign it, this guy can leave. Chu Yuan said calmly, "All right, I just can't stand that they're unwilling to let people resign. I'll help them out." Chu Yuan put on a mask and then followed Yu Qingjun to the place where they had previously worked in the underground air raid shelter. After the contract was signed, Chu Yuan patted the man with the unibrow on the shoulder and said earnestly, "All right. Now you should leave quickly. It would be best to leave this city, or go abroad for some fun." For Chu Yuan, this guy's emotions are unstable, so it's impossible to be friends with him. It would be better to let him go far away, preferably somewhere he can't see, the farther the better. Chapter 55. At least in this way, the man with the unibrow won't put himself in danger. The man with the unibrow looked at Chu Yuan with great gratitude and said excitedly, "Thank you so much. You are such a good person. I will never forget your great kindness. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely repay you." Chu Yuan nodded, "Okay. My name is Chu Yuan. If you ever see me again and I happen to need your help, just do it." The man with the unibrow smiled bitterly and said, "Someone as useless as me probably won't be able to help you in my entire life. Thank you, I'll be going now." The man with the unibrow turned and left, clearly very happy. Yu Qingjun looked at Chu Yuan, her brows furrowing slightly. "All right, now let's talk about your matter. Since he's gone, you should go back to the job he was doing." Chu Yuan said seriously, "How could a man as handsome as me do that? Could you help me out? Find me something else. To be honest, I'm a bit socially anxious. How about you find me a job where no one can bother me? Why do you have so many problems? I brought you here to work, and you're still complaining. Hey beautiful, just tell me if it's okay or not." "It's not impossible. Inside this scenic area, there's a place where you need to move some miscellaneous items, but the foreman there has a bad temper." Yu Qingjun already disliked Chu Yuan, who made her lose face in front of everyone on the street. They were just hoping Chu Yuan would get beaten up by that hot-tempered foreman. Even if Chu Yuan hadn't said anything, Yu Qingjun would have arranged for him to work under that foreman, moving things around. Chu Yuan looked at Yu Qingjun, whose eyes were fixed elsewhere, as if deep in thought. Chu Yuan sensed what Yu Qingjun was thinking, but he couldn't hear her thoughts. "This is undeniably unusual," Yu Qingjun said seriously. "We have a porter team in our scenic area. I think you need to get some exercise, so why don't you go work for the porter team? But the porter team is on that small island in Savage Mountain across the lake. What do you think?" "Sure." Chu Yuan felt it was just right, since if he stayed here, the police officers might find him. The situation is different if you go to a small island by the lake. "All right." Yu Qingjun became a little gloating. The foreman of the moving team was a small-time hoodlum when he was young, and he was very good at fighting. "I've heard he has a very bad temper, often berates his employees, and even hits them. Chu Yuan, I'm already looking forward to seeing you get beaten black and blue. You deserve it." Yu Qingjun thought to herself, already looking forward to beating Chu Yuan up today. "Come on, I'll take you there." Yu Qingjun took Chu Yuan on the ferry that tourists used for sightseeing, and after more than 10 minutes they stopped at a small island called Savage Mountain. As soon as the ship docked, Yu Qingjun led Chu Yuan to the area where the porters were located, and then called out to the room, "Old Wang. We have an employee here, come out and introduce him." A burly man, over 1.9 meters tall, with a fierce look on his face, immediately walked out of the house. He walked straight up to Chu Yuan and Yu Qingjun, glanced at Chu Yuan with a look of disdain. Then, he asked Qingjun, "Manager Yu, is this him?" Yu Qingjun nodded, "Yes, he's the new guy who just started working here, his name is Chu Yuan." He then introduced Chu Yuan, saying, "This is the foreman of the moving team, you can call him Manager Wang." Chu Yuan nodded, "Hello, Mr. Wang." President Wang glanced at Chu Yuan arrogantly, and because he was much taller than Chu Yuan, He had a condescending air about him. And Chu Yuan. I also heard what this guy was thinking. There are all sorts of people these days. Why does this young man look so arrogant? He really needs to be taught a lesson. He looks like he's asking for a beating. He needs to be properly disciplined later. But he's quite handsome, maybe. Upon hearing Mr. Wang's voice, Chu Yuan frowned, clearly displeased. After handing Chu Yuan over to General Manager Wang, Yu Qingjun turned around and smiled at Chu Yuan, saying, "All right, you'll work here. If you have any questions, communicate with General Manager Wang promptly. If you make a mistake, your salary will be deducted." Chu Yuan nodded, "I understand." Standing to the side, General Manager Wang thought coldly to himself, "I thought he was someone important. I saw Manager Yu personally escorting this man here, so I thought he was a friend. It seems he's nothing special." No sooner had Yu Qingjun boarded the ship and left than Boss Wang coldly said to Chu Yuan, "New guy. There's a truck full of lifebuoys over there. Take them out and move them to the warehouse in front." Chu Yuan looked in the direction that General Manager Wang was pointing to, but didn't say anything more. Since he was there to work, he walked straight to the truck and started moving things. There were other movers nearby. Upon seeing Chu Yuan's unfamiliar face, some people gloated, while others looked on with a hint of sympathy. As those people approached, Chu Yuan overheard them talking quietly. "Another one. With such good looks, won't that perverted CEO Wang drag him off to pick up the soap? Didn't you know that pretty boy named Xiao Zhou who picked up soap for half a month, then spent half a year in the hospital, and I heard he was left with psychological trauma? After he recovered, he went abroad. This new guy is so handsome, President Wang definitely won't let him go. His fate will be even worse than Xiao Zhou's." Chu Yuan frowned upon hearing these words. "A gay man is actually next to me." An hour and a half later, Chu Yuan put all the lifebuoys into the warehouse. Mr. Wang is currently standing outside the office window, from which he can see Chu Yuan at work. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth and his chin resting on his other hand, he exclaimed "good" several times, a sly grin on his face. "Not bad. He's a man who grows on you the more you look at him. I must get my hands on it. In this small town, no man that Boss Wang sets his sights on can escape his grasp." Seeing that Chu Yuan had finished moving his things, General Manager Wang beckoned to Chu Yuan and said, "Chu Yuan, come to my office for a moment." Chu Yuan's face darkened. After all, he remembered clearly what it was like for this guy to be gay, as well as the conversations between those people. But he went anyway, as soon as he entered the office. Mr. Wang smiled slightly, raised his hand, and said calmly, "Close the door for a moment." Chu Yuan didn't say anything and simply closed the door. The next moment, Boss Wang looked at Chu Yuan and smiled, "Young man, are you dating anyone?" Chu Yuan shook his head, "Not yet. You can find someone now. To be honest, I don't have a partner either. I'm single just like you." Mr. Wang's face gradually turned lewd. Then he added, "But you'll come with me, and we'll date." Chu Yuan chuckled and said, "President Wang, how can men be together with other men?" Mr. Wang frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. "Look at what you're saying. Heterosexuality is only for procreation, while same-sex love is true love." Chapter 56. Chu Yuan said coldly, "What kind of bullshit logic is this?" Mr. Wang's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by rage. "Kid, do you know what I did when I was young? How dare you disobey me? Let me tell you, I'm the boss here. You do whatever I tell you to do, or else watch out for my fists." Chu Yuan became quite impatient. "Then I'd really like to see just how powerful your fists are. Now." Chu Yuan understood why Yu Qingjun had called him here. She probably wanted President Wang to teach him a lesson. Chu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, women's hearts are always so cruel. Taking advantage of his tall and strong physique, Boss Wang opened his arms wide and snarled, "Chu Yuan. I originally wanted to talk to you nicely, to make you my girlfriend, and then sleep with you legitimately. Since you're so ungrateful, I'll have to be tough and use my iron rod." President Wang threw a punch at Chu Yuan. Bang! The next moment, he was grabbed by the neck by Chu Yuan, just like a little chick. Mr. Wang's expression changed drastically. "You? When did you do this?" The speed was so fast that even President Wang didn't have time to react, and he didn't even see clearly how Chu Yuan lifted him up. Chu Yuan threw it away. With the help of the Heart of Slaughter talent, defeating a muscle man was not a very difficult thing. "You old codger, you have no shame. You!" Mr. Wang flew into a rage, yelling, "Men! Come in here!" He wanted to call for his men outside to beat up Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan hated being threatened the most, so he walked straight over and stomped hard on Wang Zong's crotch. Click! A sound like an egg breaking came from inside the room. After screaming, Mr. Wang immediately lost consciousness. If this were ancient times, he could have directly entered the palace to become a eunuch. What happened? "Mr. Wang! Oh dear, Mr. Wang, what's wrong? Wake up!" Several movers came in and saw Mr. Wang lying unconscious on the ground. The person who was holding Mr. Wang kept pushing him, as if they were in a hurry. However, Chu Yuan still heard his thoughts. "You old BD, I never thought you'd end up like this. I'd better kill you." Others also voiced their complaints. Chu Yuan felt ashamed. Just how much hatred must someone have to create such a situation? "What's wrong, Mr. Wang?" The person supporting Mr. Wang looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan shrugged and said calmly, "This old pervert wants me to be his girlfriend, but I'm not into that kind of thing, so he's trying to force me. But this old pervert was no match for me, so I beat him up. I don't think he'll ever be happy in his next life." Upon hearing this, the man thought to himself, "Damn it, this BD finally got what he deserves. God really does have eyes." Of course, once the words were out in his mouth, the man was a completely different person. "Don't just stand there, hurry up and get Mr. Wang to the hospital, see if he can be reattached with surgery." "Don't go," the man said to Chu Yuan. "You'll definitely have to take responsibility for this." Chu Yuan laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm not leaving." The workers immediately took the unconscious Mr. Wang out in the work boat, but the boat was moving very slowly along the way. For these people, there was an unspoken understanding that they hoped Mr. Wang would miss the best time for surgery and become a eunuch for life. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor conducted a comprehensive examination and determined that Mr. Wang's iron bar was completely shattered and could not be repaired at all. So the experts discussed it and decided to perform a resection on Mr. Wang. After the surgery, Mr. Wang woke up and found himself in a hospital bed with his employees watching over him. Mr. Wang immediately said to one of the men, "Xiao Chen, how did I end up here? I remember I was fighting with Chu Yuan, but I forgot what happened after that. By the way, why does my lower area feel a little numb?" Xiao Chen's face twitched slightly. "Mr. Wang, you've been given anesthesia down there, so you'd better be prepared for what I'm about to say." Mr. Wang frowned slightly. "What's going on?" Xiao Chen whispered in Wang's ear, "Mr. Wang, you're not a man anymore. FKU. Mr. Wang slapped Xiao Chen across the face, "What nonsense are you spouting, you brat?" The door was pushed open, and the doctor walked in carrying a water hose. He said to Mr. Wang sternly, "Your people are right. From today onwards, you can no longer be a man, and of course, you can't be a woman either." Mr. Wang saw that the doctor was holding a blue water pipe with a tap on it. "Doctor, what do you mean? Here's the thing, your roots have been trampled and damaged, so we've performed a resection. But don't worry, we're the largest hospital in the city, and we can reconnect them with this pipe in a moment." The water pipes are imported and of very high quality. Consider them a gift from our hospital to Mr. Wang. However, your case is extremely rare, perhaps only seen once in decades. We have already invited a TV station to do an interview. After the surgery, we hope Mr. Wang can come forward and talk about his post-operative feelings. If you need to pee, just turn the faucet on top, it's very convenient. Mr. Wang burst into tears. Doctor, is it really no use? Please put the original one back in. The doctor shook his head. Mr. Calm, we would like to help you reattach it, but a third of your thing has been reduced to fragments, and what's left is just a little bit of flesh attached to it. It would be fine if it were longer, but it's only 1 centimeter long. We're very sorry. And your parents have already signed the surgery contract for you, they have agreed to the surgery. Nurse, let's get him into the operating room. Mr. Wang immediately became enraged, shouting, No. I won't have the surgery, I don't want the water pipe, I'm a man. I'm a man. You can't do this, I'm going to sue you. Before he could even utter the word we, the doctor immediately gave Mr. Wang a sedative injection. An hour later, the surgery was a complete success, and Mr. Wang's body was perfectly connected to the water pipe. When Mr. Wang was pushed out, he looked completely dejected, and the reporters frantically took pictures of his face. Chu Yuan, come out here. What exactly happened? You have to give me an explanation today. Are you a monkey in the Huxia zodiac? Why are you causing such a ruckus? The speaker was Yu Qingjun, who rushed over to handle the situation immediately after hearing about it. Chu Yuan came out of the room and said seriously, Miss Yu Qingjun, you can't blame me for this. Yu Qingjun frowned and said angrily, How dare you talk to me like that? Call me manager. Chapter 57. Chu Yuan nodded and said softly, Actually, this isn't my fault, it's that boss Wang's fault. You know what? That CEO Wang is actually a pervert. He likes men. I was wondering why he could remain calm when he saw such a cute girl like you. Turns out he doesn't like women. Manager you, look at you. Why didn't you tell me he likes men? Yu Qingjun was very dissatisfied. In fact, she had been fantasizing about Chu Yuan being severely punished by President Wang, but she did not expect that not long had passed. I learned from my subordinates that Chu Yuan had removed President Wang from his position. Yu Qingjun said sternly, Chu Yuan, do you think this matter is just going to end like this? Now that you've turned him into a cripple, what are you going to do about it? Pay up. Chu Yuan had already come up with a plan. He intended to settle things privately with that CEO Wang, and he didn't want the situation to be too ugly. Besides, Chu Yuan has some money on him now, and there's no need to go to such extremes, but he just feels particularly uncomfortable with that boss Wang. Not to mention that since they dared to set their sights on me, their crimes are even more heinous. Now that things had come to this, Yu Qingjun couldn't say anything, so she immediately asked, I don't think you're as tall or imposing as President Wang. How did you manage to beat him? When they came over earlier, those people were talking very strangely, saying that Chu Yuan was a martial arts master and that he had subdued President Wang with his one-finger divine skill. The more it's spread, the more bizarre it becomes. Chu Yuan chuckled softly, they won just like that, how else could they have won? Yu Qingjun was very dissatisfied. Just as Chu Yuan was about to say something more, he suddenly saw several police officers getting off a bed by the lake in the distance. Chu Yuan's face instantly darkened. He immediately turned his head and said to Qingjun with a serious expression, Can you do me a favor? What kind of help? If you help me this time, I'll owe you a favor that could even affect your fate. How about it? Yu Qingjun initially thought Chu Yuan was just joking, but then she saw how serious his eyes were. You have to tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Chu Yuan said softly, a few police officers have come ashore. They must be looking for me. Please don't tell them I'm here, okay? You King Jun frowned. Did you do something illegal? How is that possible? Chu Yuan immediately said, please help me out. I will never forget this favor. All right. King Jun snorted, not knowing why she should help Chu Yuan, but for Chu Yuan, even if King Jun refused to help him, he could leave easily, but if there were better options, it would be better to have King Jun help him. Chu Yuan prepared himself, making sure that not many people would see him here, and that the porters weren't here at the moment. So Chu Yuan went to hide behind a big tree some distance away. Several people slowly walked towards King Jun, took out their identification, and said to her seriously, hello, have you seen this person in the photo? King Jun looked at the photo, it was indeed a photo of Chu Yuan. She paused and asked, what's wrong with this person? They are the two suspects in our murder case. It seems they have come to your tourist area, but we don't know where they have gone. We can only ask around one by one. King Jun shook her head, I'm sorry, I've never seen this person before. Chapter 58. The police officers didn't press the matter further, nodding and saying, if you see this person, please contact us as soon as possible. King Jun, okay, if I see this person, I will contact you immediately. The officers immediately moved away. After everyone had left, Chu Yuan stepped forward and approached King Jun, saying, thank you. King Jun narrowed her eyes and looked at Chu Yuan with disapproval. What exactly happened? You should explain this matter. After all, we can't keep a shady character here. You have to believe me, I really am a good person. In fact, King Jun had already begun to suspect that Chu Yuan might be a murderer or something similar. After all, police officers came looking for them. This was already far too much. King Jun was even a little afraid of Chu Yuan. Even someone as strong as President Wang was defeated by Chu Yuan, let alone a woman like herself. King Jun said abruptly, I think this is best. You don't need to continue working here. I really can't keep someone like you. You should leave. Are you sure? King Jun had previously wanted to leave Chu Yuan here to bully him, but now that even the police have come knocking, how could she dare to leave him? Seeing King Jun's serious expression, Chu Yuan didn't say anything. After all, staying here was definitely not a good thing. Regardless, I still want to thank you. I owe you a favor for this. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, I'll lend you a hand then. Chu Yuan helped her by taking King Jun with him when the zombie apocalypse struck. However, King Jun didn't take it to heart. She said seriously, I don't need your help. You don't look like a good person. Taking advantage of the fact that the police officers hadn't arrived, Chu Yuan left by boat. Because of wearing a mask. So none of them recognized him, and some were talking about the police officers from earlier. Chu Yuan only realized after hearing these guys' thoughts that the police officers would take out their photos and write them down whenever they saw someone. Fortunately, Chu Yuan got a seat at the very front, where there was hardly anyone watching. When traveling by boat, everyone's view was focused on the back, so they wouldn't notice him. After returning to the shore at the scenic area, Chu Yuan called Shen Liking. As soon as the call connected, Shen Liking's worried voice came through, Chu Yuan. Where are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. Where are you? I'm coming to find you now. We should go. I'm staying at the hotel near the internet cafe. Is Lil there? Exist. Okay, now bring Lil down here. Remember to wear a mask, this place isn't very safe. I'll take you away. Chu Yuan hung up the phone and arrived at the hotel next to the internet cafe a few minutes later, where Shen Liking and Lil were already waiting. Upon seeing Chu Yuan appear, Shen Liking felt extremely flustered. She had previously trusted Chu Yuan completely, but when she saw so many police officers coming to find her, Shen Liking became very worried. Chu Yuan picked up some luggage, held Liel in his arms, and only after taking 2 steps did he realize that Shen Liking had not followed. He turned his head. What's wrong? Shen Lei paused for a moment, then slowly asked, Chu Yuan, if those people find you, will you be arrested? Chapter 59. Chu Yuan paused and said, why are you suddenly asking this? Shen Liking was flustered, but said calmly, I think you are a very mysterious person, but no matter what you do, I know you are not a bad person. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, whether I'm a bad person or not isn't written on my face, so how do you know I'm not a bad person? Intuition. Shen Liking said. I'll take you away. Although Shen Liking had a lot to say, she swallowed the words back down. She said that she would unconditionally believe that Chu Yuan is a good person. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Shui had been waiting for Shen Liking to come home for a long time, and Chu Yuan had blocked his phone number. Tang Xianyu told him to wait for news, but every time he called Tang Xianyu, the other person seemed nonchalant. This made Shen Shui very suspicious, but indeed, a police officer informed him that they already knew Chu Yuan's location. However, Shen Shui became very uneasy when he did not see his granddaughter Shen Liking. He left the Shen family and went to the police station. Upon seeing the police officers inside the police station, Shen Shui immediately stated his purpose. A young police officer who had met Shen Shui before said calmly, don't worry, your granddaughter should be fine. Our people saw her at that scenic spot, but it was on the surveillance cameras. Shen Shui immediately said, thank you for your help. You must catch that Chu Yuan. I've known for a long time that he's not a good person. Don't worry. We'll help you. Not far away, Tang Yunyu saw Shen Shui there and couldn't help but sigh. Then, looking into the distance, she said, Chu Yuan, you must be careful. This is the best I can do for you. Chu Yuan led Shen Liking away from the scenic area, but they didn't go too far. He found a hotel on the street outside. Then they chose to share a room on the top floor with Shen Liking. Shen Liking originally wanted to come in and sit down, but Chu Yuan was eager to start simulating the next scene, so he persuaded Shen Liking to stay in the room and play on her phone or watch TV. Chu Yuan then led Liel into the room. Chu Yuan immediately began the simulation. System. Begin the simulation. Emulator is now running. Currently available talents: Heart of Slaughter, Voice of the Heart, Beast Language, Crisis Sense, Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Childlike Heart, Crow's Prophecy, Fearless of High Temperatures. Heart of Slaughter, Gold. Your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner Voice, Purple. You will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Beast Language, Golden. Gain the ability to communicate with animals, and this ability can be continuously improved. The specific methods of improvement need to be researched by the host. Crisis Sense, Purple. You can sense danger approaching in advance. Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Purple. Food is the most important thing for people. Daxia's 5,000 years of history is filled with all kinds of delicious food. With this talent, you can snap your fingers anytime, anywhere, and a grand feast will appear before you. The feast will be generated according to the food you imagine in your mind at that moment. There's nothing this talent can't conjure up, only things you haven't seen or eaten before. Chapter 60. A pure heart, Blue. You have a compassionate heart, a heart of gold that makes everyone who sees you feel your sincerity, and perhaps they can be of great help to you. The Crow's Mouth, Blue. The good things you say rarely come true, but the lies you tell will definitely become reality. You can only use this once a week. Unfazed by high temperatures, White. Enables you to survive in high temperature conditions anytime, anywhere. Day 1, you are in a hotel, with Shen Liking beside you. You see zombies emerging from their cages below, turning living people into zombies, and then attacking even more people. So you said something like, if these zombies come up, you'll all die, right? As a result of your uncanny ability to predict the future, an extremely powerful mutated zombie suddenly appeared. You simply didn't have the strength to fight it, and both you and Shen Liking were killed by this powerful mutated zombie. Simulation ended. Survival time, 1 day. Cooldown time, 1 minute. You can solidify a talent. Chu Yuan didn't even have time to react, his brows furrowed. What am I doing? Damn it! Why did I even use this jinx to say this? Chu Yuan just wanted to slap himself hard across the face, but it was pointless now. I can't change anything myself. This talent for jinxing is actually quite good. If used at the right time, it can be a deadly weapon. If it weren't for the fact that it could only be used once a week, Chu Yuan would definitely have solidified this talent without hesitation. Just as I was about to continue the simulation, a voice came from the street. Anyone there? There's a really good deal on driving lessons right now, wanna come? It only costs 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Yuan immediately wondered if he had misheard, since he knew about taking a driving test. He had never taken a driving test, but he was still aware of the price. It usually cost over 3,000 yuan. Is this 1,000 yuan item really that cheap? Chu Yuan doesn't have a driver's license, and the world is about to end, so he has to think about himself. Should I just go and get a driver's license now? It would be so troublesome if I couldn't drive, Chu Yuan thought to himself. They had made up their minds. So he immediately went downstairs and called out to the middle-aged man who had just spoken, "Wait a minute." The middle-aged man looked at Chu Yuan and asked, "What do you want?" Chu Yuan asked seriously, "I heard you say earlier that it only costs 1,000 yuan to get a driver's license here, is that true?" "Yes. Our driver's licenses are the most honest, they never lie to anyone." The man appeared extremely honest and kind, but Chu Yuan could hear his true feelings. He was a two-faced person. "What are you thinking? You want 1,000 now, but we'll pull some strings later. If you don't cough up 7 or 8,000, you think you can get a driver's license? We might just replace the car you take to the test with the cheapest one. You think you can pass on your first try for 1,000 yuan? Do you think you're that genius?" Hearing this guy's thoughts, Chu Yuan could only smile helplessly. The man immediately said, "How about it? Do you want to take the test? It's very easy." "All right." Chu Yuan wasn't the type to fuss over things. Although he said that when the zombie world came, having a driver's license wouldn't really be that important. But this car definitely needs to be driven. Moreover, Chu Yuan had previously learned that in this world, you can start practicing driving on the same day. You can practice driving without even taking the written test, the theory test. There's no time left for the first driving test. It's definitely worth having this instructor guide you through your driving test, both the second and third parts. Chu Yuan took out 1,000 yuan and said, "Let's make a deal first. After I pay this money, can you take me to practice for the theory test immediately? If you can't take it, then I'll go find another driving school." "Able." The coach's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the money. Once the money was out, everything was negotiable. Chu Yuan handed the money to the coach and then asked, "My name is Chu Yuan. May I ask your name?" "Just call me Master Li. Download Yudiantong first. Then come with me. I'll take you to complete the formalities, our place is just ahead." Chu Yuan finished registering with Lao Li, and by then, reservations were already available on Yudiantong. Old Li looked at Chu Yuan's phone and said, "You can book your theory test, subject 1, now, but I'm asking you, do you really want to try subject 2 right now?" Chu Yuan nodded. "Otherwise, why would I give you money? Then I'll take you there." These were the words old Li said, but his true thoughts were quite different. Let's wait and see how we swindle money. We can probably make several hundred yuan on the first day. We'll make you take the exam for several months, so we can take advantage of you even more. Hearing this thought, Chu Yuan couldn't help but smile, but Lao Li didn't think much of it, just feeling that this was a strange person. Old Li took Chu Yuan to a nearby driving practice spot, which was not far and very quiet. There is a C1 car and an automatic car on the field. Chu Yuan registered for C1. Seeing that no one seemed to be practicing at their driving school, Chu Yuan asked doubtfully, "Instructor, there are so many people taking driving tests these days, why is no one here?" Old Li said calmly, "It's not peak season now, so there are very few people signing up. Isn't that a good thing? If you come, I can teach you properly." But Old Li's inner voice said, "What do you know? Our business is called 3 years without business, then 3 years of feasting. How could someone like you possibly understand that?" Chu Yuan got into the driver's seat, and the instructor first taught Chu Yuan how to control the height of the seat, and then the distance between the two rear-view mirrors. After everything was set up, the instructor said in a deep voice, "All right, now you can release the handbrake, but keep your foot on the clutch and shift into first gear. Release the clutch gently. Then turn your steering wheel, and I'll watch from the side." Chu Yuan immediately followed the instructor's instructions, released the clutch, and the car began to move forward slowly. The instructor was teaching Chu Yuan how to turn the steering wheel all the way to the left and then all the way to the right. A few minutes later, Chu Yuan had grasped some of the techniques and learned how to make a half-circle shot. Seeing this, the coach immediately said, "All right. That's enough for today. Come back tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Chu Yuan added, "But I've only been here for 10 minutes, shouldn't we practice a little more?" Before Old Li could even speak, Chu Yuan had already heard what the guy was thinking. "Kid, it's not that you can't continue, but you have to give me some money first." Of course, he couldn't say it so bluntly. Old Li was quite tactful. Chapter 61. Old Li laughed and said, "Actually, this isn't something that can't be compromised. You know that oil prices have been rising all the time, and it would be very inconvenient for you to drive these cars, wouldn't it? You said you'd give me $1,000, but if I let you work too long a day, wouldn't I be losing money? How about you pay more?" Chu Yuan said seriously, "Then, according to your view, how long do you think I need to practice driving here every day? Generally speaking, if you want to book a driving school spot, you have to try to grab one yourself, but our driving school doesn't have that many people." Old Li clicked his tongue, then immediately said, "How about this, you come here tomorrow and reverse into the parking space twice, then go back. After completing the remaining procedures the day after tomorrow, you can schedule your exam. If you fail, the retake fee is 800 yuan. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was very displeased. Isn't this a rip-off? Are there any driving schools in the world that make students go back after reversing twice a day? I bet you're the only ones who do that. Chu Yuan had never seen these reports in the news and believed they were untrue. The coach explained seriously, "You can't blame us, we said it was for gas. Just pay a little more money." Chu Yuan didn't say anything. In fact, if it were any other time, he might have argued with this guy. However, with the zombie outbreak approaching faster and faster, money will become less useful in the meantime. Chu Yuan asked, "How much will it cost if I want to practice for 2 hours? Old Li quickly replied, "If it's 2 hours, then it'll be 400 yuan. He was even waiting for Chu Yuan to refuse so he could reduce the amount further, but Chu Yuan did not refuse. Instead, he immediately took out 400 yuan from his clothes and said, "Okay. Here's 400. I need to practice for 2 hours." Old Li's eyes immediately narrowed into slits. He happily accepted Chu Yuan's money, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. With money, He also became more responsible, patting Chu Yuan on the chest and saying, "Don't worry, with me here, there's nothing we can't handle. Come on, let's start teaching you. Drive the car out, and I'll teach you how to reverse into a parking space first." Old Li immediately became serious. It has to be said that paying money really makes things much easier. The coach is a completely different person now. Following Lao Li's instructions, Chu Yuan drove the car to the marked position. The instructor whispered, "When you're reversing, look at the left rear view mirror, and when you reach the yellow line, immediately turn the steering wheel all the way to the right." At this moment, Lao Li is teaching Chu Yuan how to reverse to the right. Chu Yuan nodded, then shifted into reverse, and the car slowly reversed. Once it reached the yellow line, Chu Yuan immediately turned the steering wheel all the way to the right. The coach quickly said, "Okay, now don't look at the left rear view mirror, focus your gaze on the right." Chu Yuan's gaze shifted to the right. The car kept reversing. The instructor, looking at the right rear view mirror, immediately said, "Okay, listen carefully now. When the car reaches the corner of the yellow line, pay attention. When the distance between your car body and the yellow line is 30 centimeters, you don't need to straighten it, just reverse. Then, when the rear of the car is 30 centimeters away, straighten it. Next, look at the left rear view mirror, the distance behind should also be consistent. Stop when the edge of the mirror is touching the yellow line. If you are reversing and the car body is less than 30 centimeters away from the rear edge, you should immediately turn the steering wheel back half a turn. When the front of the car can no longer see the corner line, continue to turn the steering wheel all the way to the right. When the rear of the car is 30 centimeters away from the rear edge line, straighten the steering wheel, observe the other side, and then look at the edge of the mirror to confirm before stopping." Chu Yuan carefully followed Lao Li's instructions and began driving. When the car body was less than 30 centimeters from the corner, Chu Yuan immediately turned the steering wheel back more than half a turn, and then the vehicle continued to reverse. Once the front corner line was no longer visible, Chu Yuan quickly turned the steering wheel all the way to the right again. As the rear of the car came within 30 centimeters of the yellow line, Chu Yuan aligned the car's position. Slowly bring the car to a stop. This time it was clean and efficient. Even old Li thought it was very good. Chu Yuan can basically master reversing into a parking space in one go. The next few practice sessions were not very difficult either. Chu Yuan mastered the other events within an hour. Even Lao Li was dumbfounded. In the end, he gave Chu Yuan a thumbs up and said, "I am really impressed. If you could just go through it like this, you could pass the second part of the driving test with a perfect score." Chu Yuan didn't feel happy at all. It was too easy, with no difficulty whatsoever. I'd heard people say that getting a driver's license was extremely difficult, but it turns out it's not that hard. Then let's go and contact the driving test, part 3, now. That won't do. Although Lao Li loves money, he still has to abide by basic principles. Even if Chu Yuan is doing well now, he is still driving on the road. Chu Yuan said calmly, "I think I can give it a try. After all, I'm doing pretty well now, aren't I?" The two people were talking when a woman in her 50s walked over. Old Li looked at the woman from the passenger seat, as if he recognized her, and asked, "So, did you get any customers to sign up today?" The woman frowned. "I'm unlucky. You have one, don't you? I'm so envious. How's the practice going?" "Not bad, you can start practicing for your driving test now." "Boast." The woman laughed and said, "You little rascal, do you think there are such geniuses? How about we bet the price of a meal?" "Okay." The woman noticed that Chu Yuan looked unfamiliar, so she said, "Let's just see how his practice goes. Just look at the second part of the driving test." Old Li immediately said, "How about we bet 500 yuan? Can?" Old Li immediately said to Chu Yuan, "Young man, it's up to you now." Chu Yuan quickly went through the second part of the driving test, without crossing the line or making any other mistakes. It was so perfect that the woman was taken aback. She had originally intended to renege on her debt. However, after seeing Chu Yuan's eligibility to register, he could only hand over the 500 yuan to Lao Li. Chu Yuan thought that Lao Li would give him a portion of the money, since if he had crossed the line or made a mistake, Lao Li would have had to give the 500 yuan to that woman. To everyone's surprise, old Li took the money and acted as if nothing had happened, then said to Chu Yuan, "Since you want to drive, let's go." Seeing that he was willing to take him out for practice, Chu Yuan didn't say anything. "As for this money, it doesn't matter whether I give it to myself or not, I have plenty of money anyway. What needs to be done now is to stockpile supplies." Before that, he needed to find a relatively safe place. Actually, the air raid shelter is nice, but it's a workplace after all, so it's obviously not suitable for staying there for a long time. It's too far from the city to be a suitable place to stay. Chapter 62. After driving the car onto the main road, the driver said to Chu Yuan, "All right. You can try it here. But let me tell you, don't be too overconfident. You can't pass every subject on your first try. This third subject is very difficult." Chu Yuan smiled slightly. "How come I heard people say that this is more difficult than the second part of the driving test?" "That's because others don't know it." "All right, why don't you give it a try? Let me see if you're really that good." Chu Yuan nodded, then drove the car away. Throughout the journey, Chu Yuan followed the driver's instructions and did not do anything himself. Chu Yuan also learned very quickly. Even the driver watching from the side gave Chu Yuan a thumbs up, looking at him with newfound respect. "Not bad. I've never seen anyone as good as you. You are the most amazing person I have ever met." When practice time was up, Chu Yuan didn't stay any longer, for his own sake. "I just wanted to see how to drive, but now that I've learned how, there's no need to continue." As for driver's licenses and such, Chu Yuan doesn't care. The end of the world is just around the corner. There's no way I'd ever need those things. Back at my place. Just as Chu Yuan was about to go upstairs, he suddenly saw a man in a black suit walking over in a hurry. Their gaze was fixed on Chu Yuan. Upon seeing this person, Chu Yuan frowned. "What do you want?" The man glanced at Chu Yuan, then immediately focused his gaze on what was behind Chu Yuan. "Master Lu, you must help my father. I don't know why, but he's suddenly gone mad. We've locked him in the room now." Chu Yuan felt a little embarrassed. It turned out they hadn't come for him after all. He was about to go up. But what the man in the suit said next surprised Chu Yuan greatly. The man in the suit said to Master Lu, "My father suddenly went mad yesterday for some reason, and he seems to really want to bite something. There was no other way but to lock him in the room." His eyes were completely white. Master Lu was dressed in a Taoist robe and held a willow branch in his hand, looking like a highly accomplished Taoist master. He immediately pinched it with his hand, then frowned deeply. "This is terrible. Your father is going to die." "Ah!" The man in the suit's expression changed drastically. "Master Lu, is there any way to save my father?" "That's not an impossible solution." Master Lu immediately stretched out his hand, then weighed it in his hand. "As you know, people in our line of work generally have very short lifespans. This kind of reading can affect our lifespan. You can't expect me to show this to your father for nothing, can you?" Seeing this, the man in the suit immediately took out 5,000 yuan from his clothes. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Master Lu. No matter what, you're the only person I can think of to help my father with this illness." Master Lu immediately smiled, readily handing over the money, then said with a fake laugh, "You! I never said I wanted this much money. What are you doing to me? Don't do this again." Master Lu said sternly with a smile. Chu Yuan walked over and said to the man in the suit, "Hello. I just heard you say that your father's eyeballs are all white. Is that true? The man in the suit glanced at Chu Yuan. Really? Why would I lie to you about something like this? Can I go take a look? The man in the suit's face darkened. What are you doing here? Do I know you that well? Chu Yuan said solemnly, you might not believe it, but I am actually a Taoist priest and have studied some Taoist arts. Master Lu was displeased. Kid, what are you talking about? How could you be so young? Don't let yourself be fooled by this kind of scammer. The man in the suit also didn't believe Chu Yuan's words, because Chu Yuan looked younger than him. Chu Yuan laughed and said, this Taoist art has nothing to do with age. Since this Taoist priest says I have no ability, I think we should do this. Chu Yuan whispered to the man in the suit, do you believe I can hear what you're thinking? Interesting. Now tell me what I'm thinking right now. Speaking of which, the man in the suit thought to himself, let's see how you keep up this act, you liar. Chu Yuan quickly said, right now you're thinking I'm a liar, and you want to see how I'll keep up the act, right? Hearing this, the Master Lu said coldly, since you know you're a fraud, why don't you get lost? The man in the suit paused for a moment, then said in shock, that's right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Chu Yuan knew that the man in the suit was now convinced of his abilities, so he turned to Master Lu and said, Master, why don't you give it a try? Ahem. I would never do something that shortens my lifespan. If I were to do it, it would cost at least 100,000 yuan. Chu Yuan said coldly, fine. I didn't expect your life to be so valuable. I wonder how many more years you have left to live. Chu Yuan then turned to the man in the suit and said, if you trust me, may I also come to your house for a look? All right. The man in the suit was still somewhat skeptical of Chu Yuan, after all, that was indeed what he had thought before. Master Lu merely snorted, he too had been invited by the man in the suit, so he couldn't say anything. However, they treated Chu Yuan very badly, since if the two of them went together, they might earn much less money. Naturally, they were also very dissatisfied with Chu Yuan. The man in the suit lived not far away, it was about a 10-minute walk from there. Upon entering the man in the suit's home, one finds his wife, children, and mother, all of whom appear to be in a very anxious state. Upon seeing Master Lu, the man in the suit's family members immediately came over and said anxiously, Master Lu, you've finally arrived. Please save my man. He started going crazy yesterday. We had no choice but to lock him in the room. He just kept yelling. Chu Yuan asked suspiciously, wait, how did you manage to lock people inside? Chu Yuan understood perfectly well that the zombies' attacks were terrifying, and ordinary people had almost no ability to resist. Therefore, in some movies, unarmed people will definitely be eaten by zombies. Unless you're extremely lucky. Apart from the man in the suit, the others were all elderly, weak, women, and children. The strangest thing is that he wasn't infected. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, the man in the suit said sorrowfully, yesterday, my father was alone in his room. We installed surveillance cameras in his room in case we saw him going crazy. Because the door needs to be turned to open, but seeing my father like this, I didn't dare to open it, so I kept it closed. Chu Yuan nodded. I see. That explains why they weren't attacked by zombies. Low-level zombies really can't open doors. Chapter 63. Only then did the other family members notice that a young man had also come in. Who is this? The man in the suit immediately said, this is also a Taoist priest who came with us. He said he also came to check on my father's condition. So you're a Taoist priest too? Master Lu, who had initially felt he had gained enough face, now had a dark expression again. Ahem. The real Taoist priest is here. I'm asking you, are you really looking for me? If you're not sincere, then shall I leave? Master Lu, you came here perfectly well, why are you leaving so soon? Master Lu looked displeased. I hope you understand that you invited me here, otherwise I wouldn't have come. The man in the suit immediately said, Master Lu, please take a look at the surveillance footage from my father's room. We're all too afraid to go in now. Pay up first, it's a fortune-telling fee, 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan said coldly, 10,000 yuan? You might as well just rob someone. Master Lu suddenly said angrily, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Chu Yuan didn't bother with it, fine, I'll see just how good you really are, master. The man in the suit and his family immediately took out 10,000 yuan, saying, it's just a small token of our appreciation. As soon as Master Lu accepted the package, he pretended to go to the computer to check the surveillance footage, with Chu Yuan watching beside him. The monitoring was turned on. Immediately, you can see an old man in the picture, swaying back and forth in the room. His face is covered with blue veins, and his eyeballs are covered with white. Upon seeing the old man, Chu Yuan was almost 100% certain that he had turned into a zombie. But he didn't understand. Why did a perfectly healthy person turn into a zombie? Could it be like those strange insects from before? Master Lu, you must help us think of a solution. We can only rely on you now. Yes, Master Lu, do you know what illness my father has? Is there any chance of him getting better? Master Lu pretended to crack his knuckles, his eyes narrowing slightly. Don't worry, is there anything I can't handle here? I just did some calculations and found that your father's illness is very easy to treat. As long as I perform a ritual, I guarantee that your father will be cured immediately. But this process will also consume my lifespan, so I need you to pay another 50,000 yuan. Without hesitation, the man immediately took out his phone and said, Master Lu, I'll transfer the money to your card right now. A few minutes later, Chu Yuan heard the sound of money arriving in his bank account. He didn't say anything, but wanted to see what this Master Lu was up to. After receiving the money, Master Lu immediately took out paper talismans and an incense burner from his bag. Then place it on the table in the living room. He started muttering incomprehensible words and kept waving his hands in the air. Chu Yuan's gaze was fixed on the monitor. The zombie was very quiet at the moment, but if it saw a living person, it would definitely start to become bloodthirsty and violent. There's no way we can get rid of this zombie in front of these people. And the end of the world is just around the corner. There's no way we can help this family. Chu Yuan understood that all he could do now was to prolong the lives of these people by a few more days, there was nothing else he could do. Master Lu quickly completed the ritual. All right, after I leave, you can release your father in an hour. He won't be in any trouble then. Chapter 64. The man in the suit's family repeatedly expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master Lu. You're welcome. It's what I should do. If you need anything like this again, just come to me. Don't go to anyone else, okay? After everyone expressed their gratitude, Master Lu was about to leave. Slow. Chu Yuan suddenly called out to Master Lu, then laughed and said, Why leave so quickly? Since you're so capable, Master Lu, why not just open the door now and go in for a look? After all, Master Lu, you're the real professional. Master Lu was startled. In fact, he was indeed a charlatan, and he had just been deceiving these people. How could he possibly save someone? As for some of the things that happened before, it was all just bad luck. So now that we have the money, the most important thing is to leave these two places as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuan said such a thing, which naturally angered Master Lu greatly. Boy, how dare you talk to me like that? At this moment, he looked at the man in the suit and asked in a reproachful tone, if there are any such irresponsible people here next time, I will never help you again in this lifetime. You can't even beg me to help you. The man in the suit and his family were immediately frightened. Master Lu, please forgive us. We'll make sure this busybody leaves right away. The man in the suit's mother lowered her eyes and snapped at Chu Yuan in a sharp, sarcastic tone, "Where do you come from? How dare you offend Master Lu? Get out of my house right now." "Yes, let's hurry up," the man in the suit's wife said truthfully. Chu Yuan laughed and said, "I can leave, but don't you have any faith in this Master Lu at all? You don't even dare to let him open your father's door in front of you, and you're still willing to believe him." Chu Yuan's words made perfect sense to their child, who said, "Mom, this Master Lu is so powerful, let's ask him to open the door." The man in black agreed with Chu Yuan and said softly, "Yes, Master Lu, you did take our money after all. You can't just do nothing. Just help my father. Whether you leave or go now, it won't make any difference." Master Lu glared angrily, "What, you don't believe me?" Chu Yuan said seriously, "It's not that we don't trust you, it's just that everyone wants to broaden their horizons, so why don't you go open the door and take a look? If you don't read it and still take so much money, this family could already sue you." The man in the suit was beginning to trust Chu Yuan more, and immediately looked at Master Lu with a puzzled expression. "Master Lu, please take a look." Even the man in the suit's mother and wife began to question it. Master Lu began to get nervous. "Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. If you believe, it will work, if you don't believe, it won't work, understand?" Chu Yuan suddenly laughed and said, "I knew you were useless. All right, you can get lost now." Master Lu was furious, "You brat!" Chu Yuan said coldly, "What, do you want to curse me like you did before? Then come on." Master Lu was angry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was quite old and could not possibly be a match for a young man, let alone Chu Yuan, who looked rather strong. Master Lu frowned and immediately confronted the man in the suit. "You must give me an explanation for what happened today, or I will never help you again." Chapter 65. The man in the suit also harbored more suspicion towards Master Lu. "Master Lu, I think he's absolutely right. If you can, why don't you bring my father out yourself?" Master Lu glanced at the computer screen not far away and saw the old man who had turned into a zombie. He felt a chill run down his spine and dared not open the door. He had a vague feeling that the old man in the room was very dangerous. "You're all crazy. I'm leaving." Seeing that Master Lu was trying to slip away, Chu Yuan wasn't about to let him off so easily and immediately said, trying to run away. Master Lu suddenly flew into a rage. "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of person? It's just opening a door. Do you really think I wouldn't dare?" Enraged by Chu Yuan's words, Master Lu actually walked straight into the room where the zombies were locked. Upon reaching the door, Master Lu immediately said, "Hurry up. Open the door. I don't believe things will turn upside down today." The man in the suit took a key out of his pocket and handed it to Master Lu. "Master Lu, this is the key to the door." Master Lu took out the key and prepared to open the door, but Chu Yuan immediately said coldly, "If you want to die now, you can just open the door." "What do you mean by this, kid?" Master Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. "I think you're here to cause trouble, aren't you? You'd better listen to me." Chu Yuan looked around and noticed a small window on the side of the room through which one could see inside. Zombies become extremely agitated when they see humans. The door is closed now, but even so, the zombies are already getting agitated when they smell the human scent. Chu Yuan pointed to the small window next to him and said, "Okay, why don't you open that window and see what's inside? Let's see what tricks you're up to." Master Lu snorted. He stood by the window and looked inside. When the zombie spotted Master Lu, it roared and pounced on him. "Awoo!" The zombie with its gaping maw looked extremely terrifying, and seeing this horrific scene was truly horrifying. Master Lu was so frightened that he took several steps back, shouting, "Wait!" He lost his footing. He collapsed right behind him. Seeing this, he mocked, "So, do you still want to open this door now?" The zombies inside were clinging to the window, howling at the people outside. The man in black appeared to be in great pain. "Father, please say something. What's wrong? Master Lu, please help my father." Master Lu had no other thoughts at this moment. It was the first time he had ever witnessed something so terrifying. "I can't help with this. By the way, didn't he say he had a solution? Why don't you let him come?" Master Lu turned his gaze to Chu Yuan, looking somewhat gloating. The man in black immediately bowed slightly to Chu Yuan, "Master, please save my father." Chu Yuan looked at him and said solemnly, "It's not that I don't want to save it, but it's beyond saving. It's hard for me to explain to you what exactly happened, but have you ever seen a zombie movie?" The man in the suit nodded. "I've seen it." Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Since you know this, then communication will be much easier. Your father has now turned into a zombie." "Ah!" The man in the suit didn't speak immediately. In fact, he had thought about this possibility when he saw his father's condition. But how could children possibly believe such things? Chapter 66. Or rather, they simply don't want to believe that this is true. Seeing that they were talking, Master Lu immediately took the opportunity to slip away. Chu Yuan did not pursue them. Anyway, the end of the world is coming soon, and zombies will run rampant. Perhaps less than 10% of the people in the world will survive. 10% might be an exaggeration. The situation is far from optimistic, but it would be too cruel and heartless to say it out loud now. Chu Yuan sighed and said softly, "I know what you're thinking right now, but that's how people are, sometimes you just have to accept the status quo. Your father is not coming back." Chu Yuan continued, "However, if you tell anyone about this, no one will believe you. I advise you to keep your father locked up and not let him out. If it is released, it may be like in the movie, with widespread death and destruction." The man in black's expression changed drastically. He still couldn't accept what Chu Yuan had just said. "Master, what do you think I should do now?" Chu Yuan paused for a moment, then slowly said, "In my opinion, we shouldn't release them, it's extremely dangerous. Furthermore, you need to reinforce this door and be careful to never open it under any circumstances, or you'll be doomed." The man in black remained deeply troubled. "If that's the case, wouldn't that mean?" Chu Yuan nodded, "Remember, this is the only way." "Thank you, Master." Chu Yuan said seriously, "To be honest, no one can help you with this matter. I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Remember, be extremely careful that the zombies inside don't escape." He originally wanted to kill the zombie, but considering that it was the man in the suit's father and the family was heartbroken, he hesitated. Chu Yuan himself couldn't bring himself to do it. If zombies actually do emerge, it can only be attributed to bad luck that brought the zombie apocalypse to happen sooner than expected. Anyway, the system had told me that I would receive the full 10 days of talent rewards. He also wanted to see what the rewards would be for the upgrade. It seems unlikely that a large-scale infection could occur. The system wouldn't lie to itself, would it? The man in black was deeply saddened. "Master, let me see you off." "No need, you all stay here." Chu Yuan turned and left, then returned to his residence. Meanwhile, in a neighboring island nation located near Xia Kingdom. The name of this island nation is Wa. Inside the headquarters building of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. A dozen scientists are having a meeting in a conference room, discussing a classified matter. Without exception, these people all had solemn expressions, with a dark cloud seemingly covering their brows. This matter must not be known to the entire Japanese people, otherwise it will cause a huge uproar. What if we don't tell them, and things get serious? If the truth is revealed, chaos will ensue. If we seal off that county, everything should be fine. What exactly are those things? Are they really zombies from the movies? Why are they so terrifying that even the strongest self-defense forces can't defeat them? Just a day earlier, a disturbance broke out in an alley in Japan. At first, it was thought that a human had been bitten by a dog and contracted rabies. Chapter 67. However, they quickly realized something was wrong, and by the time they sent in the army, it was too late. Those monsters killed people by biting them, but unexpectedly, the dead would come back to life. Fortunately, the higher UPS sealed off the entire area, preventing the zombies from spreading. Even so, the number of zombies began to increase. It is no longer possible to suppress it. The best we can do now is to avoid causing panic among the public. Listen. This must absolutely not be known to anyone. With the internet so developed now, it's only a matter of time before those people want to know these things. The man who spoke sighed, hopefully, we can come up with a perfect solution before disaster strikes. On the Japanese internet, many people have already started to have a huge uproar. Have you heard? Zombies have been discovered to the north. It's fake, right? Those are just scenes from a movie. It's true, I've heard about it too, and you can even see the video. I have a distant relative from that area, but we can't get in touch with them now. They're even asking for help in the family group chat, so I think it's true. I saw that video too. Those zombies are eating people. Do you think we should run away? If we don't leave, then when the zombies appear, we're really going to die. What's there to be afraid of? As long as I haven't seen it, then it's all fake. I think you shouldn't be afraid of yourselves. Even if there are zombies, I think we can quell this incident quickly. As the discussion on this topic grew, it was forwarded millions of times in a short period of time. People were filled with anxiety. In a park in a town next to the site of the Japanese zombie outbreak, several young men with dyed yellow hair and dressed like thugs were smoking. One of the male thugs also saw the news about the zombies and sneered at the crowd, "Those people on the internet have all gone mad. How could there possibly be zombies in this world? And this is in the neighboring county. If there are zombies, wouldn't we be eaten by them now?" A girl wearing blue shorts, a white t-shirt, and pink hair laughed and said, "Even if there really are zombies, I bet they'll be the first to eat you stinky men." This sentence was said. This immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. The man who had just spoken looked at one of his underlings, whose face was filled with terror and whose mouth was agape. Everyone was laughing, but the underling he brought was showing him no respect at all. This also made him, as the eldest brother, lose face, so he instantly slapped his younger brother hard across the face, pointing his finger at his nose and cursing, "UBD, laughing along. I brought you out to have fun, and you won't even give me this much face. Big brother, you look over there. You good for nothing." Just as he was about to continue cursing, the thug noticed that the men in front of him were all looking back at him with terrified expressions. Immediately, those people took off running. Even the underlings ran away in terror. The blonde-haired man put his hands in his pockets and turned around to look behind him. The smile on his face froze instantly, his pupils widened slightly, and he stood there stunned. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. In the distance of the park, a massive crowd of people, numbering over 1,000, rushed toward them. From a distance, those people could be seen running strangely. Zombies. No, I must be seeing things. How could this be? The blonde man rubbed his eyes, but the zombies were already almost upon him. The blonde man then realized that what he was seeing was not an illusion. It was actually a scene that happened. As he tried to run, a zombie pounced on him and began to devour him. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream rang out from the pile of zombies. At that moment, many people in the park who hadn't reacted were being torn apart by the zombies. Those who had just run away didn't get very far before being caught up by the zombies and became their food. After the zombies left, those who had been bitten, with their limbs still attached to their bones, stood up again. They followed the horde of zombies and began attacking more people. At the same time, other neighboring counties were also attacked by these zombies. Inside the headquarters building of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. Damn it, the zombies have escaped. All the people we had there have failed. How so? Hurry up, bring up the screen. The staff immediately pulled up the footage of those areas, and the scene looked like a living hell. The living people kept screaming and running away, but how could they be faster than the zombies? Throughout the entire scene. However, the zombies' one-sided slaughter was quickly overtaken by the zombies, and they were then eaten by them. The zombie horde spreads extremely quickly. In a short time, it had already attacked many places. More and more images are appearing on the internet and even spreading to other countries. Xia Kingdom. Even Shen Liking saw this scene immediately and hurriedly took her phone to Chu Yuan's room. She knocked on the door anxiously. Chu Yuan, something terrible has happened. Chu Yuan was about to start the simulation in his room when he heard Shen Liking's voice, so he went straight to the door and opened it. Seeing Shen Liking holding a cell phone, he assumed the police had found them. They've discovered us. No. Shen Liking showed Chu Yuan the screen on her phone. Take a look quickly, something's happened in Japan. Chu Yuan watched the video on his phone. Countless zombies were chasing after living people, then pouncing on them and devouring them. Seeing this, Chu Yuan frowned slightly. Where did this scene come from? Wakoku. Chu Yuan fell into deep thought. Japan, are there any other places like this? I've never heard of it. There's a zombie horde in Japan now. I never thought zombies actually existed in this world. What if all those people are eaten by zombies, and then the zombies swim over? Chu Yuan was also shocked, not expecting that a zombie apocalypse had already begun in Japan. Strange, could it be that we'll be ahead of schedule too? Chu Yuan wondered to himself, but quickly accepted this guess. Just as I had thought, the system had no reason to deceive me. So now it's Japan that's experiencing the outbreak. He still had a chance if the outbreak didn't occur in his own country. Even if it doesn't work. With his current talent, even if a zombie apocalypse had broken out, he would be more than capable of protecting Shen Liking. That's why Chu Yuan didn't kill the man in the suit who turned into a zombie's father. Disasters are unavoidable. Since it's unavoidable, it's better to make all the necessary preparations beforehand. Chapter 68. Shen Liking became very worried. Do you think those zombies might suddenly appear? What if they come here? Should we just run away? Chu Yuan smiled and comforted Shen Liking, saying, Don't worry, don't zombies in TV dramas all know how to swim? Japan is separated from us by such a long sea, how could they possibly swim here? Don't worry. With so much time, those people will be able to prepare. Of course, these were Chu Yuan's words to comfort Shen Liking. If he were to tell Shen Liking the truth directly, it would undoubtedly be a very cruel thing for her. Therefore, Chu Yuan did not want to reveal the truth. Chu Yuan said calmly, I can see you haven't rested well either. You should go back and rest first. Shen Liking nodded, okay. Shen Liking turned and left, but she was still terrified, even though it had only been a few minutes of conversation. Shen Liking opened the website and found more zombie images appearing. Shen Liking initially thought the videos were all staged, but as she saw more and more zombie scenes, she began to feel scared. If I could. Shen Liking fell into a daze, then muttered to herself, if we really have to die, I want to die with Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan closed the door again, then sat on the bed, intending to start simulating the next events. However, just like Shen Liking, he was also thinking about the zombie scenes from before. A long time. Chu Yuan lowered his eyelids. How about I call Tang Yunyu? Although the system says that a zombie outbreak will occur, it's not a certainty. I don't know if she'd be willing. In any case, when the zombie outbreak occurred, Chu Yuan was not confident that he could save Tang Xianyu as well. Unless you come over first. And then there's Yu Qingjun, I still owe him a favor. Chu Yuan originally wanted to make a phone call directly, but after thinking about it, she decided not to rush. I don't want to think about it anymore. The system has given me time, and it would be better to have her come so early. I'll just call her when the zombie outbreak is about to happen. However, although he had mentioned having dinner with Tang Xianyu, but Chu Yuan didn't greet Yu Qingjun at all, he had seen her number when he joined the company. With a good memory, Chu Yuan dialed Yu Qingjun's number directly. Yu Qingjun's voice came from the other end, "Hello, how can I help you?" "Yu Qingjun. Who are you?" When Yu Qingjun heard the voice, she felt it was very familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Chu Yuan suddenly laughed and said, "You really do have a bad memory, have you forgotten me so quickly? Are you Chu Yuan?" "Right." Yu Qingjun was a little annoyed, "Why are you calling? Let me tell you, you'd better prepare some compensation. Otherwise, don't worry, this is easy to handle. Just wait a few days." Mr. Wang's family members came to make trouble before, but he is a contractor, not someone who works here, so we don't have to pay compensation. Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Looks like I should thank you. If it weren't for you, they probably would have come after me. Is this all you wanted to say when you called me?" "No." Chu Yuan said seriously, "How about this? After all, you've helped me so much, I can't just do nothing, can I? How about I invite you to dinner sometime?" Yu Qingjun didn't have a good impression of Chu Yuan, so she didn't feel anything when Chu Yuan invited her to dinner. Of course, she doesn't dislike Chu Yuan either. "No, I never eat with men." Chu Yuan asked, "Why? Men and women should not touch each other." Yu Qingjun said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. What a fine example of men and women not touching each other. But listen to me, I don't like you. If I don't like you, then why do you say that? Upon hearing this, Yu Qingjun became even more unhappy, as many people had said they liked her since she was a child. But Chu Yuan said it again. "Certainly. It's better than last time, when we were talking about it on the street. You really can't say anything nice." Chu Yuan said softly, "I'm just a genuine person, I'm really sorry." "Okay, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." Chu Yuan quickly said, "Miss Yu Qingjun, I hope you can come to this meal. I've said I would repay you. Please consider this a chance for me to repay you." "You? Are you sick in the head?" Yu Qingjun suddenly retorted angrily, "Let me tell you, I would rather starve to death or jump off the building than eat your food." Seeing Yu Qingjun's stubbornness, Chu Yuan didn't know what to say, so he continued, "I think Miss Yu Qingjun, you must have some misunderstandings about me, but it's okay. I'm always here. You can ask me for food whenever you want." "You filthy scoundrel!" Yu Qingjun hung up the phone, and Chu Yuan sighed, "I really tried to help you but was completely ungrateful. I even said I would help you. If I hadn't promised you before, I wouldn't have helped you at all." If it were before, Chu Yuan wouldn't have paid any attention to such a person, probably if others found out. They might even call him a simp. Next, Chu Yuan continued with today's simulation. Chu Yuan said calmly, "Start the simulation. Emulator is now running. Currently available talents, Heart of Slaughter, Voice of the Heart, Beast Language, Crisis Sense, Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Arc of Reflection, Thumbs Up, Underwater Clarity, Fatigue Reduction. Heart of Slaughter, Gold, your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner voice, purple, you will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Beast language, golden, gain the ability to communicate with animals, and this ability can be continuously improved. The specific methods of improvement need to be researched by the host. Crisis sense, purple, you can sense danger approaching in advance. Chu Yuan Imperial Feast, purple, food is the most important thing for people. Daxia's 5,000 years of history is filled with all kinds of delicious food. With this talent, you can snap your fingers anytime, anywhere, and a grand feast will appear before you. The feast will be generated according to the food you imagine in your mind at that moment. There's nothing this talent can't conjure up, only things you haven't seen or eaten before. Chapter 69. Arc Projectile Technique, blue, regardless of the weapon in your hand, you can slightly alter the trajectory of the bullet. If used properly, this is an incredibly powerful talent. Thumbs up, white, the effect is simple. Giving someone a thumbs up can make them feel happy and thus develop a strong liking for you, although this talent isn't very useful. Clear underwater view, blue, allows you to see everything clearly underwater, even in a stinky ditch, greatly enhancing your underwater visibility. Fatigue reduction, purple, you can minimize fatigue in any situation. Day 1, you are upstairs in your room. Shen Liking, Tang Yunyu, Yu King Jun, and the white cat Leal are all with you. You witnessed the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Before that, you strengthened the defenses of this residence. The next day, after your explanation, the three women accepted the fact that zombies exist in the world. They were terrified, but fortunately, you bought a lot of supplies, which eased their tension considerably. Day 3, a group of zombies was lurking downstairs when some soldiers appeared. You initially refused to go with them, but Yu King Jun shouted for help, and the soldiers discovered you. Left with no other choice, you left with them. Day 4, you were attacked on your way, and many people died in the mouths of zombies. You were not among the crowd at the time, but the three women were unharmed. Day 5, you arrive at the large safe zone where the army is located. There are many survivors here, numbering over 1,000. Chu Yuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting that there would still be a safe zone with thousands of people when the zombie outbreak occurred. If it's still within the city, then are there many people who survived in other urban areas as well? Chu Yuan watched a movie called Resident Evil, in which the villains moved into an underground research facility, and some of the humans on the surface still survived. They even produced offspring. Although it's just a movie, many people could survive if the situation were handled properly in real life. However, only a few days have passed in the simulator, and there are more survivors. If a year or two had passed, the situation might not be so optimistic. The world's total population will decline by at least 95%. Day 6, you discover that there isn't much food left, and the food you brought has been stolen by others. The food being stolen didn't bother Chu Yuan, wasn't her talent for preparing the Chu Yuan Imperial Feast just for dealing with such situations? Day 7, zombies crossed the first line of defense in the safe zone, but fortunately, the army's firepower was sufficient to quickly repel them, and everyone worked together to close the barrier again. Day 8, security is tight here, you cannot leave this safe zone to practice outside. Day 9, still unable to go out. Day 15, supplies are almost gone. If they don't leave to find more, these 1,000+ people will only survive for 3 days. So the military leaders are going to send out 20 people, with the squad leader accompanying them. You immediately volunteer and are successfully selected. Day 16, you've returned to the safe zone. A total of 21 people went out, but while looting the supermarket, a powerful mutated zombie attacked them. Only 9 people returned alive. If it weren't for you, you would be the only one who came back. You brought back a truckload of food, but it's not enough. Day 17, because of your performance yesterday, you were appointed squad leader and led more than 20 people away. As they left, their families wept bitterly, and you promised to do your best to ensure their survival. Day 18, with your help, all 20 people you took out survived. We also learned from the radio that some humans mutated during the zombie outbreak, becoming mutants with special abilities. Because you all returned, you were greeted with the love and cheers of the crowd. Day 19, after a day of screening, among these 1,000+ people, there are 2 mutants. One possesses extremely fast running speed, 3 times that of Usain Bolt. The other has exceptional eyesight, able to see a line of small print below and a kilometer away. Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, 2 mutants out of 1,000 people may seem like a lot, but in this world overrun by zombies, they are actually quite rare. However, neither of these abilities is very useful. The first one might greatly increase one's survival rate, but the second one is quite useless, as people rarely need to see things in the distance clearly under normal circumstances. Day 20, the person in charge promoted the 2 mutants to squad leaders, instantly elevating their status among the 1,000+ people. As for you, everyone just thought you were highly skilled in martial arts and not a mutant. Day 21, you and 2 other mutant squad leaders each led 20 men out to search for supplies. Standing together, you overheard their unspoken thoughts. They clearly looked down on you, believing you weren't a mutant and that standing with you was beneath them. Even the other 1,000+ people seemed more envious of the other 2 mutants' uniqueness. These people are underestimating me. Aren't I even stronger than mutants? Chu Yuan snorted as he saw the words on the panel. Leal the white cat lay on the bed with a look of utter despair. Day 22, you returned to the safe zone with a full team of 20 people, and were the first wave to return. However, it was clear that those people were more eager to see when the team led by the 2 mutants would return. An hour later, the incredibly fast mutant returned. During his expeditions, he always went ahead to check for danger before letting the others follow. Even so, only 7 people returned with him. Not long after, the mutant with excellent eyesight returned successfully, but he only brought back 3 people and half the supplies. Although the 2 mutants spoke well of you, they were deeply resentful, feeling that you weren't a mutant, so why were you able to bring everyone back? The others, too, believed that mutants couldn't yet fully utilize their abilities, leading to the deaths of others. Even those who survived because of you felt inferior because you weren't a mutant. Chapter 70. Chu Yuan was speechless. Weren't these 2 people a little too confident? I haven't offended them. Day 23, you 3 squad leaders each led 20 men out again, but it was clear that more wanted to go with the 2 mutants. Only those who had gone with you before chose to let you go. Seeing you being the center of attention, the 2 mutants looked at you smugly. Chu Yuan looked at the panel and smiled, then let's see how long you can be so smug, and still have the nerve to look down on me. Day 24, you returned early, but this time you were attacked by an invisible zombie. You couldn't take care of so many people, resulting in 6 deaths from the zombie attack. When those people saw that someone had died after your return, they thought you were very unreliable and attributed the cause to the fact that you weren't a mutant. When the other 2 squad leaders returned, one squad had only 5 men left, and the other only 4, not much different from yesterday. Because they saw that you had caused the deaths of 6 people, the other 2 mutants were extremely smug, thinking that if it weren't for your superior martial arts skills, you wouldn't have survived. Seeing this, Chu Yuan was completely bewildered. He never expected there to be such a shameless person, considering he had successfully dealt with so many zombies. Human sacrifice is always unavoidable. Besides, even fewer people survived, so what right do they have to talk about themselves? Day 25, early in the morning, you overhear the inner thoughts of 2 mutants, both extremely resentful, wondering why you, not being a mutant, have such a high survival rate and disliking you intensely. However, you ignore them. The person in charge says that many people in the safe zone are starting to fall ill, and asks the three of you to work together to go to the hospital to retrieve medicine. Each of you will bring 20 people with you, and you will travel together. The two men sneaked away to the side, and upon returning, I overheard their thoughts. They planned to find an opportunity to kill you after entering the hospital. Chu Yuan stared blankly at the panel. Don't let me run into you, or I'll kill you first. Chu Yuan quickly took out paper and pen and wrote it down in his diary. In the safe zone of more than 1,000 people in the city, there are 2 mutant squad leaders, a title bestowed by the military leader. One is fast and the other has eyesight that can see very far. They want to kill me. When you see these two, you should strike first. Chu Yuan would never be soft-hearted towards those who wanted to kill him. You arrived at the hospital in 3 cars and stopped, quickly attracting a large number of zombies. Fortunately, you had guns and quickly eliminated the zombies outside the hospital. As you prepared to go inside, you overheard 2 people's inner thoughts. Someone wanted to shoot you here, but with so many witnesses present, they didn't dare to be so blatant and abandoned the idea. Upon entering the hospital, you are attacked by an extremely powerful zombie with very long tentacles. 2 mutant squad leaders, seeing their chance to kill you, send you to eliminate the zombie, and you agree. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuan actually started to worry a little. Goodness, I shouldn't be that irrational. You used your sense of danger to find a place to hide. The other 2 squad leaders, seeing that you hadn't returned for so long, came over to check on you, but were unexpectedly attacked by mutated zombies, and both of them were scratched. Just as they were about to be infected and turned into zombies, you took action. With the help of the Heart of Slaughter, you unleashed a 7-star slash, instantly killing the mutated zombie. The 2 who witnessed this scene stared in disbelief. They couldn't believe that humans possessed such power, and it was the first time they had ever seen you step up. Although they were extremely unwilling, the 2 infected individuals could not survive and quickly turned into zombies. You killed the 2 zombies, successfully obtained a lot of medicine, and returned to the safe zone. When the others heard that the 2 mutated squad leaders had died, everyone was extremely surprised, because mutated people were like gods to them, and many people could not accept it. Day 26, many people's attitudes towards you begin to change. They feel you are even more powerful than the mutants. Day 27, you went out to search for supplies again, this time with 20 followers, but 2 of them were infected by zombies and could not be saved. Day 37, continued searching for supplies, encountered a jumping zombie, and killed 5 people. Day 38, you rested for 1 day. Point 39, dozens more people arrived at the safe zone today. They were rescued from other places by the military, which greatly improved everyone's mood. Chapter 71. The next 40 days are also a critical point, on which animals will begin to mutate. Among the thousands of people here, it's hard to guarantee that some didn't bring animals with them. If those people mutate inside the safe zone, it will be very troublesome. Day 40, you sensed something was wrong early in the morning. Some people in this safe zone had pets, and suddenly some of the dogs and cats they brought became agitated and collapsed on the ground. Everyone was confused, assuming they had suddenly fallen ill and died. Only you knew things weren't that simple. Soon, before the pet owners could recover from their grief, the dead pets began to stand up again. One of these pets suddenly bit someone nearby, causing chaos in the safe zone. Those bitten turned into zombies, so they immediately grabbed guns and killed the zombie animals and humans, resulting in a significant loss of lives. Day 41, the situation is starting to become dangerous. After counting, less than 500 people have survived. Initially, some people suggested killing the other non-mutated small animals as well, but you stood up and said that would be useless, because at this moment you have become their hero, and everyone follows your rule. Day 42, your safe zone was suddenly breached by zombies. Due to their overwhelming numbers, you were unable to save everyone, ultimately rescuing fewer than 100 people. You then successfully sealed off the safe zone. Fortunately, Shen Liking and the others survived unharmed. Day 43, you felt this place wasn't entirely safe, so you suggested leaving. However, everyone felt there were plenty of supplies and were unwilling to risk their lives. Reluctantly, you could only take Shen Liking, the 3 women, and Liel with you and leave first. Day 44, you prepare to drive away from the city because you hear on the radio that the higher UPS are going to bomb the area. You drive your truck to the coast to leave, only to be surprised to find that the small city across the sea has not fallen. Chu Yuan discovered that he had strayed quite far from the city when he arrived, so he decided to start bombing the city now. What Chu Yuan found most incredible was that there were still no zombies invading another city. That's great news. Previously, Chu Yuan was still worried about how to arrange things for Shen Liking and Tang Xianyu, but now that she knows that the city across the sea will not experience a zombie crisis for the time being, she can let the 3 women go there first. As for myself, with the help of the system's talent, Chu Yuan definitely cannot leave, he must stay here to continuously hone his skills. And the white cat Chu Yuan also wants to keep by her side. There was one thing that Chu Yuan was very concerned about. According to the previous simulation, Shen Liking should also be a mutant. But this isn't the first time other mutants have been able to discover their abilities on the very first day. Why hasn't Shen Liking awakened her abilities after all this time? Chu Yuan paused for a moment, then slowly muttered to himself, could it be that I've misunderstood something? Is it extremely difficult for Shen Liking to awaken her abilities? Do I need to keep killing zombies like you? As time went on, Chu Yuan began to accept in his heart that Shen Liking was a weak woman. But that's not the case. I think I let this woman relax too much. Maybe I should teach her some martial arts or something. Due to his innate talent, Chu Yuan possesses the ability to see everything at a glance, especially martial arts. Shen Liking's foundation is also quite good. With some guidance, her martial arts skills will be much stronger than they are now. Chu Yuan didn't think much of it and continued looking at the page in front of him. Day 45, you have arrived at another city by boat, only a few kilometers across the river, but the scenery on both sides is completely different. The people here are also very afraid, and have even begun to build a safe zone. Everyone is filled with anxiety. Day 46, no zombies. You and the cat have been placed in a shelter. The entire city is on high alert. Everyone is frantically hoarding supplies, and theft has begun. Chu Yuan was not surprised by this situation. After all, the world was coming to an end, and people could not even do the most basic survival. This was probably the only way to obtain food. Day 47, since there are no zombies, you watch TV dramas to learn combat techniques, then rest. This process repeated itself for several days. Day 55, you realize you shouldn't continue to sit idly by and wait to die. If you can't find any zombies, you won't be able to upgrade your talents or advance to the 7-star sword technique. Day 58, experts concluded that the zombies are afraid of water and therefore cannot cross to the other side, reassuring everyone to return to their previous lives and not worry about anything. Chapter 72. Day 59, a small group of people introduced the individuals mentioned by the experts, and many bars, KTVs, and other entertainment venues gradually reopened. However, many more people, fearing that zombies would swim across the sea from the city, continued to stay at home. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he read this. What are these people thinking? Even if the zombies can't get here, what about the birds that have turned into zombies? The moment Chu Yuan's thought vanished, the simulator gave him a notification. Another city has activated its protective barrier, so the flying zombies cannot breach it. The technology in this world is actually more advanced than the world Chu Yuan once lived in, which is not surprising. It's only a matter of time before zombies infect the whole world. Day 60, you and the others are still in the safe zone. Many people are afraid to leave. You told Shen Liking and the others, along with Leal, to wait here. You've decided to go back alone because staying in the comfort zone for too long won't make you stronger. Day 61, after saying goodbye to several people, you secretly board a small boat and head to the other side. Many zombies are roaring at you from the opposite bank, waiting for you to arrive so they can feast on you. You rush ashore and begin fighting the zombies, successfully killing many of them. Day 62, after a day and night of fierce fighting, you finally felt that you had fully grasped the technique of one sword to annihilate all things, and you felt increasingly adept at it. Furthermore, thanks to your fatigue reduction talent, you didn't feel too tired, and you didn't even want to rest until nightfall when you finally found a place to sleep. Day 63, you arrive outside your original home. Your white hoodie is now soaked in zombie blood, which has dried and turned black. You then encounter another metal-clad zombie, whose piercing scream attracts a horde of more zombies that attack you. Chu Yuan's lips curled slightly. This time, I refuse to believe there's no way to deal with this tin-clad zombie. But the next moment, the words on the simulator immediately dealt Chu Yuan a blow. Day 64, you are constantly fighting off the zombies summoned by the iron-shelled zombie. It was initially very easy, but the iron-shelled zombie suddenly leveled up and summoned many powerful mutated zombies from somewhere. At first, you were able to fight them off, but after a while, you were no match for these iron-shelled zombies and gradually felt overwhelmed. Day 65, the number of zombies is increasing, even more than yesterday. You feel there's no open space left to stand on. The metal-clad zombies are watching you from Chu Yuan, constantly calling out to you. Day 67, you're feeling a bit stressed. Day 68, you were attacked by a group of powerful mutated zombies and died. This simulation is now complete. You can retain one talent and integrate it into the real world. The simulation has entered its cooldown period. This simulation lasts for 67 days, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Chu Yuan said softly, no need to hold back. Damn it! Such a powerful zombie, if only I could use it. Chu Yuan didn't feel disappointed, but rather felt very regretful. If you get the Ironhide zombie, you'll undoubtedly have a powerful ally. While deep in thought, the phone inside my clothes rang, and when I opened it, I saw a somewhat familiar number. Chu Yuan answered immediately and said calmly, "Who is it?" A lewd voice came from the other end of the phone, "It's me. Long Xingtian." "Chu Yuan, what do you say? To be honest, I won't lose out by letting you follow Brother Long. I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury from now on." Chu Yuan smiled and said, "Mr. Long, I appreciate your kindness, but I still hope you can give me some time." "Why force me? I just love to force people to do things they don't want to do. I'm telling you, I'm going to have you today. In this city, there is no one I, Long Xingtian, cannot have. Either you come here right now, or I'll come looking for you later. I'm telling you, I don't have much patience left." Chu Yuan wasn't one to be threatened anymore, so he said coldly, "If you want to come, then come by yourself." "Fine." Long Xingtian sneered, "Since you're so stubborn and won't listen to reason, then I'll show you what I'm capable of. Don't think you can run away. I can find your location in no time." Chu Yuan hung up on the pervert's call and then blocked him. People like this shouldn't be tolerated. When it's time to block someone, you should block them immediately. If you get harassed by such a pervert, then you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. If he really comes here, Chu Yuan will not let him go. After Chu Yuan hung up on him, Long Xingtian's face immediately contorted with terrifying rage. He said furiously, "That guy is really asking for it. Since he won't come over obediently, then I'll go find him. Someone go find Chu Yuan's location. I'm going to enjoy this man tonight." Behind Long Xingtian was a handsome young man, who was leaning seductively against him and whispering, "Brother Long, you're amazing. How about we go inside and talk some more?" Roll. Long Xingtian slapped the pretty boy away, shouting, "You scum, I never sleep with a man twice." Chapter 73. It must be said that Long Xingtian's men are quite capable. They successfully located Chu Yuan's position in a short time. A bespectacled man in his early 30s, who was already balding, walked in and said to Long Xingtian in a low voice, "Boss, we've found that guy's location. He's currently in the Fairy Island Lake Scenic area." Long Xingtian said coldly, "Has the location been completely determined?" "It can't be wrong. Right there, we can pinpoint his location to within 10 meters. What are you waiting for? Take me there now." Long Xingtian, accompanied by a group of followers, drove towards Chu Yuan. This time, he was determined to get Chu Yuan. After the cool-down period ended, Chu Yuan immediately started the next round of the competition. Start simulation. The emulator has started successfully. Currently simulable talents: Heart of Slaughter, Mind's Voice, Beast Language, Crisis Sense, Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Zombie Manipulation, Listen to Silence, Pitiful, Act Cute. At this moment, a talent that appeared in the simulator surprised Chu Yuan greatly. It was the ability to control zombies. It is still the most powerful golden talent. When this talent appeared, Chu Yuan rubbed his eyes, somewhat unable to believe what he was seeing. Heart of Slaughter, Gold. Your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner Voice, Purple. You will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Beast Language, Golden. Gain the ability to communicate with animals, and this ability can be continuously improved. The specific methods of improvement need to be researched by the host. Crisis Sense, Purple. You can sense danger approaching in advance. Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Purple. Food is the most important thing for people. Daxia's 5,000 years of history is filled with all kinds of delicious food. With this talent, you can snap your fingers anytime, anywhere, and a grand feast will appear before you. The feast will be generated according to the food you imagine in your mind at that moment. There's nothing this talent can't conjure up, only things you haven't seen or eaten before. Zombie Control, Gold. You will be able to control zombies, but there is a limit to the number of zombies you can control at any time. You can currently control 3 zombies. While controlling zombies, you can switch between them at any time without any restrictions. Simply touching a zombie will allow you to control it. Listen to Silence, Blue. You can hear what deaf and mute people are thinking. Looking Pitiful, White. In other people's eyes, you look very pitiful, which makes it very easy for you to gain their sympathy. Act Cute, White. You will be able to act cute, and others will find you very cute, but this talent doesn't seem to be of much use to a man. I don't know why you chose this talent. Chu Yuan was speechless. If there were more talents available, he wouldn't want this one. His eyes were fixed on the talent that allowed him to control zombies. He only needed to solidify that one talent today. Chu Yuan said calmly, "Let's continue. Day 1, zombies have appeared, and you are resting in this hotel with Shen Liking and the others. Everyone else is terrified by the zombie outbreak, but you remain calm." The next day, the 3 women reluctantly accepted these facts. Chu Yuan paused for a moment, then slowly said, "If I had this talent, why would I go directly to that tin-skin zombie? Isn't this skill meant to be used in this situation?" Chu Yuan has seen many mutated zombies, but none as powerful as the iron-skin zombie. Imagine having a zombie that can summon mutated zombies by your side. Things would be much easier in a post-apocalyptic world. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "No, we must find a way to get back. This isn't right. Day 3, you leave the 3 women here and go out alone to kill zombies." Unfortunately, Chu Yuan couldn't decide what the people in the simulator did. and he also wanted to see if there were any more powerful mutated zombies. That way, we won't be so passive. Fine. Although he can't control today, he can plan for tomorrow at night, and the simulator will simulate what he's thinking. Chu Yuan is not afraid of trouble. With the simulator, his current situation is much better. Day 4, you begin your journey alone to the city center, as there are more zombies there. Day 5, you control an invisible zombie in a hospital, keeping it by your side. Chu Yuan seemed to be deep in thought, and slowly asked, "System, if I have a zombie following me around, isn't that too conspicuous? You know I'm a low-key person. What if people are afraid of me?" "System, we'll deal with that when it happens, the host doesn't need to worry about these minor details." Day 6, you have subdued another powerful mutated zombie. Day 7, subdued another green-hatted zombie. Chu Yuan clicked his tongue. It seems like some strange zombies have mixed in here. "System, what's a cuckold zombie?" "System, to explain, when you control the green hat zombie, you can make the person you command wear a green hat. System notification, there's a prerequisite, this person cannot be single. This zombie's skills have no effect on single people. There are thousands of single people in the world, so many single dogs, it's not easy for them." Chu Yuan could only sigh to himself, these days, there are all sorts of zombies. Day 8, the entire city has lost power. At night, you see another city across the sea brightly lit, and helicopters circling overhead. You are filled with emotion. Day 9, you break into a university with tens of thousands of students, all of whom have been infected and turned into zombies. You kill for a day and a night. Your understanding of the bloodlust has become even stronger. Day 10, you are still inside the university. You hear 3 people calling for help from inside the lab, 2 men and 1 woman, including a married couple. You kindly rescue them. But you never expected that the husband in that couple would repay your kindness with enmity. He's a university professor who, during a conversation with you, discovered you hadn't finished elementary school and looked down on you. So, you secretly summoned the Green Hat Zombie. Late at night, the Green Hat Zombie's abilities took effect, putting a green hat on the professor. Chapter 74. Day 11, you woke up early in the morning. The professor knew nothing about what happened last night, and you didn't say anything either. His wife, however, was giving another colleague a knowing look, seemingly having a good time last night. As you prepared to leave, the 3 of them wanted to go with you, and you didn't refuse. Day 12, you deliberately didn't immediately bring the 3 of them to the safe zone in the city, but instead let them rest outside the night before. You then controlled the green-hatted zombie again, and cheated on your mentor. You only sent them into the safe zone in the afternoon. The people in the safe zone wanted to keep you there, but you refused. 13th day, after another day of killing zombies, your killing intent seems to be leveling up, so you choose to enter another university, this time where there are over 10,000 zombies. Day 14, after a day of killing, you've almost wiped out all the zombies here. The 3 zombies you control are also quite powerful, many of the zombies were killed by those 3, giving you more time to rest. Chu Yuan slowly said, "If that's the case, then even if I saw that tin-skin zombie, I should be able to put up a fight, right? I wonder if that tin zombie will appear in this simulation. Since I already have the ability to control zombies during the simulator time, I should be able to subdue the Ironhide zombie." Thinking about this, Chu Yuan felt even more excited. Day 15, you arrive at a museum. There aren't many zombies inside, only a dozen or so. But you discover something strange, a stone that looks like a memory stone. You hold the memory stone in your hand, and then you are transported to another world. This simulation is now complete. You can retain one talent and integrate it into the real world. The simulation has entered its cooldown period. This simulation will last for 15 days, with a cooldown time of 1 minute. Etc. Chu Yuan was immediately filled with a huge question mark. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Chu Yuan asked the system, what's going on? The simulation was working fine. Why won't it let me continue? System notification, host, you have been killed inside the memory stone. Then I need to know how I died, right? System notification, there is a very powerful zombie inside the memory stone. You were no match for it, so you died at its hands. I don't believe it. They're already this powerful, how could there be even more powerful zombies? System notification, host, please don't be so narcissistic. Did I ever say you were invincible? Chu Yuan rested his chin on his hand. You don't seem to have mentioned that, but doesn't the memory stone mean you can return to the real world if you are killed? Why are you telling me to end the simulation right away? Entering the memory stone does not count as being in the simulated world. Chu Yuan's face darkened. Fine, you have a point. Now I want to know, where is that museum? System, Maple Leaf Museum. System, solidify your zombie control talent. Ding! The system has successfully solidified the host's zombie control talent. After the process was successfully completed, Chu Yuan immediately took out his phone and searched for the place called Maple Leaf Museum. It's not far, it's only 5 kilometers from where Chu Yuan is now, and we'll get there soon. Chu Yuan immediately decided to go and take a look, since one could not die in the world of the memory stone, and there were some rewards, although they were very worthless. Chu Yuan understood that since the system had assigned him these tasks, he had to understand their meaning. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, system, you sent me to find the memory stone, actually for my own good, right? System, there are just some low-value rewards that we couldn't send you, but you can try sending them. Wow! If the system were a person, then Chu Yuan would definitely teach it a lesson. Chu Yuan stepped out of his room, preparing to head to the Maple Leaf Museum, but after thinking about it, he decided to invite Shen Liking along as well. Shen Liking. Chu Yuan arrived at her door and knocked. Hearing Chu Yuan's voice from outside, Shen Liking quickly opened the door for Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan said calmly, I'll take you for a walk, do you want to come? Go. Wherever you go, I'll go with you. Shen Liking was overjoyed, in her heart, she had begun to accept Chu Yuan. If she could even become Chu Yuan's girlfriend directly. Even if it's just to let her sleep in the same room as Chu Yuan. Thinking of this, Shen Liking's breathing became rapid, and her face flushed slightly. Why are you blushing? Chu Yuan asked curiously. Shen Liking panicked immediately. It's okay, weren't you going out? Let's go now. Where to? Maple Leaf Museum. What are you going there for? Shen Liking was very surprised. Chu Yuan felt that she seemed to be very familiar with this place. Chu Yuan nodded. You know this place? Shen Liking said seriously, this museum was opened by my aunt and her family. My aunt has always loved me the most since I was a child. But I only went to this museum when I was in elementary school. Then let's go see your aunt together. After the two arrived at the Maple Leaf Museum, they immediately walked inside. A security guard saw them about to enter and walked straight over, saying in a low voice, Please wait a moment, gentlemen. Chu Yuan stopped and said politely, Hello, we're here for a visit. The security guard said sternly, Do you have passes? You can't come in here without a pass. Pass. Since it was Chu Yuan's first time there, he naturally didn't have a pass, so he said to the security guard, We don't have a pass, how much does it cost? You can't buy a pass with money. The security guard's tone turned cold as soon as he heard that Chu Yuan and his companion hadn't brought their passes, and he looked down on them. This isn't an ordinary museum, it's not open to the general public. If you want a pass, you'll need to pull some strings. Do you think people like you can even understand antiques? Only international connoisseurs or antique masters are qualified to come in. That's a good idea. Bring a master along. Chu Yuan quickly said, could you please make an exception and let us just take a look and leave? Hurry up and leave. Why are you all so annoying? Seeing the aggressive security guard in front of her, Shen Liking stepped forward and said seriously, this museum is run by my aunt. Could you please go find my aunt? The security guard sneered, you say it's your aunt's business, so it's your aunt's business? I could say it's my mom's business. Hurry up, don't get in my way. Chapter 75. Chu Yuan patted Shen Liking on the shoulder, I think you should call your aunt, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Good. Shen Liking immediately took out her phone and dialed a number. The security guards were also watching from the side. But the call didn't go through, so he immediately said to Chu Yuan, it's no use, my aunt didn't answer the phone. That's strange. Send me a WeChat message and let me know. My aunt is much older than me, how could I possibly have her contact information? Let's wait. Shen Liking said to the security guard again, please go in and inform them. If my aunt comes out, she will definitely know about me. I told you, ordinary people aren't allowed in. Can't you understand me? The security guard was getting impatient because he was speaking very loudly, which alerted the lobby manager who was guarding inside. The lobby manager looked to be in his early 50s, dressed in a black tuxedo, appearing extremely composed. He had slightly graying hair and wore black glasses, exuding a unique charm. Hearing Chu Yuan and the others' voices, he immediately walked over and asked seriously, what do you want? Chu Yuan looked at the lobby manager who had appeared before him and asked, who are you? The lobby manager smiled slightly and then introduced himself to Chu Yuan, this is our first meeting. I am the lobby manager of this museum. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. You may call me Mr. Sang. The security guard quickly said to Mr. Sang, these two people tried to enter without a pass, so I stopped them. No pass. Unlike the security guard, Mr. Sang was very polite and tactfully said to Chu Yuan and his companion, since you two don't have passes, you cannot go inside. Can't you make an exception? No. Shen Liking immediately said, my aunt's name is K Ting Ting, you should know that, right? Mr. Sang nodded, that's right, it is indeed our boss's name, but if you ask around, the people at our museum will all be familiar with this name. Chu Yuan overheard Mr. Sang's thoughts and said, strange, how does she know this name? Could she really be her aunt? Shen Liking continued, I'm telling the truth. Why don't you let her show up and see me? The boss really is here today. Although Mr. Sang was unaware of the situation, since the boss was here, he figured he might as well let the boss come and take a look himself, it wouldn't cost him anything. If this woman really is the boss's niece, and I still keep her out, then I'll be the one who makes things worse. If you offend the boss, he might very well lose his job. At his age, he already understands a lot about human relationships and social dynamics. Mr. Sang continued, please wait here for a moment. I'll go find our boss now and ask him to come out and take a look. He arrived at the office, where a wealthy woman in her early 50s was resting. Mr. Sang said respectfully, boss, there are two people outside our museum. One of them, a woman, says she is your niece and calls you aunt. Call me auntie. K Ting Ting asked, somewhat annoyed. What's her name? I don't know. However, this woman is probably in her early 20s and is very beautiful. Let's go out and take a look. Mr. Sang immediately led K Ting Ting outside. The security guard looked at Chu Yuan and his companion, hey you two, it's just a museum, what do you want to see inside? I actually felt something was off about you two from the start. Could you be thieves? Chu Yuan ignored the security guard. If you get angry if everyone talks to you like that, then it's your own problem. How could an elephant possibly bother with an ant? The security guard sneered, I really want to see your expressions when the boss comes out. To be honest, you can still leave now. Otherwise, when that time comes, it will only be you who lose face. If I were you, I would leave right now, understand? As soon as Kei Tingting arrived in the hall, she saw Shen Liking from afar and immediately beamed with joy. This was her favorite niece, even though she had rarely seen her in recent years due to work. However, I recognized him immediately. Lei Qing, what brings you here today? Shen Liking smiled gently, Auntie. The security guard turned around and saw the boss appear. He recognized him and his expression changed drastically. Mr. Sang was very fortunate that if he had shared the same thoughts as the security guard, he would definitely have lost his job. Auntie. Shen Liking went over and hugged Kei Tingting. I haven't seen you in so long, I missed you so much. Look at you, you're getting more and more beautiful. How have you been lately? How are your parents? My parents went abroad last month and should be back in about 2 weeks. Have you been wronged lately? Shen Liking pouted, who said I wasn't wronged? I was wronged just now. Kei Tingting's face darkened, then she turned her gaze to Chu Yuan. Did you make my Lei Qing suffer? It wasn't me. Shen Liking and I are friends, how could I let her suffer? It's that security guard. Shen Liking quickly said, I just said you're my aunt, but that guy mocked us and said that if you're my aunt, then you're his mother. The security guard quickly explained, that's not how the boss is. I just saw they didn't have passes, so I thought I couldn't let them in. I might have said a lot of harsh words. Kei Tingting looked impatient. After all, they were her relatives. How could she let an outsider look down on her? She said coldly, you can resign now and don't need to come back. Consider it automatic termination of your employment. Dismissal wasn't as harsh as being fired, so Kei Tingting gave the security guard a way out. The security guard felt so wronged. This wasn't the first time he'd done something like this, and he didn't even know what he'd done wrong. There was nothing they could do, after all, this woman really was related to their boss. The security guard could only walk away dejectedly. Kei Tingting looked at Shen Liking, what are you and your friend doing here? I just wanted to come and see, is that all right, Auntie? Kei Tingting laughed and said, you silly child, just say what you want to see, and make yourself at home. Sang, show my niece around and introduce her to your friends. Mr. Sang nodded, understood. Kei Tingting smiled and said, then take a good look and let me know if anything happens. After exchanging greetings, Kei Tingting returned to her office. Mr. Sang's attitude towards Chu Yuan and his companion also changed drastically. Gentlemen, come with me. Let me show you the treasures that are the crown jewels of our museum. Chu Yuan said seriously, no need. Do you have any interesting stones here? We'd like to see some stones. Chapter 76. Shen Lei asked doubtfully, Chu Yuan, if you like stones, why did we come to the museum? We could have picked up a lot of beautiful stones by the river. I've come to love old stones. Shen Liking didn't speak, after all, any random stone outside might be tens of millions of years old. Although Mr. Sang did not know the meaning behind Chu Yuan's words, he still respectfully replied, all right, as for antique stones, we also have some here. Let me show you around. Chu Yuan followed Mr. Sang's husband, and the group arrived in front of a jet black stone. Mr. Sang smiled and said, look at this stone, it has a history of more than 4 billion years. Although this is not a memory stone, Chu Yuan still felt deeply moved, realizing how cruel time can be. No wonder time flies like an arrow. Take us to see the other stones. It's gone. Mr. Sang smiled and said, the stone itself doesn't play a big role. This piece was placed here because experts discovered it's over 4 billion years old. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in this museum. Hearing this, Chu Yuan felt something was wrong, since both the simulator and the system had said that the memory stone was in this museum. Just because it's not here now doesn't mean the stone isn't here. Or perhaps the stone wasn't so obvious, and was used for something else. Chu Yuan said calmly, then how about this? Don't bother us, let us see for ourselves. Mr. Sang seemed a bit embarrassed. He didn't want to take Chu Yuan and the other person to visit the place, but after all, it was his boss's request. If he didn't take them, Kei Ting would get angry and cause trouble later. After hearing his thoughts, Chu Yuan said softly, go ahead. Shen Liking and I prefer peace and quiet. We can talk to your boss about it later. Alright then, I won't bother you two any longer. Shen Liking looked at Chu Yuan, so, you've come here for something, haven't you? What are you looking for? Shen Liking began to get a little nervous. He was afraid that Chu Yuan had brought him to this place to steal things, after all, the owner of this place was his aunt. However, if Chu Yuan really goes that far, Shen Liking will still side with him. Chu Yuan said calmly, it's just an ordinary stone, but we haven't seen it yet. Let's just wander around. After searching around, Chu Yuan still couldn't find the memory stone. Strange, could the system be wrong? The item isn't here. Chu Yuan was very focused for an hour, but still couldn't find the memory stone. He even felt a little like relieving himself, so he said to Shen Liking in front of him, I'm going to the restroom, wait for me. Upon entering the restroom, he was surprised to find a row of pebbles on the floor beneath the toilet. At this time, the system's voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, on discovering a memory stone. Chu Yuan's gaze instantly locked onto a round stone inside. This was the memory stone. Chu Yuan was speechless, he had searched outside for so long without finding it. So it was in such an inconspicuous place? He immediately decided to go to the world of the memory stone, so he went into a compartment and held the memory stone in his hand. 10 seconds later, the memory stone transported him to another world. A burst of light instantly enveloped Chu Yuan's body. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself locked in a woodshed. To be precise, the owner of this identity was locked in the woodshed, with chains on his hands and feet. His arms were very thin, as if he hadn't eaten enough for a long time, and looked like they would break if you pinched them. She doesn't look very old. She was about 15 or 16 years old. He was wearing a tattered black cloth robe, suggesting he was a servant. Chu Yuan tried to open the chains. But since his talent didn't grant him superhuman strength, he gave up after struggling for a while. Chu Yuan immediately said to the system, System, you have to help me now, right? System prompt, you will need to explore the contents of this memory stone yourself, no clues or assistance will be provided. Mean. In any case, one cannot die inside the memory stone. Although it's chained up now, it won't stay chained up forever. Soon it grew dark, the window and door were opened, and a maid whispered, Anu, I brought you some food. You must be starving. Can you come over and eat? Young master, really, why won't you let me go? So my real name is Anu. Chu Yuan thought to himself. If he weren't stuck here, he would have left long ago. Having come into this world, he had no intention of having any connection with the original owner of this body. Chu Yuan remained silent. Not knowing the memories of this body, and knowing too much would be troublesome, he walked over and picked up his food to eat. There's only food, no rice. Chu Yuan immediately looked a little disgusted. The maid who brought the food was initially very happy, but upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, she immediately became a little aggrieved. Actually, having food at all is already very good. How could servants like us possibly have any food to eat? You haven't eaten all day, have you lost your mind from hunger? Chu Yuan thought about it and realized that it made sense. In ancient times, having a bowl of porridge to drink was already a great privilege. It's just a bowl of rice in front of me, what right do I have to complain? After finishing the meal, Chu Yuan asked seriously, can you get me out of here? The maid looked worried. No, the young master said that if you don't give in to him, he will starve you to death inside. We have such a good relationship, how could I bear to let you starve to death? Chu Yuan nodded, in that case, go and tell the young master that you've given in. Chu Yuan thought that when the maid said she agreed, she meant she was doing things for the young master. Upon hearing this, the maid frowned deeply. Anu, do you also have homosexual tendencies? How could Chu Yuan not know the meaning of dragon's yang addiction, that is, a man's attraction to another man? This immediately reminded him of Long Xing Tian. I felt like vomiting after eating. That's a pervert. The maid asked, puzzled, what does pervert mean? Nothing. Chu Yuan paused for a moment, then said softly, forget it, go tell that young master that I've already given in. Ask him to let me go. Have you thought it through? I've made up my mind. The maid glanced at Chu Yuan helplessly, her eyes filled with pity. She couldn't understand why a perfectly good man would still like another man. However, thinking that Anu wouldn't starve to death after agreeing to the young master's request, she immediately went to report to the young master. Chu Yuan sneered, if he makes a move, I'll beat him to death. A moment later, a sleazy-looking man in a coat walked over, followed by several thugs. He seemed to be in a great mood. Anu, I heard you're willing to be my concubine, is that right? I told you to live the good life with me. You people just don't know how to think. I'll starve you for a bit, now you understand. Chapter 77. The maid suddenly knelt before The, a spoiled, dissolute young man, in front of her and pleaded, young master, I beg you, please let brother Anu go. The young master's expression changed drastically, and he kicked the maid, yelling, go to hell, you dog, what are you saying? Anu. The young master said coldly, I don't have much patience. If you try to lie to me again this time, I'll kill you and feed you to the dogs in the backyard, understand? Chu Yuan said seriously, do you think I still have the strength to resist now? The young master waved his hand and said to his subordinates, all right, unlock this guy's chains and take him to my room. Chu Yuan did not resist. After the men unlocked the chains, he followed them back to the young master's room. We just waited inside. The young master was in a great mood when he saw that Anu was willing to follow him, and he drank quite a bit of wine. It was late at night. The young master, reeking of alcohol, stumbled toward his room, his mind filled with images of Anu. An old man saw him, his face grim, and complained, heaven is not protecting my Zhang family. How could such a descendant appear? Is our Zhang family destined to die out? You old codger, what are you saying? The young master seemed unafraid of the old man before him, and retorted angrily, you old codger, can't you say anything auspicious all day long? Whether I like men or women is none of your business. If you say another word, believe me, I'll beat you to death. Oh well, whatever you want. Helpless, the old man turned and left. He had no way to discipline his son. After he was out of his son's sight, the old man said to the sky, God, if you really have eyes, you might as well let my good-for-nothing son become a eunuch. The old man had no idea that this casual remark would soon become a reality. The drunken young master pushed open his door and grinned maliciously, my Anu, have you missed your young master? Come here. Let the young master give you a kiss. Chu Yuan said coldly from the darkness, come here. Hee, why does your voice sound different? I have a thing for this kind of guy, the more untamed he is, the more I like him. Come here, let me take a good look at you. The young master groped around and lit the oil lamp on the table, only to see Anu sitting on his bed. He lunged forward immediately, shouting, Anu! Bang! Chu Yuan kicked the man in front of him, sending him flying. You! Despite the excruciating pain, the young master stared at Chu Yuan in disbelief and said, "On you. How do you have such strength? Have you rebelled?" Although he didn't understand what was happening, he immediately shouted outside, "Someone come quick!" The men guarding the door were stunned for a moment when they heard the voice. One of the men laughed and said, "What's wrong with this young master? That On Yu is so thin and weak, do you think the young master might have played On Yu to death? That's possible. Let's go in and rescue them. The person is already dead, what's the point of saving them? Just throw them into the back hill and feed them to the dogs." The two men entered the room and, in the dim light, saw their young master sitting on the floor in a disheveled state. They immediately came over to help him up. "Young master! What happened?" The young master's face twisted in rage as he pointed at Chu Yuan, shouting, "Kill, kill him!" Although the two henchmen didn't understand what was going on, since the young master had ordered them to kill, they had to do it. They drew their daggers and charged at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan shook his head, in his eyes, these people posed far less of a threat than zombies. However, he did not show any mercy. Suddenly grabbing one of the men's arms, Chu Yuan yanked it outwards with force, and with a cracking sound, the man's hand was torn off by Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan threw his severed limb away, having broken it in two at the point where the bone was located. "Ah, my hand!" The man immediately lost consciousness. The other man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately took a few steps back. Chu Yuan was even faster and kicked him, breaking his leg. The young master stared in shock at the scene. From the past to the present, On Yu had always been a cowardly person, so how could he possess such terrifying power this time? Is this still the On Yu I used to know? You! What do you want to do? The young master braced himself against the ground and slowly moved backward. Chu Yuan said coldly, "Any last words? Say them so I can send you on your way." You can't kill me." The young master swallowed hard. "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Please, spare my life." He was forced to kneel down by Chu Yuan, who made him kowtow repeatedly and then slap his own face. This person is really ruthless. He actually slapped his eyes and nose until they started bleeding. Chu Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. Since this person wanted to live so badly, Chu Yuan didn't make things difficult for him. "Alright, since you're so eager to live, and I'm a kind person, I'll let you go this time." "Thank you, brother On Yu." Chu Yuan said abruptly, "Why are you thanking me? Although I won't kill you, I never said I would let you go. What you up to?" Chu Yuan looked down at the spot and then stomped down hard on it. Click! Just like crushing an egg with his own hands, Chu Yuan stomped on his egg and smashed it. "And that iron rod! I will never be able to live a normal life again." The young master screamed and instantly lost consciousness. Looking at the unconscious man, Chu Yuan said solemnly, "Don't worry, you won't live like this forever, because a zombie crisis is about to break out in this memory stone. You don't have the time to live forever." Chu Yuan turned and left the room, he did not linger there. "Everything you see now is fake. There's absolutely no need to hold on to anything. For example, even if he had gone to save that maid, it wouldn't have changed anything, she had already died over countless years. To avoid being discovered by others, it's best to leave as soon as possible." But not long after Chu Yuan came out, a thin figure ran over from the other side and said to him, "Anu, are you all right?" Chu Yuan stopped and saw that it was the same girl from before. "It's you." The maid looked very happy. She had been very worried about Chu Yuan before, asking, "Young master didn't do anything to you, did he?" "No." "Then I'm relieved." The maid breathed a long sigh of relief. Chu Yuan could tell that this maid seemed to like this man named Anu quite a bit. Perhaps countless years ago, the two of them had no connection whatsoever. "If I weren't here today, this man named Anu might have already been defiled by that guy. Shortly afterward, a zombie outbreak occurred. The outcome was predictable. Chapter 78. The maid asked nervously, "Is that young master just going to let you go like that?" Under the moonlight, Chu Yuan carefully examined the kind-hearted girl in front of him. She was actually quite pretty. Fine. That young master only likes men. If such a beautiful maid is defiled by that young master, he will definitely have to torture that man to death to vent his anger. Chu Yuan smiled gently and said, "It's all right now. Do you want to leave this place?" "Leave?" The maid's eyes dimmed again from joy. "We've already sold ourselves to the Zhang family, there's no way we can leave in this lifetime." "Who said you can't leave? Wait for me." Chu Yuan returned to the young master's room and searched his body, finding several thousand taels of silver notes. In this day and age, you could probably buy a lot of houses and even start a small business. When he left, he also took all the valuable jewelry that had been in the room with him. When the maid saw that Chu Yuan was carrying a bundle on his back, she immediately looked at him with concern and asked, "What are you doing? Run away." "What does running away mean?" Chu Yuan smiled slightly, "Let me take you away. Although this is within the memory stone and there's no way to change anything, it's good to make this cute little girl happy for a few more days. No, we'll be beaten to death if we get caught. With me here, let's see who dares to kill us." Chu Yuan grabbed the cute maid's hand and said seriously, "I'm not afraid to tell you, I've already crippled that damn young master's thing. He can only be a eunuch in his next life." The maid seemed not to understand Chu Yuan's meaning. "What did you do to the young master?" "You do not know." Chu Yuan quickly replied, "It's nothing, as long as you know he's crippled. Come on, if you don't come with me, they'll kill you. Look what this is." Chu Yuan showed the maid the silver notes and valuables he had just brought. The maid was shocked by the amount of money and exclaimed, "How could you steal from the young master's family? They're all going to kill me, so why can't I take it? Let's go." Let alone this little bit of money, if Chu Yuan were willing, he would be willing to take all of their money to compensate for his emotional distress. The maid pondered for a moment and said, "Anyway, brother Anu, I'll go wherever you go." The more Chu Yuan chatted with this girl, the more he felt that she was incredibly innocent and a truly good girl. It's a pity that they are from a different era than me. Actually, someone like her would be a very suitable wife. Thinking about this, Chu Yuan felt a deep sense of regret, wondering why such a lovely girl wasn't his wife. Women like this are most likely to evoke a man's protective instincts. Chu Yuan left the Zhang family overnight with his maid. Only after they had gone far away did Chu Yuan let go of the maid's hand. "It's ready." The maid blushed and stammered, "How could you hold my hand? My parents said that if we hold hands, we have to get married." "Your parents are really old-fashioned." Just as Chu Yuan was about to say something, he realized that this was ancient times, so it wasn't strange that holding hands meant marriage. To avoid awkwardness, Chu Yuan said softly, "By the way, since we're not at the Zhang family's house now, let's reintroduce ourselves." The girl was a little surprised, "Isn't your name Brother Anu?" Chu Yuan shook his head, "How could I possibly have such an old-fashioned name? My name is Chu Yuan." "What's your real name?" The maid blushed and said, "Brother Anu, your name is so beautiful. The name I'm telling you is my real name, Xiao Zhenzhen. For this era, this name is already quite good." Chu Yuan said. The two arrived in the city, and there were still some inns nearby that were open. Chu Yuan found an inn and stayed there with Xiao Zhenzhen. Upon entering the inn, Chu Yuan said to the owner, "Boss, please bring 2 rooms." "Good." A man walked over, and Zhenzhen immediately tugged at Chu Yuan's hand. She wouldn't have dared to do that before, but Chu Yuan had held her hand for so long that she was starting to get used to it. "Both of these are very expensive, so how about we share a room?" Zhen Zhen looked to be in her early 20s, but seemed oblivious to the difference between men and women. Listen to me, how can two single men and women like us live together? 2 rooms, please. The innkeeper smiled maliciously. Young master, that's not right of you. Everyone else said they wanted 1 room, why are you asking for 2? Yes. Brother Niu, let's share a room. Chu Yuan was speechless, but seeing how innocent Zhen Zhen was, it would be terrible if she were left to sleep alone in a philanderer broken at night. Okay, in that case, you sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the floor. The innkeeper handed the room key to Chu Yuan and his companion, saying, go upstairs, turn right, and go to the last room. Watching the two go upstairs, the boss stroked his beard with a wicked grin and muttered under his breath, this kid, does he think he's some kind of saint? Trying to be as virtuous as Lu Ziyi? Just putting on an act. Chu Yuan actually heard what the boss was thinking, but most normal people would think the same way, so Chu Yuan didn't say anything. Even I don't believe what I just said. We entered the room. Chu Yuan immediately took the blanket off the bed and spread it on the floor. Then he said softly to Xiao Zhenzhen, okay, I'll sleep on the floor tonight. You can sleep on the bed. Zhenzhen seemed a little hesitant. Brother on you, why don't you sleep in the bed? All these people are sleeping in the woodshed. They must be suffering. Just sleep when I tell you to. Chu Yuan said, a little annoyed. He felt uneasy if he was too polite. Also, don't call me Brother Aniu anymore. Just call me Chu Yuan from now on. Xiao Zhenzhen nodded, yes, Chu Yuan. You wait here, I'm going to wash my face. Chu Yuan walked out of the room and went to the washroom. By the light of the oil lamp, he could see that the body's face was indeed incredibly handsome. Even though he's so thin, it doesn't stop this guy named Aniu from being a handsome man. No wonder that young master took a liking to her. Zhen Zhen also really likes Aniu, although she has never said it out loud, but I just heard her feelings. Chu Yuan would be willing to let Xiao Zhenzhen be his wife if he just asked. Although Chu Yuan was reluctant to admit it, this face was indeed a tiny bit more handsome than his own. But he wouldn't actually say something like asking Xiao Zhenzhen to be his wife. He wasn't Aniu, she liked Aniu, not him. We'll see. The real Xiao Zhenzhen has been dead for countless years. Chapter 79. A burly man emerged from another room downstairs, approached the innkeeper, and asked, well, have any pretty girls checked in today? The shopkeeper's face showed strong disgust when he saw the man in front of him. This guy was a notorious womanizer in the area. Normally, someone like this should be reported to the authorities, but unfortunately, he happens to be his elder brother's only bloodline. My eldest brother died young. Despite being a womanizer, he never had a child. If the shopkeeper were to send him to the authorities, his elder brother's lineage would truly be wiped out. It was precisely for this reason that he couldn't bear to send his nephew to the authorities. But instead of being grateful to his uncle, the nephew became even more brazen, staying at the inn and looking for beautiful women every day. They would come out when it was late at night and climb over the wall to pick flowers. The innkeeper shook his head. No. No female guests have checked in today. Uncle, I advise you to think things through before you speak. If it weren't for the fact that you're my father's brother, I would have already taken action against you. He grinned maliciously, didn't I just see a man and a woman check into the hotel room? I could see through the crack in the door that the woman was very beautiful. Although she had a man with her, I was sure that man was no match for me. I can kill that man with just one punch. The shopkeeper flew into a rage. Liu Sheng, can you stop thinking about these things all the time? Can't you just behave yourself and wait for me to arrange a marriage for you? Liu Sheng suddenly snapped, UBD. You're supposed to be my matchmaker? I want to see where the virgin you found for me is. I'm already 35. If I don't have more fun now, will I still be able to enjoy myself when I'm old? At this point, the shopkeeper was also very angry. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to find someone for his nephew Liu Sheng, but the women rejected him as soon as they saw his fierce-looking face. His notoriety was widespread. Although people didn't know that Liu Sheng was a womanizer, his image as an idle scoundrel was etched in everyone's mind. Isn't it because you're useless? If you had even a slightly better reputation outside, I wouldn't need to worry about you. Look at you, either you're stealing a chicken from someone's house today, or you're beating up old Wang next door tomorrow. Someone like you, with a ruined reputation, how can I introduce you to potential partners? Alright, you old man. I'm not here to listen to your lectures. I'm going upstairs right now to beat that guy up and then steal that woman to be my wife. She's so beautiful. With such a beautiful woman around, I won't need to pick flowers anymore, I can just play with this one every day. No. The shopkeeper angrily said, You brat, stop doing so many wicked things, or you'll get your comeuppance. Liu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. My father did good deeds his whole life, but in the end he still died long ago, didn't he? He's done so many good deeds, how come I don't even have a wife? You people always comfort yourselves like this, it's truly pathetic. Liu Sheng shoved the shopkeeper away. He kicked him in the stomach again, and said coldly, Old man, you'd better not interfere in what I do, or next time I won't care if you're my uncle or not. He walked out to the second floor where Chu Yuan was. At this moment, Chu Yuan also sensed a trace of danger, but it was only a trace. Who? The sound came directly from the other side of the room. Chu Yuan heard the knocking. He immediately went outside and saw a man knocking on the door of his and Xiao Zhenzhen's room. Chu Yuan said abruptly, Who are you? What are you doing knocking on our door so late at night? Before the other person could speak, Chu Yuan had already heard the man's thoughts. What a pity! Such a beautiful woman, how could she end up with such a sickly man? If you were with me, with my excellent physique, wouldn't I be a bride every night? Upon hearing this person's thoughts, Chu Yuan's gaze gradually turned cold. Liu Sheng looked at Chu Yuan with amusement and said, Young man, you shouldn't be that old. But how did you end up with such a beautiful wife? Do you know how difficult it is to keep a beautiful wife? You're lucky to have seen me today. Open the door, let me have some fun with your wife, and I'll treat you to breakfast first thing tomorrow morning, how about that? Chu Yuan said coldly, First of all, she is not my wife. Secondly, a fierce killing intent flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes. You can die now. Oh my! Liu Sheng seemed to have heard something very funny. I've never been threatened like this before in my entire life. I used to be the one beating others to death, and you, a sickly person, dare to be so arrogant. Fine, I'll beat you into a cripple right now and see if that woman will leave you for the rest of your life as a disabled person. Wait a minute. The shopkeeper had caught up and shouted, trying to stop what was happening in front of him. He ran up to Chu Yuan, pointed at Liu Sheng, and shouted angrily, You fool! Aren't you ashamed of saying those things? You've completely disgraced the Liu family. The innkeeper turned to Chu Yuan and said, Sir, this is my elder brother's son. My elder brother died young and was not good at disciplining him. Please go inside quickly. If he wants to bully your wife today, he'll have to step over my dead body first. Chu Yuan shook his head. I already said, she's not my wife. Chu Yuan also witnessed what the shopkeeper did. Although they were relatives, the two were worlds apart. He also had a good impression of the shopkeeper. When Liu Sheng heard the shopkeeper say that, he also felt that he had lost face in front of Chu Yuan, that sickly fellow. He immediately raised his hand to slap his uncle, saying, You old fool, don't you understand when I tell you to listen to me? Just as the slap was about to land, Chu Yuan reacted quickly, blocking Liu Sheng's wrist and grabbing him tightly. You! Liu Sheng tried to break free from Chu Yuan's control, but found that he couldn't muster any strength at all. Only then did he understand. Chu Yuan's strength far surpasses his own. Compared to Chu Yuan's strength, he is like an infant arm wrestling with an adult. They are powerless to resist adults. Let me go. Liu Sheng pleaded with Chu Yuan with difficulty, feeling that if this continued, Chu Yuan would break his arm as well. Chu Yuan said coldly, "You think you can threaten me with this much strength? You're really overestimating yourself." Chapter 80. Liu Sheng was terrified. "Senior, I was blind. Please forgive me this time." "That's what I said, but what I really thought was quite different. Once you release me, I'm definitely going to kill you." How could Chu Yuan let someone like that leave alive? "I don't think you really want to leave." "That's not true. Please, Senior, spare my life. I'll never dare to do it again." Chu Yuan said coldly, "Don't say that to me. Today I'll cripple one of your hands so you'll remember this lesson." Click. With a cracking sound, Chu Yuan broke Liu Sheng's arm. Blood splattered. Liu Sheng kept making noises, but Chu Yuan didn't even glance at him and simply threw his arm away. Then, looking coldly at Liu Sheng, she said, "Do you have any complaints? I won't kill you this time, but if you do it again, no matter where you are, I will come and kill you. Making you a useless person for the rest of your life is actually letting you off easy." Chu Yuan walked up to the shopkeeper and said, "I'm only doing this for your sake. If it weren't for you, I would have killed him long ago." "Thank you, Senior." The shopkeeper was very respectful, and immediately realized that Chu Yuan was a martial arts master. How could a commoner like him possibly be a match for such a person? If the other party wanted to kill me, it would probably be no more difficult than crushing an ant. "All right, don't bother us." Chu Yuan ignored the two people and opened the door in front of him. Xiao Zhenzhen sat on the bed. Perhaps because the noise and screams outside had frightened the innocent little girl, she looked very scared and curled up on the bed, hugging the blanket tightly, trying to hide oneself. Upon seeing Chu Yuan enter, she immediately asked in a panic, "Chu Yuan, are you all right?" Xiao Zhenzhen got off the bed. Although she was terrified, she still grabbed Chu Yuan's hand and looked very worried. Chu Yuan smiled and said, "It's all right now. I've chased the bad guys away. Now you can get some rest. You sleep in the bed, and I'll sleep on a makeshift bed on the floor." "No, please don't." Xiao Zhenzhen seemed a little hesitant. She had always slept with other maids before, and she was very scared to be alone. So he said to Chu Yuan, "Why don't you go to bed too? I'm a little scared." "Why are you acting like a child?" Chu Yuan felt a little helpless, but what could he do? He was a good person after all. Perhaps it wouldn't be bad to learn from Lu Xiaowai, just like that shopkeeper. Legend has it that during the spring and autumn period, Lu Xiaowai of the state of Lu stayed overnight at the city gate and encountered a woman who had nowhere to stay. Fearing that she would be cold, he embraced her, wrapped her in his own clothes, and sat with her all night without engaging in any indecent behavior. Chu Yuan believes that he is also that kind of man. "Okay, then let's sleep together." The two went to bed and lay back to back together. Xiao Zhenzhen felt very at ease and kept thinking to herself, "Chu Yuan is such a good person. I wish I could marry him. I wish I could sleep with him forever. We won't separate." Chu Yuan blushed instantly upon hearing Xiao Zhenzhen's thoughts. Sometimes, you can hear them even if you don't want to. Xiao Zhenzhen thought to herself, "I wish I could sleep face to face with brother Chu Yuan, holding each other's hands." Chu Yuan was stunned. This was a girl who lacked a sense of security. "How about I do a good deed? Holding hands face to face won't hurt me. A man should always take the initiative." With that in mind, Chu Yuan didn't hesitate any longer and decided to bring some warmth to this insecure girl. He turned over to face Xiao Zhenzhen, and then said softly, "Zhenzhen, why don't you face me? That way it might not be too cold tonight. Ah! Xiao Zhenzhen became a little nervous, but she was very willing in her heart, so she turned over as well. Chu Yuan then took her hand in his arms. Brother Chu Yuan, you. Xiao Zhenzhen's breathing became rapid. She felt nervous, scared, and a little bit willing. She had heard those older women talk about things between men and women before. So I know a little, but I've never experienced it. Fine. After hearing Xiao Zhenzhen's heartfelt words again, Chu Yuan felt even more sympathy for this innocent little girl. In the original timeline, this little girl's experience would certainly have been tragic. And there are many more people like this. Sometimes, it is the ruthless and heartless who live happier lives, while the simple-minded are fine as long as they don't encounter scammers. Unfortunately, there are always many swindlers in any era. Because of this, while quality may be highly valued, it is not recommended as it makes one vulnerable to being deceived. The more Xiao Zhenzhen acted this way, the more Chu Yuan felt sorry for this naive girl. Chu Yuan said calmly, "Get some rest and don't overthink it." Xiao Zhenzhen felt a little disappointed, but she didn't say anything. After she fell asleep, Chu Yuan loosened his grip on Xiao Zhenzhen's hand and tried to contact the system. System, can you hear me? Now that I've been brought to this world of memory stones, you should at least tell me what to do, right? Chu Yuan waited for a while but did not receive a response from the system. Even if you don't say anything else, you should at least tell me when the zombie outbreak will occur, right? Otherwise, what did you bring me here for? To be a mere bystander. The system was probably moved by Chu Yuan's spirit, and finally began to respond. System notification: a zombie apocalypse will occur 5 days after this memory stone is used. Please prepare accordingly. Chu Yuan nodded. Okay, what preparations do I need to make? System notification: find a tall building to hide in. Chu Yuan quickly replied, this is ancient times. How could there be tall buildings to hide in? Besides, do you think someone like me needs to hide in a tall building? When Chu Yuan spoke again, the system completely ignored him. He was too lazy to continue. Anyway, all I need to know is that a zombie apocalypse will break out in this memory stone in 5 days. Looking directly at Xiao Zhenzhen, Chu Yuan could feel the woman's presence. Not long after, Chu Yuan also slowly fell asleep. When Chu Yuan opened his eyes the next day, Xiao Zhenzhen was no longer in bed, and he immediately got up. Brother Chu Yuan, you're up? Do you want to sleep a little longer? Chu Yuan saw Xiao Zhenzhen sitting at the table with several steamed buns on it, and she smiled at Chu Yuan. You're up so early. I saw that you were still resting, so I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Come and eat. After dinner, Chu Yuan left the inn with Xiao Zhenzhen without saying much to the innkeeper, who was very grateful to Chu Yuan. After his nephew lost an arm, the two had a good talk yesterday and their relationship improved a lot. Now Liu Sheng even calls him uncle. Thank you, sir. If it weren't for you, my nephew and I wouldn't have made up. Hearing his thoughts, Chu Yuan naturally understood what he meant and smiled slightly. A prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. Keep it up. Chapter 81. After leaving the inn with Xiao Zhenzhen, he first wandered around the city and inquired about its population, learning that the entire city had a population of about 10,000. The entire city is enclosed, and even though it's daytime, the city's exits are sealed off. The wall is about 20 meters high. If you want to find a high place, you can actually go up the escalator to the city wall, that's the highest point. Looking at the besieged city, Chu Yuan thought to himself, in history, there must have been a zombie outbreak here. It's probably because the city is besieged that the zombies didn't spread out from here. Perhaps due to a prolonged lack of food, these zombies slowly starved to death? Chu Yuan felt that this was still a possibility. After all, every life eventually dies. Although the movie didn't show how the zombies died, when the time came, it was all the same. Xiao Zhenzhen was a little tired after walking with Chu Yuan for so long. It was already midday, so she said to Chu Yuan seriously, "Brother Chu Yuan, I'm so hungry. How about we find a place to have lunch?" "Okay." However, Chu Yuan will take Xiao Zhenzhen out to eat, but not to a restaurant. He possesses the talent to prepare a Manchu Han imperial feast. What could this little girl possibly not want to eat? Even Chu Yuan can still conjure up food that doesn't belong to this era. Chu Yuan smiled knowingly, "Zhenzhen, what would you like to eat?" "Let's eat steamed buns." Chu Yuan shook his head, "Can't you have any ambition? You're eating steamed buns with me. Tell me what delicacies you want to eat, and I'll take you to eat them." Xiao Zhenzhen lowered her head and said in a deep voice, "Brother Chu Yuan, even if you've taken out so much money, you shouldn't spend it recklessly. What if they report it to the authorities? Don't think about those things. In a few days, the zombie apocalypse will break out, and money will be of no use here." He had already decided that after the disaster broke out, he would send the girl out of the city. In the original history, Xiao Zhenzhen was already dead, at least in this illusory memory stone, she was saved. Chu Yuan led Xiao Zhenzhen to the riverbank they had just passed, then had her stand there and said to her, "Wait here for a moment, I'll go buy some groceries and bring them back." Xiao Zhenzhen nodded, "I'll wait for you." Chu Yuan went to a secluded spot and used his innate skill to conjure up a dish of braised chicken rice, a dish of pickled fish, and a dish of braised pork trotters. These 3 dishes were dishes that even the emperor had never eaten in this era. Chu Yuan returned with 3 dishes and the prepared rice. Seeing the sumptuous dinner, Xiao Zhenzhen also picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. After finishing the meal, she looked at Chu Yuan with great satisfaction and said, "I have never eaten anything so delicious in my life." Chu Yuan smiled gently and said, "Then from now on, I'll take you to eat here every day. Let's go." Xiao Zhenzhen left with Chu Yuan, then looked around, her eyes showing a hint of melancholy, as if she had something on her mind. Chu Yuan didn't ask, but he could hear Xiao Zhenzhen's inner thoughts at that moment. "Alas! I've been sold by my parents to the Zhang family to be a maid for so many years, and they've never once come to see me. They must have long forgotten about their daughter, right? I don't know what they would do if I went back to check now. Mom and Dad, I miss you so much." Chu Yuan was speechless. Someone who personally sent their child to be a maid might have been so poor that they had no other choice. But it's not far from the Zhang family's place, and they haven't even glanced at it all these years. It's rather heartless of them. What's the point of thinking about parents like that? If Chu Yuan had parents like that, he would have severed all ties with them long ago. At first, Chu Yuan ignored Xiao Zhenzhen's feelings, but as she missed her parents more and more, Chu Yuan felt a little sorry for her. Even if the parents are heartless, it's normal for a daughter to want to see her biological parents. So Chu Yuan took the initiative to start the conversation. "Is something on your mind?" Xiao Zhenzhen nodded, "My parents' village is up ahead, I want to go and see it." "Then let's go see it." Although Chu Yuan felt there was no need for it. Xiao Zhenzhen led Chu Yuan to the outside of a small courtyard covered with mud, and then excitedly shouted inside, "Dad! Mom, I'm back!" A woman with a purple headscarf wrapped around her head walked out of the house. She was about 50 years old and only about 1 meter tall. She bears some resemblance to Xiao Zhenzhen, but looks to weigh around 200 pounds. Along the way, Chu Yuan had seen that all the fat men were rich young masters, so it seemed that this woman was eating quite well. When Xiao Zhenzhen saw this woman, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Mother, why haven't you come to see me all these years? I've missed you so much." After saying that, he began to choke up. Xiao Zhenzhen's mother was taken aback for a moment, then frowned slightly. "Zhenzhen? Didn't I sell you to the Zhang family? What are you doing here?" "Mom, I miss you so much. After Xiao Zhenzhen finished speaking, she tried to hug the woman. Xiao Zhenzhen's mother looked disgusted. Don't you have any ambition? You actually ran away from the Zhang family, are you brainless? If it weren't for your looks, do you think someone as worthless as you could become a maid in the Zhang family? The door to the room opened, and an old woman dressed as a matchmaker came out. She smiled at Xiao Zhenzhen's mother and said, that cripple Feng will have you keep an eye out and see if you have any unmarried girls in your family. 10 taels of silver is quite a lot. Etc. Xiao Zhenzhen's mother looked Xiao Zhenzhen up and down, then pointed at her and said, this good-for-nothing has run away from the Zhang family. But it's fine, let her marry that cripple Feng. Mother, what are you saying? Xiao Zhenzhen only had Chu Yuan in her heart. How could she possibly marry a complete stranger, especially a cripple? Chu Yuan watched from the side without speaking immediately. Pa! Marriage is a major life event, decided by parents and arranged by matchmakers. Who gave you the right to speak? That cripple is in his 40s, mainly because he's a bit old, but his family is quite well off, they run a steamed bun shop. Daughter, once you get married, you'll be able to eat meat buns for the rest of your life. Aren't you happy? Do you want to end up like your deadbeat father, who goes out to farm every day and barely makes any money? Xiao Zhenzhen said aggrievedly, no. I already have someone I like. At this point, she looked at Chu Yuan standing next to her. Xiao Zhenzhen's mother had actually noticed Chu Yuan before, but upon hearing her daughter's words, she suddenly retorted angrily, where did this wild man come from? What did I teach you before? Don't hang out with shady men. Don't you understand that men and women shouldn't touch each other? You're ruining your own reputation, you brainless idiot. Chu Yuan said coldly, I won't get angry with you because you're Xiao Zhenzhen's mother. Is this how a mother should act? Indeed, not everyone in this world is qualified to be someone's parent. Xiao Zhenzhen's mother retorted angrily, who do you think you are? How dare you, an outsider, interfere in our family affairs? Chapter 82. Chu Yuan hated this kind of sharp-tongued woman the most, and immediately slapped Xiao Zhenzhen's mother across the face. Snap! Chu Yuan sent her flying. To him, death was no big deal. Chu Yuan said coldly, I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to talk to me properly? If you don't want to, then you can die right now. Xiao Zhenzhen's mother was completely stunned by Chu Yuan's attack. She never expected that this man would dare to lay a hand on her. She was the kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong, so she didn't dare to say anything too outrageous in front of Chu Yuan. You. Chu Yuan said coldly, I don't have much patience. From today onwards, you are no longer Xiao Zhenzhen's mother. She has nothing to do with you anymore, understand? I see. At this point, how could Xiao Zhenzhen's mother possibly have any objections? She was afraid that if she continued to speak, Chu Yuan would beat her to death. Seeing her mother knocked to the ground, Xiao Zhenzhen actually tried to help her up. Chu Yuan immediately grabbed Xiao Zhenzhen's hand, saying, that's enough. You don't need to acknowledge a mother like that. I don't know what you were thinking. Chu Yuan didn't say anything, and simply took Xiao Zhenzhen's hand and left. After walking a distance, Xiao Zhenzhen whispered to Chu Yuan, no matter what, that person is still my mother. Why do this? Some people are not qualified to be parents, so you don't need to worry too much about it. Let's go. Chu Yuan smiled and said, you can tell me whatever you want to do. I think I'll be leaving in a few days. I'll spend these few days with you. Are you leaving? Xiao Zhenzhen seemed a little sad, and then asked, can you not leave? Take me with you wherever you go, okay? This. Chu Yuan hesitated a bit. After all, a zombie crisis was about to break out, and besides, she had been dead for a long time, so there was no point in saying anything. Xiao Zhenzhen thought that Chu Yuan was unwilling to take her with him, and her eyes immediately reddened again. Am I not good enough? That's why you won't take me with you, brother Chu Yuan. Of course not. Fine, I'll just tell a white lie. Chu Yuan told herself. Then he said to Xiao Zhenzhen seriously, okay. From now on, I'll take you with me wherever I go, we'll never be apart. Even in death. Pinky promise. Xiao Zhenzhen extended her finger. Chu Yuan smiled helplessly, then made a pinky promise. Remember, this is your promise to me. Don't worry. Over the next few days, Chu Yuan took Xiao Zhenzhen around the city for a long time, until late at night. Chu Yuan was in the room, looking at Xiao Zhenzhen who was already asleep on the bed. He decided to send Xiao Zhenzhen out of the city first thing tomorrow morning, since the zombie outbreak should occur during the day, so it was still early. If you send it out, it will definitely not be infected by zombies. At the original time, Xiao Zhenzhen was working as a maid in the Zhang family, so she would have been attacked and killed by zombies when the zombie outbreak occurred. Even though she's inside a memory stone, all that matters for now is saving this girl. At this time, Xiao Zhenzhen wasn't asleep. Instead, she turned over and looked at Chu Yuan, who was sitting on the stool. Brother Chu Yuan, aren't you going to come and sleep? Chu Yuan nodded, okay. The two lay in bed, resting face to face once again. This time, Xiao Zhenzhen hugged Chu Yuan directly, which surprised Chu Yuan somewhat. He quickly asked, what are you doing? Xiao Zhenzhen said shyly, that way I'll feel safer. Chu Yuan said nothing. Get some rest early, we'll go for a trip outside the city tomorrow. Chu Yuan, give me a kiss and I'll go to sleep. Real. I never lie, just give me a kiss. Chu Yuan was a little worried, after all, he had never kissed a girl before, wouldn't this be his first kiss? No, this is the world of memory stones, so it's okay if I kiss her, right? Chu Yuan thought to himself and immediately hugged and kissed Xiao Zhenzhen. Chapter 83. The two kissed each other. Chu Yuan felt as if he had been electrocuted. This was the first time he had ever kissed a girl, and he could even feel his heart pounding. He was extremely nervous. Xiao Zhenzhen didn't say anything, but hugged Chu Yuan tightly. They were all very shy after they stopped. Chu Yuan never imagined that her first kiss would be given to someone she had only known for a short time and who didn't even exist yet. He tried to comfort himself, all right, you're someone inside a memory stone, you've done a good thing. After they parted, Xiao Zhenzhen dared not look Chu Yuan in the eye and said shyly, people say that if you kiss, you should get married. When are you planning to marry me, brother Chu Yuan? Let's talk about this later. Go to sleep, Miss Xiao Zhenzhen. Xiao Zhenzhen hugged Chu Yuan again and said calmly, I am an honest and law-abiding person. Since you kissed me, you must take responsibility for me. Chu Yuan nodded and said, don't worry, I'll take responsibility. With Chu Yuan's words, Xiao Zhenzhen naturally considered herself Chu Yuan's woman, and even wanted to have marital relations before marriage, which she did without complaint or regret. Xiao Zhenzhen took off her clothes. Chu Yuan's face flushed red instantly, he heard Xiao Zhenzhen's inner thoughts. But I'm not ready to do that yet. Zhenzhen, what are you doing? Put your clothes on quickly. What kind of person do you take me for, Chu Yuan? If you keep doing this, I'll get angry. Am I really that shallow? Brother Chu Yuan, but I like you and want to be with you forever. Chu Yuan said seriously, liking someone doesn't necessarily mean sleeping together. If two people are truly in love, why should they be together every day? Put them on. Looking at Chu Yuan, her figure was surprisingly good. Xiao Zhenzhen felt a little ashamed and quickly put her clothes back on. Then she said to Chu Yuan, Brother Chu Yuan, I'm yours. Just tell me whenever you want me. After saying that, Xiao Zhenzhen closed her eyes and fell asleep. Thinking about Xiao Zhenzhen's words, Chu Yuan couldn't fall asleep. Yes. Xiao Zhenzhen was still a virgin, she died in the mouth of a zombie before the memory stone. She's never even been with a man, isn't that just too pathetic? Why not do a good deed and help this innocent girl? It would be the best he could do, since she likes him too. But another thought told Chu Yuan, no, if you take someone's body now and then go back to the real world, wouldn't you be a scumbag? Are you a scumbag? The evil voice continued, what are you afraid of? It's all a world within the memory stone. Once you return, everything in this space will stop. Besides, don't you want that? Is he even a man anymore? Chu Yuan righteously told the two voices inside his head, all right, I, Chu Yuan, am not that kind of person. Xiao Zhenzhen is a simple girl. Am I that kind of person? Chu Yuan stopped thinking about these things and thankfully closed his eyes. But at that moment, Xiao Zhenzhen's thoughts reached Chu Yuan's ears again. Strange, is brother Chu Yuan a eunuch? I've heard those aunties say that men are all very lecherous. Am I not good looking? Or is there something wrong with his body? Damn it, Chu Yuan couldn't stand anyone saying that he had a health problem, so he immediately rolled over. That night, of course, needs no further explanation. The next morning, Chu Yuan got up early to eat breakfast. When he returned, Xiao Zhenzhen had just gotten up and was rubbing her legs. Chu Yuan smiled and said, be careful. If you can't walk, take a good rest. Xiao Zhenzhen pouted, brother Chu Yuan, you weren't right last night. Did you have another woman with you? Chu Yuan said seriously, I learned it from reading novels. What is a novel? Chu Yuan said calmly, you wouldn't understand, that's something from my hometown. Pack it up, I'll take you out of the city now. It's the day the memory stone zombies break out, so Chu Yuan needs to hurry and get Xiao Zhenzhen out of the city. He might not be able to care about the safety of others, but he still wanted to help this simple-minded woman. Are you leaving too? I have something to attend to and need to stay a little longer, but I'll see you soon. Let's go. Chapter 84. Chu Yuan escorted Xiao Zhenzhen all the way out of the city, and only felt much more at ease after they reached the mountain road outside. Send her here, and we'll lock her up in the city. That way, Xiao Zhenzhen won't die in the mouth of zombies. Chu Yuan felt a little more at ease thinking about this. This is fine. Here. Xiao Zhenzhen looked at Chu Yuan and smiled, where are you going now? I'll just take a look from the other side of the city wall, I'll be right there. Chu Yuan continued, don't go, stay here. I won't feel at ease until I see you the whole time. Xiao Zhenzhen nodded, yes. Looking around, some people from the city were gradually coming out, and in the original timeline, it should have been these people who fled this place. These people are incredibly lucky. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan looked at Xiao Zhenzhen again and felt even more sorry for the girl. Wait for me a moment, I'll be there soon, and I'll be standing in a place where you can see me. Xiao Zhenzhen was very well behaved and did not say that she would go with Chu Yuan. Back in the city. The guard at the gate saw him return and suddenly said, wait. Didn't you go out? What are you doing back in? Chu Yuan said calmly, I just remembered something, so I'll be leaving later. The guard said sternly, listen, the city gates will close in half an hour. If you want to leave, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Chu Yuan feigned surprise, then it seems I'll have to leave tomorrow, but it's all right. Chu Yuan entered the city and then walked towards the city wall from a short distance away. He looked around at the city walls but couldn't find any footholds to climb up. No wonder the zombies couldn't climb out from under the walls. Finding a high place to stand at this time doesn't seem so troublesome. Looking back on Chu Yuan's life now, the past couldn't be simpler. He walked out towards the city wall stairs. A burly middle-aged man spotted Chu Yuan and walked straight over, asking, what do you want? Chu Yuan gave a slight bow. Hello, may I go up and take a look? Get out of here. The man in front of me frowned deeply. This is not a place for ordinary people like you. Leave now. He looked at Chu Yuan, who appeared frail and weak, and didn't give him a friendly look. If you want to go up, join the guard team. But someone like you shouldn't join, I'm afraid you'll get beaten to death. Chu Yuan suddenly laughed and said, if I get beaten to death, then I can only say that I am not as skilled as others. To be honest, I've always wanted to protect this city I love, so let me join. Young man, your idea is good, but you're so weak, how could you possibly succeed? Don't underestimate me. Alright then. No matter what Chu Yuan said, he thought the other party was joking, because his physique looked like the type that could be killed with one punch. How about this? The man thought for a moment and said slowly, I'll stand right here. If you can move me, then I'll let you be a member of the guard. Chu Yuan nodded, okay, if I pass, let me go up. If I don't pass, I'll never come again. Let's do it. He stood there motionless, and Chu Yuan went over to push him. Be careful, I'm different from others. I started practicing martial arts when I was a child, and I'm 45 years old this year. I've been practicing martial arts for 40 years. Chu Yuan said calmly, so, you've been practicing martial arts for 40 years? You started practicing at the age of 5. That's right, it's not too late to back out now, how about it? Chapter 85. Chu Yuan said solemnly, come on. Let me see just how powerful someone who has practiced martial arts for decades really is. Chu Yuan didn't say anything, but pushed the man with a palm. Bang! The man was instantly pushed away, unable to even stand up. The man's expression changed drastically. You, how could you possess such power? Who exactly are you? Chu Yuan smiled slightly, may I go up now? This. Faced with Chu Yuan's immense power, the man was completely convinced and exclaimed in surprise, Senior, you are clearly so powerful, why have I never seen you before? And I'd like to ask, how can someone as petite as you possess such immense strength? He admired Chu Yuan, but he was also very puzzled. In terms of physique, he was far more robust than Chu Yuan. He was the kind of person who could kill Chu Yuan with one punch, so he couldn't understand it at all. Chu Yuan gave a slight bow, perhaps I'm more capable. Senior, from today onwards, you will be a guard. But I will immediately inform the city lord that someone as outstanding as you should at least hold the same position as me. Chu Yuan asked calmly, what is your position? Senior, my name is Xiang Liang, and I am the head of the guard team. I have more than 100 guards under my command, but I have never seen anyone as outstanding as you. Just call me Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan didn't intend to be polite to Xiang Liang either. After all, their strength was undeniable, and who had ever seen a strong person being polite to a weak one? Upon reaching the city wall, Xiang Liang still looked at Chu Yuan respectfully and said softly, Senior, if you need anything, please feel free to tell me. I have no requests, you can go now. Xiang Liang nodded and left. From this distance, you can see Xiao Zhenzhen in the distance, squatting outside, when she sees Chu Yuan appear on the city wall. Xiao Zhenzhen immediately waved to Chu Yuan, Brother Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan nodded and said seriously, wait for me there, I'll be there to see you soon. The spot where Chu Yuan was standing required climbing stairs, so it was absolutely impossible for the zombies to come up from below. According to the records in the memory stone, the zombies were unable to climb the stairs, so they were completely trapped in the city and slowly disappeared. Soon, the city gates were closed by the guards. According to the timeline, a zombie apocalypse was about to break out, and Chu Yuan calmly watched all of this. The last person to leave the city was a woman carrying a child. I guess I was lucky. Chu Yuan coldly swept his gaze over the people in the city. Soon, all of them would die in the mouths of zombies. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan felt a sense of desolation. Senior, what are you thinking about? Xiang Liang suddenly walked over. Now he admired Chu Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Thinking about something. Senior, if there's anything you need, you can tell me. There's nothing in this city that I can't do. Chu Yuan could hear Xiang Liang's inner thoughts and knew what the guy was thinking. Do you know the Zhang family? Xiang Liang nodded. Is it the Zhang family that does silk business? Chu Yuan said seriously, yes, that's it. Xiang Liang said softly, Senior, I heard that the young master of the Zhang family was recently crippled. Why are you asking about this? Do you perhaps have some grudge against the Zhang family? If so, I wouldn't mind making the Zhang family disappear from this world. Chu Yuan smiled without saying a word. After all, a zombie apocalypse was about to break out. Why make people who were about to disappear again? No need. Senior, if you have some free time, could you teach me a few moves? Chu Yuan said calmly, let's talk about it another time. All right. Chu Yuan said abruptly, don't disturb me while I'm thinking. Xiang Liang wisely left. About half an hour later, suddenly someone rushed out from the crowd, shouting, something terrible has happened. Help! Chu Yuan immediately looked at the man who was calling for help. Is disaster finally about to break out? The man walked into the middle of the crowd. Chu Yuan had already approached one of the guards and said to him, Brother, can I borrow your sword for a moment? The man who had cried for help immediately said to the crowd, Come quick, my wife has run off with another man. Come with me to hunt jungle men. Chu Yuan was speechless upon hearing this. What kind of trouble was this? Why did he always have to come looking for trouble like this? I got so excited. Chu Yuan rolled her eyes and continued to wait. An hour later, even Xiao Zhenzhen outside was starting to get impatient. She asked Chu Yuan worriedly from below, Brother Chu Yuan, what are you doing? Aren't we leaving yet? Wait a little longer, they should be here soon. Sure enough, after another hour, the system's voice rang out in Chu Yuan's mind. System notification, there are 30 minutes left until the zombie outbreak in the memory stone. Have you personally gone to the outbreak site to investigate? Let's go take a look. The next moment, a transparent panel appeared in front of Chu Yuan, with a punctuation mark floating on it. Above the punctuation mark is a name, Yizhuang, meaning mortuary. Chu Yuan remembered that this was a place where corpses were kept, so it was perfectly normal for a zombie outbreak to occur from this place. It's still early, so it wouldn't be bad to go and take a look. When Chu Yuan arrived at the mortuary, there was an old man there, who seemed to be a staff member looking after the place. Upon seeing Chu Yuan appear, the old man walked over and asked Chu Yuan, What are you doing here? Chu Yuan said calmly, I've come here to take a look. The old man suddenly asked, Who is that person inside? Chu Yuan frowned. I don't have anyone inside. I just wanted to come and take a look. Is that all right? Why are you coming here to cause trouble when there's no one inside? Is this a place to play? Let's get out of here. The old man was very angry. It seems that being in a place like this usually causes him a lot of mental problems. Chu Yuan immediately took out some silver from his clothes. This is a small token of my appreciation. If you take me inside, it's all yours. Upon seeing the silver, the old man's brow instantly relaxed. Look at you, you've come all this way, why did you bring all this stuff? Old man, do you think I'm that kind of person? After saying that, the old man snatched the silver from Chu Yuan's hand. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, saying that such a situation was very easy to resolve. Don't think that you're the only one who wants to come here, you can bring all your friends with you. The money Chu Yuan just gave him would take him at least half a year to earn, so his attitude towards Chu Yuan has completely changed. Chapter 86 Chu Yuan also needed the old man to introduce him, so he said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." The old man led Chu Yuan into the mortuary. The environment here is not damp, on the contrary, it is well lit and the entire area is very clean. It's not the mortuary I imagined. The old man suddenly laughed and asked, "Young master, what kind of mortuary do you envision? It must be a very dark environment." "That's impossible. A feng shui master was specially invited to this place to check it out. If this location wasn't chosen well, it couldn't be used as a mortuary." Chu Yuan said calmly, "You people even care about feng shui? We can't be careless." Looking at the neatly arranged coffins inside, Chu Yuan asked, "How did most of these people die?" "A small number die of old age naturally, but most are killed. You know, these days are not peaceful." "Killed?" The old man said solemnly, "Many of the victims here died unjustly, and the murderer has not been found to this day. It's truly tragic." Chu Yuan listened to the old man's account of the cause of death, but these did not seem to constitute the reason for the zombie apocalypse. Chu Yuan continued, "Do you have any particularly bizarre ways of dying here?" "A bizarre way to die?" "Right." The old man paused for a moment, then slowly said, "There really is such a person, and he is indeed very strange." "Tell me about it." The old man said solemnly, "This story begins half a month ago. A man in a small mountain village was working in the fields when he suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness. He died on the spot. It's strange, but that night his wife said his hand kept cramping, as if it had come with him. But that woman is particularly fond of lying, she never tells the truth, and you don't need to listen to her." Chu Yuan said calmly, "How do you know they're lying? Maybe they aren't. Where in the world could such a strange thing happen? If it really does, then why aren't you up now?" Chu Yuan nodded, "There are some things we should believe. It's better to believe they exist than not to believe they don't. Take me to see that man's body. It's right here, come with me." The old man led Chu Yuan to a wooden coffin that had not yet been painted. Strangely, there was a yellowed paper talisman pasted on the coffin. Chu Yuan pointed at the paper talisman, "What is this for?" "It's for warding off evil spirits. It was used by the Taoist priests here to ward off evil spirits. They also told us not to touch the talisman and that it would be fine after the body was buried." Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, "It seems there's a high probability that this is someone who has mutated into a zombie." The old man said coldly, "Actually, this talisman still needs to be removed before the burial. How can the person be laid to rest peacefully with a paper talisman on it? So before you put it in the ground, take it off." Chu Yuan asked in surprise, "Aren't you listening to that Taoist priest anymore?" "I won't listen to this kind of thing, but I might listen to other things." "How foolish!" Chu Yuan is now almost certain that the old man must have taken the talisman off halfway through, which is why the zombie inside escaped. Etc. Shouldn't it be zombies? Why are they called zombies? There was still some time before the appointed time, and the old man started talking non-stop, pulling Chu Yuan aside to introduce some more details. He also knew that the old man had worked at the mortuary his whole life and originally planned to have his children inherit the profession. Chu Yuan couldn't bear to say it. After all, saying it now would be too desperate. After looking at everything here, the old man poured Chu Yuan a cup of tea. "Have some tea first. If you need anything, just call me. You can leave any time you want. I have something to attend to, so I won't stay any longer." Chu Yuan didn't plan to stay here any longer, since he knew he couldn't handle the zombie outbreak on his own. The last time, even with the memory stone, Chu Yuan did all that, but a zombie outbreak still occurred. The old man suddenly laughed and said, "Before you leave, let me show you something, shall I?" "What are you looking at? Didn't you see that talisman just now? I'm going to peel it off, since you're here anyway." In the original timeline, the old man should have removed the talisman by himself. Chu Yuan's expression turned serious. Why bother uncovering it? Listening to that Taoist priest wouldn't have been a problem. We must not abandon the rules of our ancestors. Chu Yuan knew he couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he followed the old man to the man's coffin, but he was already prepared to attack. Actually, I was still a little worried, since we needed to find a high place to guard it, but now we were in this mortuary. The old man tore the talisman off the coffin with his bare hands. Chu Yuan frowned, staring at the coffin, not uttering a sound. He quickly said to the old man, "Let's open it and take a look, since the talisman has already been removed. Let's see if that Taoist priest is telling the truth." Chu Yuan and the man worked together to push the coffin in front of them aside. Peeking inside, Chu Yuan was surprised to find that there was no corpse in the coffin. "Where is the body?" The old man froze on the spot. "That's not right. I clearly saw that person being put into the coffin earlier, how could he suddenly disappear? Could what that Taoist priest said be true? Could this zombie be some kind of powerful mutated zombie?" Chu Yuan wondered to himself. At this moment, there are less than 5 minutes left before the memory stone zombies erupt. For his own sake, Chu Yuan decided not to stay any longer, so he said to the old man, "I think the body has probably been taken away. You don't need to worry about it too much. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave now." The old man nodded. "This is really strange. I've worked here my whole life and never encountered anything like it." Chu Yuan left quickly and then returned to the city wall within 5 minutes. "Because you need to go up the stairs. From this position, you can see everything below." Inside the mortuary, just a few minutes after Chu Yuan left, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the old man when the time came. The old man stared at the person in front of him, his pupils dilating instantly. "You, how could it be you? Right before my eyes was the person who had disappeared from the coffin." At that moment, the guy's pupils turned white, and he lunged at the old man, tearing at him frantically. Chu Yuan also received a system notification. "System notification, the zombie outbreak has begun. Has it finally arrived?" Chu Yuan turned around and looked at Xiao Zhenzhen not far away. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." Xiang Liang was climbing up the stairs below. In fact, Chu Yuan was about to kick the stairs down, but stopped when he saw Xiang Liang and waited until he came up. Chu Yuan kicked the more than 20-meter-long staircase down the stairs. Just as Xiang Liang was about to speak, he saw Chu Yuan's action and was very puzzled. "Senior, what are you doing?" Chu Yuan said coldly, "Watch carefully and don't say a word." Chapter 87. Xiang Liang looked at the city wall, which was over 20 meters high, and said solemnly, "Good." Although he didn't know what Chu Yuan was thinking, he felt that listening to him was the right thing to do. Xiang Liang looked at Chu Yuan and gave a slight bow. "Senior, where are you from?" "She used to be a servant in the Zhang family." "Ah." Xiang Liang wondered if he had misheard. When Chu Yuan mentioned the Zhang family, he thought it meant they had some kind of grudge. It's surprising to hear Chu Yuan say this now. In his opinion, Chu Yuan, with such superb skills, could never possibly be a servant. Xiang Liang dared to say that none of the guards in the entire city were a match for Chu Yuan. "I know what you're thinking." Chu Yuan suddenly said, "That's the truth, don't worry about it too much." Xiang Liang could only think that the mentality of such a master was different from that of an ordinary person. Despite having such great strength, he chose to serve as a servant to others. Just then, several people suddenly ran out from the crowd and shouted to everyone, "Run! A monster is coming! Run!" One of the people standing at the back was suddenly tackled to the ground by a crazed man. Then they started tearing at each other frantically. Seeing this, Xiang Liang frowned slightly. "What's going on?" "Senior, let's go down and take a look." "No." Chu Yuan said calmly, we are no match for these monsters, there's no need to rush to our deaths. Not their match. Keep watching. After the man was tackled, more zombies started running towards them from behind. Those who didn't react in time were tackled to the ground, and their fate was extremely tragic. Those who reacted were far slower than the zombies. The scene was horrific, with severed limbs and screams everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. Even the well-informed Xiang Liang was stunned by this scene, standing there in a daze, and asked in great fear, "What's going on? Why is this happening?" Chu Yuan said calmly, "These are all zombies." Xiang Liang asked, "What are zombies?" Chu Yuan said solemnly, "A bloodthirsty monster. They have lost their humanity and become monsters that like to eat people. I've never heard of that before. Is there really no other way?" Chu Yuan's gaze fell upon the main gate leading out of the city, which was now locked, and the guards had been torn apart and turned into zombies. This trapped the entire city together. Chu Yuan shook his head, "There's nothing we can do right now, all we can do is pray for good fortune." "Of course. I wasn't talking about you." Chu Yuan turned to look at the other side of the city, where there were no zombies. Chu Yuan said to Xiang Liang, "Go down from here, and you'll live. Don't go into the city." Looking at the 20-meter height, Xiang Liang immediately rejected the suggestion, "That's too high." Chu Yuan looked at Xiao Zhenzhen in the distance and waved for her to come over. Upon seeing this, Xiao Zhenzhen immediately went to the area below the city gate. Her smiling face turned deathly pale when she heard the piercing screams coming from inside the city. She looked up at Chu Yuan and asked, "Brother Chu Yuan, what's that sound coming from inside?" Chu Yuan said calmly, "Don't ask too many questions. Your safety is enough for you now. Listen. Go outside and buy a hemp rope. We'll go down from here later." Chu Yuan could easily go down there. But this Xiang Liang is different, going down from here is no different from committing suicide by jumping off a building. It's not convenient for Chu Yuan to take him down now. Xiao Zhenzhen quickly replied, "Okay, you wait here, I'll go buy it right away." Chapter 88. Chu Yuan felt there was nothing he could do but stand there, so he asked the system in a low voice, "System, is there anything you want me to do?" This time the system responded, "Find the first mutated zombie and kill it." Chu Yuan almost cursed when he heard this request. If it were that simple, he wouldn't have left the mortuary in the first place. If we just stayed there and killed the mutated zombies, there wouldn't be any more trouble. Please be more specific next time. Chu Yuan said it outright, so Xiang Liang, who was standing next to him, was a little confused. "Senior, what are you talking about to yourself?" "Fine." Chu Yuan said seriously, "When that girl goes to get the rope, find a way to bring it up, and then go down alone." "And what about you?" Xiang Liang asked quickly. Chu Yuan calmly replied, "I still have some things to take care of." Xiang Liang frowned. "Senior, you're not saying you're going to go down to the city from here, are you?" Chu Yuan nodded, "Something came up. You wait here for me, don't worry about me." "Absolutely not." The scene of hell before his eyes terrified Xiang Liang. Chu Yuan was almost safe, yet he dared to suggest going down at this moment. You need to know. He had just witnessed his guards, with whom he spent every day, dying one by one in the monster's mouth. "Senior, I think you should come with us. You talk too much." Chu Yuan was speechless. He didn't care about his own lack of strength, but instead blamed him. "Am I really that bad at this?" He said impatiently, "All right. If you want to come down with me, then come with me. If you don't want to go down, or you don't have the guts, then you can stay here and do nothing, understand?" Xiang Liang said nothing more, continuing to speak at this point would only make him seem ungrateful. "Senior, how are you going to get down? Let's just keep going like this. Let me borrow your sword for now." Chu Yuan instantly drew the sword from Xiang Liang's body. Although he had just taken one, this guy's sword was clearly better. The next moment, he lightly leaped down. Xiang Liang stared at Chu Yuan in disbelief. To be fair, if he had jumped down like that, he would have died instantly. Senior is indeed amazing. Even at this point, he didn't forget to flatter Chu Yuan. After coming down, zombies from all directions focused their attention on Chu Yuan and rushed over, baring their teeth and claws. Chu Yuan coldly stared at the group of zombies before him. As the zombies approached, he immediately unleashed a 7-star slash. Laugh. Several zombies that approached were pierced through by Chu Yuan's sharp sword, and blood splattered everywhere. The zombies that followed quickly took their place. Chu Yuan drew his sword again, his movements clean and swift. Xiang Liang, who was standing on the city wall, had initially been worried about Chu Yuan, but now he realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. The zombies that got close to Chu Yuan were all slain by his sword. Instantly, the number of zombies around them decreased significantly. This powerful sword technique stirred Xiang Liang's blood, and he even wanted to become Chu Yuan's disciple to learn it. As zombies continued to emerge, Chu Yuan did not linger in the fight and quickly headed towards the mortuary. Wherever he went, zombies died by his sword. Fortunately, besides the simulator, I can also kill zombies in this memory stone. If I didn't have this opportunity, even if I simulated it 10,000 times in the simulator, it wouldn't be as direct as experiencing it in person. Even if he were to return to the real world and a zombie apocalypse were to break out, Chu Yuan would have the best mindset to calmly face it all. Chu Yuan didn't encounter any mutated zombies along the way. When he arrived at the mortuary, he had already killed all the zombies that had followed him. The gate to the mortuary was not closed. Chu Yuan immediately went inside. It was quite far from the outside, so the zombies generally couldn't get there. Chu Yuan also knew that the old man might be dead. But still looking inside, he asked, "Old man, are you there?" No one responded. Chu Yuan walked toward the hall where the coffins were placed. As soon as he entered, a figure pounced on him from the side. Sensing danger, Chu Yuan slashed with his sword. The figure in front of them was instantly decapitated. Chu Yuan looked at the corpse on the ground. It belonged to the old man who had been guarding it. Chu Yuan was not surprised by this. The coffin was the same one he had left before, the outside was open, and the inside was empty. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. That zombie should still be here before, but where was it hiding? Another thing we need to understand right now is what kind of abilities that mutated zombie possesses. Chu Yuan examined it for a while. Without sensing any danger, he turned and left the mortuary. If you can't find it here, then the trouble will start to get bigger, as the total population of this city is very large. Finding that mutated zombie proved extremely difficult. Moreover, there were no powerful mutated zombies for him to control. I haven't used that particular talent of mine yet. Chu Yuan walked out of the mortuary and onto the street again, where a large group of zombies surged towards him once more. Helpless, Chu Yuan could only continue to wield his sword and kill. Gradually, his clothes were completely covered in blood. 1 hour later, the number of zombies surrounding them showed no signs of decreasing, so Chu Yuan had no choice but to return to the area below the city wall. Xiang Liang is still waiting for Chu Yuan up there. Not long ago, Xiao Zhenzhen bought the rope from elsewhere. Although Chu Yuan told him to leave first, he still stayed behind out of loyalty, intending to wait for Chu Yuan to leave together. Chu Yuan asked, "You haven't left yet?" Xiang Liang quickly said, "Senior, how could I dare to leave without your help? I'll lower the rope, you can come up from below." "No need." Chu Yuan flew directly into the air, a skill he had learned from a Wudang master named Chen Shixing who demonstrated lightness skills on television. I must say, it's quite useful. A master is a master. It's far more powerful than that Tai Chi Lei Lei thing. Chu Yuan leaped up. Approaching Xiang Liang, he said calmly, "Why aren't you going down yet?" "I'm waiting for you, senior." Xiang Liang respectfully asked, "Senior, have you finished your business?" "Not yet." Xiao Zhenzhen was initially very nervous when she saw Chu Yuan appear, but now she breathed a sigh of relief. Xiang Liang has already told her what happened in the city. So when she heard that Chu Yuan had entered the city alone, she was very nervous. But when she saw Chu Yuan appear, she immediately said, "Brother Chu Yuan, please come down quickly, it's too dangerous inside." Chu Yuan came over to check if Xiang Liang had left. Seeing that the two of them were all right, he said, "I need to go look for something more. You can wait for me here." Chapter 89. Chu Yuan's expression was solemn. If he didn't find that mutated zombie now, he would waste even more time. Back in the city, there were significantly fewer zombies this time than before. After all, it's just one city, so even if there were more zombies, it wouldn't matter. Once they're all killed, things will improve significantly. Those who close their doors and stay at home will also avoid being killed by zombies. Chu Yuan strode towards the bustling area. At that time, another horde of bloodthirsty, frenzied zombies appeared from all directions. The zombies charged towards Chu Yuan. "Call out!" Chu Yuan wielded his sword and slashed, killing all the zombies in his path. The speed was so fast that it was beyond the reach of the naked eye. Chu Yuan said in a low voice, "It seems that my 7-star sword technique is much stronger than before. As long as I have enough time, it won't be a problem to learn the last move." As you move towards the city center, the number of zombies increases. It's just a pity. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't a single mutated zombie among the zombies here. It's even more backward than the first world of memory stones that Chu Yuan visited before. Chu Yuan spent some time. He killed all the zombies in the vicinity, and finally no zombies came looking for trouble for him anymore. Inside the room, in fact, many surviving humans still exist. They saw Chu Yuan killing zombies with a sword a long time ago, but they didn't dare to come out at first. After seeing that so many zombies had been killed, many of the braver people immediately opened the door and came out. "Thank you, my benefactor." There were dozens of people. Seeing so many survivors, Chu Yuan asked calmly, "Are you all right?" Those people said to Chu Yuan, "My benefactor, if it weren't for you, we would have surely died in the mouths of those monsters. You are a living Buddha. We bow to you." That's all. These people all knelt down on the ground and bowed to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan quickly said, "That's enough. I just did what I was supposed to do." It was nothing to brag about. Although Chu Yuan's statement sounded a bit boastful, it was also true that he didn't feel particularly tired after killing these zombies. It's pretty simple. "Our benefactor, seeing how powerful you are, we have a request, could you please take us with you?" These people left because they saw Chu Yuan's incredible strength. They thought that if they left with Chu Yuan, they might be able to survive. If they stay here, they will all die at the hands of the monsters that come. Rather than this, we should leave now. They saw Chu Yuan as their last lifeline. Chu Yuan nodded, "All right. You can follow me, just stay behind me. If you go too far, I won't be able to protect you." Meeting Chu Yuan is truly a blessing these people earned in their past lives. Chu Yuan released his senses as he walked forward. A crowd followed behind him. Every time Chu Yuan encountered zombies, he would kill them immediately, which would draw applause and cheers from the people around him. Soon, Chu Yuan sensed a more intense danger, one he hadn't felt before. The dangers we sensed before were much stronger now. He is basically certain. That's where the zombie outbreak originated. Chu Yuan stopped and looked at the crowd behind him. He then rescued some more people. In addition to all the achievements they've made along the way, these people now regard Chu Yuan as a god. After all, how could someone who isn't a god possess such great power? They had only ever heard of Chu Yuan, such a powerful martial arts master, from storytellers. Great hero! Someone in the crowd exclaimed excitedly, Hero, why are you stopping? Please, great hero, take me as your disciple. I have a child at home. I beg you, sir, could you take him under your wing and let him learn martial arts from you? Seeing these requests, Chu Yuan was both amused and exasperated. I'm really no hero at all. Listen to me, everyone. Chu Yuan planned to separate from these people here. If they went inside, these people would definitely be no match for that zombie. I can't take care of so many people on my own. Therefore, it would be safer for these people to find a room and hide inside. Why drag them to their deaths? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically, as they all thought that Chu Yuan was about to abandon them. Great hero, please take us with you. That's right, hero. We have plenty of silver on us. Just name your price. We'll give you everything we have. We hope you won't let us leave like this, sir. Isn't that pushing us, who just escaped, into a fire pit? Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, Everyone, listen to me. I sense that there is great danger ahead. Why don't you close the door in the building next door and wait for me? How about this, I'll come and lead you after I've eliminated the dangers ahead. Some of them, upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, agreed that they made sense and said nothing more. However, some petty people don't think that way. One of the bald thugs suddenly sneered, Wait. Why should we listen to what you say? Don't you think we're a burden and want to abandon us halfway through? If you leave and don't come back, won't we all just be waiting to die here? We're no match for those monsters, we'll just get eaten by them anyway. These words were spoken. Most people present also found it very reasonable, and even those who were prepared to listen to Chu Yuan began to waver in their resolve. Yes. How can you guarantee you'll come back? I'm not waiting here, we're going with you. The man who spoke clenched his fist and raised it high above his head. It seemed like he was trying to encourage himself. Seeing this, the others also raised their fists, wanting to follow Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan frowned deeply, then suddenly shouted angrily, Enough! If anyone says another word, I'll kill them. The bald man who spoke first, clearly relying on his superior numbers, sneered, If you've got the guts, then kill me in front of all these people. A fierce killing intent flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes as he coldly said, Fine, if you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. Chu Yuan drew his long sword and charged forward in an instant. Laugh! The entire blade pierced the man's throat and then went right through it. Blood gushed forth like a pillar. The man's head flew off, and around Chu Yuan, the clothes of some people who were nearby were covered in blood. Many people screamed. Chu Yuan sheathed his sword and roared, Listen, I'm not asking you anything, I'm ordering you. If it weren't for me, how long do you think I would have lived? I only ever saw you all as a burden. Just wait here. Anyone who dares to follow us will suffer the same fate as this guy. Chapter 90. Having learned from this example, no one dared to say another word, fearing that Chu Yuan would kill them. Chu Yuan glanced at the crowd and walked deeper into the alleyway that exuded danger. The distance between the two sides of the passageway is only 2 meters, and you can even see everything at the very back at a glance. The view is also very good. Strange, I clearly sensed danger in this place, so why didn't I see that zombie? Chu Yuan thought to himself. He looked up at the walls and into the air, but there were no other zombies in sight. This made him more concerned about what kind of mutated zombie it was. As we move forward, that sense of danger also began to increase. At last, Chu Yuan could sense that the mutated zombie was about 20 meters ahead. Without any hesitation, he thrust his sword forward. Bang! Even though there was nothing in front of him, the sword in his hand still felt like it was piercing into something. At this point, Chu Yuan was basically certain that this was a stealth-type zombie. Chu Yuan thrust the sword in again. But to his surprise, he found that the sword in his hand could not move forward even an inch. What happened? Instantly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He had been attacked. Fortunately, there were no wounds. Chu Yuan frowned slightly and quickly stepped back several meters. This invisible zombie is much more powerful than I imagined. It's no ordinary invisible zombie. By the way, I now have the ability to control 3 zombies, so why not just take control of this zombie and use it for my own purposes? I wonder if this zombie is controlled, it can be taken out of this memory stone. As for just how strong this zombie is, that's not something Chu Yuan needs to worry about. Anyway, if it gets too weak, we'll just find other stronger zombies to replace it. Now it's much easier to pinpoint the zombie's target. Chu Yuan rushed forward and touched the zombie instantly. Chu Yuan shouted, "Control! Congratulations, you have successfully taken control." System prompt: you don't actually need to shout it out loud. You can control it in your head. Otherwise, wouldn't you feel awkward if there were people around? Chu Yuan ignored the system's disdain. Instead, he began to try to control the zombies in front of him. After a little trial and error, he was able to control the zombies' movements, just like playing a game. It may seem difficult at first, but once you get the hang of it, you'll find it's not so hard. Chu Yuan made the zombie in front of him reveal its true form. He was a man in his early 50s. He still looks rather honest and simple, and his body doesn't show much signs of wear and tear. He has a slight disability on his arm, but if you just dress him up and put sunglasses on him, he can even go out in public. System: congratulations, host, on obtaining your first controllable zombie. Would you like to name it? Chu Yuan nodded. Let's call him Li Gozheng. Chu Yuan doesn't know how to name people, this is the best sounding name he can think of. System: your name has been successfully changed to Li Gozheng. System: by the way, the host can speak directly to make the zombies carry out your commands. Chu Yuan looked at the zombies and ordered, kill all the zombies in this city. After Li Gozheng left, Chu Yuan walked back. When they arrived at the place where those people had been before, they were relieved to see Chu Yuan return. I originally thought Chu Yuan would just leave them alone. Great hero, you're finally back. I knew the hero wouldn't abandon us. That man really deserved to die. When these people saw Chu Yuan return, they immediately started saying nice things to him again. However, Chu Yuan had a different reaction when he heard these people's thoughts. Almost all of them thought he had run away and were cursing him behind his back. Certainly. Chu Yuan wouldn't stoop to the level of these people. Who doesn't talk about others behind their backs? He also spoke ill of others behind their backs. Those people came out of the house and began to flatter Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan simply said in a cold voice, "Now we should be safe. Come with me." The group followed Chu Yuan in another direction. Chu Yuan was now certain that there were no surviving zombies around. The ground was littered with zombie corpses. And here. He had never been here before, and now he couldn't help but marvel at how formidable this zombie truly was. Chu Yuan was already wondering which zombie was more powerful, this one or the one in the metal suit. Then, more survivors appeared and left with Chu Yuan. These people would have certainly died in their original time, but they have survived in the present. But it can't be said that they survived, these people were just a bunch of data-like things. It does not exist. All of this will disappear as soon as I leave. Or perhaps this memory stone will be used when other people come in again. Thinking about this, Chu Yuan felt a deep sense of melancholy. Time truly flies by. After wandering around, Li Gozheng returned. This means he has completed his mission, and there are no zombies left alive in the city. Xiang Liang was somewhat surprised to see that Chu Yuan had not only returned, but also brought so many people with him. Senior, what's wrong with you? Chu Yuan said calmly, I've killed all the monsters in the city. Ah! Xiang Liang was even more shocked, but when he thought about how strong Chu Yuan was, he was no longer surprised. As expected of a senior. Xiao Zhenzhen's voice came from outside, Brother Chu Yuan, shall we go? Upon hearing her voice, Chu Yuan immediately came to the city wall. The next moment, he jumped right off the wall and smiled, all right, let's go. He glanced back at Xiang Liang. You can leave now. I've killed all the monsters in the city. Xiang Liang nodded, but he was terrified inside. Who knew if there were still monsters inside? As for the people inside, they were also very uncertain. Chu Yuan ignored those people. It was time to leave, but he was quite reluctant to part with Xiao Zhenzhen, this innocent little girl. So, after the two of them went to a secluded spot, Chu Yuan asked, Can I hug you? Okay. Xiao Zhenzhen did not refuse. Chu Yuan pulled her into his arms. He knew that this girl liked his brother, Anu. Unfortunately, it was all fake. If he could, he would love to bring this lovely girl into the real world. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Xiao Zhenzhen was a little breathless from Chu Yuan's embrace, and immediately patted Chu Yuan, Brother Chu Yuan, let me go. I feel like I can't breathe. Chu Yuan put Xiao Zhenzhen down, his eyes filled with reluctance. Seeing his expression, Xiao Zhenzhen quickly comforted him, Brother Chu Yuan, what's wrong? I'm fine. Chu Yuan asked the system, can I take Xiao Zhenzhen out of this memory stone? Chapter 91. Chu Yuan really didn't want to give up on Xiao Zhenzhen, the girl who only released solo photos. If possible, it would be best to take her out of this world of memory stones. System notification, it's not impossible. Chu Yuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting that his casual question would actually work. He quickly asked, what method? You possess the talent to control zombies, capable of controlling 3 at a time. You can reserve 1 slot for Xiao Zhenzhen. Chu Yuan said in a deep voice, but Xiao Zhenzhen isn't a zombie, so I can't possibly infect her, can I? Host, you're really too stupid. You don't need to turn her into a zombie. Just put her in one of your 3 locations, and you'll be able to take her out. Right. Chu Yuan was overjoyed, and immediately said to Xiao Zhenzhen, tell me, if this face of mine isn't my real face, would you still like me? Xiao Zhenzhen didn't understand why Chu Yuan asked that question. What exactly do you mean? Just tell me, if I weren't the way you see me now, would you still like me? Like? Xiao Zhenzhen's eyes were very firm, as long as it's you, I like you very much. Besides. Xiao Zhenzhen's face flushed red again. Last night, I was already Chu Yuan's man. That's good. Chu Yuan said seriously, don't worry, I'm very handsome too. I'm going to take you to a strange place that might change your perception. However, I will stay by your side. Xiao Zhenzhen held Chu Yuan's hand tightly, wherever Brother Chu Yuan goes in the future, I will follow you. Good. Chu Yuan immediately placed her in one of his 3 slots. The next moment, Chu Yuan left the world within the memory stone. It reappeared. Chu Yuan glanced at the time, but only a moment had passed. Fine. If a zombie apocalypse breaks out as soon as we come out, I'm really going to have a terrible headache. He glanced at his control panel, where both Li Gozheng and Xiao Zhenzhen were listed. Chu Yuan originally wanted to release Xiao Zhenzhen now, but since he was not from this world, he was inevitably a little flustered. Let's wait until we get back to where we're staying before we talk about it. After walking out, he looked at Shen Liking and said, I've finished what I needed to do. Let's go now. Shen Lei asked doubtfully, shouldn't we take a closer look? No need, let's go. After saying goodbye to her aunt, Shen Liking immediately left the museum with Chu Yuan and returned to their residence. Chu Yuan returned to his room first. Then they locked the door and let Xiao Zhenzhen out. Xiao Zhenzhen opened her eyes and saw a strange man in front of her. She immediately became very wary. Who are you? Where is my brother Chu Yuan? Chu Yuan said gently, Zhenzhen, this is my true self. I just told you, have you forgotten? Brother Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was afraid that Xiao Zhenzhen wouldn't believe him, so he told her about the places he had taken her to in the past few days. She even described the positions she used last night. At this time, Xiao Zhenzhen finally believed that the person in front of her was Chu Yuan. He immediately pounced on Chu Yuan. Brother Chu Yuan, I thought you didn't want me anymore. I was so scared when I saw you just now. Chu Yuan gently patted Xiao Zhenzhen's back. All right, I'm not a bad person. I'll take you with me wherever I go from now on. Now that Xiao Zhenzhen has appeared, Shen Liking and Tang Xianyu may no longer be able to continue thinking about it. To be honest, Chu Yuan is not a scumbag, that's his bottom line as a person. We'll see. This isn't ancient times, where men weren't allowed to have multiple wives and concubines. Shen Liking and Tang Xianyu don't like her. As for Xiao Zhenzhen, now that she has brought her into this world, she only has herself to rely on. Chu Yuan told himself that he had to protect this woman. Xiao Zhenzhen composed herself and looked around the room with some curiosity. Brother Chu Yuan, what's going on with this room? It feels even more luxurious than the Zhang family's. Chu Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. If this were in the presidential suite, the young girl would probably be stunned. Chu Yuan laughed and said, "What's this? There are even more luxurious places out there. I'll take you to an even more luxurious one when I have time. Do you want to watch TV? I'll show you some, you're bored anyway." Chu Yuan picked up the remote control, which was pinned down by the white cat Leal and had half of it sticking out. Leal rolled her eyes at Chu Yuan, "You ungrateful master who forgets his principles for a pretty face. What about those two beautiful girls who like you?" Chu Yuan sighed helplessly, "Sigh, I can't say for sure. When the zombie crisis occurs, all we can do is try our best to protect their safety." Chu Yuan just turned on the TV. An ancient costume drama was playing inside. A masked assassin raised his sword and shouted at the camera, "This day next year will be your death anniversary. Prepare to die." These words startled Xiao Zhenzhen, but she quickly stood in front of Chu Yuan and said, "If you want to kill someone, kill me first, don't kill my brother Chu Yuan." Seeing this scene, Chu Yuan was both amused and exasperated. "Zhenzhen, listen to me, this thing is going to be made into a TV. Everything in it is acted out, it's not real. It's just like watching a play." Xiao Zhenzhen was shocked. "There are such amazing things. Let me watch TV with you." Chu Yuan also sat next to Xiao Zhenzhen, putting his arm around her waist as they watched TV together. Xiao Zhenzhen was quickly drawn into the storyline on TV. Under Chu Yuan's guidance, he has even started to switch channels to watch other programs on his own. Suddenly, Chu Yuan sensed that danger was approaching. One's own talent cannot be wrong. However, there has been no zombie outbreak here, and the outbreak in Japan has nothing to do with this place. Chu Yuan thought of Long Xingtian. After all, that guy said he would find his own, and if he really knew where he was, he would have arrived by now. This guy deserves a good beating. Chu Yuan said to Xiao Zhenzhen, "Wait for me here, I'll be right there." "Brother Chu Yuan, can't you take me with you?" "Good." Chu Yuan kissed Zhenzhen and said, "I'll be right back. Don't worry, I won't leave." Chu Yuan heard Xiao Zhenzhen's inner thoughts. This woman was extremely clingy. To be honest, Chu Yuan really likes girls like this. Often, such women are the best wives. When Chu Yuan arrived downstairs, he indeed saw Long Xingtian and his underlings walking towards him. I saw Chu Yuan appear. Long Xingtian's lips curled slightly. Chu Yuan, we meet again. Let's have a serious talk this time. Are you willing to come with me? You need to think this over carefully, because this is the last chance I'm giving you. I'm not one to be polite, but I'm only saying this because I really like you. Chapter 92. Chu Yuan said coldly, I still have the same attitude as before. If you want money, I will give it to you with interest in a few days. If you really want someone, I suggest you go ask for your father instead. I'm not as freakish as you. Long Xingtian suddenly roared, Chu Yuan, don't push your luck. You think you can climb the social ladder just because you're given a little credit? Superior. Long Xingtian waved his hand and said, tie him up and take him to the hotel. I've lost my patience. Several of Chu Yuan's henchmen immediately rushed towards him, they were all much larger than him. Long Xingtian was worried that the group might injure Chu Yuan's handsome face, so he reminded them, just get him there. If anyone manages to hurt his face, get lost. Chu Yuan threw a punch, using the Hung Gar style he had learned last time. In terms of Chu Yuan's talent, this Hung Kun move is even more powerful. Bang! With a powerful punch, the two people closest to Chu Yuan were sent flying backward. The two fell to the ground, their ribs broken. Seeing the two men defeated, Chu Yuan's men rushed over and tossed them around like chicks. Suddenly, only Long Xingtian remained among those present. The others who fell to the ground wouldn't be able to get up without a month of rest. To put it bluntly, with the zombie apocalypse looming, these people are destined to die in the hospital. How can a person who has lost the ability to act survive? Do you think reality is like the American TV series The Walking Dead? The male protagonist wakes up in a hospital. Is he still alive? Long Xingtian's expression changed at this moment. He had not expected that Chu Yuan, who looked ordinary and not particularly strong, could defeat so many of his men. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, Big brother. You're my big brother. Please, have mercy on me. Spare you. Chu Yuan said coldly, haven't I told you this several times already? You still come to harass me, don't you? I remember you said there wasn't a man in this city you couldn't get, right? Long Xingtian was terrified that Chu Yuan would punch him to death, so he burst into tears, I'm sorry, big brother, it's all my fault, please don't hold it against me. Of all the mistakes, the one that were my fault is Long Xingtian. Let me kill myself. Chu Yuan said coldly, fine. Let's see if you kill yourself. Long Xingtian is a ruthless guy. He immediately slapped himself hard across the face, Chu Yuan could clearly feel the pain even standing there. One slap left a bloody mark on his face. Chu Yuan stared at him coldly. In no time at all, Long Xingtian's face was already a bloody mess. All right. Chu Yuan said sternly, seeing how afraid you are of death, I'll spare you this time. But if you dare to do this again, I'll cripple your iron bar, understand? Clear. Long Xingtian immediately kowtowed, Big brother, I will never dare to do it again. Get out. Chu Yuan said coldly, don't let me see you again. Long Xingtian understood that he couldn't control Chu Yuan, so he could only settle for second best. Then, brother, you still owe me money, I hope you'll pay me back. Chu Yuan said coldly, aren't you going to compensate me for my emotional distress? Ah! Compensation for emotional distress. Chu Yuan retorted angrily, you're like a pervert, causing such a huge impact on my life. It's only natural for me to ask you for some compensation for emotional distress, isn't it? What, do you perhaps have something to say? No. Long Xingtian shook his head repeatedly, fearing that he might anger Chu Yuan and be beaten to death. Long Xingtian immediately said, consider that money my way of showing respect to you, elder brother. Then, elder brother, I'll take my leave. Long Xingtian ignored his men and ran away on his own. His men followed Long Xingtian away, limping. Chu Yuan rolled her eyes. Seriously, can't you bring me someone more challenging? It's always this kind of trash. When Chu Yuan returned to his room, Xiao Zhenzhen was watching a historical drama. When Chu Yuan was found to have returned, Xiao Zhenzhen remained silent, and Chu Yuan, upon hearing her thoughts, frowned slightly. Zhenzhen. Xiao Zhenzhen blinked and looked at Chu Yuan. Brother Chu Yuan, where exactly is this place? Is it really true that more than 2,000 years have passed since the time I lived? This. Chu Yuan didn't know how to explain it to Xiao Zhenzhen for a moment. He sighed. Don't be nervous about what I'm about to say, okay? Chu Yuan said solemnly, that's right, this is indeed the world 2,000 years in the future. I brought you back here from 2,000 years ago. And we can't take you back. You know the sounds from that city before. There were some terrible monsters inside, and those monsters ate most of the people in the city. But I will stay with you. And another thing. Chu Yuan continued, actually, you don't need to dwell on the past. You don't need to think about your family anymore, they treated you like a tool. I will not leave you here. Xiao Zhenzhen asked dreamily, are you still the brother Aniu I know? She had just thought about this. In her impression, Aniu was a very weak person who lacked self-confidence. Chu Yuan and I are completely different people. I am and I am not. Chu Yuan added, on the day we left the Zhang family, I was your brother Chu Yuan. Xiao Zhenzhen's eyes reddened, so you really aren't brother Aniu. Chu Yuan's least favorite thing to see is a girl crying, and he's not the kind of jerk who knows how to make a girl happy. He could only pull Xiao Zhenzhen into his arms. Then he kissed her and carried Xiao Zhenzhen to the bed. Sometimes, many problems can be solved by being affectionate. Why bother trying to persuade her? Chu Yuan considers himself an honest and kind person. An hour and a half later, Chu Yuan held the shy Xiao Zhenzhen close and said softly, don't think about the past. I, Chu Yuan, promise that you will always hold a very important place in my heart and I will never leave you. After the sweet moment, Xiao Zhenzhen realized that she liked Chu Yuan even more. She understood this man's gentleness. Chu Yuan checked the time, it was getting late and he should go eat. He quickly got dressed. Wait here for a moment, I'll go buy you some clothes, then we'll go out to eat. But don't be afraid of anything you see, okay? Xiao Zhenzhen was still wearing the clothes she had worn before, which were completely out of step with the times. Chu Yuan immediately ran downstairs to the clothing store and bought Xiao Zhenzhen several dresses. Back home. When Xiao Zhenzhen came out of the restroom after changing into a white dress, she immediately caught Chu Yuan's eye. Her appearance was surprisingly comparable to Tang Xianyu and Shen Liking. Chu Yuan hadn't noticed before, as he was wearing old-fashioned clothes. For a moment, I was somewhat captivated by what I saw. Chapter 93. Xiao Zhenzhen twirled in front of Chu Yuan and whispered, Brother Chu Yuan, do I look pretty like this? Beautiful. So beautiful. I'll wear this from now on. Chu Yuan led Xiao Zhenzhen out of the room and arrived at Shen Liking's door. Liking, let's go have dinner together. Shen Lei, who was in the room, felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She found herself growing to like Chu Yuan more and more. Just now, she had thought of Chu Yuan 1,000 times in her heart. She was still lying in bed looking at her phone when she suddenly ran to the door, opened it, and exclaimed happily, Chu Yuan. At this time, she saw that there was a girl standing next to Chu Yuan, and that girl was holding Chu Yuan's hand. A surge of jealousy welled up inside her. Chu Yuan, who is this girl? Why is she holding your hand? Shen Liking had never held Chu Yuan's hand like this before, and seeing their close relationship made her feel very disappointed. Chu Yuan immediately said, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Shen Liking. She is my current girlfriend, her name is Xiao Zhenzhen. Xiao Zhenzhen nodded slightly, with a hint of envy, sister Liking is so beautiful. Shen Liking was a little annoyed because Xiao Zhenzhen's looks were clearly no less than her own, yet she said such things. She thought the woman was a very scheming person and was probably making sarcastic remarks about her. Chu Yuan said calmly, let's go get some food together. I'm not eating. Shen Liking snorted and then closed the door. Back in the room. Shen Liking's eyes instantly welled up with tears of grievance, and she immediately ran to the bed, buried herself under the covers, and began to sob. Chu Yuan, UBD. Didn't you say you were single? Why are you doing this to me? Don't you know I like you? Hot tears streamed down Shen Liking's face as she struggled to understand where she had gone wrong. Before, when Chu Yuan didn't have a partner, I could still follow Chu Yuan around. Now that I have a boyfriend, if I continue to follow Chu Yuan, wouldn't I just be a simp? However, she was very unwilling to give up. She could only hide under the covers and sob uncontrollably. Indoor. Chu Yuan was also very surprised. Has Shen Liking already liked me to this extent? But all Chu Yuan could do was apologize to Shen Liking. Now I have Xiao Zhenzhen by my side. He's not the kind of scumbag who would betray a woman, others are undoubtedly heartless and treat love like a game. But Chu Yuan is not an option. Before he transmigrated to this world, Chu Yuan had dated more than 30 people. Every time they were in a relationship, Chu Yuan would say that if they were together, they should be together properly, and the woman would just say yes. After some time, she broke up with Chu Yuan, saying that Chu Yuan was boring, or that she was simply tired of him. They completely forgot the promise Chu Yuan made when they got together, that they would never separate once they were together. To make matters worse, he ended up being labeled a scumbag. The heartless and ungrateful person isn't actually him, but outsiders don't know that. They see that he's had so many relationships but hasn't gotten married, so they call him a scumbag. Who can I reason with about this? Therefore, he always believed that it didn't matter if others were heartless or ruthless, what mattered was how he thought and how he acted. I must never be a heartless and ungrateful person. In reality, most of the time, the fallen petals are willing to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water has no interest in the fallen petals. Sometimes, being handsome can be a problem, and being boring can also be a problem. During his youth, Chu Yuan had many suitors. Sometimes, when I get annoyed, I even feel like splashing a bottle of sulfuric acid on my face to reduce my chances of attracting women. There's a type of novel called harem novels, and if the protagonist is handsome, reality is even more absurd than harem novels. His looks have declined a bit over the years, but he is content with this ordinary life. Chu Yuan squeezed Xiao Zhenzhen's hand, then let's go eat first. Xiao Zhenzhen frowned slightly. Sister Liking seems a little unhappy. Shouldn't we go and see? It's all right. Let her rest for a while. When Chu Yuan brought Xiao Zhenzhen to the street, a car drove past them. Xiao Zhenzhen looked serious, as if she was frightened by the car speeding in front of her. She quickly hid behind Chu Yuan, holding her breath as she watched the car drive by, and asked, "Brother Chu Yuan, why is that rhinoceros wearing iron armor?" Chu Yuan chuckled and said, "This thing is called a car. It's for riding in. It's like the horse-drawn carriage of your time, you know. Very convenient." Xiao Zhenzhen listened intently to Chu Yuan's explanation and couldn't help but marvel at how much faster this thing called a car was than a horse-drawn carriage. Chu Yuan led Xiao Zhenzhen to the restaurant and they sat down. Actually, it's not necessary to come to a place like this. After all, Chu Yuan also has the skill of preparing a Manchu Han imperial feast. The main reason I came here was to vent my anger. I just checked out this restaurant, Chu Yuan, online. It has extremely high ratings. After Chu Yuan sat down, he ordered the braised pork trotters and boiled fish that he had eaten with Xiao Zhenzhen last time. In a short while, braised pork trotters and boiled fish were served. The food wasn't served by waiters, but by chefs wearing tall hats, which gave them a professional look. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen. The chef put down the dishes in his hands and couldn't help but take another look at Xiao Zhenzhen. After all, she was such a beautiful woman. He works in a kitchen and has seen many beautiful women, but none of them are as beautiful as Xiao Zhenzhen in front of him. They became even more jealous of Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan didn't say anything. Just because he could hear other people's thoughts didn't mean he had to be their enemy. After the chef left, Xiao Zhenzhen picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, took a bite, and then frowned. The pig's trotters that you took me to eat last time, brother Chu Yuan, were still the best. This tastes awful. Chu Yuan chuckled and ate it too, not because the chef at this restaurant was bad. On the contrary, Chu Yuan's skill in making this dish is so superb that it tastes better than most restaurants. Unfortunately, Chu Yuan's talent for preparing the Manchu Han Imperial Feast had already surpassed that of any other chef. Even the chefs at five-star hotels cannot make dishes that taste better than those from the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. That's 5,000 years of experience. In modern times, many top-notch culinary skills have actually been lost. Chu Yuan said warmly, "Eat first, and I'll make you another one next time." Inside the kitchen, the chef was getting increasingly uncomfortable. He was already 35 years old and still hadn't found a wife. "I've seen many beautiful women, but none like Xiao Zhenzhen. Wouldn't it be great if it were my wife? I've heard my parents and grandparents say I'm handsome since I was little, so why don't I have a wife even though I'm so handsome? Don't many women like men who are good cooks? I'm a head chef now, how come I still can't find one?" The chef was angry, but he couldn't show it. With the idea of seeing Xiao Zhenzhen again, he decided to ask Chu Yuan and the other person if the boiled fish and braised pig's trotters he made were delicious. So he walked straight out to Chu Yuan's table and asked with a smile, "Gentlemen, I wonder if my cooking suits your taste?" Chu Yuan nodded, "It's delicious." Xiao Zhenzhen suddenly said, "Brother Chu Yuan, how could you lie to me? This dish is 100 times worse than yours." The chef's smile instantly froze. Then he suddenly shouted angrily, "My cooking is bad? I started learning to cook when I was 11 and have been cooking for over 20 years. How dare you say my cooking is inferior to this young man's?" Chu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Learning to cook at the age of 11? Isn't that child labor? The chef glanced at Chu Yuan and said, "I think you're not here to eat, but to cause trouble." Chapter 94. Xiao Zhenzhen blushed. "What's wrong with you? My brother Chu Yuan is a better cook than you, how can you say that?" "Him? He cooks better than me. Let me tell you, little girl, this hotel paid me 300,000 a year to come here. Back then, the Xindongfang Culinary Academy had a total of 2,000 students. In the graduation cooking competition that year, I graduated in first place with a perfect score." The chef looked at Chu Yuan and said coldly, "Young man, who is this girl to you?" "My wife." When Chu Yuan said she was his wife, Xiao Zhenzhen blushed again. The chef initially comforted himself by thinking that the beautiful woman was Chu Yuan's sister, but upon hearing that she was his wife, he became even more dissatisfied. "Very good." The chef said sarcastically, "Here's what we'll do, you go to the kitchen and make these two dishes. If you make them better than me, then I'll admit you're better than me." Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "This shouldn't be enough, right?" "Not enough." The chef paused for a moment, then pointed to the plate in front of him, "If your two dishes are tastier than mine, then I'll just eat this plate, how about that?" "Good." Chu Yuan liked people who were straightforward like that. "Remember what you said, if I make something that tastes better than yours, then you eat the plate." Many diners and restaurant staff present looked over at Chu Yuan. When I overheard the conversation between the two people, instantly, many people began to mock Chu Yuan for overestimating his abilities. Has this kid gone mad? You dare to compete with our head chef in cooking? Don't you know that many people come here because of the chef's delicious food? If the food is better than the chef's, would they even come to eat here? Getting the chef to eat his plate isn't that easy. The chef looked at Chu Yuan and said, let these customers try it. If yours isn't as good as mine, then you'll have to eat this plate. Good. Take me to the kitchen. The chef led Chu Yuan into the kitchen and stood in front of him, wanting to see how he could make dishes that tasted better than his own. Of course, Chu Yuan would not directly demonstrate his talent in front of outsiders. He immediately said to the chef in a calm voice, get out. What if you stand here and learn my cooking skills? The chef looked at him as if he had heard something amusing. Me, a head chef? Do you think you're so great? Chu Yuan said seriously, I bought the recipes for these two dishes for 200,000 yuan, and your annual salary is 300,000 yuan. Tell me, do you think I'd let you see such a valuable secret recipe? Fine. But I'm warning you, if you don't make it, you'll be eating the plate later. The chef snorted and turned to leave the kitchen. Chu Yuan covered his location with a cloth to prevent others from seeing how he cooked the dishes. After taking some pig's trotters and a cleaned black carp, Chu Yuan walked into the covered cloth. The other chefs also wanted to see if Chu Yuan was really that skilled, but their view was blocked by something, so they had to give up. 30 minutes later, Chu Yuan saw that the time was almost up and immediately activated his Manchu Han Imperial Feast talent, conjuring up a dish of boiled fish and braised pig's trotters. He pulled back the cloth covering his face and carried the two dishes out. We arrived at the lobby. When the chef saw that Chu Yuan had come out in 30 minutes, he couldn't help but sneer, young man, if you can't cook, just say you can't. Why pretend? You braised pig's trotters for 30 minutes and they weren't even tender enough to be properly cooked? How can they taste good like that? Restaurants typically braise pork trotters until tender beforehand, then cook them directly for customers. Chu Yuan used raw pig's trotters just now, it was so fast, but a pressure cooker can't cook them until they're tender. The customers started whispering among themselves. This guy isn't even as good a cook as my wife, yet he dares to challenge this restaurant's star chef. 2 dishes served in 30 minutes, eating this will definitely give you diarrhea, right? Anyway, if you gave it to me, I definitely wouldn't dare to eat it. That's hilarious. If it were me, I would dig a hole and crawl into it right now. Chu Yuan ignored these people and looked at the chef, saying, now that I've finished cooking, why don't you try it first? No need. The chef stopped cooking. With so little time, I'm afraid I'll get a stomachache after eating. You should finish this plate first. After saying that, the chef handed an empty plate to Chu Yuan. That doesn't make sense. Chu Yuan smiled and said, how about this, since there are so many people here, let someone try the dishes that I and this chef made. With free food available, many people are still willing to come and try it. A man in a suit walked over, picked up the chopsticks on the table, and said calmly, you had the courage to challenge the head chef. Although you failed, I still have high hopes for you. Work hard in the future, and you can have half the cooking skills of a head chef. Hearing the man flatter him like that, the chef became even more smug. He glanced at Xiao Zhenzhen beside him, seemingly hoping to win her heart through his cooking skills. The man in the suit first picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it in his mouth to chew. The next moment, he was suddenly stunned, his expression exaggerated. The chef, assuming the food was so awful that the person's face contorted in disgust, suddenly laughed and said, young man, I'm afraid someone might get poisoned and die from eating this. To everyone's surprise, the man in the suit closed his eyes and began to savor the taste. Then, still wanting more, he took another bite. Then, with great excitement, he said, this braised pig's trotter is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life. Everyone suddenly realized. The man in the suit, no longer daring to look so embarrassed, actually started wolfing down his food. The chef looked astonished. How is this possible? He picked up the chopsticks on the table and took a bite. He had looked down on Chu Yuan, but the moment he took the bite, it felt as if I was flying in the sky, or falling onto a rainbow bridge. It's a very complex flavor. It's captivating. Even a chef with over 20 years of cooking experience couldn't pinpoint exactly what seasonings were used in this braised pork trotters. There are at least a dozen seasonings among them that he has never used in cooking. They didn't even know the names of these dozen or so seasonings. The chef's eyes seemed to well up with tears. He was actually won over by a plate of braised pig's trotters. It's so delicious. Will I ever be able to eat this delicious braised pork trotter again? In the kitchen, Chu Yuan said that he spent 200,000 yuan to learn the recipes for his 2 dishes, and he even sneered at it. But now that he has tasted it, he even feels that this single braised pig's trotter recipe is worth 500,000 yuan. If I had this secret recipe to open a braised pig's trotters restaurant, I could easily make at least 3 million in net profit a year. The chef was deeply impressed and looked at Chu Yuan again, his heart filled with admiration. He took another bite of the boiled fish. The first bite is soft and sweet to the touch, yet firm and crunchy when you bite into it. It remains a mysterious seasoning. These 2 dishes are complicated to make and use a variety of seasonings, but they are incredibly delicious. The chef was now completely convinced. Upon seeing this, the customers rushed over to taste the food, and in less than 20 seconds, both dishes were finished. The chef knelt down before Chu Yuan with a thud, pleading, "Master, please teach me how to make these 2 dishes. I was blind to your greatness just now, trying to show off my skills in front of Guan Yu. Master, please don't take offense at my words." Chapter 95. Chu Yuan could hear the chef's thoughts, so he had no intention of making things difficult for the chef. "All right, I know what you're thinking, and I didn't say you had to eat the plate. Don't worry about this." Xiao Zhenzhen walked over and said, "Let's see if you'll still say that my Chu Yuan brother's cooking isn't as good as yours. Now you know how amazing my brother Chu Yuan is, right?" "I understand." The chef asked Chu Yuan again, "Master, could you sell me these 2 secret recipes?" The chef had already decided that if Chu Yuan could sell him the secret recipe, he would simply open his own shop. "I was worried I might not have enough money before, and besides, actually, many people know how to cook, and there aren't any particularly special dishes. But with Chu Yuan's 2 dishes, things are different." He was very confident that he would be able to attract many customers to his store. Thinking about this, the chef was overjoyed. Chu Yuan shook his head, "I'm sorry, I can't tell anyone about these 2 secret recipes. I'll offer 500,000. Look. How about I buy your 2 secret formulas for 500,000? The chef believed that most people would not be able to refuse this price, and even Chu Yuan himself, as a chef, would not be able to refuse this offer. Chu Yuan immediately said, "You're wrong. When I bought this secret recipe before, that person told me not to easily give it to other people. So it's impossible for me to give it to you. To be honest. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that it's one's own innate skill, Chu Yuan himself could give these 2 secret formulas to the person in front of him for 500,000. What a pity." Although Chu Yuan felt a little regretful, it didn't really matter, since the disaster was about to break out anyway. At that time, money will be nothing but worthless paper. The food we eat is actually more important. The chef thought Chu Yuan felt he hadn't paid enough, which was understandable. He gritted his teeth and said another number, "How about this, I'll give you 1 million, okay? I can give you 500,000 yuan right now. But I don't have that much on hand right now for 1 million yuan. How about I give you an IOU and pay you the remaining 500,000 over 3 years? Chu Yuan said calmly, "This really isn't about money. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now, everyone. Chu Yuan understood that it was impossible for him to have a proper meal with Xiao Zhenzhen here now. Let's leave. Zhenzhen, let's go. Chu Yuan took Xiao Zhenzhen's hand. On the table, the man in the suit had finished the whole plate of sauerkraut fish that Chu Yuan had made, even the soup. After Chu Yuan paid, he turned to leave, and the chef had no choice but to give up. However, he believes that Chu Yuan wanted to tell others about this secret recipe so that he could make a fortune in silence. Some customers came out. In their minds, Chu Yuan was already considered the head chef of a certain restaurant. They all came forward to greet them. He said to Chu Yuan, "Young man, don't go." "Yes." Chu Yuan stopped and looked at the men in front of him. "May I ask what brings you here?" "Young man, can I have your phone number?" Chu Yuan frowned. "A phone call? Isn't that unnecessary? Then you have to tell us which restaurant you work at. We just tasted your cooking, and we can't forget how delicious it was. We'll be very disappointed if we can't eat it anymore." That one. Chu Yuan was both amused and exasperated. It turned out that these people had subconsciously come to see him as a chef. Chu Yuan said seriously, "I think you all have some misunderstandings. I am not a chef. I am just an unemployed person." Chu Yuan wasn't wrong to say that. He hadn't actually done anything. Those people clearly didn't believe it. "What's wrong with you, young man? You've even started to lose interest in making money." "Honestly, I'm not a chef, everyone please leave." Xiao Zhenzhen also said, "My brother Chu Yuan isn't a chef, you people are so annoying." Chu Yuan continued, "Think about it, if I were a chef, would I not tell people where I work? Nobody in the world is that foolish. Everything I said is true. So don't worry too much about me, everyone go and do your own things." Chu Yuan's words made a lot of sense to everyone, so they didn't say anything and dispersed. Xiao Zhenzhen was amazed by how capable Chu Yuan was. She was also nestled in Chu Yuan's arms. "Brother Chu Yuan, you're still the best. Walk. Let's just grab something to eat on the street." Chu Yuan didn't take Xiao Zhenzhen to a restaurant anymore, but instead bought some roasted chicken legs and other things from a roadside stall to eat together. Fortunately, Xiao Zhenzhen had never tried Chu Yuan's roasted chicken legs before, and this time she ate them with great relish. On the way back, Chu Yuan also brought a copy for Shen liking. Although the other party is still angry, Chu Yuan understands that time will eventually heal all wounds. Back in the day, several girls left Chu Yuan, and Chu Yuan cried for a long time, not knowing what she had done wrong. But a few years later, he then forgot about those unhappy things. Emotions are sometimes like scars, they heal slowly over time. Chu Yuan returned to his residence, placed the food on the doorknob outside Shen Liking's door, then knocked on the door and said, "Liking, I brought you some things, they're on the doorknob outside, remember to eat them." From inside came Shen Liking's choked voice, "Go away. I won't eat the stinky stuff you brought out." Hearing Shen Liking's words inside, Xiao Zhenzhen guessed what was going on. Sometimes, women understand women best. Chu Yuan sighed, said nothing, and took Xiao Zhenzhen back to his room. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Zhenzhen whispered, "Brother Chu Yuan, sister Shen Liking seems to really like you." Chu Yuan nodded, "Actually, since I was little, many girls have liked me. You can marry sister Shen Liking, she seems very sad." Chu Yuan was drinking water at the time. Hearing Xiao Zhenzhen's words, he was instantly startled. "What are you saying? Don't say things like that in the future." Xiao Zhenzhen said very seriously, "Brother Chu Yuan, I'm serious. Since sister Shen Liking likes you so much, you can marry her too." Chu Yuan said seriously, "I already have you." Xiao Zhenzhen nodded, "But you can also have multiple wives, like that old man from the Zhang family before, He had 8 women. Chu Yuan's lips curled slightly. Zhen, times have changed. Chapter 96. Xiao Zhen said calmly, Brother Chu Yuan, no matter what era we live in, these things are impossible to change. You say men are already so tired, what's wrong with having several wives? Having more wives means you can share more of the burden. I may not be able to change you now, but I sincerely hope that you and Sister Shen Liking can be together, so that she won't be so heartbroken. Chu Yuan patted Xiao Zhenzhen's hair. There are some things you don't understand. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's getting late, so let's get some rest. Xiao Zhenzhen naturally slept with Chu Yuan here. On the other side, Shen Liking opened the room and brought in the food that Chu Yuan had brought. Several times she wanted to throw it directly into the trash can. But she held back, because she couldn't bear to part with it. After all, it was Chu Yuan who had specially bought it for her. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Liking ate the food while grumbling. The food is finished. Shen Liking sat blankly on the bed, suddenly feeling that she had no motivation to continue. She prepared to leave Chu Yuan. So he tidied up the room, walked to Chu Yuan's door, and whispered to the inside, Chu Yuan, perhaps we are destined to be together but not meant to be. I'm leaving. I hope you and that girl can live a peaceful life together. Farewell, Chu Yuan. As she finished speaking, another tear streamed down Shen Liking's cheek. Inside the room, Chu Yuan was startled when he heard Shen Liking's voice. He looked at the side of his pillow and saw that Xiao Zhenzhen was already asleep. Chu Yuan quickly dressed and opened the door, only to find Shen Liking already walking towards the street. Tears flowed. Chu Yuan quickly caught up. Shen Liking turned around and saw that it was Chu Yuan. She had stopped crying, but couldn't help it again. She burst into tears. Why aren't you with your little wife? What are you doing here? I came to see you, I was a little worried about you. I don't need you to worry about me. Shen Liking snorted, her heart already deeply hurt by Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan said softly, all right, let's go back. I don't. Chu Yuan would never let Shen Liking leave, especially since a zombie apocalypse was about to break out. Letting Shen Liking leave now is no different from sending her to her death. Shen Liking turned and left angrily. Chu Yuan was also a little flustered when she heard Shen Liking's inner thoughts. Idiot, if you just hug me right now, I won't leave. Chu Yuan was stunned when he heard Shen Liking's thoughts. This was too outrageous. Do you really want a hug? Chu Yuan watched Shen Liking walk faster and faster, and couldn't help but curse himself, women need to be coaxed. If I can keep Shen Liking by my side, what's wrong with hugging her or even kissing her? Thinking about this, Chu Yuan wondered if he would even be a man if he didn't give her a hug. He immediately chased after her again, and this time without saying anything, he pulled Shen Liking into his arms. Shen Liking was stunned when Chu Yuan hugged her. You! Let me go right now! Chu Yuan kept patting Chu Yuan, trying to get Chu Yuan to let go, as the distance was quite large. But what I was really thinking was, hold me tighter, haven't you eaten? Chu Yuan was speechless. This woman was so hypocritical. She clearly wanted him to hold her tighter, but she told him to let go. But he still held Shen Liking tightly in his arms. Gradually, Shen Liking stopped struggling, buried her head in Chu Yuan's arms, and began to sob again. Chu Yuan's biggest fear is seeing a girl cry. Don't cry, I don't know what to do if you cry. Shen Liking sobbed, you're driving me crazy. How can you be so clueless? I'm not the kind of smooth-talking jerk. Chu Yuan, let's just forget about it. Shen Liking continued, I admit that I like you very much, but it's too late now. You already have such a beautiful girlfriend. Since you're here, let's say goodbye one last time. Let's go in a while. I still can't bear to part with you. To be honest, If Shen Liking and I had taken care of the important matters first, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Shen Liking said softly, okay, but you have to give me a reason. Is I can't bear to part with you a valid reason? That doesn't count. Shen Liking snorted. Seeing that Shen Liking seemed much happier now, Chu Yuan said, I feel that I still care about you very much, so please stay. Okay. I'll stay. Shen Lei was very happy to hear this, even though she knew in her heart that she and Chu Yuan might not be destined to be together. But when she heard that Chu Yuan cared about her, she felt relieved. As long as I can stay by Chu Yuan's side, why should I care whether he has a lover or not? Shen Liking whispered, I love you, I will wait for you. I'll wait until you break up with that woman, then we'll get married right away, okay? Forward. Chu Yuan's mind was a bit confused. How could this woman think so far ahead? I didn't even think about it myself. Chu Yuan said calmly, let's leave the future for later. When this sentence was said, Chu Yuan understood that there might be no future. This is a phrase that lovers often hear, and it's often said when one party is not firm in their decision. Those who say this often end up not being together. There's no such thing as only thinking about the present. Any relationship that doesn't aim for marriage is just playing around. Chu Yuan took Shen Liking's hand and went back. Since there was a computer in the room, he stayed in Shen Liking's room and played computer games with her for a while. After playing for 2 hours straight, Shen Liking was driven crazy by the computer game in front of her. She shut down the computer and said angrily, I'm not playing anymore. This game's title clearly states that it's a dating simulation, a casual game, and a role-playing game. Why is it so difficult to play? I was killed by those monsters as soon as I went out with this character. Chu Yuan laughed and said, you actually said Dark Souls 3 is a dating simulation game? That's just a label some players put on it, you can't believe it. Seeing that it was already late at night, Chu Yuan got up to say goodbye to Shen Liking, as he was going home to rest. Although Shen Liking was a little disappointed, she had come to terms with it. She will wait. Once Chu Yuan breaks up with Xiao Zhenzhen, she will realize how good she is to herself. Chu Yuan returned to his room. Seeing that Xiao Zhenzhen was actually sitting on the bed, he immediately said gently, why are you up? Xiao Zhenzhen stretched and asked, Brother Chu Yuan, where did you go? Something came up, let's go to sleep. What happened next is self-evident. The next day, Chu Yuan had just turned on his phone when he got up and received a message that shocked the world. Shen Liking also knocked on Chu Yuan's door. Chu Yuan, hurry up and check the news, something terrible has happened. Chapter 97. Chu Yuan opened the door with his phone in his hand and said seriously, I've already seen the news. News reports indicate that Japan has been overrun by zombies, with all areas falling to the dead. In other words, the entire country of Japan has become a living hell. Shen Liking frowned, her face showing great worry. I thought the video I saw before was a composite. Chu Yuan, what if those zombies come to our country? Chu Yuan said calmly, don't be nervous, I believe the country will take all necessary measures. Chu Yuan didn't want to tell Shen Liking the cruel truth directly, people always need to have some hope. It would be better to wait until the zombie outbreak actually occurs and then focus on protecting these people. I'm so scared. If those monsters come to our country, won't we suffer the same fate as Japan? Chu Yuan angrily retorted, that's retribution for Japan. Okay, don't think about it too much. Today is the 7th day, which means the end of the world will come in 3 days. Chu Yuan must hurry up and make the most of the time. Judging from his current talents, he cannot guarantee that he can protect these women with 100% certainty. What he needs to do is find 4 more powerful talents in the next few days. Let's go get some food. Xiao Zhenzhen also came out of the house. She had gotten up earlier than Chu Yuan and did not disturb Chu Yuan's rest. When rivals meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Sister Lei Qing. Shen Liking looked to the side with a cold face. She felt dissatisfied just looking at this woman. Chu Yuan felt helpless, but the three of them still went to eat together. Although Xiao Zhenzhen kept talking to Shen Liking, the other party did not reply, which Chu Yuan could understand. It would be good if a few people could sit together. After lunch, the three of them played until 10 or 20 in the morning before going home. Chu Yuan told Xiao Zhenzhen to watch TV by herself, while he sat on the edge of the bed to prepare for the new day's simulation. System, begin the simulation. Emulator is now running. Currently selectable talents: Heart of Slaughter, Voice of the Heart, Beast Language, Crisis Sense, Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Zombie Control, Mechanical Arm, Energy Drink, Human Self-Healing, Master of Balance, High Temperature Resistance. Heart of Slaughter, Gold. Your heart will be consumed by slaughter, and through constant killing, you will improve your mastery of this heart, thus evolving. However, the specific form you will evolve into is unknown, but at least it won't cause you to lose yourself or mutate into a monster. Inner Voice, Purple. You will be able to hear what others are thinking, greatly increasing your chances of survival in the apocalypse. Beast Language, Golden. Gain the ability to communicate with animals, and this ability can be continuously improved. The specific methods of improvement need to be researched by the host. Crisis Sense, Purple. You can sense danger approaching in advance. Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Purple. Food is the most important thing for people. Daxia's 5,000 years of history is filled with all kinds of delicious food. With this talent, you can snap your fingers anytime, anywhere, and a grand feast will appear before you. The feast will be generated according to the food you imagine in your mind at that moment. There's nothing this talent can't conjure up, only things you haven't seen or eaten before. Zombie Control, Gold. You will be able to control zombies, but there is a limit to the number of zombies you can control at any time. You can currently control 3 zombies. While controlling zombies, you can switch between them at any time without any restrictions. Simply touching a zombie will allow you to control it. Mechanical Arm, Blue. Your right hand will transform into a Terminator-like mechanical arm, granting you immense strength. Energy Drink, White. Remember, in a world overrun by zombies, you need to replenish your energy anytime, anywhere. Human Self-Healing, Gold. Except for decapitation, no matter how severe your injuries, you can be healed instantly. With this talent, you will not be infected by zombies. Balance Master, Blue. Your balancing skills are getting stronger, you might even be able to walk a tightrope in front of a 30-story building. High Temperature Resistance, Purple. You can withstand temperatures up to 500 degrees Celsius. Chu Yuan was stunned when he saw the talent that appeared in front of him. He did not expect that a golden talent would appear so soon after the simulation started. It's something I've always been very worried about. It's like finding a new path after a dead end. Chu Yuan still remembers feeling a bit regretful when she initially gave up the skill to prevent infection. It turns out there's something much bigger waiting for me behind all this. With this skill, you not only don't have to fear being infected by zombies, you can even be said to be immortal. Chu Yuan was so happy that he would have jumped for joy if Xiao Zhenzhen hadn't been there. Day 1, you are in a hotel room with Xiao Zhenzhen, Shen Liking, Tang Yunyu, Yu Qingjun, and the kitten Liu when suddenly a zombie outbreak occurs, and the end of the world arrives. Everyone stares in disbelief at the hellish scene outside. The next day, after your explanation, everyone has accepted that the zombie apocalypse is beginning to take over. Day 3, because the door is made of special materials, you're not worried about the zombies getting in, so you leave a few people here and go out alone to train. Day 4, you walk down the street, covered in zombie blood. You arrive at an underground parking garage, where a powerful tentacle-type zombie appears. You use your strength to kill it. Although you are scratched by the zombie's tentacles, you are not seriously injured. Chu Yuan looked at the message that appeared on the panel and nodded slightly. Indeed, having this new talent is so much more convenient. When Chu Yuan heard the system say that the door was made of special materials, which prevented zombies from getting in, it was a wake-up call for him. Yes. Generally speaking, a wooden door might be able to keep ordinary zombies out. However, its effectiveness is minimal when encountering powerful, strength-type zombies or other mutated zombies. Another aspect is the glass. We must use our own Xia country's bulletproof glass so that those flying things won't be able to get in. Chu Yuan immediately jotted it down in his notebook. The door should be made of special materials, and the glass should be from our Xia kingdom. Time is of the essence, and Chu Yuan can't really stay in such a place. He needs to find a 5-star hotel and stay in the highest presidential suite to feel at ease. The most important thing right now is to protect these women, everything else is secondary. Chapter 98. Day 5, you continue to venture into dangerous zombie-infested areas and encounter some powerful zombies, but you're lucky enough to avoid being infected. Chu Yuan was speechless when he saw this. He was clearly strong enough, so how did it become his good luck here? However, it must be said that this talent is truly extraordinary. Day 6, you return to where you started. You wanted to control the tin-skin zombie, but after searching for it all day, you couldn't find it. Day 7, the tin-clad zombie still hasn't appeared. Day 8, since you haven't found the tin-skin zombie yet, you prepare to leave. Just as you're about to depart, the tin-skin zombie reappears, and you engage in a fierce battle with it. Chu Yuan frowned slightly, looking at the interface and slowly said, I refuse to believe that I can't control you this time. Even if you can summon so many zombies, can't I still control you with just a touch? Chu Yuan was confident that he was determined to get his hands on the tin-clad zombie. Upon seeing you, the tin-clad zombie immediately began summoning other zombies, but none were a match for you. You encountered the tin-clad zombie and subdued it. Yes, we finally got that lousy metal zombie under control. Although it was just controlling the metal zombie in a simulator, Chu Yuan was extremely excited. For him, this is the first formidable enemy I've ever faced. There have been many other powerful zombies in the simulator before, but none of them are as troublesome as the Ironhide zombie. You say the tin-clad zombie is powerful, but it doesn't really start attacking people much. You might say that the tin-clad zombie isn't powerful, but this guy can still summon so many zombies to attack him. In other words, if Chu Yuan had this zombie, he himself would be able to command many powerful zombies. Certainly. It's not to say that even powerful zombies can be controlled, because some powerful mutated zombies are far beyond the control of the tin-skin zombies. Even so, Chu Yuan was already very satisfied. Day 9, you begin to understand the power of this tin-clad zombie. What kind of power is it? System overview, sorry, I can't tell you that. How stingy. Day 10, you start walking back, wanting to see what Shen Liking and the others are doing at home. Day 11, you successfully return to their place. They were very happy to see you, as they had assumed you were dead. Xiao Zhenzhen excitedly hugged you, while the other women seemed rather embarrassed. You didn't say anything. You fed some zombie meat to Lil, who was very happy and wanted to eat more. Day 12, you prepare to leave again. Several women are a little reluctant to see you go. You've reinforced this room, so it's impossible for any zombies to get through. But for the safety of these people, you left the tin-clad zombie downstairs so it could protect the women upstairs before leaving with peace of mind. 13th day, you arrive at an unfamiliar village because you sensed a very dangerous atmosphere there, which is why you decided to come here. Everyone in this village has been infected and turned into zombies, there are over 100 of them.